Buzz. It felt as if his brain had been stuffed into a high-speed spinning washing machine. After a bout of dizzying vertigo, Chen Fan realized there was a rhythmic jolting coming from beneath his backside. What the hell? Wasn't I in my rental room about to enjoy my soda and that new game? He glanced around, utterly dumbfounded. He was sitting in the driver's seat of a shabby minivan. Outside the window stretched an endless gray highway flanked on both sides by a dead silent wilderness. This van, it looked strangely familiar. Wasn't this the legendary Wuling Hongguang, that so-called miracle vehicle that could drift, haul cargo, climb mountain roads, and bump along farm tracks alike? Only his seemed to be a battle-damaged edition. On the door, faded lettering still read, "Professional drain unclogging," along with a blurred phone number. Have I been kidnapped? But what kind of kidnapper goes this far, even setting up an immersive cosplay scenario? Just as Chen Fan's brain short-circuited, a futuristic-looking screen on the central console in front of him lit up with a sudden swish. Welcome to the highway survival world. Here your sole mission is to stay alive and keep moving forward. All survivors must bind with the main control console as soon as possible to begin their road to survival. A cold mechanical voice echoed in the cramped cabin, as if stamping this absurd scene with an official seal of authenticity. Chen Fan went completely numb. Had he transmigrated? Or was this some kind of global mass transmigration? This script felt a bit too cutting edge. He tentatively reached out and tapped the screen. A virtual fingerprint scanning frame popped up. Suchia offered no opportunity for regeneration. He mounted the lizard man's upper half, bringing the Qishao blade down repeatedly. Until the lizard man's head, teammate invitation. You may send party invitations to any survivor within your region. After forming a party, a portion of vision can be shared and party members will never be more than 10 kilometers apart. Current invite capacity 16. Chen Fan's lips twitched as he stared at this talent. Come on man, this is a global survival scenario, and everyone else is ruthless and decisive, while I'm stuck with a social butterfly build. This talent sounded like some online games, add a friend, feature painfully out of place in a life-and-death environment like this. Yet before he could finish complaining, the mechanical voice from the main console rang out again, this time carrying a faint, almost imperceptible hitch. Abnormal soul strength detected in host. Initiating secondary talent awakening assessment. Assessment complete. Congratulations. Talent awakening successful. SS grade reward critical strike. Reward critical strike. Whenever you open any kind of supply crate, there is a random chance of obtaining a 210 random critical reward. Chen Fan's eyes instantly widened to the size of saucers. One moment he was stuck in hell mode, and the next he had transformed into the very embodiment of ridiculous good luck. This reward critical strike was brutal and straightforward, a plugin seemingly tailor-made for this world. The immense surprise swept away the fear in his heart. Chen Fan suddenly felt capable again. He immediately tapped open the other functions on the main console. The screen interface was very simple, divided into 4 sections: chat, trade, crafting, and attributes. He first selected chat. The entire chat channel had exploded. 100,000 people were howling in the same channel. The scene was even livelier than a read envelope grabbing group during New Year's. Help! I'm riding a shared bicycle. There's half a bottle of someone else's unfinished green tea in the front. Brother above, don't cry. I've got a children's tricycle. One of the pedals is missing, so I'm literally balancing on one leg to move forward. Anyone there? My car's out of gas, what do I do? Online and waiting urgent. I hereby announce the first Highway Survival Bizarre Vehicle Awards. I'll start. I'm driving a water sprinkler truck and it's playing Fields of Hope on endless loop. Haha, I'm sorry brother, you're miserable, but I can't help laughing out loud. Reading these comments, whatever fear remained in Chen Fan's heart completely evaporated, replaced by a strange sense of amusement. So everyone was this miserable, then he could relax. No, he was not miserable now. He was the chosen one. He shut down the noisy chat channel and opened the attribute. Survivor Chen Fan. Vehicle battle damaged Wuling Hongguang S. Vehicle durability 501001. One more collision and it'll fall apart. Fuel tank 10. Drive sparingly and it can still go a bit. Supplies none. Talents grade teammate invitation SS grade reward critical strike. Looking at this barebones panel, Chen Fan did not panic. Instead, he calmly began to analyze. The novice period lasted 7 days, absolute safety time. Within these 7 days, he needed to exploit his talent advantage as much as possible, snowballing his resources and widening the gap between himself and everyone else. Yang Luxian remained silent, as usual, simply handing over a bottle of soda. All right, it's time for the second group now. Suchia took a sip of the soda. Wooden plank with 2 units time 1 minute. As expected, resources were the only true currency. Just then, Chen Fan saw a brown wooden crate about half a man's height suddenly refresh into existence on the highway roughly 100 meters ahead. A constantly spinning question mark icon hovered above it, radiating a strong game-like vibe. Almost at the same time, the chat channel boiled over again. Look ahead. There's a crate. Is this a welfare drop from the authorities? Open it. We have to open it. Maybe we'll pull a mecha or something. I'll go first. I'm already right in front of the crate. Soon the daring pioneer spoke again in the channel. Damn, I got a brick. What am I supposed to do with this bash myself? A brick's not bad. I got a pair of socks full of holes, and they smell. You two have it easy. My crate empty. Are they messing with us? Reading the chat log, Chen Fan's meticulous nature kicked in. Instead of charging in blindly, he brought his battered van to a steady stop 20 meters away from the crate. A novice supply crate. Looks like the contents are random, and most of the time there's nothing worthwhile. But he was different. He had reward critical strike. Rubbing his hands together like a lottery player about to scratch off a billion-dollar ticket, Chen Fan silently chanted at the virtual open button on the console, "Spirits of fortune, bless me with a crit." As his finger tapped down, a prompt popped up instantly on the main console screen. Obtain Novice Supply Crate 1. Open now. Yes. SS Grade Talent Reward Critical Strike triggered. Executing 10 critical. The next second, a cascade of system notifications poured down the entire screen like a waterfall. Congratulations. You have obtained purified water 10 liters. Congratulations. You have obtained compressed biscuits 10 packs. Congratulations. You have obtained ordinary wood 50 units. Congratulations. You have obtained vehicle upgrade blueprint front crash bumper white quality 1. Staring at the long list of gains, Chen Fan was so overjoyed he nearly fainted. 10 liters of water, 10 packs of biscuits, and 50 units of wood. This wasn't a novice supply crate. It was a wholesale haul from a warehouse supermarket. Most crucial of all was that blueprint. Front crash bumper white quality, ordinary iron 10, wood 20. It could slightly enhance the vehicle's frontal impact resistance. This was the most hardcore kind of asset in this. With food and water in hand, and the hope of upgrading his vehicle, Chen Fan felt as if he had leapt from a highway refugee to a capitalist holding serious capital. He glanced at the chat channel, still filled with wails and laments, and a bold idea surfaced. What were these people lacking the most right now? Water, food, and he just happened to have both. Chen Fan immediately opened the trade interface. It was utterly empty. Clearly no one else had surplus supplies to put up for trade yet. He was going to be the first to taste this crab. After some thought, he decided not to list his precious food just yet, choosing instead to start with water. He split the 10 liters of water and carefully put one portion up for sale. Seller anonymous. Item for sale: purified water 200 milliliters. Requested items: any vehicle parts, blueprints, or special items. Send private offers. After setting up the trade information, Chen Fan tapped the list button. In the regional channel, the very first trade listing appeared quietly and without fanfare. That trade notification was like a depth charge detonating beneath the surface, stirring up towering waves in the already chaotic regional channel. A moment ago, the survivors had still been wailing and cracking jokes. The next, they fell into a deathly silence. Then came an even fiercer eruption. Am I seeing things? Someone's selling water. 200 milliliters of purified water. Is this for real? Who would have that kind of surplus at a time like this? Requirement: any vehicle parts, blueprints, or special items. This threshold is way too high. Can I trade that pedal of mine that's missing a piece? Scammer. Definitely a scammer. Trying to get something for nothing. Hey, what if it's actually real? Right now, a single mouthful of water is a life down the line. Doubt, shock, greed, longing. Countless emotions intertwined and fermented within the channel of 100,000 people. Chen Fan ignored the clamor in the public channel because his private chat interface had already been flooded with countless messages in an instant. Private chat 99. He opened it and almost burst out laughing at these people's creativity. Boss, can I trade the half bottle of green tea in my bike basket for your 200 milliliters of purified water? Someone's drunk from it already, but hey, it's a big name brand. Bro, what do you think of this pair of socks of mine? Original scent. Definitely a special item. Refreshing, invigorating, and absolute must-have for home and travel. I'll trade my girlfriend for your water. Oh wait, I don't have a girlfriend, never mind. Chen Fan patiently scrolled through message after message. The vast majority were just people trying to fish in troubled waters. He was in no hurry because he knew that in the face of life and death, someone would eventually be willing to lay down their true trump card. Sure enough, after flicking past dozens of useless messages, a concise private chat caught his notice. Su Qingyue, ordinary iron ingots 15 for your water. No small talk, straight to the point. A faint light flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. The blueprint for the crash bar happened to require 10 units of ordinary iron. This woman named Su Qingyue not only had the goods, but the quantity she offered even exceeded his needs. This meant she either had good luck and drew decent supplies, or she was a clever one who understood what truly counted as hard currency now. Chen Fan tapped lightly on the screen and sent his reply. Anonymous, 10 units of iron for 200 milliliters of water. He did not display any desperate thirst for the iron at all. Instead, he even pressed the price down. This was a seller's market now, and he held absolute initiative. The reply came back almost instantly. Suqing Yue, I want 400 milliliters. Chen Fan smiled. This woman understood negotiation. She first threw out a quantity far beyond her true expectations to create the illusion that she had plenty of iron, then tried to secure maximum benefit for herself in the trade. Unfortunately for her, she had run into Chen Fan, who possessed an SS-grade talent. Anonymous 200 milliliters, not a drop more. Or you can wait for the next person selling water. His response brimmed with confidence. He was certain that in the short term no one else would be able to produce purified water for trade. His words struck straight at her weak spot. The chat window remained silent for a full minute. Chen Fan could almost picture the fierce inner struggle waging in the mind of the woman named Suqing Yue on the other side of the screen. In the end, she compromised. Suqing Yue, fine. 10 units of iron for 200 milliliters of water. How do we trade? Anonymous put the iron up on the trading platform, set the requirement as 200 milliliters of purified water, and specify the ID to trade it to me. I'll confirm it on my end directly. This would maximize safety for both sides and avoid the risks that might arise from a private trade. Suqing Yue, all right. Before long, in the designated trade section of the platform, Chen Fan saw the listing she had put up. Seller Suqing Yue, item for sale, ordinary iron 10, required item purified water 200 milliliters, designated buyer anonymous. Chen Fan clicked confirm trade without the slightest hesitation. The next second, the 10 liters of water in his storage space became 8 liters, while 10 iron ingots gleaming with a metallic sheen appeared. Trade successful. Chen Fan immediately opened the craft interface and located the blueprint for the crash bar. Crash bar, white quality, required materials, ordinary iron 10, fulfilled, wood 20, fulfilled, craft. Yes. As he confirmed with a thought, a streak of white light flashed across the central console screen. Crafting successful. Obtained crash bar, white quality 1, install now. Install. Chen Fan felt a faint vibration from the front of the car, as though something were being reconstructed. He leaned eagerly out of the window. The once battered and pitted front of his battle-scarred Wuling Hongguang now bore a thick, menacing black metal crash bar in its place. Its sharp lines radiated a sense of brute strength, lending his beat-up car a sudden wildness, like something straight out of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. He opened his status panel again. Survivor Chen Fan, vehicle modified Wuling Hongguang S, body durability 75,100, front resistance, slightly increased fuel tank 10, drive sparingly, and it can still go a bit, supplies purified water 8 liters. Compressed biscuits 10 packs, ordinary wood 30 units, talents, grade team invitation, SS grade reward, crit. The vehicle's durability had leaped from 50 straight up to 75. This was not merely a numerical change, but a tangible sense of security. A huge surge of satisfaction welled up inside him. Chen Fan felt like a proud father watching the child he had painstakingly raised in a nurturing game finally amount to something. He was even in the mood to whistle as he restarted his now revitalized Wuling Divine car and rolled forward at an unhurried pace. Yet just as he was immersed in his joy, that cold mechanical voice rang out in everyone's mind without warning. Regional announcement, 7-day novice protection countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes. Warning: after the novice protection ends, the eternal highway will be shrouded in corrosive mist, which will continuously damage low durability vehicles. Warning: the corrosive mist will attract highway aberrations. They are extremely sensitive to sound and living beings. Reminder: all survivors are advised to upgrade their vehicles as soon as possible, gather supplies, craft weapons, and prepare for the imminent challenges. 3 announcements in a row poured over them like 3 basins of ice water, dousing the tiny flame of hope that had just been kindled in the regional channel by the successful trade. Corrosive mist. Highway aberrations. What the hell are those? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. This isn't a survival game at all, it's a horror game. I'm doomed. I'm driving a kid's tricycle. Forget corrosive mist, a gust of wind could blow me apart. Help! Someone save me. Panic spread like a plague. If before they had still clung to a shred of hope that surviving 7 days would bring salvation, then now this announcement completely shattered their fantasy. 7 days was not a protective umbrella, but the final time to prepare for war. Chen Fan's face also grew solemn. He glanced at his newly raised durability of 75, and the sense of security he had just gained evaporated. The announcement spoke of low durability vehicles, but no one knew where that line would be drawn. And those highway aberrations, the name alone spelled trouble. Pressure, unprecedented pressure, descended on him in an instant. Alone with just one car on this endless road, could he really survive? At that moment, almost on impulse, he opened his talent interface. His gaze fell upon the talent he had always. Grade team invitation. You may send party invitations to any survivor within the region. Once in a party, partial vision can be shared, and the distance between teammates will not exceed 10 kilometers. Current available invitations 16. Teammates. A name sprang instantly into his mind. Su Qingwei, the woman who had traded with him. Calm and decisive, and in the midst of everyone else's confusion, she had already been stockpiling useful resources. A person like that was anything but ordinary. In a world riddled with danger, a clever teammate was worth far more than any material supply. Chen Fan drew in a deep breath. He knew it was time to put his socially gifted talent to use. He opened the private chat channel and located that ID. This time he did not hide behind anonymity. Chen Fan, hello Su Qingwei. I'm the anonymous who just... Chen Fan, I'd like to discuss a new deal with you. Or rather a cooperation. The moment the message was sent, Chen Fan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. This was undoubtedly a gamble. He pushed himself from behind the scenes to the forefront, betting on the rationality of the other party and his own judgment. Time passed second by second, and the private chat channel was filled with silence. The other party did not reply. Sweat beads formed on Chen Fan's forehead as he could almost imagine how the woman named Su Qingwei was scrutinizing his two sentences with a cold gaze, analyzing the potential traps and intentions behind every word. Just when he was about to believe he had messed up, a reply finally popped up in the private chat interface. One word. Su Qingwei speak. Concise and to the point, it carried a sense of coldness that kept others at a distance, yet hinted at a possibility. Chen Fan's spirit lifted as he quickly organized his words. Chen Fan. You've seen the announcement. The survival rate for solo fighters will approach 0 in 7 days. The corrosive fog and the highway abomination, these cannot be dealt with by one person alone. Chen Fan, you need water and food, and I need a reliable ally. Your calmness and decisiveness are the only traits I have seen among nearly 100,000 people. His words were half analysis and half flattery, highlighting the necessity of cooperation while also satisfying any potential superiority the other party might feel. After all, who wouldn't want their excellence to be recognized by others? This time Su Qingyu's reply came a bit faster. Su Qingyu, ally. Sounds nice. But on this highway, an ally who stabs you in the back might be more terrifying than the monsters. Why should I trust you? Here it comes. Chen Fan knew this was the true test. Trust is the most expensive luxury in this apocalyptic world. Chen Fan, because I possess a special talent, a talent born for cooperation. He did not directly reveal the specifics of his talent, but deliberately withheld it, regaining the initiative in the conversation. Indeed, after a moment of silence, the other party sent a question mark. Su Qingyu, Chen Fan, strength talent teammate invitation. After forming a team, we can share part of our vision, and the system will enforce a distance limit of no more than 10 kilometers between us. This means we will never be separated and will always be within each other's support range. Chen Fan, more importantly, this distance limit itself is a form of constraint and insurance. For you and for me. This explanation laid out all the pros and cons of his talent. Sharing vision and support is a pro, while the inability to distance oneself is a con, but in this environment, this con becomes the most reliable form of mutual restraint. At this point, Su Qingyu remained silent for even longer. Chen Fan could almost imagine her complex thoughts at that moment. The value of this talent was immense. Sharing vision means the reconnaissance range is doubled, greatly enhancing safety. Distance locking means that in the face of danger, there is always a potential ally. This temptation is enough to entice any rational survivor. After a long while, Su Qingyu's message finally came again. Su Qingyu, sounds enticing. But talk is cheap. Chen Fan, it's simple. I send you the invitation, and once you accept, the talent effect will naturally manifest. You won't incur any losses. If you find it unsuitable, you can leave the team at any time. He appeared extraordinarily calm, as if he were truly just conducting a fair business negotiation. In reality, his palms were already sweaty. And strength talent is among the best in this world. He did not believe the other party would refuse. Su Qingyu, okay. But before that, I need to confirm your value once again. How much water do you have? Chen Fan smiled at this question. This woman was constantly testing and evaluating. She not only wanted to confirm whether he was a fraud, but also to assess the potential of this ally. Chen Fan, enough for both of us to survive until the newbie phase ends, perhaps even longer. He did not provide a specific number, but instead gave a vague yet impactful answer. This answer brought more security and shock than any specific number. Su Qingyu, this time the other party sent a long string of ellipses. Clearly, Chen Fan's response exceeded her expectations, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, a new message popped up. Su Qingyu, good, I accept your invitation. It worked. A huge stone in Chen Fan's heart crashed to the ground, followed by a surge of ecstatic joy. He suppressed his excitement, opened the talent interface, and solemnly entered the name Su Qingyu in the invitation field. Do you want to send a team invitation to survivors? Su Qingyu. Yes. Invitation sent. Please wait for the other party to confirm. Almost in the next second after he sent the invitation, on the other end of the screen, a sleek black heavy motorcycle was being ridden by a figure clad in a black tight combat suit that outlined an astonishing silhouette gazing at the floating virtual screen before her. On the screen, an invitation box was clearly displayed. Survivor Chen Fan invites you to join his team. Do you accept? The woman's name was indeed Su Qinghua. A hint of hesitation and scrutiny appeared on her coldly beautiful face. She glanced at the fuel gauge on the motorcycle's dashboard, which showed only 1 bar left, and touched the empty water bottle at her waist before finally extending her delicate fair finger to lightly tap on the virtual screen. Accept. The next moment, a prompt sound echoed on Chen Fan's central control screen. Su Qinghua has accepted your invitation. Team established. Team functions activated. Team channel teammate location sharing. Almost simultaneously, a simple map appeared in the lower right corner of Chen Fan's interface. On the map, a green light that representing himself was flashing, and about 8 kilometers ahead, another identical green light clearly marked the name Su Qinghua. Furthermore, at the edge of his vision, a hazy shared area appeared, allowing him to vaguely see the scenery of the road ahead, where Su Qinghua was. Is this shared vision? Chen Fan marveled, realizing this talent was even more powerful than he had imagined. Just then, a strange voice sounded directly in his mind through the team channel. Chen Fan. It was Su Qinghua. Chen Fan took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound more stable. It's me. How does it feel? My talent didn't deceive you, right? It's quite amazing. For the first time, there was a hint of fluctuation in Su Qinghua's tone. My motorcycle is 2 kilometers ahead of you. Model Obsidian, currently low on fuel durability, 80,100. She unexpectedly reported her information voluntarily. This both demonstrated sincerity and applied indirect pressure, forcing Chen Fan to be equally candid. Chen Fan silently praised, "What an impressive woman," and immediately replied, "You've seen my vehicle. It's a battle-damaged Wuling Hongguang S equipped with a front collision bumper, durability 75,100, fuel level 10. Regarding supplies, no need to worry for now." He did not mention that he possessed vast supplies, only using the phrase "no need to worry," which kept his trump card, while also giving the other party enough confidence. Wuling Hongguang. In the team channel, Su Qinghua's voice seemed to carry a hint of strange amusement. "You are quite special. Likewise, a beautiful woman racing on a heavy motorcycle on an apocalyptic highway must be quite special too." Chen Fan instinctively replied. After saying that he regretted it, was this the right time for banter? Unexpectedly, the other side fell silent. After what felt like over 10 seconds, Su Qinghua's voice finally sounded again, seemingly carrying a hint of very faint warmth. "You are quite interesting. So, Captain, what should we do now?" She unexpectedly acknowledged Chen Fan's position as captain. Chen Fan was taken aback, but quickly understood. As the initiator of the team, possessing the core talent of teammate invitation and controlling strategic resources like food and water, he was undoubtedly the rightful captain. This woman was frighteningly intelligent. It's simple. Chen Fan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze becoming more resolute than ever. "You slow down, I speed up, and we will meet up first. On this road, 2 people traveling together is far more stable than 1 alone." "Okay." Su Qinghua readily agreed. Chen Fan no longer hesitated. He slammed on the throttle, and the battle-damaged Wuling Hongguang let out a strained roar, charging towards the flashing light that on the map at an unprecedented speed. The dilapidated van rattled down the highway, its noise resembling the cough of an aging man, heavy and hoarse. Chen Fan's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, sweat pooling in his palms as his heart raced uncontrollably in his chest. The term captain echoed directly in his mind through the team channel, inducing a surreal sense of dizziness within him. Just minutes earlier, he had been an ordinary person trembling in the car, gripped by fear of the future. But now he had transformed into a captain with SS-level talent and an unknown, yet undeniably powerful female teammate. He stole a glance at the small map in the lower right corner of the interface. The light representing Su Qinghua was rapidly approaching from ahead, now less than 5 kilometers away. The visuals transmitted through the shared perspective became increasingly clear, presenting a closito-ground high-speed view with the guardrails on both sides of the highway transforming into 2 streaks of gray light. He could even feel the wind rushing towards him. This sensation was novel and exhilarating, easing some of the feeling of loneliness, dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning emotion called anticipation. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and adopt the demeanor expected of a captain. "Pay attention to the road ahead. Let's maintain this speed, and we should converge in about 3 minutes." His voice in the team channel was steadier than he had imagined. "Received." Su Qinghua's reply was still succinct, yet it brought an immense sense of reassurance. Time passed amidst the roar of the engine. Finally, at the end of the highway, a black dot appeared in Chen Fan's line of sight. Against the gray-white backdrop, it stood out vividly and was rapidly enlarging. It was not a car. The outline of that thing was lower, its lines more aggressive. Soon a deep and explosive roar of an engine drowned out the noise of the Wuling Hongguang, reaching Chen Fan's ears. "Here it comes." Chen Fan instinctively pressed the brakes, slowing the already sluggish speed further. It was a completely black heavy motorcycle. Its design radiated a sense of futuristic technology with smooth yet fierce lines resembling a black leopard lying in wait on the highway, exuding a dangerous and alluring aura. And atop the motorcycle sat a figure confidently poised. The black form-fitting combat suit perfectly accentuated her breathtaking curves, her long hair tied back. Even from a distance, one could sense her commanding presence and competence. Chen Fan felt his throat involuntarily tighten. This was Su Qingyue, a woman who made him decide to gamble everything based solely on her name and a few lines of dialogue. The heavy motorcycle silently slowed down like a ghost, eventually matching the speed of his Wuling Hongguang. On one side was a beautifully designed, powerful, futuristic vehicle. On the other was a battered van with professional access to sewage printed on the door, covered in scratches. The scene was filled with an indescribable, dramatic irony. Su Qingyue turned her head, raising her hand to lift the visor of her helmet. A stunningly beautiful cold face suddenly collided with Chen Fan's gaze. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely crafted as if by the finest artist, especially her eyes, bright and sharp, seemed capable of piercing into one's soul, carrying an innate air of aloofness and pride. Chen Fan felt his brain stall for a brief moment. Having lived for over 20 years, he had never encountered a woman so beautiful, an allure that transcended worldly standards, striking him with overwhelming impact. "You are Chen Fan." Su Qingyue spoke, her voice as cold and pleasant as he had heard over the channel, but now face to face it bore an added scrutinizing tone. Her gaze swiftly scanned Chen Fan's face before landing on his battered Wuling Hongguang, a fleeting glint of peculiarity flashing in her eyes. "Ahem. That's me." Chen Fan cleared his throat, trying hard not to appear too forward. "You are even more impressive than I imagined." He originally intended to say more beautiful, but the words felt too superficial at the last moment, and he forced himself to change his mind. Su Qingyue seemed to see through his embarrassment, a faint smile curving at her lips, quick enough to leave one wondering if it was an illusion. "Your vehicle is also more unique than I expected." She returned his earlier phrasing. Chen Fan's face flushed, and he could only chuckle awkwardly. So Captain Su Qingyue refocused her gaze on Chen Fan's face, her tone becoming serious. "We are now facing our first problem." She extended her slender fingers clad in tactical gloves, pointing at her motorcycle's dashboard. Following her gaze, Chen Fan saw the fuel gauge needle limply pointing towards the red alert zone. "It's almost out of fuel." Su Qingyue calmly stated this dire fact. Chen Fan's heart sank. Fuel. This was a strategic resource scarcer than food and water. His Wuling Hongguang's fuel was only at 10, similarly precarious. Without fuel, even the best vehicle is just a pile of scrap metal, which on this eternal highway is equivalent to a death sentence. "Do you have gasoline in your supplies?" Su Qingyue asked, her gaze fixated on him. This was her first test as a teammate, and another evaluation of Chen Fan's value as captain. If Chen Fan couldn't solve this problem, their newly formed alliance would instantly become meaningless. Chen Fan fell silent. He quickly checked his storage space. Clean water, compressed biscuits, wood. Not a drop of gasoline. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The captain persona he had just built seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Could even a luckiest of luck have a moment of failure? Seeing Chen Fan silence, the warmth that had just risen in Su Qingyue's eyes seemed to slowly cool down. None. Her voice revealed no discernible anger or joy. Not for now. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, choosing to be honest. He raised his head, meeting Su Qingyue's sharp gaze, and said clearly, "But I can get some." His tone carried a certainty that surprised even him. This confidence stemmed from that SS-level talent. Reward, critical hit. As long as he could find another supply box, all problems would be resolved. Su Qingyue gazed at him deeply, not asking further questions, merely nodding slightly. "I will trust you this once." She chose to believe him. Those simple 4 words made Chen Fan feel as if the weight on his shoulders had increased tremendously, yet also stirred within him a surge of ambition. The feeling of being trusted by someone was like this. "Stay close to me." Chen Fan no longer hesitated, pressing down on the accelerator again. The Wuling Hongguang roared to life, increasing speed. Su Qingyue's heavy motorcycle trailed closely behind him like a streak of black lightning, maintaining an excellent position that allowed for support without obstructing his view. This woman was a natural warrior. Chen Fan focused all his attention forward, his eyes scanning the road like radar, searching every inch for supplies. Supply box. He needed a supply box now. Seconds ticked by with both vehicles' fuel levels continuously dwindling, and an oppressive atmosphere lingered between the two. Just as Chen Fan's heart was racing in his throat, his pupils suddenly constricted. About 200 meters ahead on the right side of the highway, a familiar brown wooden box appeared out of thin air. "Found it." Chen Fan's voice trembled with excitement. Su Qingyue evidently saw the box through the shared vision, and a succinct response came through the team channel. Nice. Chen Fan parked the car steadily 20 meters away from the supply box, a distance he considered safe. Su Qingyu's motorcycle also stopped beside him. She dismounted, removed her helmet, and her long shiny black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, creating an astonishing visual impact combined with her competent combat suit and breathtaking beauty. She did not approach the box, merely standing quietly watching Chen Fan. She left the opportunity to open the box entirely to him. Chen Fan took a deep breath, knowing this was his best chance to prove his worth. He did not get out of the car, but directly aimed at the newly appeared supply box on the central console screen and pressed the open option. Obtained ordinary supply box 1. Would you like to open it? Yes. Chen Fan roared in his heart. SS level talent reward critical hit has been triggered, performing 8x critical hit. Here it comes. Although not the highest 10x, 8x was enough to resolve all current issues. In the next moment, a series of dense system prompts exploded like dazzling fireworks in the line of sight of both Chen Fan and Su Qingyue. Congratulations. You have obtained 40 liters of gasoline. Congratulations. You have obtained 8 cans of beef. Congratulations. You have obtained 80 units of ordinary iron. Congratulations. You have obtained 40 units of quality wood. Congratulations. You have obtained a vehicle upgrade blueprint storage space expansion, white quality 1. Seeing this luxurious list of supplies, Chen Fan was so excited he nearly slammed his fist on the steering wheel. 40 liters of gasoline. This is enough to fill both vehicles to capacity with plenty left over. Not to mention the food and a massive amount of materials. What thrilled him the most was that last blueprint. Storage space expansion, white quality, ordinary iron 20, quality wood 10. It could slightly increase the storage compartments of the vehicle. Storage space was equally vital for survival. Just as Chen Fan reveled in his immense joy, he felt a burning gaze beside him. He turned his head to meet Su Qingyu's astonished eyes. At that moment, the ice-cold expression that had been unchanged for eons finally cracked. Her red lips parted slightly, her eyes widened in surprise, staring blankly at the direction of Chen Fan's car, as if witnessing a miracle. She, of course, could see the shared list of supplies in full clarity. This is... Her voice trembled with a hint of emotion even she hadn't noticed. An ordinary supply box had yielded such a terrifying amount of supplies, completely exceeding her understanding. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes blinked without distraction. Her face, which was always covered in frost, bore an expression frozen, like an animated character, vividly adorable. She first cast a disbelieving glance at Chen Fan, then turned her head, scrutinizing the dilapidated Wuling Hongguang with a fresh perspective, as if she were redefining species recognition. The absurdly lengthy inventory list in their shared vision struck her like a heavy hammer, shattering the cognitive framework she had built over the past 20 years. 40 liters of gasoline, 8 cans of beef, and an exaggerated quantity of materials, along with a new upgrade blueprint. This was not merely unboxing, it was as if they had raided the official server's backend. Chen Fan observed her astonishment, feeling a surge of pride that almost overflowed, sweeping away any previous tension or timidity. He cleared his throat and repeated the slightly boastful question from earlier, his tone brimming with So what do you think? Do you still think my car is just special, eh? Su Qingyue finally reacted, exhaling a long, slow breath, as if to expel all the shock from her chest. She did not directly answer Chen Fan's question, but refocused her sharp and bright gaze on his face, clearly saying, "No, the car is still the same car." She paused, the faint curve at the corner of her mouth returning much clearer than before. "What's special is you?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by this sudden directness, all the witty remarks he had prepared getting stuck in his throat. He felt his cheeks warm. This woman seemed to be at a level far beyond what he had imagined. Seeing Chen Fan's rare, flustered expression, the smile in Su Qingyu's eyes deepened. She did not continue the topic, but took action to break the slightly ambiguous atmosphere. "Fuel," she succinctly reminded him. "All right, fuel." Chen Fan, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly opened the storage space. With a thought, a half-person high yellow gasoline barrel emblazoned with a striking flame symbol appeared. With a muffled thud, the gasoline barrel landed on the asphalt, kicking up a thin layer of nearly invisible dust. This visually impactful scene made Su Qingyu's pupils slightly contract once more. The numbers on the virtual panel were one thing, witnessing such a solid barrel of strategic resources materialize out of thin air was another. This meant that the two of them would be free from one of the biggest shackles in this road survival game: energy anxiety, for a long time to come. "You go ahead and fill it up." Chen Fan jumped out of the car, patting the gasoline barrel, acting like a generous landlord. "Fill it up and the rest belongs to me." Su Qingyue gave him a deep look this time. Her gaze contained not scrutiny or evaluation, but a hint of complex emotion. She did not coyly refuse, but nodded straightforwardly. "All right." She took a portable siphon from the side of her motorcycle, skillfully inserting one end into the barrel and the other into her obsidian tank. With a gurgling sound, the life-sustaining fuel flowed continuously into the motorcycle. Chen Fan, meanwhile, was not idle. He seized the moment to open the crafting interface, his gaze locking onto the new blueprint he had just acquired. Storage space expansion, white quality. Required materials, ordinary iron block, 20 satisfied, superior, wood 10 satisfied. Proceed with crafting. Crafting successful. Obtain storage space expansion, module 1. Would you like to install it immediately? Install. A soft white light surged from the central control screen inside the car, instantly enveloping the entire Wuling Hongguang. Chen Fan felt the vehicle gently tremble, as if its internal structure was undergoing a marvelous reorganization. He eagerly pulled open the back door of the van. The scene before him made him raise his eyebrows in delight. The previously empty and chaotic trunk now appeared as if it had been meticulously redesigned by an obsessive-compulsive designer. Rows of neat metal grids had appeared on the interior walls of the trunk, along with several compartments of varying sizes, dividing the entire space into an orderly manner, significantly enhancing the utilization rate. He opened the attribute panel, and in the resources section, the number of storage slots had doubled from the initial. This meant he could carry more resources, and the efficiency of snowballing would increase exponentially. All set. Su Qingyu's voice came from beside him. She had filled the tank, packed up her tools, and was curiously observing Chen Fan's glowing vehicle. All set. Chen Fan proudly patted the freshly remodeled trunk. Let me show you my mobile warehouse too. 0 version. Su Qingyue walked over, peering into the trunk. Even she, who was usually calm, revealed a hint of surprise in her eyes at this moment. This ability to create things out of thin air and instantly upgrade had completely surpassed common sense. She withdrew her gaze and looked at Chen Fan, asking, "What exactly is your talent?" This question in the end she still asked. Chen Fan knew it was an unavoidable core issue, the foundation of establishing true trust. He thought for a moment and decided to reveal a bit half-truthfully. "Do you remember my strength talent teammate?" Su Qingyue nodded. "That's actually my secondary talent," Chen Fan said, mysteriously lowering his voice. "My main talent is much more unreasonable than that." He pointed at the empty boxes on the ground and then at the gasoline barrel that still had a large portion left. "To put it simply, my luck might be a bit better than anyone else in this world. Opening boxes is my specialty." This explanation satisfied the other person's curiosity without exposing the real trump card of reward critical hit, while attributing everything to the seemingly reasonable yet unverifiable factor of luck. Luck. Su Qingyue softly repeated the word, her eyes flickering. She clearly did not fully believe it, but she did not pursue it further. Everyone has their secrets. In this apocalyptic world, keeping a trump card is the way to survive. She only needed to know that Chen Fan's luck could bring tangible benefits to their small team, and that was enough. She glanced at her motorcycle with a full fuel gauge, and then at Chen Fan, feeling a sense of relief that she had never experienced since arriving in this world. Chen Fan noticed her previously tense shoulders seemed to relax, and in a good mood, he took out 2 cans of beef from the storage, tossing one over. "Time to eat." Su Qingyue instinctively caught at the cool metal feeling, causing her to pause briefly. "To celebrate the establishment of our alliance, and by the way, to celebrate our newfound wealth." Chen Fan opened a can for himself, and the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the air. He nonchalantly plopped down on the modified bumper of the Wuling Hongguang and began to eat heartily. Watching Chen Fan's unguarded demeanor, Su Qingyue fell silent for a moment, then mimicked him, walking over to her motorcycle, elegantly sitting down and using her tactical dagger to pry open the can. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the highway in a warm, orange hue. 2 figures, a battle-damaged van and a futuristic motorcycle, formed a strange, yet harmonious picture. There was little conversation, only the sounds of chewing and the occasional breeze from afar. Yet something called trust was quietly nurturing itself in this silence. After finishing 1 can, Chen Fan felt warm all over, filled with strength. He accurately tossed the empty can into a nearby hole and stood up, brushing off his hands. "All right, we're full and ready, but it's time to get down to business." Su Qingyue also stood up, having put her helmet back on, leaving only her bright, piercing eyes visible, quietly waiting for his next words. "Captain, what should we do now?" This time her use of captain carried less of a trial and more of a natural. Chen Fan's heart thumped powerfully. He knew that from this moment on he was no longer the solitary survivor. He took a deep breath, rapidly planning in his mind. "First, we need to find a safe place to spend the night. It won't be safe on the road after dark." He glanced at the sky. "We'll continue down the road, keeping an eye out for service areas, abandoned buildings, or anything that could serve as cover. Secondly, there's the division of labor." Chen Fan turned his gaze to Su Qingyue. "Your vehicle is fast and highly mobile, responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance. My vehicle, while slower, is sturdy and reliable, with all the supplies on board serving as a mobile base and logistical support. We'll maintain a distance of about 500 meters. You scout ahead, I'll follow. Communicate any situations in real time on the team channel." Clear structure, clear division of labor. Su Qingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. She hadn't expected this seemingly erratic man to be so composed and organized at a crucial moment. Understood, she replied succinctly. Lastly, Chen Fan's expression grew serious. Don't forget that corrosive mist and road aberration entities are the real threats we face. From now on, all our actions must focus on enhancing our strength and fortifying our vehicles. Materials and blueprints, take as many as we can. After speaking, he poured the remaining gasoline into his tank and retrieved the empty barrel back into storage. Let's set off. Chen Fan opened the car door and returned to the driver's seat. We don't have many days left in our rookie phase. Okay. Su Qingyue mounted her obsidian, the engine emitting a deep, pleasant roar. Chen Fan also started his Wuling Hongguang, though it still sounded like a tractor, it now resonated with confidence. A van and a motorcycle, two beams of headlights sliced through the encroaching twilight, racing forward with renewed hope and objectives toward the unknown road ahead. The night fell like an invisible ink, slowly seeping from the end of the road, devouring the last traces of orange in the sky. Chen Fan turned on the barely functional headlights of the Wuling Hongguang, two dim, yellow beams struggling to pierce the darkness, illuminating only a small patch of the bumpy road ahead. Outside the window, the dead wilderness transformed into a vast shadow filled with countless unknowns under the night sky, and the sound of the wind grew sharp, like the whispers of some lurking monster, making the vehicle creak. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. A thin layer of sweat had already formed on Chen Fan's back, and the knuckles of his fingers gripping the steering wheel turned slightly white. Loneliness and the unknown are the best catalysts for fear, but every time he glanced at the small map and saw the stable green moving ahead of him, the turmoil in his heart would settle a bit. That it was like a lighthouse guiding him through an endless dark sea. 3 kilometers ahead, an abandoned building has been detected. Its outline resembles a small service area. The voice of Su Qingyue calmly echoed in the team channel, devoid of any ripples, yet it acted like a tranquilizer precisely injected into Chen Fan's nerves. A blurry image appeared in the shared vision. It was Su Qingyu's first-person perspective. Her obsidian motorcycle was parked on a gentle slope, and as the lens zoomed in, a solitary shadow was indeed visible beside the road, with the words "Welcome" on the roof already partially missing, swaying precariously in the night wind. Received. Stay put and remain vigilant. I will be there shortly. Chen Fan responded immediately, his voice steady and powerful, surprising even himself with his calmness at that moment. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be a captain. When someone is behind you, even the most timid person must steel themselves and stand tall. He pressed the accelerator. The Wuling Hongguang let out a heart-wrenching roar, charging forward with unprecedented momentum. A few minutes later, the dilapidated van came to a steady halt beside Su Qingyu's heavy motorcycle. She had already dismounted, leaning against the obsidian, her black combat suit almost blended into the night, with only her eyes shining remarkably in the dim light. I will go in and take a look first. Su Qingyue said succinctly, drawing a glimmering tactical dagger from the holster on her thigh. Wait. Chen Fan called out to her, rummaging through his mobile warehouse too. 0. Moments later, he pulled out something and handed it over. Use this. It was a rugged flashlight, looking big and heavy like a relic from the last century. Su Qingyue accepted it with confusion, the weight momentarily surprising her. This thing could probably be used as a brick. I found it in a box, a police-grade strong flashlight. Press the button on the back and it can instantly flash, guaranteed to blind the eyes of any 24K titanium alloy dog. Chen Fan introduced it seriously. In case there is something inside, it's better to use a flashbang first than to rush. His meticulous nature came into play again. In the face of the unknown, he thought not of charging in, but of how to leverage tools to create an advantage. Su Qingyu's gaze shifted between the flashlight and Chen Fan's face, her cold eyes briefly flashing with warmth that she herself was unaware of. She said nothing more, merely nodded, tightened her grip on the flashlight, and stealthily slipped into the shadows of the service area like a cat. Chen Fan's heart raced to his throat. He sat in the car, his eyes fixed on the area in the shared vision that was constantly moving and exploring. The service area was not large, containing a convenience store next to a public restroom, both already in a state. The shelves were toppled, the ground littered with dust and garbage, and the cash register drawer was wide open, clearly having endured a catastrophe after the disaster struck. Su Qingyue checked very carefully, leaving no corner unchecked. Safe. Her voice echoed in the channel a dozen minutes later. Only then did Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if his entire back was drenched. He started the vehicle and cautiously drove the Wuling Hongguang into the service area, parking it in front of the relatively intact convenience store, blocking most of the entrance with the vehicle, leaving only a narrow gap for one person to pass. Su Qingyue had already come out. Seeing his parking method, a glimmer of approval flashed in her eyes. This man always managed to surprise her with his attention to detail. Not bad, a natural defensive structure. Professional. Chen Fan patted the steering wheel proudly. My car can handle the twists and turns of the mountain roads, traverse fields, block doors, and keep watch. A versatile player. Su Qingwei was amused by his demeanor, her lips curving slightly as she shook her head and turned to walk into the convenience store. Chen Fan followed suit, and as soon as he entered, a wave of musty odor rushed at him. He frowned, but his gaze was immediately drawn to the farthest corner of the convenience store. There, a half-percent-high silver metal box flickering with a faint glow stood quietly against the wall. It was larger than the previous novice wooden boxes and ordinary wooden boxes, with an entirely different texture, filled with a sense of advanced technology. I can't believe it. Chen Fan's breath halted for half a second. Su Qingwei had clearly noticed it too. She quickly walked over and squatted down to observe closely. It's a supply box, but it seems to be of a higher grade. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together. The excitement of potentially scraping off a winning lottery ticket surged in his heart once more. He felt like the most dazzling person on this road. Wherever he went, benefits followed. He didn't rush to open it. Instead, he circled around the box, muttering to himself, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, not asking for tenfold, ninefold will do." Su Qingwei watched his eccentric behavior, wanting to laugh, yet feeling curious, as this man seemed to have a unique ritual before opening boxes. Chen Fan took a deep breath and locked onto the silver box on the console. Acquired rare supply box. One, would you like to open it? Yes. SSS-grade talent reward crit has been triggered. Processing. 10x crit. Chen Fan's eyes instantly widened. Tenfold. It was the highest tenfold crit. In the next second, a series of system notifications, more dazzling and dense than any previous ones, flooded the vision of the two like a golden waterfall. Congratulations. You have acquired energy crystal 20 units. Congratulations. You have acquired refined steel plate 50 units. Congratulations. You have acquired portable diesel generator 1 unit. Congratulations. You have acquired all-terrain off-road tires blue quality 4 units. Congratulations. You have acquired vehicle upgrade blueprint energy shield generator blue quality 1. Congratulations. You have acquired special item potato 10 pieces. Inside the convenience store, a profound silence fell. Chen Fan's mouth hung open, his mind blank. He felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Beside him, Su Qingyu's stunningly beautiful face had completely lost its expression management. Her eyes, always sharp as blades, were now filled with shock and confusion. Her red lips slightly parted as she stared blankly at the miraculous supply list in the shared vision. A generator, blue quality tires, and the blueprint for the energy shield generator. This was beyond good luck. It was as if the god of the road had favored them. Energy shield generator blue quality energy crystal 10, a refined steel plate 20, ordinary iron block 50. Once activated, it can form a damage-absorbing energy shield around the vehicle with a shield value of 500 points, capable of charging slowly. Looking at the blueprint's description, Chen Fan felt overwhelmed with happiness. This thing was simply a mobile lifesaver. With it, what corrosive fog, what road aberrations, 1 would crash into 1, 2 would crash into 2. That potato. Su Qingwei finally found her voice, but her tone was filled with uncertainty as she pointed at the last item on the list, her expression odd. Amidst this pile of hardcore materials filled with futuristic technology, suddenly 10 grayish potatoes popped up, creating a jarring contrast that was even a bit comical. Chen Fan noticed this too. He paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha! Awesome! We can have a feast tonight. Have you ever had roasted potatoes? Let me tell you, they are simply delicious." The immense surprise and sense of security dulled all tension and fatigue, allowing him to relax completely. Seeing Chen Fan's carefree smile, Su Qingwei couldn't help but smile as well. She found herself becoming increasingly accustomed to the surprises this man brought her, both in terms of resources and emotions. "Captain, we have struck it rich." She stood up and said sincerely. Low profile, low profile." Chen Fan waved his hand, yet the smile on his face couldn't be suppressed. Just routine operations. With a thought, a brand new small generator, 4 off-road tires with thick patterns, and a pile of shiny steel plates and crystals instantly filled the empty space of the convenience store. Boom. Chen Fan pulled the starter rope of the generator, and with a slight roar, a bulb connected to the generator instantly lit up, dispelling the darkness in the store and emitting a warm and bright glow. The light illuminated Su Qingyu's breathtaking face and the sparkle in her eyes. In this apocalyptic world, light itself was a luxurious hope. First change the tires, then install the shield. Chen Fan immediately began assigning tasks, his expression becoming exceptionally serious. "I will make it, you keep watch, and by the way, could you wash those potatoes?" Su Qingwei looked at the potatoes he handed over, then glanced at his Wuling Hongguang, which was about to undergo a gun upgrade, and for a moment she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Perhaps this is Chen Fan. He always manages to slip in elements of everyday life that make one laugh in the most tense and hardcore atmosphere. She took the potatoes and nodded. "Okay. As the night deepened, a persistent flame lit up in the abandoned service. The roar of the engine, the clinking of metal, and the sizzling of food over the flames intertwined to create a marvelous symphony of the apocalypse. A dilapidated van once marked with professional drainage had now been fitted with formidable off-road tires, and atop the roof a complex device, made of numerous blue light paths, was slowly taking shape. A breathtaking beauty cold like a fairy was squatting by the fires, skillfully peeling potatoes with a tactic. Meanwhile, their captain was directing everything with oily hands, constantly shouting, "Salt, where did I put this? Oh right, there isn't any. What a pity. If only we had some cumin, it would be perfect." The flames crackled in the makeshift stone stove, roasting the last 2 potatoes to a golden brown with oil sizzling out and a rich aroma wafting through the abandoned convenience store. The Wuling Hongguang sat quietly at the entrance like a slumbering steel giant. The previously battered body now radiated an inexplicable heaviness, while the 4 brand-new rugged all-terrain tires gripped the ground firmly. On the roof, the newly installed energy shield generator emitted a faint blue glow in the darkness filled with a sci-fi essence. If it weren't for the bold red lettering on the car door proclaiming professional downspout, no one would connect this half-modified doomsday vehicle with the dilapidated van from just a few hours ago that looked ready to fall apart. Inside the convenience store, the diesel generator hummed steadily and softly, illuminating the small space as brightly as day, dispelling all the chill and fear brought by the darkness. "Here you go." Chen Fan handed the perfectly roasted potato to Su Qinghua. She accepted it without hesitation, the warm sensation transferring to her palm, causing her always tense shoulders to relax a little. She took small bites, maintaining her elegant demeanor, but her speed was anything but slow. Chen Fan quickly finished his portion, satisfiedly burping, then plopped back into the driver's seat of the van, idly opening the chat channel. In this warm, safe, and food-abundant environment, peeking at others' suffering became a slightly guilty, yet immensely real pleasure. The channel was still the same, with wails and despair as the eternal themes. "It's dark. The headlights are broken. I see something moving by the roadside. I can't look. I'm starving. Can I trade a piece of bread for the rearview mirror of my car? The original one. Help, something bumped into my car. Durability dropped by 5 points. That thing ran too fast. I didn't see anything. I think I heard it too, right on my roof, like nails scraping glass and going crazy." Panic was highly contagious. Watching these messages made Chen Fan feel a chill creeping up his back. He glanced at the pristine data on his attribute panel. Vehicle durability 75100, shield value 500500, inactive. The chill instantly dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of security. Su Qinghua had finished her potato at some point and walked over, leaning against the passenger door, her gaze fixed on the virtual screen. "It seems the road aberration has started to move." Her voice was soft, but carried a hint of gravity. "Yes, the novice protection period doesn't seem to be absolutely safe." Chen Fan turned off the noisy chat channel, and the cabin fell silent, leaving only the generator's rhythmic hum. In the stillness, the atmosphere seemed to grow subtly delicate. Chen Fan could smell a faint, pleasant scent coming from Su Qinghua, not perfume, but more like a blend of some shower gel mixed with her natural fragrance, which felt particularly strong in the confined space. He felt his heartbeat involuntarily quicken. To break the awkward silence, he took the initiative to bring up a topic. "By the way, I've always been curious, how did you get those 15 iron blocks in the beginning?" Back then, everyone's supply boxes yielded nothing but bricks and worn socks. He tried to sound casual, as if he were just chatting. Su Qinghua tilted her head, her clear eyes under the light, gazing at him, as if seeing through his little thoughts. She didn't answer immediately, but countered, "Aren't you curious about what my talent is?" Chen Fan was taken aback, his heart skipped a beat. Here it came, the core question that he couldn't evade. It was a necessary path to establish true trust. He cleared his throat to mask his nervousness. "If you're willing to share, I'm certainly curious." Su Qinghua fell silent for a moment, as if organizing her words. "My talent is a level martial arts master." "A level?" Chen Fan's pupils slightly contracted. Although it couldn't compare to his S and SS level talents, a level talent was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the pyramid in this area of 100,000 people. Martial arts master. Chen Fan's brain buzzed, his heartbeat gripped by an invisible hand, and suddenly skipped a beat. He had previously felt proud of his level talent, thinking he was the chosen one. But now it seemed that in this arena of 100,000 people, there were certainly many hidden talents. A level talent was enough to crush 99.9% of players. Martial arts master. Chen Fan's voice felt dry as he repeated it instinctively, but his mind was already in turmoil. Countless clues instantly connected. Why did she dare to roam alone at night? How could she produce 15 iron blocks, which were considered a fortune in the early stages of the game? Why, when faced with his modified war vehicle and a car full of supplies, did she not show greed or fear, but rather a kind of nearly equal scrutiny? So this was the root of it all. Su Qingyue watched the myriad expressions on his face. A faint curve appeared at the corner of her mouth, quickly returning to calm. Well, it was just luck, Su Qingyue said lightly, using the same excuse Chen Fan had previously given her. Once done, her eyes, which seemed to pierce the heart, continued to gaze quietly at Chen Fan without further words. The meaning was clear. I have confessed, now it's your turn. Chen Fan felt a dryness in his throat. He knew he could no longer brush it off with just luck. That would not only be disrespectful to Su Qingyue, but also irresponsible towards the future of their alliance. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if to expel all the hesitation and worries from his heart. He turned to face Su Qingyue, looking into her eyes with an unprecedented seriousness. My team invite is indeed S-level talent, but as I said before, it is merely my secondary talent. Su Qingyue's eyes slightly narrowed, and she instinctively softened her breathing. Chen Fan articulated each word clearly, his voice not loud, but resonating clearly in the small cabin. My primary talent is SS level reward critical hit. SS level. Su Qingyue's lips parted slightly, instinctively repeating the words, her mind momentarily blanking at the weight these two letters represented. The effect is very simple and also unreasonable. Chen Fan smiled wryly. Whenever I open any form of supply box, I will trigger a critical hit 100% of the time, receiving random rewards of 2 to 10 times. 100%, 2 to 10 times. These words exploded in Su Qingyue's mind like thunder. On her face, which was always covered with frost, all calmness and composure collapsed and disintegrated at this moment, replaced by an unmistakable extreme shock. She finally understood. Everything became clear. Why during the first trade could he offer 200 milliliters of pure water for just 10 iron blocks? Because that 200 milliliters of water was perhaps just a drop in the bucket for him. Why could a novice supply box yield enough food, water, and wood to fill a small warehouse? Why could a rare supply box produce a strategic-level divine item, such as the energy shield blueprint, along with an exaggerated quantity of rare materials? This was not luck. This was a miracle. A bug that should absolutely not exist in this cruel world. Inside the convenience store, a long, deathly silence fell. Only the generator continued to hum tirelessly, as if providing an accompaniment to this astonishing secret. Su Qingyue stood there dazed, looking at Chen Fan, her usually sharp eyes now filled with confusion and a loss of focus. Her brain was racing, trying to digest this information that could overturn her worldview. After a long while, she finally found her voice, which carried a dryness and tremor she was even unaware of. So, those 10 potatoes, puffed. Chen Fan, who had been nervously observing her reaction, couldn't help but laugh out loud at her nonsensical question. His laughter seemed to break some kind of frozen barrier, allowing the air to start flowing again. Su Qingyue also seemed to wake up, looking at Chen Fan's relaxed smile, and couldn't help but smile back. That smile was like the melting of an iceberg, the blooming of a snow lotus, illuminating the entire convenience store, which was already brightened by the lights. She let out a long breath, the tumult in her heart gradually calming down, replaced by an unprecedented I understand now. She looked back at Chen Fan, her gaze becoming incredibly complex, filled with shock, relief, and even a hint of gratitude. Grateful that she had made the right bet initially. So, Captain. She suddenly took a step forward, leaning closer to Chen Fan, her warm breath brushing against his face, her beautiful eyes carrying a mischievous smile as she lowered her voice. Should I burn incense for you and bow before opening boxes from now on? Warm breath hit his face, bringing with it a pleasant scent, causing Chen Fan's heart to skip a beat and his cheeks flushed instantly. Ahem, that's completely unnecessary. He awkwardly leaned back, trying to create some distance. It's just routine, we have to trust science. Looking at his innocent demeanor, the smile in Su Qingyue's eyes deepened. She straightened up, returning to her cold demeanor, as if the enchanting fairy was merely a figment of Chen Fan's imagination. All right, I won't tease you anymore. She turned, leaning against the car body, gazing into the endless darkness outside. The secret is out. How do you feel? I feel. Chen Fan touched his burning face, steadied himself, and imitated her posture, looking into the darkness. I feel the burden on my shoulders has suddenly increased by several pounds. This was not a lie. With an SS-level talent and a powerful ally he could fully trust, he was no longer the lone wolf who only needed to consider his own survival. But I also feel unprecedentedly at ease, he added. Su Qingyue did not turn back, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. So do I. Trust, the most precious luxury in this apocalyptic world, was firmly held in their hands at this moment. Let's rest. Chen Fan closed the car door, completely isolating the darkness and cold from the outside. You can have the back compartment. You'll squeeze in the passenger seat for the night. No need. Su Qingyue's voice came from outside the car. Tonight, you'll keep watch while you sleep. Tomorrow it's your turn to drive all day. You need to be well rested. Her voice was soft, but carried an undeniable firmness. Chen Fan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it ultimately turned into a light chuckle. All right, He lay in the spacious back compartment, resting his head on his arms, listening to the steady hum of the generator outside along with the occasional soft sounds made by the dark figure moving about. All his fears, anxieties, and confusion were replaced in that moment by an unprecedented calm. The world remained that desperate world, but his world now had a light that would never extinguish and a guardian he could trust completely with his back. He closed his eyes and almost instantly fell into a deep sleep. This was the most peaceful sleep he had experienced since arriving in this world. The night was as thick as unyielding ink. Chen Fan had a dream. In the dream, he was no longer an ordinary person driving a dilapidated van, but the only legend on the eternal highway codenamed God of Wuling. His vehicle, the Hongguang S, emblazoned with professional drainage, had now evolved into its ultimate form. The car was draped in a dazzling energy shield with 4 all-terrain tires larger than grinding wheels, and on the roof was mounted an Italian cannon capable of launching baked potatoes, consuming only a lollipop for every 100 kilometers. Beside him in the passenger seat sat Su Qinghua. She was clad in a form-fitting silver battle armor, her coldly beautiful face displaying 3 parts admiration, 3 parts infatuation, and 4 parts blind obedience to Captain. You are right, Captain. In the dream, Su Qinghua handed him a bottle of ice-cold soda from 1982, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. 300 kilometers ahead, we've discovered the king of highway aberrations, the Abyss Devourer. It has taken over the only toll station we can't get through. Chen Fan curled his lips into a devilish smile reminiscent of a dragon king, calmly shaking his finger. A mere devourer, hardly worth mentioning. Just watch me step on the gas and crush it. With that, he slammed the accelerator, and the Wuling God vehicle let out a dragon-like roar, ready to charge forward for a triumphant return. Ding, clang, clatter. A series of extremely faint yet extraordinarily clear noises akin to fingernails scraping metal suddenly pierced through the exterior, sharply shattering his heroic dream. Chen Fan jolted awake from the dream. He found himself lying on the cold floor of the vehicle, a coat draped over him, with drool forming a crystalline thread at the corner of his mouth. What God of Wuling and Italian cannon were mere illusions. But he quickly realized that the ding-ding noises they continued rhythmically, one after another, accompanied by the scurrying sounds of some small animal's claws clearly targeting his precious van. What the hell? Thieves. Nowhere would thieves come from in this godforsaken place. That must be a highway aberration. Chen Fan's heart leaped to his throat, and images of the wails of people in the regional channel flashed through his mind. What about sounds of fingernails scraping the roof? What about the car was hit by something unknown? Is it my turn? He scrambled up from the rear compartment, hardly daring to breathe, like a frightened groundhog, quietly edging towards the window to peek through a gap. In the convenience store, the portable diesel generator was still diligently working, illuminating a small area. Then he saw a scene that sent chills down his spine. Su Qinghua was not resting. She resembled a poised black leopard, lowering her center of gravity, armed with a tactical dagger and a powerful flashlight that could serve as a brick, moving around his Wuling Hongguang with an extremely professional and eerily stealthy manner. Her footsteps were silent, each landing precisely in the shadows her bright and sharp eyes locked onto. His tires. Chen Fan followed her gaze, his pupils dilating in shock. Beside the brand-new, awe-inspiring all-terrain tires he had just installed, there were 3 or 4 shadowy little creatures working diligently. These creatures stood about a foot tall, resembling squashed groundhogs, their bodies covered in dirty fur that seemed to be a mix of rust and grease. They had no eyes, just a large nose pressed against the tire, constantly sniffing. The most absurd part was that their 4 short claws with long dark nails were working together at an astonishing speed to unscrew the nuts on his tires. The ding-ding sounds were from the nuts clashing against the wheel hub as they were loosened. What the hell? Are these highway tire thieves? Is crime like this really happening in a post-apocalyptic world? Chen Fan's brain malfunctioned for a full 3 seconds before he snapped back to this absurd scene. He watched the little creatures' skilled movements, clearly defined roles. Some were responsible for unscrewing, some for lookout, and one even pulled out a ragged cloth bag from behind, preparing to collect the nuts. Their skills were better than the interns at his former company. Just then, Su Qinghua made her move. Her figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, without a sound, instantly crossing several meters, her tactical dagger transforming into a silver flash as it aimed at the back of one tire thief. The value of the A-grade talent martial arts master was fully displayed in that moment. Chen Fan could swear that the speed and angle of this strike would make even the top assassins in martial arts movies kneel in defeat. However, what happened next completely overturned his worldview. Just as the dagger's tip was about to touch the tire thief, it seemed as if the little creature had eyes in the back of its head. Not even turning its head, its whole body rolled away in a manner completely defying the laws of physics, instantly dodging this deadly strike. Not only that, it deftly stuffed a freshly unscrewed nut into its pocket. With the blow missed, Su Qingwei did not pause for a moment, her wrist twisting the dagger, slashing sideways, her movements flowing like water fast enough to leave behind only an afterimage. Yet those 3 or 4 tire thieves darted around like slippery loaches, moving at astonishing speed, always managing to dodge the attacks at the last moment. They even had the leisure to emit mocking chattering sounds, as if saying, "Come catch me if you do, I'll let you have some fun." Chen Fan was left gaping at the window, his mouth wide enough to fit a potato. What was he witnessing? A stunning beauty with a grade martial arts skills playing a real-life version of whack-a-mole with a few tire-stealing groundhogs. Moreover, she couldn't even land a hit. The scene was too beautiful. He could hardly bear to watch. Su Qingwei evidently was growing frustrated, a rare flicker of irritation appearing on her usually cold and beautiful face. She halted her attack, took a deep breath, then abruptly pressed the strobe button on her powerful flashlight. Z. A beam of light potent enough to blind a gold-plated dog's eyes erupted, illuminating the entire service area as if it were daytime. The tire thieves were caught off guard by this sudden flashbang, stumbling in place with piercing shrieks, hastily covering their large noses with their paws. Now's the time. Su Qingwei moved again, this time targeting the tire thief, clutching the nut bag. But just as she was about to succeed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tire thieves, still covering their noses, suddenly opened their mouths in unison, spitting out several black gooey objects that shot towards Su Qingwei like marbles. Su Qingwei reacted swiftly, executing a graceful backflip, landing lightly 2 meters away, dodging the incoming projectiles. Those black marbles hit the ground with a thud, releasing an indescribable stench that mingled the odors of dirty socks and expired engine oil. Chen Fan could smell it inside the vehicle, nearly passing out on the spot. What the hell was this, a biological weapon? He quickly opened the regional chat channel to see if anyone else had encountered such bizarre creatures. Looning help. Something is crawling on my roof. It's so strong. My sunroof is about to be lifted. Road killer Xiao Tiantiana. Something is hugging my car from behind. The durability is plummeting. It's gnawing on my exhaust pipe. Lonely walker old Wong, don't make a sound. I saw a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster walk past my car. It was dragging a crushed beetle. The channel was filled with the cries of terror, everyone encountering creatures that were enough to drive one mad. Chen Fan silently closed the channel, glancing once more at the tire thieves outside, who were proudly strutting around while chattering at Su Qingwei. He suddenly felt that he and Su Qingwei were not quite on the same wavelength as others in this server. While others were dealing with horror stories, how had it turned into a comedic animal world for him? At this moment, Su Qingwei had reached a stalemate with the tire thieves. She could tell that these little creatures had great speed and could spit, but they lacked any strong offensive capabilities. They were just extremely annoying and disgusting. And a grade master couldn't spend the whole night fighting a few groundhogs, could she? What would she do for her reputation if word got out? Just as she was at a loss, the door of the Wuling Hongguang creaked open. Chen Fan, like a martyr about to meet a heroic end, pinched his nose with one hand and raised a empty beef can from his meal with the other, jumping down from the vehicle. "You pests! Stop!" he shouted with all his might. Su Qingwei. Several tire thieves chirped. They all turned their heads in unison, their tiny black eyes, which Chen Fan later realized were nostrils, curiously fixating on this newly emerged bipedal creature. Chen Fan cleared his throat, trying to appear as a profound and inscrutable negotiation expert. Ahem, he stepped forward a couple of paces, raising the empty can. "Higher fellow heroes, I assume you are all out here just to earn a living. Tires are hard, you can't eat them or drink them, and taking them home won't make your sister-in-law happy. When will grudges end? Why not sit down and talk?" Su Qingwei looked at him with an expression that said, "I suspect your brain is being pinched by the door." She completely could not understand how this man could seriously engage in friendly negotiations with a few tire-stealing monsters. However, an even more perplexing scene unfolded. The slightly larger tire thief, tilting its head, examined Chen Fan for a few seconds, then surprisingly nodded at him, as if it understood, letting out a few chirps, as if saying, "Go on." Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. It worked. There was hope. Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. It seemed these little creatures could understand human speech. He quickly pulled out a handful of glistening metal objects from his storage. Ordinary iron blocks, 10. Clang clang. 10 iron blocks were thrown to the ground, shimmering under the light, emitting a crisp and pleasant sound. In that instant, all the tire thieves' nostrils flared wide, their eyes glued to the iron blocks on the ground, producing a gurgling sound of extreme desire, no longer fearing the dagger in Su Qingyu's hand. "See that?" Chen Fan pointed at the iron blocks coaxingly. "Isn't this better than your lousy nuts? Shiny and hefty, whether for making earrings for your sister-in-law or crafting a slingshot for the kids, it's quite as long as you return my nuts and guarantee you won't bother us again." He paused, revealing a merchant-like smile. "These will all be yours." The leader of the tire thieves, the big brother, eagerly rubbed its little paws together, glancing at the iron blocks on the ground, and then at the few black nuts in its companion's pocket, entering into a fierce internal struggle. After a moment, it made a decision. It called out to its little brothers with a series of excited chirps, and the reluctant one, clutching the bag, immediately threw it down, causing a few nuts to roll out. Then the big brother extended a paw towards Chen Fan, pointing at the iron blocks on the ground. The meaning was clear: goods exchanged for payment. Chen Fan suppressed his laughter, giving it an okay gesture. Thus, under the completely petrified gaze of Su Qingyue, a transaction regarded as the most bizarre in the history of the Eternal Highway was completed. The tire thieves happily grabbed iron blocks larger than their heads and vanished into the dark wilderness, but not before the big brother turned back to Chen Fan, chirping twice, as if to say, "Brother, I've got your back from now on." At the convenience store entrance, only Chen Fan and Su Qingyue remained, along with a scene of chaos. Su Qingyue finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Her shoulders shook slightly before she let out a soft laugh, which quickly escalated into hearty laughter. She leaned against the car, laughing so hard she could barely hold her dagger. The icy facade melted, completely replaced by a radiant smile as warm as spring sunshine. Chen Fan was momentarily dumbfounded. Ahem. Routine operation, just a routine operation. He picked up a nut from the ground, feigning calmness. As a qualified captain, one must not only excel in combat, but also know how to use love and peace to enlighten all beings. You. Su Qingyue laughed for a while before recovering, wiping away the tears of laughter at the corners of her eyes as she looked at Chen Fan, her bright eyes filled with mischievous delight. You really are a genius. She couldn't think of any other words to describe him. Solving a crisis with 10 ordinary iron blocks without shedding blood and casually establishing a connection with the local big shots. Who could have imagined such a move? All right, stop laughing, come help me. Chen Fan handed her the nut. Quickly get the tires fixed. If they change their minds and come back for seasoning, we'll be in trouble. Su Qingyue was once again amused by his words, but she accepted the nut, and together they began to screw in the bolts under the light, grunting slightly. The world remained the same, fraught with danger. Yet their world seemed to be careening toward an unpredictable, absurd, and joyful direction. The darkness before dawn was at its thickest and quietest. As the final nut was tightened, Chen Fan brushed the dust off his hands, let out a long sigh, and attempted to strike a profound pose of a master departing after a deed well done. See, being a qualified captain isn't just about fighting and killing, it's also about using love and peace to enlighten all beings. He straightened his back and summarized in a tone that suggested everything was under control. However, his grand declaration was met with another burst of uncontrollable laughter from Su Qingyue, her shoulders shaking violently. Leaning against the car, she finally managed to straighten up, wiping the tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes. Her bright eyes shimmered with light, brimming with playful mockery. Yes, yes, our diplomatic genius, Captain Chen Fan. She mimicked his tone, deliberately drawing out her words. You've successfully signed a friendly mutual assistance agreement with the Underground Nut Enthusiasts Association. I suggest we give them an official code name. Call them the Rust Commando. How about that? Your vision is— Chen Fan wagged his fingers solemnly, completely missing her teasing. They are an organized, disciplined, and skilled group. They should be called the Eternal Highway Groundhog Construction Crew. Sounds much more professional. Su Qingyue was utterly amused by his earnest demeanor. She realized she had laughed more tonight than in the past. This man possessed a peculiar magic, always capable of twisting the most terrifying and dangerous situations into an absurd comedy that left one both amused and exasperated. Bickering as they went, the two returned to the brightly lit convenience store. The relief of surviving the ordeal and the satiety from food created an unprecedented atmosphere of harmony. Chen Fan sat grandly on a collapsed shelf, pulled a bottle of purified water from his storage space, took a big swig like a bandit chief, and then said with mock seriousness, "All right, let's hold a post-battle debriefing." Su Qingyue crossed her arms and watched him, leisurely curiosity in her eyes, wondering what new mischief he would concoct. Enemy unit Groundhog Construction Crew threat level assessed as low, harassment capability rated as a high. Chen Fan cleared his throat, imitating a movie narrator. Special abilities include physics-defying lateral drift, concentrated stinky sock, biochemical saliva, and ancestral master-level locksmith skills. Weaknesses. He chuckled slyly. Extreme materialism. They're utterly helpless against shiny. Su Qingyue couldn't help but laugh, yet she played along and asked, "So, Captain Chen, based on your analysis, what can we learn from this incident?" "What we've learned is—" Chen Fan's expression suddenly turned serious. "The aberrants in this world might not all be the mindlessly destructive monsters the announcements claim. Some might be negotiable, even tradable." This conclusion made Su Qingyue's gaze grow solemn as well. She recalled that although the tire thieves were annoying, they had never shown any real intent to kill. Their attacks were more like pranks aimed solely at stealing the metal parts from the tires. If Chen Fan's speculation was true, it would undoubtedly open a new, unexpected window for their survival in this cruel world. Just then, Chen Fan habitually opened the regional chat channel to see how others were faring tonight and to find some sense of superiority. The channel was still filled with wails of despair, a parade of horrors. Lone Wolf Old Wong, that humanoid monster is back. It's dismantling my car. Help. My car was bought on a loan. Road Killer Sweetie, boo-hoo, my exhaust pipe was chewed off. Now my car sounds like a tractor farting. I just want to survive. Someone please give me some food. They'll tell you the secret of my Scrade Talent Super Body Odor. It can scare off most of Barents, I swear. Chen Fan shook his head about to close this live stream of human misery when a peculiar message suddenly popped up. Mysterious Merchant Xiao, buying energy crystals, refined steel plates, and all valuable blueprints. Also, I have a map fragment of the Whisper gas station for trade only for a portable generator. Coordinates via private message. Serious inquiries only. A portable generator. Chen Fan and Su Qinghua exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Wasn't that exactly what they had just pulled from the rare supply crate? And it was a tenfold critical hit. Whisper gas station. Su Qinghua murmured the name. It doesn't sound like a safe place, but if it's real, a stable source of gasoline would be invaluable. Whisper gas station. Su Qinghua murmured the name. It doesn't sound like a safe place, but if it's real, a stable source of gasoline would be invaluable. And take our stuff. An old trick. Just as he finished speaking, an even more absurd message appeared in the channel. Crazy Ivan, I swear. I really saw it. A vending machine with legs. It ran off jingling and clanging. I chased it to buy a pack of spicy sticks, and it sped up. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Below this message, a flood of replies poured in. Bro, you're hallucinating from hunger. Go to sleep, you'll find everything in your dreams. But Chen Fan and Su Qinghua fell silent. In a world where tire-stealing groundhogs could engage in cross-species trade, a runaway vending machine didn't seem so hard to accept. This world is livelier than I imagined. Chen Fan chuckled dryly as he closed the channel. What should we do? Contact that mysterious merchant. Su Qinghua asked, deferring the decision to him. Not yet. Chen Fan shook his head, a calmness in his eyes that belied his usual demeanor. We have 40 liters of fuel now, enough to last a while. The generator is our key strategic asset. We can't risk it lightly. Let's get some sleep, recharge, and reassess the situation at daybreak. He stood up, walked over to the generator, and decisively flipped the switch. The convenience store was instantly swallowed by darkness, save for the energy shield generator on the roof of the Wuling minivan, which emitted a faint blue glow like a guardian eye in the night. All right, time to sleep. Chen Fan clapped his hands. No worries about safety. My turtle shell system can withstand 500 points of damage. Even that 3-ma turtle monster would need to chew on it for a while. Just as they were about to find spots to rest, a very faint squeak came from the gap in the doorway blocked. They're here. Both tensed up instantly. Su Qinghua gripped her dagger, and Chen Fan grabbed the police-grade flashlight. Had the groundhog construction crew changed their minds? Or had their reinforcements arrived? Chen Fan held his breath, cautiously approached the car window, and peered through the gap. Under the moonlight, he saw a familiar figure, the boss of the groundhog construction crew. It was alone, squatting by the door. When it saw Chen Fan's face at the window, it puffed out its little chest in a human-like gesture of pride. Then, using its nose, it pushed a small dark object through the gap under the door into the convenience store. Having done this, it let out a couple of squeaks toward the window as if seeking credit, then turned and scurried away, vanishing into the vast night. Chen Fan and Su Qinghua stared at each other, utterly bewildered. What kind of move was this? If you can't beat them, join them. No, was it a post-transaction gift? Chen Fan mustered his courage, walked over, turned on the flashlight, and illuminated the small object on the floor. It was a gear about the size of a thumb, made of some unknown metal. The gear was exquisitely crafted, its surface covered in complex patterns, and it even felt slightly warm to the touch. Through the hole in the gear was threaded a grass rope, from which hung a dirty little iron plate. Su Qinghua also leaned in, curiously crouching down to carefully scrape the grime off the iron plate with the tip of her dagger. Under the flashlight's beam, a Chinese character, crudely scratched in with a claw, yet clearly legible, was revealed to the two of them. Oil. Chen Fan and Su Qinghua, two people with 6 eyes, including the one on the flashlight, stared fixedly at the small pitch-black gear tied with a straw rope lying on the ground. And on the gear, after being scraped clean, the Chinese character oil stood out with unexpected clarity. The air seemed to congeal, with only the diesel generator humming on like a heartless straight man, desperately amplifying the absurd atmosphere. Finally, Chen Fan broke the silence. He slowly, very slowly, straightened up, hands on his hips, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the leaky ceiling of the convenience store, a mysterious smile spreading across his face as if he had uncovered the secrets of the universe. "See that," he intoned with a dramatic flair. "This is the art of diplomacy. Trust across species, the ultimate triumph of love and peace." He swept his hand, dramatically pointing at the gear on the ground, his voice brimming with unrestrained pride. "I hereby dub it the Wuling Hongguang and Groundhog Construction Team Framework Agreement on Friendly Mutual Assistance and Metal Parts Trade. And this gear is the testament to our great friendship." Su Qingyue, her beautiful eyes, which had just barely recovered from extreme shock, were now once again filled with bewilderment. She found that her brain's CPU always seemed a bit inadequate when faced with Chen Fan's quirky thought process. She silently stood up, looking him over from head to toe, as if observing an alien creature, then asked in an extremely uncertain tone, "So, we've now formed a strategic partnership with a group of professional tire thieves, spitters, and metal part collecting mutant groundhogs." "Small-minded," Chen Fan corrected her with righteous indignation. "What do you mean by thieves? That's a relentless pursuit of metal craftsmanship. And spitting, that's a unique defense mechanism. They are organized, disciplined, and idealistic. The Eternal Highway Underground Resource Exploration Team. And me," he puffed out his chest with pride, "I am their sole designated human partner, Mr. Chen Fan." Su Qingyue was completely speechless. She felt that arguing with Chen Fan about this was less worthwhile than studying the chemical composition of the mutant groundhog saliva. She gave up on communication, bent down, and picked up the testament of friendship. It was slightly heavy in her hand, carrying a peculiar warmth. The gear was exquisitely crafted, far beyond what those groundhogs could have made with their claws. It looked more like a core component from some high-precision machinery. "This thing, it doesn't seem like they made it themselves," Su Qingyue said, handing the gear to Chen Fan and stating her judgment. "Of course not." Chen Fan took the gear, cradling it like a royal jade seal, examining it closely in his palm. "This is definitely their heirloom. The ultimate symbol of honor within their exploration team, the golden gear medal. Whoever holds this is like the team leader in person. With this, we can waltz through the groundhog world unchallenged." Su Qingyue, watching him lost in his own fantasy, couldn't help but extend a slender finger and gently poke the crooked oil character on the gear. "So it seems your golden gear medal might just be a membership card from some gas station." Ahem. Chen Fan's fantasy was mercilessly punctured. His face reddened, and he coughed dryly, trying to save face. "Shallow. How could this be a membership card? This is clearly a treasure map. One character, oil concise, yet profound, pointing straight to the core. It means they've told us the location of a massive secret oil depot, possibly containing thousands of tons of gasoline." He spoke with unwavering certainty, as if he could already see the gates of the oil depot. Su Qingyue was amused by his sheer audacity. She stopped arguing and simply crossed her arms, watching him leisurely. "So, Captain Treasure Hunter Chen Fan, how do we use this treasure map now? Does it glow or vibrate?" "Good question." Chen Fan immediately seized the opportunity. He held the gear up to his eye, squinting the other, and pretended to look through the central hole, muttering incantations. "Seek the dragon's veins, split the gold view, the winding mountains, one twist, one barrier." "Got it. The east. It points us to the east." Su Qingyue followed his gaze to the convenience store wall. She said flatly, "That's the women's restroom." Chen Fan's movement froze. The scene was extremely awkward. Finally, Su Qingyue broke the tension, turning her gaze back to the endless darkness outside the door. "Regardless, this is at least a clue. Compared to that mysterious merchant trading map fragments for Generator's ID, rather trust this exploration team." Her tone carried a hint of relief. In this apocalyptic world, human hearts were far harder to fathom than monsters. A gear of unknown origin seemed more reliable than an anonymous trade request. Great minds think alike. Chen Fan immediately found a way to save face. He put away the gear and restored his captain's dignity. "That mysterious merchant is obviously a crook. Trade our Tentamescrit generator for a torn map. Dream on. We've got inside connections through the groundhogs. We don't play by the rules." They exchanged a knowing smile, a wordless understanding silently blooming under the light. "All right, enough fooling around." Chen Fan shut off the generator, leaving only the faint blue glow of the energy shield on the roof. "It's late, let's get some rest. He'll take the late-night watch. You sleep, you've had a rough day." He referred to Su Qingyue's real-life whack-a-mole battle with the groundhog construction team. Su Qingyue glanced at him, and this time she didn't refuse, simply letting out a soft moan. She knew this man was shouldering the responsibility of a captain in his own way. She returned to the modified rear compartment where clothes were spread out, forming a comfortable makeshift bed. Chen Fan leaned back in the passenger seat, idly playing with the warm gear in his hand, listening to Su Qingyue's steady, soft breathing from behind, his heart filled with tranquility. He thought he might truly be a genius. In the apocalypse, others faced bloodshed, slaughter, and despair. But he from the start had gained a stunningly beautiful teammate, formed a strategic alliance with the local native forces, and now held an inside treasure map poised to reach the pinnacle of life. This storyline was utterly twisted. The next day, as the first pale light of dawn touched the horizon, Chen Fan was startled awake by a faint click. He opened his eyes to see Su Qingwei already fully dressed, inspecting her motorcycle. Her sleek black combat suit outlined breathtaking curves in the morning light. Morning. She turned and nodded at Chen Fan, the morning sunlight softening her usually cold demeanor. Morning. Chen Fan stretched, feeling a surge of energy. They had breakfast with leftover canned beef and purified water, then packed up to leave. Any insights from the treasure map? Su Qingwei asked as she slid her tactical knife back into its leg holster. Of course. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously, pulling the golden gear medal from his pocket. I've been communicating with it all night. It told me that as long as we hold on to hope, it will guide us. Before he could finish, a sudden change occurred. The moment Chen Fan started the Wuling Hongguang, the previously ordinary gear in his hand suddenly vibrated with a soft hum. Then the complex patterns on the gear's surface all lit up with a faint red glow. The red light swirled within the gear, eventually converging into an ultra-fine beam, like a laser pointer shooting out from the gear's hole and pointing steadily to the left front of the road. Chen Fan and Su Qingwei were both stunned. Holy crap! Chen Fan exclaimed, staring at the gear that had suddenly turned into a high-tech navigation device, nearly twisting the steering wheel off. See that? I told you it was alive. It can feel the summoning of my kingly aura. Su Qingwei had long given up on mocking him. Her sharp eyes locked onto the direction of the beam, and she said solemnly, "Looks like our inside channel is pretty reliable." Absolutely. Chen Fan floored the accelerator. The Wuling Hongguang let out an unprecedented confident roar, and the energy shield on the roof flickered, as if heralding the start of a new day. Hold tight, my chief combat officer and navigator. Chen Fan shouted with exuberance. Next stop, the Groundhog Construction Team's honorably recommended 5-star certified Royal Underground gas station. Let's roll. A half-modified Apocalypse War wagon and a futuristic heavy motorcycle, following a navigation gear, gifted by mutant groundhogs, sped off once more toward the unknown road ahead. This time their goal was clearer than ever before. The highway stretched infinitely under the morning light, like a gray scarred satin ribbon. The Wuling Hongguang drove exceptionally smoothly. The newly replaced off-road tires rolled over the potholes of the road, producing a dull, yet reassuring bump. The energy shield generator on the roof was not activated, but under the sunlight the blue energy circuits still glimmered faintly, endowing this van with a sci-fi aesthetic that was uncharacteristic of it. Chen Fan comfortably rested one hand on the car window, while the other firmly held the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at the golden gear medal secured with tape on the center console. A slender red beam shot from the center of the gear, unwaveringly pointing to the front left, like the most loyal guide. Do you see it? Professional. Chen Fan said to the team channel in an infuriating tone. What does professional mean? This is what professional looks like. We are currently traveling on the Mole Construction Team VIP exclusive passage. Ordinary people wouldn't even have access to this route. In the channel, Su Qingwei let out a soft, amused snort. Yes, Captain Chen. Her voice came through the radio, cold yet tinged with a hint of mockery. Shouldn't we consider whether we should bring some gifts when we meet the leader of the construction team? Like a box of cigars or 2 bottles of 82 engine oil. Shallow. Chen Fan immediately. The relationship between us and the construction team is pure, elevated above base interests, founded on metal and trust, a sacred friendship. How can it be sullied by material things? He paused, then shifted his tone. Of course, if we could conveniently bring along a couple of high-end screws, that would also count as fulfilling our duties as allies. Su Qingwei was amused by his words, laughing lightly. Her laughter was clear like the sound of wind chimes. Chen Fan's mood also lifted. He glanced at the small map at the green dot closely following him, then looked ahead at the road indicated by the red light, feeling an unprecedented sense of control. This is how the apocalypse should be. With beautiful companions, divine level enhancements, mysterious allies, and a clear treasure-hunting goal. As for those unfortunate souls crying out for help in the regional channel, one could only say that the joys and sorrows of people are not interconnected. After driving for more than half an hour, the scenery around began to change. On the wasteland beside the highway, signs of human, or rather mouse, activity began to appear. Next to some low earth mounds, one could see numerous half-meter-tall dark holes with the soil around the entrances freshly overturned. Occasionally, abandoned cars gnawed down to their skeletons could be seen by the roadside. All metal parts from mirrors to engine hoods completely scavenged, the handiwork as clean and efficient as a swarm of locusts. It seems we are nearing the headquarters of the construction team. Su Qingyu's voice rang out in the channel, carrying a hint of curiosity. Chen Fan slowed down, and he even saw a crooked sign made from broken wooden planks next to one of the holes. It bore a pattern of a nut drawn with some black tar-like substance. Look, it's their headquarters building guide. Chen Fan introduced to Su Qingwei with a straight face. Just then the red light shot out from the navigation gear suddenly began to flicker, the frequency increasing. Simultaneously, the beam's direction dipped slightly, eventually pointing to a massive rock wall not far ahead on the road. There lay the end of the highway. A large-scale landslide had occurred ahead, with countless massive rocks and dirt completely blocking the way, forming a natural cliff. A dead end. Su Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly as her Black Panther came to a slow halt. Chen Fan also parked the Wuling Hongguang beside her, looking at the despairing rock wall ahead, yet he remained unperturbed. No, this is not a dead end. He smiled mysteriously. This is the entrance to the VIP passage. He opened the car door and jumped out, still toying with the gear that had stopped glowing and returned to its ancient form. Su Qingyue also got out of the car, walking to his side, looking at him with confusion. Where is the entrance? She looked around. Besides the cold rocks and the dead silence of the road, there was nothing. Don't rush, let me think. Chen Fan mimicked the treasure-hunting experts in movies, stroking his chin as he walked around the rock wall. According to my spiritual communication with the construction team brothers, their door-opening method should be very ceremonial. He walked while knocking here and there with the gear in his hand against the rock wall. Open sesame. The king covers the land. What brand is your nut? Su Qingyue followed behind him, watching his eccentric behavior, unable to help but smile slightly. Just as Chen Fan was about to recite every password, he knew the gear in his hand let out a soft click when it touched an inconspicuous, slightly darker stone on the rock wall. Immediately, the gear seemed to be magnetically attracted, sticking firmly to that stone. The next second, a scene that left both of them dumbfounded unfolded. Boom! Accompanied by a dull, thunderous sound, as if coming from the depths of the earth, the seemingly indestructible rock wall before them slowly cracked open in the middle. Countless dust and rubble fell, and a deep, dark tunnel entrance wide enough for the Wuling Hongguang to pass through appeared out of nowhere before their eyes. The walls of the tunnel were embedded with some unknown minerals, emitting a faint yellow light, dimly illuminating the inside. One could see numerous thick pipes and complex mechanical structures like the bones and blood vessels of a giant beast, twisted and extending into the darkness. A mixed scent of engine oil, metal, and damp earth rushed from the tunnel. Chen Fan gaped, mumbling to himself. I was just joking. Is it really the Royal Underground gas station? Su Qingyu's always cold and beautiful face was filled with disbelief and shock. She had imagined countless possibilities, but never thought that this group of mutated moles had actually dug out such a massive underground project beneath the highway. Let's go, my chief combat officer. Chen Fan snapped back to reality, his face breaking into an incredibly bright smile. He retracted the gear that had automatically bounced back, waving his hand grandly, like a victorious general. An owlie's home is our home. Let's see what good things they have prepared for us. He opened the car door and returned to the driver's seat. Su Qingyue also suppressed the shock in her heart, mounting her Black Panther. The roar of the engine sounded exceptionally clear at the quiet tunnel entrance. A van and a heavy motorcycle cautiously drove into this mysterious tunnel hewn by mutated moles, filled with a cyberpunk style. As they delved deeper, the scene inside the tunnel became increasingly clear. On the walls, the glowing minerals multiplied, illuminating the entire tunnel as bright as day. They could even see some members of the mole construction team carrying wrenches and hammers, busily hammering on some gigantic pipes. Upon seeing Chen Fan's vehicle, they would kindly stop working, wave their claws in display, or rather open their nostrils to show their welcome. This bizarre, yet harmonious scene made Chen Fan and Su Qingyue feel as if they had stumbled into a fantastical fairy tale world. Finally, after driving for about 5 minutes, the path ahead opened up. A massive underground cavern appeared before them. In the center of the cavern was a gigantic bottomless pool. The pool was filled with a black viscous liquid that emitted a pungent odor. Countless thick pipes extended from the pool, connecting to the extremely complex refining equipment on the surrounding walls of the cavern. Beside the pool stood a giant sign made from countless pieces of scrap metal. It was painted with 3 grandiose, powerful characters in red paint. Crude oil pool. The crude oil pool. Chen Fan murmured the 3 imposing characters in stunned silence, feeling his entire worldview shattered, and then painstakingly reassembled within 10 short minutes by these mutated mole construction workers and their expertly clawed excavation. Beside him, Su Qingyue had fallen utterly speechless. Her sharp, piercing eyes now brimmed with raw, unfiltered awe. Before them stretched a colossal underground cavern, an unfathomably deep pool of crude oil, and all around, complex machinery whose purpose remained inscrutable, yet unmistakably advanced in technological sophistication. All of it lay far beyond her prior understanding of highway aberrance. This was no monster lair. It was the buried relic of an industrial revolution hidden beneath the scorched wasteland of the apocalypse. We've struck gold. Chen Fan's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Qingyue, we've truly struck gold this time. His voice trembled faintly like a dreamer whispering in reverie while his gaze blazed with unprecedented sun-like intensity. What did this vast pool of crude oil signify? It signified an inexhaustible supply of gas. It meant their Wuling Hongguang would transform from a frugally fueled commuter vehicle into an unchained highway sovereign roaring freely across the open road. Just as Chen Fan drifted into a daydream of becoming the eternal petroleum tycoon of the highway, a familiar squeak-squeak echoed from the cavern's depths. They turned toward the sound to see their old acquaintance, the foreman of the mole construction crew, strutting forward with arrogant, self-assured strides from behind a massive rust-eaten machine. Trailing behind him marched a large contingent of crew members, each brandishing wrenches, hammers, even welding torches. Their formation resembled nothing so much as factory supervisors conducting an official inspection. Upon spotting Chen Fan and Su Qingyue, the foreman's beady black nostrils flared with uncanny anthropomorphism. He hurried over, puffed out his tiny chest, then pointed a claw emphatically at the immense oil pool. Squeak, squeak. He cried out with robust, pride-filled vigor. I understand. Chen Fan instantly grasped the meaning. Stepping forward, he mimicked the mole's gesture, pounding his own chest, then declared solemnly, Brother Foreman, rest assured, I'll take full stewardship of this oil field. From now on, we'll split profits. 3 parts for me, 7 for you. No, 8 for you, 2 for me. All I ask is enough fuel to fill my tank every day. Su Qingyue pressed her palm to her forehead, convinced Chen Fan's neural pathways had synchronized entirely with those of the mole's. Yet upon hearing Chen Fan's proposal, the mole foreman tilted his head quizzically. He shook a claw, then performed an action neither human had anticipated. He scurried to the fuel cap of the Wuling Hongguang, tapped it twice with his claw, then pressed his snout close. Next, he dashed back to the crude oil pool, dipped a claw into the viscous black liquid, lifted it to his nose, and inhaled deliberately. Then turning to Chen Fan, he offered a look of profound disdain, followed by a vigorous, unmistakable shake of his head. The message could not have been clearer. This substance bore no relation to what burned in their car's engine. Chen Fan's smile froze rigid upon his face. Of course, this was crude oil, not gasoline. It required refining before use. He felt like a man who'd just won a 500 million yuan lottery, only to discover the prize office had closed for the day. His elation plummeted from celestial heights to abyssal despair. The mole foreman, sensing his despondency, let out 2 soft squeaks, then pivoted and pointed decisively toward the colossal rust-encrusted machine from which he'd emerged. Chen Fan and Su Qingyue followed his gaze to a gargantuan apparatus of staggering complexity, its surface crisscrossed with pipes and instrument panels, yet shrouded in thick iron oxide and dust. Its vital components exposed, frayed wires, shattered gears. At its center stood what appeared to be a control console, now veiled in cobwebs, crowned by a lone flickering red warning light that pulsed like a dying ember, declaring total obsolescence. Is this the refinery? Su Qingyue's voice carried hesitant uncertainty. The mole foreman nodded vigorously, then scampered to the derelict refinery, wrapped his claw against its hull, gestured toward its damaged sections, and finally spread his tiny paws wide, a universal pantomime of helplessness. Chen Fan understood instantly. This mole construction crew had unearthed a treasure, but lacked the means to claim it. They possessed vast reserves of crude oil, yet were powerless to restore this indispensable refining apparatus. That was why they gifted him the golden gear insignia. What they sought was not a business partner, but a master engineer capable of repairing the machine. Chen Fan opened his mouth, nearly blurting out, I'm just a professional sewer technician. But gazing into the foreman's expectant nostrils, and catching Su Qingyue's inquisitive glance, he suppressed the words, overwhelmed instead by a sudden surging sense of leadership. No retreat. Precisely now was the moment to project unshakable confidence. A minor issue, he declared, clearing his throat, folding his hands behind his back, and striding forward with deliberate, measured steps toward the ruined refinery. He mimicked television experts, tapping here, peering there, interspersing his inspection with thoughtful murmurs of, ah yes, quite clear now. Both Su Qingyue and the mole foreman held their breath, watching him with taut anticipation, as if he truly were the savior destined to redeem their world. After an extended charade, Chen Fan identified a promising point of intervention, the cobweb-draped central console. It resembled nothing so much as an oversized, corroded metal chest. His heart leapt violently. A bold idea ignited in his mind. With practiced nonchalance, he placed his hand firmly upon the console. In the next instant, a system prompt, visible only to him and Su Qingyue, materialized silently before their eyes. Detected activatable item, decommissioned refinery core, purple tier. Activate. Purple tier. Chen Fan's breath caught for half a second, higher than even rare resource crates. Suppressing his inner euphoria, he maintained his inscrutable sage-like composure and addressed Su Qingyue and the mole foreman calmly. Nothing serious. merely the core power module in dormant state. I'll perform a cardiac resuscitation. With that, he screamed inwardly with every fiber of his being. Activate. SSS-tier talent reward critical hit activated. Executing. 10 critical multiplier. Tenfold. The maximum possible multiplier. In an instant, a torrent of violet light, more radiant, more dazzling than any before, flooded Chen Fan's and Su Qingyue's shared vision. Its brilliance bathed the entire cavern in an ethereal, dreamlike violet hue. Congratulations. You have obtained Portable Integrated Refinery Legendary Gold Tier 1. Congratulations. You have obtained Comprehensive Guide to Petrochemical Engineering from Novice to Mastery Skillbook 10. Congratulations. You have obtained Advanced Mechanical Repair Toolkit 10 sets. Congratulations. You have obtained Eternal Friendship Badge of the Mole Construction Crew 1. Congratulations. You have obtained Special Item, Diesel Fuel 1000 liters. Congratulations. You have obtained Special Item, Premium Grade Gasoline 1000 liters. Silence descended upon the convenience store once more, thick, absolute, suffocating. No, this time even silence itself seemed shattered by the sheer divine magnitude of the reward list. Chen Fan stood agape, his mind utterly blank. He no longer felt like a survivor navigating an apocalyptic game. He felt like a deity piloting a creation simulator. Legendary Gold Tier. What did that even mean? Beside him, Su Qingyue's icy, peerless beauty had hardened into perfect, motionless stillness. Her ever-sharp, blade-like eyes now held only boundless bewilderment and awe. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she stared transfixed at the inventory list, so extravagant it defied even the word absurd. 1,000 liters of diesel. 1,000 liters of gasoline. And was that a golden refinery? She realized Chen Fan wasn't the favored son of the highway god. He might well be the highway god himself. As the two staggered under the weight of this earth-shattering bounty, the colossal derelict refinery before them groaned. A harsh metallic crack, as if collapsing under unbearable strain. Then before the horrified gazes of every mole, the monolith split cleanly down its center and dissolved into a cascade of rust and dust, crumbling into oblivion. In its place hovered a pristine, futuristic microfactory, glowing with a gentle golden ray. It floated serenely midair like a flawless miniature model, its surface alive with intricate shimmering circuits of energy, exuding the ineffable sublime artistry of a civilization operating at the zenith of technological mastery. Squeaked. The mole foreman and his crew stood frozen, clutching their heads, erupting in overlapping shrieks of utter confusion and disbelief. Within their frame of reference, what had just transpired equaled a bipedal creature blowing gently upon a broken-down tractor, only for it to instantly metamorphose into a starship. Ahem. Chen Fan finally snapped from his daze, gazing at the golden refinery before him, and at the mutated moles already prostrating themselves in worship. He forcibly restrained the wild upward curve of his lips and assumed the serene, detached bearing of a venerable master. Slowly turning to face the petrified Su Qingyue and the fully prostrate mole foreman, he spoke in a tone both compassionate and profoundly weary. As I said, it was merely cardiac resuscitation. Standard procedure. No need for astonishment. The 6 words routine operation do not 6 echoed like a magical incantation in the vast and dead underground cavern. The little head of the groundhog, who only understood nuts and wrenches, completely crashed. It glanced at the small factory, floating in midair, radiating a sacred golden light, and then at the two-legged creature in front of it, who seemed at ease as if it had merely flicked off some ash. A sense of reverence originating from the depths of its bloodline, transcending the barriers of species, arose. The groundhog suddenly straightened its small body, and in an almost pilgrimage-like manner deeply bowed to the large group of construction team members behind it. Seemed to have received some divine command, discarding their wrenches and hammers and plopping down in a mass. In an instant, the cavern was filled with the fervent sounds of chirping in worship. The scene resembled a primitive tribe worshipping their sole deity. Chen Fan's mouth could not help but twitch uncontrollably. He wanted to maintain his enigmatic master demeanor, but the sight of these groundhogs in a fervent fan meeting was truly testing his composure. Su Qingyue quietly stepped aside, creating a bit of distance from Chen Fan, who was receiving the worship of the myriad groundhogs. She feared that if she stayed any longer, she would burst out laughing and ruin the majesty of this deity. In her heart, there were no longer raging waves, but a calmness akin to a ground cleared by a nuclear bomb. She had grown accustomed to it. Truly accustomed. Following this man, one could never know whether the next moment would bring a groundhog stealing tires or witness a discarded machine turning into a golden legend. The ups and downs of life were just too exhilarating. Ahem. Chen Fan finally could not hold back, clearing his throat twice in an attempt to break the bizarre atmosphere. He took a step forward, imitating the demeanor of a great person, and gently gestured to the groundhog. Rise, my followers. Our mission is to build a better eternally paved road filled with ample gasoline, and do not be bogged down by these trivial formalities. The groundhog raised its head in a seemingly understanding manner, yet the fervor in its eyes remained undiminished. It bowed 3 more times to Chen Fan before standing up and respectfully pulling out a brand new shiny badge that was even more exquisite than the previous golden gear medal from behind its backside. The main design of the badge featured a gigantic crossed wrench and hammer adorned with a grain-sized unknown red gemstone. You have obtained the Eternal Friendship Badge of the Groundhog Construction Team. Special item, wearing this badge you will gain the highest respect from all groundhog aberrations and can trade fairly with them. Chen Fan looked at the prompt in the shared vision, his heart blossoming with joy. This thing was simply a pass in the world of groundhogs. On the surface, he remained composed, solemnly accepting the badge and ostentatiously pinning it to his chest. Very well, your devotional. I can feel it. After completing all this, he ignored the still fervently worshipping groundhogs and turned to walk towards the golden oil refinery floating in midair. It was time to tally up this remarkable harvest. Portable Integrated Oil Refinery Golden Legend Quality Legendary Effect 1. Automatic Refining. Can automatically refine crude oil into high-octane gasoline or diesel with a daily refining limit of 1,000 liters. Effect 2. Energy Conversion. Can consume gasoline or diesel and convert it into energy points used to activate or repair other mechanical creations. Effect 3. Portable Mode. Can be retracted into storage space at any time the size of a hand suitcase. Note: a creation of technology, a miracle of alchemy, the afternoon dessert of the god of roads. Owning it means you have the power to dictate the entire road. Chen Fan's breathing once again became heavy. What kind of oil refinery was this? This was clearly a perpetual motion machine. A mobile super base capable of producing apocalyptic harvest. He suppressed his excitement, and with a thought the golden oil refinery transformed into a streak of light, flying into his hand, morphing into a silver suitcase filled with futuristic technology. Done. Next, his gaze fell on the 10 skill books radiating knowledge's glow. Comprehensive Oil and Chemical Engineering from Introduction to Burial Type Skill Book. Effect: after use, you can master all knowledge and skills related to oil and chemical engineering, becoming a qualified refining master. Note: mastering physics and chemistry will allow you to traverse the roads without fear. Chen Fan did not hesitate and chose to use it directly. In an instant, countless profound knowledge about molecular cracking, catalytic reforming, and hydrogen refining surged into his brain like a tide. He felt as if his head had been forcefully stuffed into a compressed file, then instantly decompressed. After the dizziness subsided, he looked at the gigantic crude oil pool, his gaze completely transformed. In his eyes, it was no longer a pool of black liquid, but a pile of glimmering gold mountains composed of countless hydrocarbons. How does it feel? Su Qingyu's voice came from beside him. She had adjusted her mindset and walked to Chen. It feels? Chen Fan shook his head, a confident smile appearing on his face. I feel like I could go work as a chief engineer at Sinopec tomorrow. Su Qingyue laughed at him, then her gaze fell on the remaining 9 skill books. Chen Fan noticed her gaze, and without any hesitation traded all 9 skill books to her. Here, our team's chief combat officer cannot have any knowledge gaps. From now on, you will handle combat and navigation, while I take care of logistics and technology. Together we will be the strongest golden duo on the eternal road. Su Qingyu's movements froze. She looked at the 9 skill books in the trading panel that could drive anyone mad, then raised her eyes to Chen Fan's sincere, smiling face, and the softest part of her heart was gently touched. This was no longer trust. This was unreservedly handing over her back and the future of the team to her. She fell silent for a moment, and instead of refusing with pretentiousness, chose to accept. All right. One word, yet it weighed 1,000 pounds. She deeply looked at Chen Fan once, and for the first time something akin to gentleness appeared in her usually cold and sharp eyes. So, Chief Engineer Chen, she tucked away the skill books, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Shouldn't we consider how to deal with our 1,000 liters of inventory now? Of course. Chen Fan slapped his thighs, suddenly remembering the 2 astronomically large rewards. 1,000 liters of diesel. 1,000 liters of gasoline. His Wuling Hongguang's fuel tank was only filled with 50 liters, which was enough for 40 refuels. Let's go. Back to the car. Chen Fan waved his hand full of vigor. Today let you witness what is called the tycoon-style refueling method. The two returned to the Wuling Hongguang, and under the curious and adoring gazes of all the groundhogs, Chen Fan opened the storage space. He did not take out an oil barrel, but directly chose to extract. In the next second, a pure money-scented gasoline, like a waterfall appearing out of thin air, surged from the void, precisely pouring into the fuel tank of the Wuling Hongguang. Glug glug. The needle of the fuel tank indicator soared at an unprecedented speed. Within just a few seconds, the nearly empty tank was instantly filled. and on the ground not a single drop of oil was spilled. The groundhogs were once again left dumbfounded. Their deity could not only create things out of thin air, but also refuel out of thin air. This had exceeded their understanding and could only be attributed to a miracle. Done. Chen Fan elegantly closed the fuel tank cover and clapped his hands. He looked at Su Qingyu's sleek and futuristic obsidian and revealed a mischievous smile. Beautiful lady, would you like to refuel? Fill it up and a car wash is included. Su Qingyue watched Chen Fan, who was standing with one hand on his waist while the other mimicked a fuel pump, making bayu-bayu sounds. For a moment, she didn't know whether to laugh or facepalm. Her all-black, sharply designed obsidian motorcycle was once her companion during her time as a professional racer, filled with memories of speed and passion. Yet at this moment it was being treated by this man in such a down-to-earth manner. No need for a wash. Su Qingyue suppressed her laughter, walked over, and gently patted the seat of her motorcycle. Just fill it up please, Boss Chen. All right. Chen Fan had been waiting for this sentence. He snapped his fingers like a clumsy magician. In the next moment the same scene unfolded again. A stream of pure gasoline materialized out of thin air, elegantly and efficiently pouring into the small fuel tank of the obsidian. Gurgle, gurgle. The needle on the fuel gauge joyfully climbed upwards, quickly pointing to the top. The entire process flowed smoothly, exuding a surreal sense of luxury. The group of groundhogs who had just come to their senses after witnessing a miracle were once again left dumbfounded. In their little minds, the worldview they had just established was ruthlessly updated. It turned out that deities could not only create from nothing, but could also refuel from afar. The groundhog, Big Brother, trembled with excitement, glancing between Chen Fan and the two vehicles with overflowing fuel tanks, letting out a reverent sound akin to a roaring engine. All right, Boss Chen. Su Qingyue mounted her motorcycle, feeling the reassuring weight of the full tank, a smile curving her lips. It's time to settle the bill. Sure thing. Chen Fan waved his hand, pulling out 10 cans of beef and 2 large bottles of purified water from his storage space. He placed them in front of the groundhog Big Brother and said, Big Brother, these are the technical consultation fee and venue usage fee for this project. Please accept them as a token of respect. The groundhog Big Brother looked at the fragrant metal cans and clear liquid before him, its nostrils flaring to the maximum. Excitedly rubbing its paws, it bowed repeatedly to Chen Fan, then signaled its little brothers to joyfully carry the offerings into their warehouse. A flawless commercial collaboration across species thus came to a perfect conclusion. It was time to leave. When the groundhog Big Brother learned that they were departing, it immediately showed great reluctance. It commanded all the construction team members to line up in 2 neat rows at the exit of the deep tunnel. Some were carrying wrenches, others were holding hammers, and some even lit up welding torches, creating a dazzling cyberpunk-style farewell ceremony. Chen Fan's Wuling Hongguang slowly drove out, and he rolled down the window, waving to the subjects on either side, who were sending them off like a king surveying his territory. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Serving the deities. Su Qingyu's obsidian followed closely behind. Watching this absurd yet oddly touching scene, she ultimately couldn't help but laugh inside her helmet. As the rock wall slowly closed behind them, completely isolating that marvelous underground world, the blinding sunlight once again flooded the cabin. The world had returned to its desolate and lifeless state. Yet Chen Fan and Su Qingyue's state of mind had transformed entirely. Qingyue. Chen Fan's voice echoed in the team channel, lacking the jest and carrying more seriousness. We are now oil tycoons. But having oil alone is not enough. Our turtle shell is still too fragile. He glanced at the attribute panel. The 500 points of shield value made him feel somewhat uneasy after witnessing the groundhog construction team's non-mainstream aberrations. Who knows what more outrageous things might appear on this road? Su Qingyue nodded in agreement. We need sturdier armor, stronger power, and weapons. Her words highlighted their greatest shortcoming. Besides her tactical dagger, they had no long-range attack means. Faced with real danger, they could only passively take hits. Thus, Chen Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, a glint of ambition shining in his eyes. We must turn oil into steel plates, into blueprints, into a true mobile fortress. How do you plan to do that? Su Qingyue asked, having completely trusted Chen Fan's judgment. Very simple. Chen Fan grinned, revealing his white teeth. We are going to be the biggest arms dealer in this server. No, the biggest resource integrator. He opened the long unopened trading interface. It was still desolate, with only a few items listed, mostly useless parts, trading for a pitiful amount of food and water. Clearly most survivors were still struggling to meet their basic needs. And he, Chen Fan, was about to become the man who would break the balance and stir the waves of the era. Taking a deep breath, he quickly typed on the virtual screen, crafting a brand new trading message that would shake the entire regional channel. Seller anonymous items for sale gasoline starting from 10 liters items needed blue quality or higher vehicle upgrade blueprints rare materials refined steel plates energy crystals preferred please private message with detailed quotes and item screenshots. Note bulk orders preferred first come first served. Those looking to fish in troubled waters with scrap metals please refrain. He chose gasoline instead of diesel and listed the higher quality product. He did not set a price, but rather invited others to come with dowries to court him. He even added a slightly sarcastic note positioning himself high above. This was a business strategy and also a psychological warfare. He wanted everyone who saw this message to understand that the seller held absolute, unquestionable initiative. So what do you think? Does my copy have the charm of a domineering president? Chen Fan proudly showed off to Su Qinghua. Su Qinghua looked at the trading message filled with a Versailles vibe, especially the last line, please refrain, and the smile in her eyes nearly overflowed. It suits your current identity very well, boss Chen. Of course. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together like a general about to press the nuclear launch button. Filled with excitement and anxiety, he heavily pressed the list button. The entire regional channel seemed to have been muted. The survivors who had been wailing and calling for help just a second ago fell into a deep silence. This silence lasted a full 5 seconds. Then came the explosive volcanic eruption of excitement. Am I blind? Am I having hallucinations from hunger? 98-octane gasoline. Starting from 10 liters. Blue quality blueprints. Refined steel plates. Is this seller insane? Who does he think he is? A god of the highway. Anonymous. It's that anonymous big shot again. The one who sold water last time. It's definitely the same person. Big shot. You are my reincarnated parents. My car is about to run out of gas. Can I trade my wife for 10 liters of gasoline? She can sing, dance, and keep me warm. Get lost upstairs. Big shot, look at me. I have a white quality car-mounted KTV blueprint, definitely a rare item. Please trade me 10 liters of gasoline, and I'll sing conquer for you. The public channel was instantly flooded with countless messages filled with madness, shock, greed, and desire. All kinds of emotions intertwined and fermented with unprecedented intensity in a channel of 100,000 people. However, this was just the appetizer. What truly made Chen Fan's scalp tingle was his private chat interface. The moment he pressed the list button, the icon representing private messages seemed to bear a pressure it shouldn't have at its age, instantly changing from flashing red to a glaring solid. Private chat 999. The private chat interface was no longer flashing red, but instead a silent frozen blood red with the stubborn number in the upper right corner stuck at 999. Chen Fan felt like a reckless child who had poked a hornet's nest, but this nest was filled with survivors clamoring for sustenance. Calm down, we are professional resource integrators, we must maintain our poise. Chen Fan took a deep breath forcibly, suppressing the impulse to reply to each message with "Are you there?" Su Qinghua leaned closer, looking at the explosion of messages, a hint of surprise appearing on her cool face. She quickly got into the zone, pointing at several private messages that had been pushed to the top. This one lone walker, Old Wong, he has a blueprint for basic armor enhancement blue quality, asking for 20 liters of gasoline. 20 liters. Why doesn't he just go rob someone? Chen Fan frowned. He's about to be torn apart by that humanoid monster. This is a life-saving deal. Su Qinghua said calmly. Deal. Chen Fan immediately changed his tone. Tell him 15 liters, take it or leave it. Also ask if that humanoid monster is still around. If it is, we'll trade in 2 hours. And this one road killer sweetheart, she has a blueprint for turbocharger modification, also blue, just 10 liters of gasoline, and says she will throw in a sweater she knitted herself. No need for the sweater, keep the blueprint. Deal. This one crazy Ivan, he wants 3 refined steel plates in exchange for 30 liters of gasoline. Deal. This one. The next hour turned into the busiest time for Chen Fan and Su Qinghua. Chen Fan was responsible for making decisions and negotiating, fully embodying the essence of a shrewd merchant. Su Qinghua handled information filtering and resource recording, calm and efficient. The two complemented each other perfectly, one playing the role of the good cop, while the other played the bad cop. Countless blueprints and materials flew into their shared storage space like snowflakes. Basic armor enhancement blueprint blue 1, turbocharger modification blueprint blue 1, off-road suspension system blueprint blue 1, refined steel plates 25, energy crystals 8. When the final transaction concluded, Chen Fan looked at the dazzling array of resources in the storage space, excitedly rubbing his hands together. The cost they paid was less than 200 liters of gasoline, which was just a drop in the bucket for them, who owned a refinery. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Chen Fan used all the blueprints at once and piled all the materials next to the Wuling Hongguang, heavily pressing the upgrade button on the vehicle management system. Boom! The Wuling Hongguang emitted a series of metallic restructuring clanks as a visible data waterfall flowed over the surface of the car. The originally bumpy exterior was covered by a thick layer of gleaming metallic plates. The energy shield generator on the roof glowed brightly. The tires became sturdier, and the exhaust pipe even let out a pop sound, releasing a puff of black smoke, as if it had just finished a hearty meal. Congratulations! Your vehicle Wuling Hongguang has leveled up to LV10. Durability 500, 5001, 5001, 500 energy, shield 500, 1000 speed, 80 kmh, 120 kmh, new feature unlocked vehicle storage expansion, large experience points, 11100 nice. Chen Fan looked at the newly refreshed Doomsday War vehicle, whistling with excitement. This sense of security was simply overwhelming. However, Su Qingwei was not as optimistic as he was. She leaned against the car, arms crossed, her cool gaze sweeping over the desolate road. The car is made of iron, but people are alive. She said softly, no matter how sturdy the vehicle, it still needs someone to drive it. There are only the two of us. Once the newbie protection period ends, this car will become everyone's target. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water on Chen Fan's fervent heart. Indeed, the common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure could bring disaster. They now had capital that made everyone envious, but the power to protect that capital rested on just two people. So what do you have in mind? Chen Fan looked at her, having become accustomed to regarding Su Qingwei as the chief advisor of their team. Su Qingwei raised her eyes, her bright gaze fixed on him. Your level talent team invite, can it still be used? Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. Right, his strongest asset was not the tenfold critical strike, but this divine skill that could form a team. He immediately checked the talent description. I can still invite 5 people. Fill it up. Su Qingyu's response was simple and direct, without a hint of hesitation. Chen Fan stroked his chin, also feeling this was a good idea. The strength of one person is ultimately limited. A team is the way to go. What kind of people should we recruit? He asked. Male or female? Su Qingwei glanced at him, her expression seemingly saying, is that even a question? Chen Fan immediately understood, grinning. I got it. You see, in a team, too many men are prone to infighting, all wanting to be the leader. It's better to have beautiful women. They are pleasing to the eye and can promote team harmony, significantly enhancing combat effectiveness. Su Qingwei could not be bothered to engage with his flawed reasoning, merely saying lightly, as you wish. All right. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together and opened the talent interface. He did not invite randomly as he had last time. Instead, after pondering for a moment, he solemnly entered several keywords in the invitation condition: filter female, in distress, attractive, rating above 90. Ahem, the last one was automatically suggested by the system, not added by me. He explained without changing his expression. Su Qingwei just silently gave him a roll of her eyes. Chen Fan cleared his throat and pressed send invitation. 5 golden invitations transformed into flowing light and vanished into the virtual interface. Team invitation has been sent, waiting for response. Time passed second by second, and Chen Fan's heart began to race. This was a blind draw. What if he ended up with 5 princesses with delicate tempers? Just as he was lost in thought, the system's notification sound rang out one after another. Player Lin Wanqing has accepted your team invitation. Player Xia Jiao has accepted your team invitation. Player Xia Jiwei has accepted your team invitation. Player Qin Shuyan has accepted your team invitation. Player Lu Mengyan has accepted your team invitation. All 5 accepted. Before Chen Fan could feel joy, he and Su Qingwei both sensed a slight tremor in the ground beneath their feet. Then, not far ahead in the open space, the air rippled like the surface of water, and 5 brilliant beams of light descended from the sky, precisely illuminating the ground like stage spotlights. As the light dissipated, 4 cars of varying styles, all appearing as if they had just been dragged out of a scrapyard, materialized out of thin air. A red Ferrari with a missing door. A pink Volkswagen Beetle with a window covered in pleasant goat stickers. A black business van covered in scratches. And one that looked like a crushed white Audi A6. The doors of the cars were pushed open almost simultaneously. From the Ferrari stepped down a woman in a professional suit, exuding a cool and alluring aura, her black stockings riddled with holes, yet not diminishing her intimidating presence. From the Beetle emerged a pair of girls dressed in matching sportswear, looking exactly alike, the kind of pure and lovely neighbor type, one with a shy expression and the other curiously surveying their surroundings. From the van, a stunning woman in a finely crafted long dress stepped out, her face showing a hint of fatigue, but the noble and graceful aura about her could not be concealed. Finally, from the most battered Audi A6 emerged a woman clad in sunglasses and a mask wrapped up tightly, awkwardly crawling out, yet even so her graceful figure and the hint of exquisite beauty hinted at her extraordinary identity. 5 stunning beauties, 5 pieces of scrap metal. They all simultaneously directed their gaze towards Chen Fan and Su Qingwei, who were standing beside the Wuling Hongguang. The air instantly became somewhat delicate. Chen Fan's mouth fell open and the beef can in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He felt like he was not playing a survival game in a post-apocalyptic world. He was recording a special road edition of If You Are the One, and he was the only male guest. Silence. A peculiar aroma mingled with dust, perfume, gasoline, and awkwardness lingered in the 5 beautiful women just transported from a dire situation along with their 5 vehicles that could only be described as industrial waste formed a surreal tableau of postmodern absurdity. At the center of this scene stood a formidable modified Wuling Hongguang alongside a pair of individuals who appeared to be the local proprietors. Ultimately, it was the fallen and valiantly sacrificed can of beef that shattered the suffocating silence. Thud. Chen Fan bent down, picked up the dented can, brushed off the dust, and displayed a smile he believed to be friendly. Ladies, just arrived. How's the road condition? This awkward icebreaker successfully rendered the atmosphere even more bizarre. The first to react was the aloof lady who descended from a Ferrari missing a door. Her name was Lin Wanqing, and before the apocalypse, she was the executive director of a multinational corporation accustomed to controlling everything. With her arms crossed, her scrutinizing gaze was like a scalpel lingering on the absurdly modified Wuling Hongguang for 3 seconds before slicing through Su Qingyu's coldly beautiful face, finally resting on Chen Fan. Did you bring us here? Her voice, like her demeanor, carried an icy tone of undeniable inquiry. To be precise, I invited you, and you agreed. Chen Fan shook the can of beef in his hand, attempting to appear more approachable. My name is Chen Fan, and this is my Chief Combat Officer Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue nodded slightly at them as a form of greeting. Her mere presence served as a silent testament that such an exceptional woman would stand beside this man spoke volumes. An invitation. Lin Wanqing scoffed, pointing at her doorless Ferrari. You invited us from one hell to another. Her words immediately resonated with the others. Indeed, this Mr. Chen Fan, began Qin Shuyun, the graceful woman who had stepped down from the black chauffeur vehicle. Her voice was gentle, yet the worry etched in her features remained. We are all grateful for your assistance, but what exactly is going on? We were trapped on the road running out of supplies and suddenly received an irresistible team invitation. My car is almost out of fuel. The livelier twin sister Xia Zhiao raised her hand timidly and spoke. Her elder sister Xia Zhiwei clutched her clothes tightly, hiding behind her with a pair of doe-like eyes that surveyed everything. Only the woman wrapped tightly, Lu Mingyan, remained silent. Leaning against the crushed Audi A6, her gaze behind the sunglasses was inscrutable. Chen Fan understood. This was not a scene from If You Were the One, it was clearly the Doomsday Relief Project launch ceremony. And he was the sole project leader. Hell, no. Chen Fan shook his finger, his smile growing confident. Ladies, welcome to paradise. As he spoke, he patted the side of the Wuling Hongguang. Virum. The energy shield generator on the roof activated, and a light blue hexagonal energy grid instantly enveloped the entire vehicle, emanating a reassuring technological glow. 1,000 energy shield points, 1,500 durability, a top speed of 120, and a bonus of extra storage space. Chen Fan declared like a salesman, a string of astonishing statistics that left everyone dumbfounded. The ice-cold expression of Lin Wanqing showed the first crack. Her own Ferrari had less than 200 durability left, with not even a hint of a shield. A flicker of shock crossed Qin Shuyun's eyes. While her chauffeur vehicle was spacious, it was bulky and slow, having long become a burden. Is this your car? The twin sister Xia Zio's mouth formed a small O. Of course. Chen Fan raised his chin slightly, enjoying their astonished gaze. But he knew this was not enough. His gaze swept over the 5 dilapidated vehicles, finally landing on the nearly empty fuel gauge of their tank. I understand your predicament. Chen Fan's tone became calm and magnetic, lacking water, lacking food, and most importantly, fuel. Am I right? This statement struck like a heavy hammer, precisely hitting the heart of everyone. In the apocalypse, gasoline is a lifeline. Without fuel, even the best vehicle is merely a metal coffin. Seeing the undeniable longing and despair on their faces, Chen Fan knew it was time to serve the real hard dish. As the captain, I announced the new member benefits are now being distributed. Clearing his throat, he mimicked the style of a mafia boss from the movies and snapped his fingers. The first benefit, every vehicle full tank. The entire world seemed to fall silent once more. Fill it up. Lin Wanqing questioned whether her ears were malfunctioning. Her Ferrari's tank was nearly empty, requiring over 70 liters to fill. In this era where 1 liter of fuel could buy a life, this man claimed he would fill all 5 vehicles. Was he joking, or had he gone mad? Where are you getting that much fuel? Qin Shuyun couldn't help but inquire, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Fan did not answer. Action was the best response. He walked over to Lin Wanqing's most battered Ferrari, and under her intensely suspicious gaze, he extended his hand, hovering above the fuel tank opening. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. A crystal-clear gasoline, exuding a rich energy aura, appeared out of thin air, flowing like a precise stream into the Ferrari's tank. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The needle of the fuel gauge shot up at an impossible speed as if on steroids. Empty. 1/4. Half. Full. The entire process took merely a few seconds. Not a single drop of fuel was spilled on the ground. In the air, only the intoxicating scent of money remained. Lin Wangxing's face, usually frozen in ice, finally displayed an expression of stupor. She instinctively reached out to touch her car, then glanced at the already full fuel gauge, her mind blank. Chen Fan's voice, like a demonic whisper, awakened the other four from their petrified state. They watched as Chen Fan approached the pink beetle, witnessing the same scene unfold again, watching the gauge, the symbol of hope, joyfully soar to the top. Next was Qin Shuyun's chauffeur vehicle. Then came the crushed Audi A6. As Chen Fan stood before the twin sisters' beetle adorned with pleasant goat stickers performing the same operation, the livelier sister Xia Jiao finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Sister, are we? Have we encountered a deity? The elder sister Xia Jiwei remained silent, merely nodding vigorously, her eyes brimming with tears. These past few days they had endured too much despair. Chased by monsters, running out of food, watching their fuel dwindle, they could only huddle in the car waiting for death. And now a man had appeared out of nowhere like a true deity, pulling them back from hell and restoring them to... When the last vehicle's tank was filled, Chen Fan clapped his hands and returned to Su Qingyu's side, his expression still calm and unperturbed, as if what he had just done was not a miraculous feat, but merely watering a few pots of flowers that were on the... When the five stunning beauties looked at Chen Fan again, their expressions had completely transformed. Doubt, vigilance, and questioning all vanished. In their place were profound shock, ecstasy, trust, and a reverence bordering on worship. Lu Mingyan, who had remained silent, slowly removed her sunglasses. What kind of eyes were those? As if hiding the stars and the sea, deep and enchanting, yet also carrying a hint of worldly wisdom. Her beauty, even with some dust on her face, was still breathtaking. She gazed at Chen Fan, her red lips parted, her voice like an ethereal melody. Captain. This single word represented her submission. Captain. Lin Wanqing also approached, her proud head bowing for the first time before a man. Lin Wanqing, market analysis and strategic planning, I look forward to your guidance. Qin Shuyun, skilled in taking care of people. The beautiful woman wore a genuinely warm smile. I'm Xia Jiao, and this is my sister Xia Jiwei. We can fix cars. We know the basics. The twin sister exclaimed excitedly, wiping her tears. All eyes were gathered on Chen Fan. Chen Fan gazed at the newly formed Doomsday Girl group that could debut on the spot, then glanced at Su Qingyue, who wore an expression of I knew it would turn out this way, and felt a surge of pride. Clearing his throat, he revealed a radiant smile. No need to be polite, we are all family. Welcome to join the Avengers. No, wait, the Beauty and the Beast. No, that's not right. He scratched his head and finally waved his hand grandly. Welcome to the Wuling Hongguang divine cult. Wuling Hongguang holy sect. Lin Wangxing's lips twitched slightly as she looked at Chen Fan's serious face, then glanced at the violent yet aesthetic van behind him, momentarily unable to connect the two terms. A code name that's all to make us seem more organized and disciplined. Chen Fan coughed lightly to mask his adolescent spirit, then waved his hand. Don't just stand outside, it's windy. Get in, we're having a new member meeting. The five beautiful women exchanged glances, and finally, under the gentle smile of Qin Shuyun and the curiosity of the twin sisters, they walked toward the Wuling Hongguang in turn. When Lin Wanqing stepped out of her doorless Ferrari and climbed into the modified rear compartment of the Wuling Hongguang, a peculiar sense of disparity surged within her. She looked at the simple yet clean environment inside the compartment, and at the corner filled with clothes, obviously a bed. Her cold gaze unintentionally softened slightly. Soon, all 7 people squeezed into the compartment. The space, which was originally quite spacious, suddenly felt cramped with the addition of 7 individuals of varying sizes. Chen Fan and Su Qingyue sat in the front seats, while Lin Wanqing and Qin Shuyun sat side by side on the modified seats, and the twin sisters squeezed with Lu Mingyan on the bed at the back. Xia Jiao curiously touched the metal panel of the compartment, poked at the energy circuits shimmering with blue light on the roof, and whispered to her sister Xia Jiwei, Sister, this car is so cool, completely different from our Beetle. Xia Jiwei simply nodded vigorously, tightly gripping her sister's hand, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of shyness. All right, since we are all members of the same team, now let's get to know each other for better collaboration in the future. We'll go first. My name is Chen Fan, you can call me Captain or Chief Engineer Chen. This is Su Qingyue, he pointed to her, our team's chief combat officer responsible for combat prowess. Su Qingyue nodded at everyone, succinctly stating, Racer knows a bit of combat. Her capable and cool demeanor immediately won the favor of all the women present. My name is Lin Wanqing, the aloof and elegant woman spoke first, former company director. My talent is a great data insight, allowing me to see the detailed attributes and potential value of most items. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this just a personal identification device? He wouldn't have to worry about being scammed by shady merchants anymore, as he himself was the biggest shady merchant. Qin Shiyun, the graceful woman, smiled as she spoke, her voice soothing like a spring breeze. I used to work in restaurant management. My talent is also a great culinary master, allowing me to create food from different ingredients that provide beneficial effects. Just as she finished speaking, the tummy of the twin sister Xia Jiao let out an embarrassing growl, and her face instantly turned red. Qin Shuyun chuckled at her gently, saying, Don't worry, once we settle down, I'll make you something delicious. Thank you, Sister Shuyun. Xia Jiao sweetly exclaimed. Chen Fan felt ecstatic inside. One managed logistics while the other handled food. This team configuration was perfect. I'm Xia Jiao, and this is my sister Xia Jiwei. The lively sister raised her hand to speak. We're both university students with great talents called all things in nature we can. Befriend plants. It's about controlling plant growth and simple manipulation, the shy sister added quietly, her voice faint. Controlling plants. Chen Fan stroked his chin. This talent sounded incredibly promising. Everyone's gaze finally fell on the woman who had remained silent since getting in the car. Lu Mingyan sensed the attention and removed her mask, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face that could overshadow the sun and moon. Her eyes, as if seeing through the changes of the world, calmly swept over everyone. Lu Mingyan, her voice was ethereal and melodious. Before the catastrophe, I was an actress. My talent is Scrade divine planning. Scrade. Aside from Su Qingyue, who already knew the details, everyone in the van gasped. Even Chen Fan, who had been acting calm, felt his heart skip a beat. He had thought that as the captain capable of assembling an all-star team of beauties, he was the chosen one, but unexpectedly, he had randomly drawn a teammate with Scrade talent. Divine planning. Lin Wangxing's rational thinking prompted her to immediately ask, what exactly does it? I can create blueprints for various items, Lu Mingyan explained calmly. From tools to buildings, from weapons to vehicle modifications. However, the higher the quality of the blueprints, the lower the success rate, and the greater the consumption of mental energy. The van once again fell into silence. Scrade talent capable of creating blueprints out of thin air. What did this mean? It meant infinite possibilities. Their team's technological tree would no longer be limited to trading and opening crates, but could rise in. Chen Fan felt that he had not just formed a survival team, but had gathered a divine dragon soon to be able to summon. No, soon to unify the highways. Well, Chen Fan forcibly suppressed his inner joy, trying to make his voice sound less like a bumpkin who had never seen the world. Mingyan, do you currently have any blueprints made? Lu Mingyan glanced at him, her eyes seemingly saying, finally got to the point. She said nothing, merely extending her delicate hand and lightly tapping in the air. In the next second, a virtual blueprint shimmering with a faint purple glow, filled with complex geometric patterns, appeared in everyone's shared view. Vehicle space expansion blueprint, purple epic type, special modification blueprint effect, can be used on a designated vehicle to add an independent foldable second layer of space. The new space will not change the vehicle's original shape and physical properties. Second layer space layout: large viewing lounge 1, fully functional kitchen 1, luxury suites with independent bathrooms 7, public restrooms 2. Note: who said fish and bear's paw cannot be had together. Your mobile fortress can also be your mobile castle. When they saw the astonishing descriptions on the blueprint, even the sound of breathing disappeared in the entire Wuling Hongguang. 7 suites, 1 kitchen, and a large living room. Did they just add a sky villa on top of a van? I didn't see wrong, did I? The twin sister Xia Jiao rubbed her eyes hard, staring intently at the words luxury suite on the screen, nearly drooling. This isn't scientific. Lin Wangxing, the rational business director, felt her knowledge system being violently shaken for the first time. Adding a villa on top of a van without affecting the vehicle's appearance. Newton's coffin lid couldn't hold it anymore. Qin Shuyun's gaze was entirely captivated by the words fully functional kitchen. She was already planning in her mind how many types of food she could make that would bring everyone immense happiness. With Su Qingyue also looked incredulous. She turned to Chen Fan and found this nominal captain staring blankly at the blueprint with his mouth agape, drool almost dripping onto his chest. Su Qingyue gently nudged him with her elbow. Chen Fan snapped back to reality, quickly wiping the corner of his mouth, then grabbed Lu Mingyan's hand, his gaze burning, as if about to ignite. Genius. You are the saintess of our holy sect. No, you are the creator. Please accept my... Lu Mingyan was startled by his sudden gesture, and instinctively tried to pull her hand back, only to find he was holding on tightly. The beautiful face that always carried a hint of aloofness flushed lightly for the first time. Su Qingyue could no longer stand it, and reached out to pinch Chen Fan's arm lightly. Ouch! Chen Fan released her hand, as if electrocuted, finally realizing his indiscretion. What I meant was this blueprint is too important. He awkwardly rubbed his hands, trying to salvage his image. With it, we will no longer be mere wandering survivors, we will have a true movable home. His words struck a chord with everyone. Home. In this apocalyptic world, how luxurious and unattainable that word was. And now hope was right in front of them. This blueprint was created when I was surrounded by monsters using the last bit of my mental energy with a success rate of less than 10%. I was very fortunate. Now it belongs to our entire team. Lu Mingjian's voice brought everyone back from their reverie, and they all sensed the weight of her words. So what are we waiting for? Chen Fan slapped his thigh and excitedly announced, everyone get out. We are starting our holy sect's first major project, building a second floor for the Wuling Hongguang. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring everyone's enthusiasm. The long-suppressed fatigue, fear, and unease were thoroughly washed away at this moment by a huge wave call. They were no longer isolated individuals, they had a home, a team, and a, albeit seemingly unreliable, but always capable of creating miracles, captain. Everyone got out of the car, their faces beaming with an unprecedented heartfelt smile. On the desolate highway, a somewhat menacingly modified Wuling Hongguang sat quietly. Beside the car stood 7 people. A man who looked like a charlatan and 6 stunningly beautiful women, each with distinct charm. No matter how you looked at this scene, it exuded an indescribable sense of the bizarre and absurd. Yet each of their eyes sparkled with the same light. It was the longing for the future and the desire for rebirth. The first super project since the establishment of the divine cult, constructing a second floor for the Wuling Hongguang. Chen Fan declared, his voice filled with a mix of youthful exuberance and inspiring ambition. The 5 newly joined beauties, whether it was the aloof Lin Wanqing or the timid Xia Zhui, couldn't help but show a flush of excitement on their faces. Home. A home that could move on the apocalyptic highway with 7 independent suites. This was no longer hope, it was a miracle. I'll go. Lin Wanqing stepped forward first, quickly assuming the role of project manager. Her grade talent data insight activated, and it seemed as though countless streams of subtle data flowed through her eyes. Captain, based on the structural analysis of the blueprint, we need to build the spatial framework first, which requires at least 20 units of void crystal and 12 units of memory alloy. Then Lu Mingyan approached. Being the creator of the blueprint, she had the most authority. We also need a spatial stabilizer core, otherwise the second floor space might collapse during high-speed travel. She added a hint of fatigue on her exquisite face. Clearly the creation of this epic blueprint had taken a great toll on her. Chen Fan listened to these unfamiliar terms, waved his hand, and directly opened the vehicle upgrade interface, dragging the shimmering purple blueprint into it. Vehicle space expansion blueprint purple epic. Required materials: void crystal 020, memory alloy 012, spatial stabilizer core 01, high energy conduction line 15100, refined steel plate 25200, energy crystal 850. A long list of densely packed materials popped up, most of which were in glaring red. At the bottom of the list, there was an estimated success rate noted in faint golden text. Current materials project success rate 0.01. The heated atmosphere in the air felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of ice water shipped from the Antarctic. The group, who had just been filled with enthusiasm, instantly cooled down. This? The twin sister Xia Zhao looked at the long red list and murmured softly, it seems harder than our final exam paper. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brows tightly and quickly calculated in her mind. I've only heard rumors about void crystals and memory alloys in the trading channel. They are materials of rare grade or higher with no market value. The spatial stabilizer core is something I haven't even heard of. She turned to Chen Fan, her tone carrying a hint of cruel rationality. Captain, with our current resources, let alone building a second floor, we don't even have enough to lay a foundation. Just moments ago filled with ambition, Chen Fan now felt like a punctured balloon deflated in an instant. He had imagined a shortage of materials, but never expected it to be this absurd. This was not about building a villa, it was clearly about constructing an interstellar spaceship. The cabin fell into silence once more. After the immense hope came an equally immense disappointment. It's all right, Qin Shiyun's gentle voice broke the silence, smiling at everyone like a comforting matriarch. Meals are eaten bite by bite and roads are walked step by step. Having the blueprint is equivalent to having a goal, which is already a great achievement that others dare not even dream of. Her words blew away the gloom hanging over everyone like a spring breeze. Indeed, they were no longer the survivors waiting to die in despair from yesterday. Sister Shuyun is right. Chen Fan quickly seized the opportunity, slapping his thigh with renewed vigor. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither will the aerial villa of the Wuling Hongguang divine cult be built in a day. He glanced over the 5 vehicles, which, although filled with fuel, remained dilapidated, as a brand new and more realistic plan formed in his mind. The second floor is a long-term plan, it's our 5-year plan. Chen Fan's voice became resounding again. And our current top priority is to ensure that every member of the divine cult becomes prosperous, armed to the teeth. He turned to Su Qingyue and Lin Wanqing. Wanqing opened the trading channel. Target all blue-quality vehicle modification blueprints and basic upgrade materials. Use gasoline and hit them hard. Lin Wanqing's eyes instantly brightened. Compared to that illusory aerial villa, this tangible enhancement of strength was more in line with her style. Understood. A shopping spree deemed almost insane commenced. Chen Fan once again posted gasoline in the trading channel, but this time his trading information was more straightforward. Seller anonymous. Items for sale: gasoline. Items needed: various vehicle upgrade materials, blue quality or above blueprints, package transactions, preferred large quantities available. This message detonated the entire regional channel like a deep water bomb. If the last transaction was a cup of water for a dying traveler in the desert, then this time it was like opening an Alio-Candrink beverage shop right in the desert. Countless private messages once again flooded Chen Fan's interface. Big boss, I have 3 blueprints. Tire anti-slip modification, window reinforcement, external toolbox. All blue. Just 30 liters of gasoline will do. Deal. Chen Fan waved his hand. I have 50 refined steel plates. I don't want gasoline, big boss. Can I join your team? I can do anything. Get lost, Chen Fan replied succinctly. Under Lin Wanqing's data insight talents, precise filtering, they madly devoured all valuable resources in the trading channel with an almost robbing efficiency. Those survivors, in order to allow their vehicles to run a few more kilometers on gasoline, did not hesitate to part with their most treasured possessions. An hour later, when the last transaction was completed, Chen Fan looked at the pile of materials and the 10 or so blueprints glowing blue in the storage space, revealing a satisfied smile. They exchanged 500 liters of gasoline, and what they gained was the future of a team. All right, ladies. Chen Fan waved his hand like a general about to review his troops. Bring your beloved vehicles over. The first equipment upgrade conference of the Divine Cult starts now. The 5 beauties excitedly returned to their cars, parking them side by side in front of the Wuling Hongguang. The scene resembled a shabby version of a luxury car exhibition. The first lucky one, Ms. Lin Wanqing and her Ferrari. Chen Fan shouted loudly, filled with a sense of ceremony. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but smile slightly. Chen Fan used the door repair kit and basic armor enhancement blueprint he had just traded for all at once, along with enough refined steel plates. Virum, enveloped in a stream of data, the gap where the door of that Ferrari had fallen off shimmered, and a brand new metallic-looking door appeared out of thin air, fitting perfectly. Immediately after, a layer of matte black armor covered the car's surface. Although it sacrificed some aerodynamics, the sense of invulnerability made Lin Wanqing's gaze soften considerably. Red lightning level upgraded to LV6. Dura 180180 800 New module, basic external armor. Next, Ms. Qin Shuyun and her mobile kitchen. Mobile kitchen level upgraded to LV6. Speed 60 km/h 90 km/h. New modules, turbocharger, small onboard refrigerator. Sisters Xia Jiao and Xia Jiwei and their beetle. Pleasant goat and Big Wolf, level upgraded to LV6. Dura 250250 750 New modules, anti-collision bumper, off-road suspension. When the last vehicle, the most battered Audi A6, was repaired and upgraded to level 6, in Lu Mingjian's astonished gaze, the sky had gradually darkened. On the road, 6 newly refreshed battle vehicles quietly parked around the Wuling Hongguang, which resembled a giant beast. Although compared to Chen Fan's vehicle, they still seemed insignificant for their owners. This was an earth-shattering change. All right, today's upgrade work ends here. Chen Fan clapped his hands, looking at the nearly emptied material inventory, feeling a pang of heartache, but more so satisfaction. During the day, everyone drives their own cars, forming a convoy. At night, he pointed to his imposing Wuling Hongguang. Everyone come here to sleep. After all, a 1,000-point energy shield and 1,500 durability are the most reliable refuge in this apocalypse. Night fell. Once again, the spacious rear compartment of the Wuling Hongguang staged a human miracle. 7 people squeezed together in various positions. The awkwardness and strangeness of the day had long since disappeared, replaced by a peculiar warmth tinged with a hint of chaos. Qin Shuyun was holding a small notebook, planning what food could be used to create more innovative dishes tomorrow. The twin sisters were whispering to each other, discussing whether their botanical talents could produce edible cherry tomatoes. Lu Mingyan quietly leaned in the corner, closing her eyes to recuperate, seemingly restoring the spiritual energy exhausted during the day. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing was holding a tablet which she had somehow acquired, rapidly documenting and organizing all the supplies available to the team, her focus reminiscent of an Indofire inventory for a Fortune 500 company. Chen Fan leaned against the driver's seat, listening to the various subtle sounds coming from behind him and watching Su Qingyue, who was polishing her tactical dagger, her profile breathtakingly beautiful under the moonlight, feeling a sense of peace within. This feeling is truly wonderful. Captain, Lin Wangxing's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the moment of warmth. I calculated that our current gasoline reserves are only enough to support the entire convoy's high-intensity operation for 5 days. Food reserves about 7 days. If we want to build a second floor based on today's material consumption rate, we need to clear out resources from at least 10 trading zones. She looked up calmly, reporting a series of harsh numbers. So my suggestion is that starting tomorrow, everyone should implement a rationing system to conserve resources for emergencies. Instantly, the cabin fell silent, and everyone turned to Chen Fan. Just as he was about to say, "No problem," he suddenly felt a gentle kick on his foot. Looking down, he saw the twin sister Xia Jiao gazing at him with pitiful eyes and pointing at her own stomach. Chen Fan instantly understood. Clearing his throat, he said to Lin Wangxing with a serious expression, "Wangxing, your suggestion is great, but we need to broaden our vision." Leaning back in his chair, he spoke in a tone of someone with experience. "We are the divine cult, not a refugee camp. Remember, any issue that can be solved with money, no, with gasoline, is not a problem. Our goal is the stars, and the sea, a moving castle. A mere rationing system, wouldn't that be laughable?" His words were bold and successful in impressing everyone. Lin Wangxing frowned, seemingly pondering the deeper meaning behind his words. Only Su Qinghue silently turned her head, looking outside her shoulders, slightly shaking. She was afraid that if she continued looking, she would burst out laughing. This man, just to satisfy the gluttony of the two little temptresses, had turned absurd reasoning into a gospel. However, she liked it. The train carriage was hushed. Outside the window, a desolate highway stretched into endless darkness, its surface bathed in a ghastly silver sheen by the moonlight. The faint heaviness left by Lin Wangxing's calm, almost ruthless analysis had been forcibly dispelled by Chen Fan's offhand remark, "Think bigger." At this moment, an extraordinary stillness filled the carriage, a quietude both profound and serene. Qin Shuyun had already drifted into sleep, leaning against her seat. Her breathing was steady, and a gentle, tender smile lingered at the corner of her lips, as if even in dreams she were already composing next week's lavish menu. The twin sisters lay curled together on the makeshift bed, at the rear, heads touching like two small creatures huddling for warmth. Xia Jiao the younger slept with a glistening thread of drool tracing her chin. Lu Mingyan remained seated in the farthest corner, awake yet eyes closed. Her chest rose and fell with tranquil rhythm, like a flawless jade sculpture, restoring the immense mental energy spent crafting that epic-scale blueprint. Only Lin Wangxing remained awake, bathed in the faint glow of the central console screen, fingers flying across the holographic interface as she meticulously categorized and logged every item in the team's inventory, her intensity rivaling that of a financier auditing a billion-dollar merger. Chen Fan reclined in the driver's seat beside Su Qinghue, who was carefully polishing her tactical dagger inch by inch with a soft deerskin cloth. The dagger's cold gleam reflected off her serene, focused profile, creating a scene both hushed and charged with latent power. "We seem to have truly struck gold." "Not seem," Su Qinghue murmured without lifting her gaze, her voice cool and crystalline. "You've simply applied your damned extraordinary talent where it belongs." Chen Fan chuckled softly and said nothing more. With a thought, he summoned the central console interface and opened the Attributes tab, a function he hadn't examined closely in quite some time. It was time to take stock of his beauty and beast squad, their true worth, their hidden depths. First, he tapped his own avatar. A soft cerulean light curtain shimmered silently into existence before him. Name: Chen Fan. Level LV8, 105,800. Occupation: highway survivor. Attributes: Strength 12, Agility 11, Constitution 15, Spirit 22. Talent 1, Team Invitation S rank, allows up to 6 teammates to join your squad, sharing vision storage space and a dedicated team channel. Talent 2, Reward Critical Strike SSS rank. Any quality item you open has a chance to yield a random reward multiplier of 2x to 10x. Skills: Comprehensive Petroleum Chemical Engineering Master, Basic Driving Expert. Equipment: none. His attributes showed little change. Only a modest increase in spirit from sustained skill use and deep thinking, and his level had risen to 8 following earlier vehicle upgrades and fabrication work. Unremarkable. Among survivors, he'd be swatted aside effortlessly by any elite monster. Chen Fan wasn't surprised. He knew precisely his role: the team's cerebral core, a living cheat code, and perhaps its mascot. He smiled faintly, dismissed his own stats panel, and turned his gaze towards Su Qinghue beside him. Name: Su Qinghue. Level LV10, 341,000. Occupation: martial artist. Attributes: Strength 35, Agility 42, Constitution 38, Spirit 25. Talent: Martial Grandmaster S rank, Absolute Mastery over one's physical form, enhancing all hand-to-hand combat techniques and cold weapon proficiency by 300, while enabling the spontaneous creation of personalized martial arts styles. Skills: Extreme Combat Arts Grandmaster Dagger Assassination Grandmaster Crisis Perception Master. Equipment: Obsidian Tactical Dagger Exceptional. Chen Fan's eye twitched involuntarily. These stats were inhuman. What did 30 or 40 points in strength and agility even mean? He had no doubt Su Qingwei could kick through the door of a Wuling Hongguang, or punch a bull dead with a single blow. Especially that martial Grandmaster talent, boosting her already Grandmaster tier skills by 300. Chen Fan subtly shifted his weight sideways, quietly acknowledging that his chief combat officer had evolved into something akin to a humanoid Gundam draped in feminine grace. Anyone who angered her would likely never know how, or why, they died. Suppressing his awe, he tapped open Lin Wanqing's avatar. Name: Lin Wanqing. Level LV7 55,700. Occupation: Analyst. Attributes: Strength 8, Agility 10, Constitution 9, Spirit 35. Talent: Data Insight A rank. Your eyes pierce the essence of all things, automatically analyzing objects, creatures, and blueprints for detailed specifications, latent value, and vulnerabilities. During trade negotiations, you may discern the counterparty's psychological reserve price. Skills: Financial Management Master Risk Assessment Master Logic Expert. Equipment: None. As expected, a spirit specialized prodigy. Chen Fan's lips curved at the note about detecting the opponent's psychological reserve price. Wasn't that the very essence of commercial telepathy? Let her handle future trades. She'd strip bare not just their secrets, but the color of their underwear too. Wanting time to rest, Chen Fan said, voice measured. Not too loud, not too soft. Just enough to reach the analyst immersed in her work. Lin Wanqing paused mid-gesture, lifted her gaze, and met his. Her expression wordlessly declaring, this is none of your concern. Yet she obediently dimmed the holographic display and leaned back, closing her eyes. Chen Fan nodded satisfied and moved on to the next profile. Name: Qin Shuyun. Level LV7 120,700. Occupation: Gourmet. Attributes: Strength 9, Agility 9, Constitution 11, Spirit 28. Talent: Culinary Master A rank. Unparalleled understanding of food, enabling you to craft blessed dishes imbued with unique beneficial effects using any available ingredients. Currently available: Strength Steak, Agility Soup, Spirit, Dessert, etc. Skills: Cooking Master, Nutrition Science Master, Emotional Soothing Intermediate. Equipment: None. Blessed it. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. She was the team's ultimate buff engine. Imagine it: before a great battle, each member receives a strength steak and an agility soup, then charges forward, attributes soaring, sending monsters fleeing in terror, begging for mercy. That emotional soothing skill was equally intriguing. Truly, Shuyun was the team's anchor, its unshakable calm. Next came the charming twin sisters. He first selected the younger sister Xiaojiao. Name: Xiaojiao. Level LV6 211,600. Occupation: Nature Warden. Attributes: Strength 7, Agility 12, Constitution 8, Spirit 18. Talent: 10,000 Things of the Forest. Command B rank. Establishes spiritual resonance with flora, allowing conscious control over growth, entanglement, attack, and structural formation. Complexity and potency determined by your spirit and the plant's inherent nature. Skills: Plant Communion Novice. Equipment: None. Then he selected the elder sister Xiaojiwei. Name: Xiaojiwei. Level LV6 210,600. Occupation: Nature Warden. Attributes: Strength 6, Agility 8, Constitution 9, Spirit 20. Talent: 10,000 Things of the Forest. Growth B rank. Establishes spiritual resonance with flora, dramatically accelerating growth rates and catalyzing mutations, with a minuscule chance of yielding unique botanical specimens. Skills: Plant Communion Novice. Equipment: None. Viewed separately, both rank talents seemed merely useful support abilities. But placed side by side, a terrifying image erupted in Chen Fan's mind. One sister summons thick, resilient thorn vines, the other commands them instantly, erecting a mobile fortress of brambles or weaving a celestial net of inescapable thorns. One supplies the ammunition, the other becomes the artillery. Far from mere rank talents, together they formed a pseudo-S-rank divine technique. Forget growing cherry tomatoes aboard the Wuling Hongguang. Soon they might cultivate carnivorous blossoms atop its roof, turning them into living artillery emplacements. Chen Fan grew increasingly exhilarated, envisioning his future mobile citadel fortified by two impenetrable, verdant bulwarks. Finally, he drew a slow breath and tapped the most enigmatic, most anticipated avatar. Name: Lu Mingyan. Level LV6 43,600. Occupation: Strategic Planner. Attributes: Strength 5, Agility 7, Constitution 6, Spirit 45. Talent: Divine Blueprint S rank. Your mind interfaces directly with the architect's database, allowing you to conceive and manifest schematics for any object at the cost of spirit. Higher quality blueprints demand greater expenditure, lower success odds, and severe mental fatigue. Skills: Blueprint Construction Master, Structural Analysis Master, Performance Divine. Equipment: none. Strength 5. Constitution 6. Chen Fan's heart lurched at those abysmally low figures. With such frailty, she'd likely lose a fight against a moderately robust mutated chicken, or be swept away by a stiff breeze. Yet when he beheld her staggering spirit score of 45, and read the description of Divine Blueprint, all prior concern dissolved into profound awe and reverence. Her mind linked to the architect's database. What an unfathomably transcendent ability. She wasn't designing blueprints. She was downloading them from a higher dimensional realm. That performance divine skill seemed irrelevant in the apocalypse. Yet Chen Fan keenly sensed it might well have been the very reason this delicate woman survived the cataclysm's earliest days. A woman whose body was fragile beyond measure, yet whose spirit blazed with godlike intensity. An S-rank genius of boundless creative power. Gazing upon Lu Mingyan's exquisite moonlit face, pale, peaceful in slumber, Chen Fan felt for the first time the solemn heavy weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. He hadn't found treasure. He'd gathered living, breathing fragments of infinite possibility, the future itself. And as the one who had drawn them together, he bore the duty to shield that future, to become its sky. Finished. Su Qingyue's voice floated softly. She had set aside her dagger and now watched him still and silent. Chen Fan quietly dismissed the attribute interface and nodded. How does it feel? It feels. Chen Fan turned toward the window, gazing into the fathomless darkness beyond, then smiled a new smile radiant with unshakable confidence and raw, unbridled ambition. It feels like it's time to end this tutorial phase, fast. Otherwise, he paused then spoke each word with deliberate, chilling clarity. When we finally emerge, I fear the monsters and survivors outside won't have the slightest sense of game balance. Chen Fan was awakened by an enticing aroma. It wasn't the rough and direct scent of beef canned food, but rather a complex fragrance mingling the scent of wheat, minced meat, and some unknown spices forcefully invading his nostrils and launching an all-out assault on his brain and stomach. He opened his eyes and found that the girls in the carriage were already awake. Qin Shuyun was standing at the door holding a makeshift flat pan made from a tin can with several golden crispy meat patties sizzling inside. The aroma was indeed coming from there. Awake, Captain. Qin Shuyun smiled gently upon seeing him awake. Try my new creation, the Hope No. One meat patty made from compressed biscuits and luncheon meat. The twin sister Xia Jiao could barely wait to get a piece, not caring about the heat, taking small bites, her eyes squinting with happiness. Sister Shuyun, this is so delicious. It's even better than what my mom makes. Chen Fan took a piece. Beneath the crispy exterior was savory and tender minced meat, and the unique spice flavor exploded on his tongue, instantly dispelling all remnants of sleepiness and fatigue. Even more astonishing, a warm current surged from his stomach, making him feel invigorated. You have consumed blessed dish power meat patty common temporary power 1, lasting for 1 hour. Chen Fan looked at the notification in his field of vision, then turned to gaze at Qin Shuyun, his expression akin to that of someone looking at a deity. This was no mere chef, she was clearly a walking alchemist. After a breakfast that could be described as luxurious, the team's morale was unprecedentedly high. 7 people, 6 vehicles reformed into a steel torrent under the morning sun, continuing down the highway. However, not long after they set off, Chen Fan noticed something was off. The initially wide road, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 vehicles side by side, began to narrow gradually. The arid desert on both sides of the road was gradually replaced by some resilient, oddly shaped gray bushes. The air carried a faint hint of salty humidity. The road is narrowing, it can only accommodate 2 vehicles side by side. Su Qingyu's voice rang out in the team channel, tinged with caution. Everyone maintain formation and pay attention to the distance between vehicles, Chen Fan immediately ordered. The convoy speed was not fast, maintaining at 80 kilometers per hour. At that moment, an excited shout from Xia Jiao suddenly came through the team channel. Captain, Captain, look, there's a box by the roadside ahead. Everyone stop and stay alert. Chen Fan parked the Wuling Hongguang in the middle of the road, opened the door, and jumped out. Su Qingyue followed closely behind, dagger in hand, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. After confirming there was no danger, Chen Fan stepped forward and kicked open the seemingly flimsy wooden box. You have opened a black iron treasure chest and triggered the SS level talent reward critical hit, gaining 7 times the reward. You have opened a common treasure chest and obtained mineral water 70, a beef can food 35, a medical bandages 21. Not bad, a good start. Chen Fan satisfactorily stored the supplies into the storage space. The upcoming journey transformed into a delightful scavenging adventure. Almost every 10 kilometers, a similar treasure chest would appear by the roadside. It felt as though the god of the highway had prepared supply points along the way for these early birds. To the left, there's one behind the bushes. To the right, front under that big rock. Xia Jiao acted like a radar, always being the first to discover those hidden surprises. Lin Wanqing, on the other hand, was like a calm accountant updating the inventory list on her tablet immediately after Chen Fan opened the boxes. Report, Captain, we have currently picked up 9 treasure chests totaling 80 liters of mineral water, 60 cans of various types, 40 packs of compressed biscuits, as well as some basic living supplies and medical materials. Lin Wanqing's voice was meticulous. At this rate, we might even achieve a positive resource growth. Chen Fan listened to this report, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. This was not survival in the apocalypse, it was clearly a vacation shopping spree. After the convoy had traveled nearly 100 kilometers when the 10th treasure chest appeared in sight, Chen Fan's mood had already soared to the extreme. This was a chest that was different from the previous 9. It was no longer an ordinary wooden box, but a black iron treasure chest edged with metal. Everyone step back, let the professional handle this. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together, stepping forward, murmuring, "Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits manifest the tenfold critical hit." He took a deep breath and suddenly opened the treasure chest. A dazzling golden light flashed, nearly blinding him. "You have opened the black iron treasure chest and triggered the SS level talent reward critical hit, gaining tenfold rewards. You have obtained energy crystals 30. You have obtained refined steel plates 50. You have obtained the blueprint vehicle mounted multifunctional tool station Blue 1. Looking at the 3 shimmering golden notifications in the shared vision, the entire team channel fell silent. The girls in the carriage looked through the window at the man standing in front of the treasure chest, bathed in golden afterglow, grinning like a fool weighing 200 pounds, their expressions complicated. The shock had long turned into numbness. In that numbness, there was also a trace of pride that felt entirely justified. "No wonder he is our captain. Did you see that? This is the vision." Chen Fan boasted, satisfied with the spoils, into the team channel. "With the divine teachings, we eat meat every day." Just then, Su Qingyu's voice interrupted his self-satisfaction. "Chen Fan, look ahead." Chen Fan raised his head and followed Su Qingyu's gaze. The 100-kilometer scavenging journey had reached its end, and the road ahead had also come to a close. Or rather, the highway extended in a bizarre manner. A magnificent, ancient, and seemingly endless massive stone bridge spanned between the sky and the sea. The bridge deck was wide, also only accommodating 2 vehicles side by side. Beneath the bridge lay an endless, deep blue ocean, nearly black. The waves crashed against the ancient bridge piers, producing a dull, oppressive roar. The sea breeze swept in with a heavy, salty, and fishy scent, causing the clothes to rustle. The sky was gray, the sea was also gray, and the massive stone bridge resembled a gray dragon leading to an unknown world coiling in this desolate realm. Everyone was mesmerized by this grand yet eerie sight before them. This had surpassed the conventional road, resembling a scene from a myth. "Are we supposed to cross this?" Xia Zio's voice trembled slightly. "There's no other way." Lin Wanqing's voice was calm, but the hand gripping the steering wheel revealed her inner turmoil. Chen Fan squinted, gazing at the long bridge. He could not see the end of the bridge nor the boundary of the sea. The unknown often represented the greatest danger. After a moment of silence, he made a decision. "Shuyun, Wanqing, your vehicles will be on the left. Jiwei and Jiaominyan, you will be on the right." "Qingwei." He turned to look at Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei understood his meaning and was about to speak. "Put your vehicle away." Chen Fan's tone was indisputable. "Get in my car." Su Qingwei froze for a moment, glancing at her beloved obsidian, then at Chen Fan's serious face. As a racer, letting her give up her vehicle felt like asking a swordsman to lay down his sword. The motorcycle is too dangerous in this environment, too small a target, unstable. "If anything happens, I won't be able to save you." Chen Fan looked into her eyes and said each word deliberately. "I'll drive the Wuling Hongguang at the front, paving the way for you. You sit in the passenger seat, keeping an eye on the right side." Su Qingwei fell silent. In this man's eyes, she saw not a command, but an unwavering protection. In the end, she nodded, saying nothing, and with a thought, she stowed her sleek black motorcycle back into the storage space, then opened the passenger door of the Wuling Hongguang and sat inside. Chen Fan smiled in satisfaction and returned to the driver's seat. "Everyone pay attention, check the vehicle status, and prepare to head onto the bridge. Our goal is the stars and the sea," he shouted half-jokingly, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. In the channel there came the girls' soft laughter and affirming responses. "Receive. Understood." "Okay, Captain." The Wuling Hongguang, like a leading beast, was the first to slowly drive onto the unknown cross-sea long bridge. Behind it, 4 modified battle cars followed closely in 2 rows. The sound of wheels pressing against the ancient stone slabs echoed in the vast sea and sky, as if it were a magnificent and unknown expedition overture about to commence. As the Wuling Hongguang drove onto the stone bridge, the sound of its wheels rolling over the ancient cobblestones echoed like a signal of the world-changing channels. The sea breeze was even more fierce than before, pushing the salty and decaying scent through the gaps of the car window. Beneath the bridge lay an unfathomable dark blue ocean devoid of grandeur, only a sense of deathly stillness and a slowly surging thickness like the breath of a sleeping giant. This damned place, not even a seagull in sight, Chen Fan muttered as he gripped the steering wheel. Be quiet, don't you find this eerie? Su Qingyu's gaze remained fixed on the right side railing and the deep sea. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Chen Fan grinned, attempting to lighten the mood. What do we call this? The Divine Sex Sea Patrol. So majestic. In the team channel, Lin Wangxing's calm voice emerged. Captain, 300 meters ahead at the junction of the left bridge pier, there is an anomalous energy response. Based on the fluctuation analysis, it is likely a resource box. Chen Fan's spirit lifted. Here it comes. This was the rhythm he was familiar with. The convoy came to a slow stop. As before, Chen Fan and Su Qingwei got out to stand guard. After confirming safety, he strode forward purposefully. It was a bronze treasure chest embedded in the stone crevice of the bridge pier, covered in slippery moss. Let's have a good start. Chen Fan rubbed his hands, and under the eager gazes of everyone, he lifted the chest lid in one motion. A soft blue light illuminated the surroundings. You have opened the bronze treasure chest, obtaining refined steel plates, 20 basic parts, 50 blueprint vehicle spotlight blue 2. Nice. Chen Fan whistled. Although he only triggered a double critical hit, this vehicle spotlight was a boon for driving in such dim conditions. With the success of the first experience, everyone's tension eased considerably. This eerie cross-sea bridge seemed less daunting now, transforming into a hidden supply line just for them. In the next 2 hours, the convoy moved intermittently, continuously opening 3 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. Obtained energy crystals 15. Obtained blueprint tire chain claw blue 1. Obtained special item portable water purifier 1. When Chen Fan pulled out a shimmering purple blueprint from the silver treasure chest, the entire team erupted in excitement. You have opened the silver treasure chest, triggering SS level talent reward, critical hit, obtaining a 5-fold reward. You have obtained blueprint intermediate energy shield generator purple epic 1. Epic level blueprint. Lin Wangxing's voice was laced with evident excitement for the first time. This can boost our shield value from 1,000 points to 3,000 points. The defensive capability triples. Captain is mighty. Xia Jiao cheered in the channel. Chen Fan stood with his hands on his hips, reveling in the compliments from the girls, feeling like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. It's just a standard operation, everyone sit down. He waved his hand, but inwardly he was overjoyed. At this rate, not only could they build a second floor on the Wuling Hongguang, but transforming it into a mobile fortress capable of submerging was not a dream. At that moment, Lu Mingyan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke 2 words in the team channel. Be careful. Her voice was soft, but pierced through the frenzy of the crowd like a needle. Chen Fan was taken aback and looked ahead. About 500 meters away in the center of the road lay a box. It was a treasure chest larger than any they had seen before, made entirely of a dark golden metal, its surface intricately carved with strange wave patterns. It sat boldly in the middle of the road, as if waiting specifically for their arrival. Golden treasure chest. Lin Wangxing immediately assessed, but her tone was unusually grave. The energy response is very chaotic with strong, enticing fluctuations. What does that mean? Chen Fan asked. It means it looks like a delicious treat, but it might be hiding a hot eye. The entire convoy came to a halt, gazing at the golden treasure chest that emitted a deadly allure from hundreds of meters away. What now? Do we open it or not? Xia Jiao whispered. It was an obvious choice. Either bypass it and move on steadily, or take a gamble for the potentially massive rewards that could propel the team's strength to new heights. Chen Fan remained silent. He stared at the box, his greed and rationality battling fiercely within him. Open it. Su Qingwei suddenly spoke, her voice calm and resolute. Risk and reward are always proportional. We have come this far by not avoiding challenges. Her words struck Chen Fan with the force of a hammer, sealing. You're right. Chen Fan slapped his thigh. In the Divine Sex Dictionary, there is no entry for cowardice. He took a deep breath and ordered over the channel. Everyone prepare for battle. Qingyue, Wanxing, Shuyun, U3 form a triangular formation surrounding the treasure chest, with the cars facing outward, ready to charge or retreat at any moment. Jiao Jue, keep an eye on those barnacles and seaweed by the bridge, see if you can use them. Mingyan, stay in the car, concentrate your spiritual energy, ready to support at any time. Received. Understood. The girls responded without a hint of hesitation. The 4 vehicles roared to life, skillfully executing Chen Fan's orders, forming a standard defensive formation around the golden treasure chest. Chen Fan took a deep breath and jumped down from the Wuling Hongguang. Captain, Qin Shuyun called out worriedly in the channel. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Chen Fan gave them a reassuring smile and strode toward the golden treasure chest. The closer he got, the more intense the chaotic energy fluctuations became. Chen Fan could even feel a slight tingling sensation on his skin. Standing before the box, he didn't act immediately, but closed his eyes instead. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, I seek peace, not a critical hit. He muttered under his breath, then suddenly opened his eyes, pressed down on the chest lid with all his strength, and yanked it open. Creak! A harsh metallic scraping sound rang out. There was no golden light, no blueprints, and no pile of abundant materials. Inside the chest it was empty. No, not empty. At the bottom of the chest lay a fist-sized, still pulsating, slimy flesh egg. The moment the lid was opened, the flesh egg seemed to be stimulated, contracting violently. Then, with a bang, it burst open. Roar! A roar unlike any known creature exploded from the box. A shadow shot out from the chest at a speed almost impossible to perceive, lunging directly for the nearest Chen Fan. Watch out! Su Qingyu's voice was as swift as her actions. Just as the shadow was about to pounce on Chen Fan, a smaller figure darted in like an arrow from the side and crashed into it. It was Su Qingyue. She abandoned the idea of blocking with her dagger and used her body as a weapon, slamming into the shadow just in time. Bang! The shadow and Su Qingyue crashed heavily onto the bridge surface several meters away. Only then did everyone clearly see the creature's form. It was a creature over half a meter long, resembling a mantis, but covered in a hard rock-like shell. Its forelimbs were not blades, but a pair of massive, menacing pincers that glinted with a metallic sheen. On its head there were no compound eyes, only a single crimson eye. It's a rock-dwelling sea mantis. Lin Wangxing's startled voice echoed in the channel. Its weakness is the breathing hole in its abdomen. Its shell is extremely hard. Normal physical attacks are ineffective. Su Qingyue, who was knocked away, quickly stood up after a roll. A cut appeared on her arm, blood staining her sleeve instantly, but her gaze grew even colder. The rock-dwelling sea mantis let out an angry hiss, its crimson eye locking onto Su Qingyue, its pincers snapping open as it lunged once more. You wished. Chen Fan roared, activating the collision safety barrier on Qin Shuyun's car. Viru. The vehicle charged like an enraged rhinoceros, crashing into the side of the rock-dwelling sea mantis. Clang! A massive sound erupted, sparks flying. The rock-dwelling sea mantis stumbled from the impact, but Qin Shuyun's modified vehicle also crumpled in the front. Sister! Xia Jiao screamed. The originally inconspicuous dark green seaweed by the bridge suddenly came to life, growing and twisting wildly, weaving into dozens of resilient tentacles that shot toward the rock-dwelling sea mantis legs with lightning speed. It was Xia Jiwei. At the critical moment, she had summoned these seemingly fragile marine plants. The rock-dwelling sea mantis movements were instantly hampered. Now's the time. Su Qingyu's figure slipped beneath the creature just before it could escape its binds. Her obsidian dagger, infused with all her strength, became a streak of black lightning, piercing precisely and forcefully into the creature's unassuming breathing hole in its abdomen. Thud! The dagger sunk deep. The rock-dwelling sea mantis body went rigid, the crimson eye instantly losing its gleam. Its massive frame swayed and ultimately collapsed, turning into a multitude of dissipating light points. The battle was over. From the opening of the box to the creature's demise, the entire process took no more than 30 seconds. Everyone gasped for breath, adrenaline still surging through their bodies. Chen Fan was the first to rush to Su Qingyue, his heart tightening at the sight of her arm's wound. Are you insane? Using your body to block, he shouted at her, his voice laced with a panic and fear he didn't even notice. Su Qingyue looked up at his tense face, a faint pale smile tugging at her lips. What else? Wait for you to get sliced in half. She pulled out a bandage from her storage space and skillfully wrapped her own wound. At that moment, Lin Wangxing's voice rang out again, tinged with a tremor of survival and uncontainable joy. Captain, look at the drops. Chen Fan snapped back to reality, looking towards the place where the rock-dwelling sea mantis had vanished. A dazzling, even somewhat blinding golden light was quietly suspended there. You have successfully killed rock-dwelling sea mantis elite, triggering SS level talent reward, critical hit, obtaining a 10-fold reward. You have obtained Space Stabilizer Core 1. You have obtained Special Materials, Sea Mantis Giant Claw 2. You have obtained Skill Book, Charge Blue 1. Upon seeing the first line of that familiar yet strange term, Chen Fan's breath hitched. Space Stabilizer Core. One of the 3 core materials needed to build a second floor on the Wuling Hongguang. He slowly turned his head and exchanged a glance with Lu Mengyan in the car. In her eyes, which held the vastness of the stars and the sea, he saw the same flame named ambition. It turned out that the golden treasure chest was not a trap. It was merely a ticket to a higher realm, one that required courage and blood to unlock. The silence after the calamity spread across the wide stone bridge. The sea breeze dispersed the last flicker of light left by the vanishing rock-hiding sea mantis and carried the faint scent of blood emanating from the wound on Su Qingyu's arm. Chen Fan's heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by that scent of blood. He stared at the rapidly reddening bandage and shouted in a suppressed voice, "Can't you just dodge it?" "If I dodged, I would be gone." Su Qingyu's voice was calm, as if she were discussing something unrelated. She checked the wound, and confirming it was just a flesh wound, chose to ignore it. At this moment, the girls in the car finally regained their senses, opening the car doors and rushing over. Sister Qinghua. The twin sisters surrounded her with worried expressions. Qin Shuyan quickly walked to Su Qingyu's side, retrieving a small bottle of medical alcohol and a roll of clean gauze from her storage space, her eyes filled with concern and reproach, not directed at Su Qinghua, but glaring at Chen Fan, as if to say, "Look at the mess you made showing off again." Chen Fan felt guilty under her glare. He rubbed his nose and unconsciously shifted his gaze toward the center of the battlefield. Their 3 items radiating brilliant light were quietly floating in midair. His eyes instantly widened. The fleeting feelings of fear and heartache were immediately replaced by overwhelming joy. He dashed forward like a treasure seeker, spotting gold ingots, carefully cradling the 3 items in his palms. Core of the Spatial Stabilizer 1. Giant Claw of the Sea Mantis 2. Skill Book, Charge 1. We struck it rich. We hit the jack. Chen Fan held up the core made entirely of an unknown crystal, within which nebulae seemed to swirl, excitedly gesturing. "Mingyan. Look, what is this? Our second floor has a chance." His voice echoed across the empty bridge, filled with the exuberance of a nouveau riche. Lu Mingyan slowly approached. When her gaze fell upon the core for the first time, her usually calm eyes revealed intense ripples. She extended her slender finger, wanting to touch it, but hesitated in midair, her fingertip trembling slightly. This was one of the 3 core components needed to realize her epic blueprint, and it was the hardest to obtain. While everyone else was immersed in this immense joy, the usually calm Lin Wanqing frowned. She pushed up the non-existent glasses on her nose, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. "Captain, take another look at the item attributes." Chen Fan was taken aback, then focused his attention back on the core. A line of pale purple text appeared in his field of vision. Core of the Spatial Stabilizer Epic. Epic? Is there a problem? Chen Fan asked, confused. Of course there's a problem. Lin Wanqing spoke quickly, as if conducting an instant project analysis. What kind of treasure chest did we open? A golden treasure chest. What kind of monster did we defeat? Elite monster, rock-hiding sea mantis. Exactly. Lin Wanqing's gaze swept across the group. Golden treasure chest, elite monster. According to normal logic and the principle of value equivalence, it should drop an extraordinary blue item, and that would already be considered an incredible stroke of luck. But what did we get? An epic-level purple core material, a pair of rare-level green materials, and an extraordinary blue skill book. This completely violates the drop rules. The return rate is absurdly high. Her analysis doused the previously excited group with cold water, bringing them back to their senses. Yeah, this reward is too excessive. It's like playing a slot machine, putting in a coin and the machine spits out a mountain. Could it be that the drop rate in this world is inherently this high? Xia Zhio asked innocently. Impossible. Lin Wanqing immediately denied it. If the drop rate were this high, the trading channel would be overflowing with purple gear and blue gear would be worthless. But the reality is most people struggle to gather a full set of blue gear. Chen Fan scratched his head, sensing something was amiss. He looked at the core in his hand, then at his talent panel, a vague guess forming in his mind, though he didn't dare to confirm it. Lin Wanqing looked at him, her eyes seemingly able to see through everything, flashing with understanding. It seems no one has noticed that this world actually has several sets of levels which run parallel to each other and are interconnected. She paused, beginning to provide this newly formed team with an essential lesson about this world. First, there is the level of treasure chests and basic materials, which is the most common one we encounter. Lin Wanqing extended one finger. From low to high, they are inferior, ordinary, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. The golden treasure chest we opened today belongs to the absolute high-end category within this system. She extended a second finger. Secondly, there is the quality level of items, blueprints, and equipment. This system does not consider material, but focuses on effects and rarity. They are distinguished by color and name. White represents ordinary. Green represents rare. Blue represents extraordinary. Purple represents epic. Gold represents legendary. As for the red, mythical, above legendary, and the rainbow, immortal, I've only heard of them in rumors and have never seen them in person. Lin Wanqing looked at the spoils in Chen Fan's hand and demonstrated on sight. So you see, this pair of giant claws of the sea mantis is of green quality, belonging to rare materials. This charged skill book is of blue quality, belonging to extraordinary level. And this core of the spatial stabilizer is of purple quality, epic level. The girls in the carriage were engrossed. Even the usually lively Xia Zhio quieted down, taking notes earnestly. These pieces of knowledge were invaluable information they would have never known while trying to survive on their own. The level of the treasure chest determines the probability of producing high-quality items. A golden treasure chest has a small chance of dropping a blue extraordinary item and an extremely small chance of dropping a green rare item. But it is almost impossible to drop a purple epic item. Lin Wangxing's gaze ultimately settled on Chen Fan's face, her eyes carrying a blend of shock, inquiry, and envy. The only explanation is your talent. Reward critical. When it triggers, a tenfold reward distorts the underlying rules of this world. It not only turns one reward into 10, but also conducts a quality lottery, forcibly elevating what would have been a blue quality drop to purple epic. The entire stone bridge fell into silence, leaving only the howling sea breeze. All eyes were focused. If before their understanding of Chen Fan was still at the level of a lucky captain, then now Lin Wangxing's words had completely overturned their perception. This was not mere luck. It was as if he had flipped the gambling table and pointed at the dealer's nose, declaring, "This round I call the shots." This was a miracle. A true walking miracle. Ahem. Chen Fan felt uncomfortable under their gazes. He cleared his throat and forced a look of "I see, everything is under control. Wangxing's analysis is spot on. This is the theoretical foundation of my creation of the Wuling Hongguang religion. We must believe in science, but also believe in theology." Su Qingwei silently turned her head, looking at the sea outside the bridge, her lips unable to suppress a smile. This man always manages to spout nonsense seriously at the most critical moments. Qin Shuyun shook her head with a smile, having finished tending to Su Qingyu's wound, rebandaging it. She looked at Chen Fan with eyes filled with pride and contentment, as if she were gazing at a child who had finally grown up and become successful. The twin sisters looked at Chen Fan, their eyes beginning to sparkle with admiration. "Captain, you are amazing," Xia Zhio exclaimed with a face full of worship. Although Xia Zhiwei did not speak, her vigorous nodding said it all. All right, it's just standard procedure, no need to get overly excited." Chen Fan waved his hand and handed over the blue skill book, saying, "Who will learn this?" Charge an active skill instantly boosts speed, dealing a powerful impact to the target with a 10-minute cooldown. He first looked at Su Qingwei. She shook her head. "My combat style isn't suitable, having it would only disrupt my rhythm." Chen Fan then looked at the others. This skill was clearly more suited for those who needed to engage in close combat or to ram vehicles. "Give it to me," Lin Wangxing suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to her. Lin Wangxing adjusted her forehead, calmly explaining, "My Ferrari has undergone basic armor enhancement, and its durability is sufficient. This skill can be used as a surprise tactic or to escape at a critical moment." Chen Fan thought for a moment and found it very reasonable. A calm analyst paired with a wild charge skill, this contrast might just yield extraordinary results. He handed the skill book over to Lin Wangxing. After Lin Wangxing took it, the skill book transformed into a blue light and merged into her body. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, her gaze held an inexplicable sharpness. As for this, Chen Fan raised a pair of giant claws glowing green. Rare-level materials can be used to forge weapons or enhance vehicles. Let's put it away for now and discuss it when Mengyan researches new blueprints later. Finally, he solemnly handed the epic-level core of the spatial stabilizer into Lu Mingyan's hands. "Lady Saint," Chen Fan said solemnly, "the future of our religion, whether we can live in a mobile castle with a sky garden and swimming pool, all depends on you." Lu Mingyan took the heavy core, which felt ice cold in her hands, yet seemed to carry a burning energy that traveled up her arm and into her heart. She looked at Chen Fan's intentionally serious face, then at the expectant gazes of her companions. Her beautiful face, which always bore a hint of aloofness, finally blossomed into a faint smile, enough to make the world pale in comparison. "All right, just one word." Yet it was more resolute than any promise. The crisis passed, the gains were immense, and the team's cohesion reached unprecedented heights through this trial of blood and fire. Chen Fan looked at the Doomsday Girls team surrounding him, a surge of pride swelling within him. He turned around, facing the seemingly endless cross-sea bridge, and waved his hand. "Pack your gear and tally the losses. In 10 minutes we set off again." The 10-minute rest time quickly passed. The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided, but the reality of the situation confronted everyone. Qin Shuyun walked up to her nanny van, looking at the significantly dented front, a pained expression appearing on it. This nanny van, which she had named the mobile kitchen, was not only her mode of transportation, but also one of the few sources of belonging she had in this apocalyptic world. The bumper is completely deformed, and the cooling system has also been impacted. Although it can still run, its performance will definitely be greatly affected. Lin Wangxing stepped forward, tapping the damaged armor with her hand. As her talent data insight activated, a series of precise data flashed before her eyes. She looked at Chen Fan and calmly reported the repair is estimated to require at least 30 units of refined steel plates along with 5 standard units of basic components. This does not include the losses for repairing the internal pipelines. The wallet that had just been fattened by abundant harvests was about to deflate again. Chen Fan looked at the shocking dent and felt a pang of pain in his heart. This was not just a car being damaged, it was a piece of his heartfelt investments, a fixed asset of the team. It's alright, Sister Shuyun, it's just a car. He walked over, patted Qin Shuyun's shoulder firmly, and said with bravado, out with the old, in with the new. He'll get you a new apocalypse battle vehicle with a ram on the front, and anyone who isn't convinced will be taken down. Qin Shuyun couldn't help but laugh at his words, and her earlier gloom disappeared. You have quite the mouth on you. She shot Chen Fan a playful glare, her captivating demeanor warming his heart. I mean it though. Chen Fan cleared his throat, concealing his thoughts before changing the subject. But for now we need to fix it first. He thought for a moment, suddenly his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. How could I forget about that treasure? He mysteriously opened the main control panel and rummaged through the storage space for a moment before dragging out a blueprint shimmering with blue light. Blueprint vehicle-mounted multifunctional tool station, Blue Excellence. This blueprint was exactly what he had previously obtained from a black iron treasure chest. With this we can repair the vehicle ourselves, Chen Fan announced excitedly. But we don't have the materials to make this tool station, Xia Jiao quietly reminded him. The items on the blueprint also required materials to craft. Who says we don't? Chen Fan grinned and glanced at the giant pincer of the sea mantis he had put away. Wanqing analyzed whether this pair of pincers is enough as the main material to build a tool station. Lin Wangxing's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly walked to Chen Fan's side, staring at the fearsome pincers as data flowed rapidly across her eyes. A moment later, she provided an affirmative answer. It's enough. The material density and hardness of these pincers are extremely high, belonging to top-tier rare materials. They are more than sufficient to create an excellence-level tool station, with even some to spare. Then that makes things easier. Chen Fan waved his hand and immediately began to assign tasks. Attention, everyone. The Wuling Hongguang Divine Sect is commencing its first independent production and construction activity now. Wanqing, you are responsible for calculating the material ratios, aiming for the best results with the least waste. Understood. Lin Wanqing immediately entered work mode. Zhihui and Jiao, you two are on lookout duty, especially over the sea under the bridge. See if your plan got it, Captain. The twin sisters immediately ran to the edge of the bridge, starting to attempt to communicate with the deep-sea plants. Sister Shuyun, you and Qinghua take a rest, and keep an eye on things for me. Don't let those two girls fall into the sea. Qin Shuyun smiled and nodded. Su Qinghua simply held her dagger, leaning against the front of the Wuling Hongguang, her vigilant gaze sweeping across the distant end of the long bridge, indicating she would do her job well. Finally, Chen Fan looked at Lu Mingyan. Lady Saint, the upcoming key task depends on you. He solemnly handed the vehicle-mounted multifunctional tool station blueprint to Lu Mingyan. Lu Mingyan silently accepted the blueprint, which transformed into a stream of data in her hands, merging into her mind. She closed her eyes. Divine Plan talent activated. Blueprint construction and structural analysis skills activated simultaneously. In her spiritual world, the two-dimensional blueprint was instantly dismantled into countless tiny parts, then reassembled in a more optimized and efficient manner. The material properties of the giant pincer, the parameters of existing materials, the usable space of the Wuling Hongguang's trunk. All data converged, collided, and fused in her brain. A minute later, Lu Mingyan opened her eyes. Her face was paler than before, but her gaze was astonishing. She extended her delicate hand and lightly tapped the air. A brand new, optimized, and improved virtual blueprint appeared on Chen Fan's main control panel. Vehicle-mounted multifunctional tool station, improved Blue Excellence effect, can construct a multifunctional repair platform within the specified vehicle, equipped with basic repair tools capable of various operations, such as equipment disassembly, material purification, and parts manufacturing. Optimization note: structural optimization has been conducted based on the current material giant pincer, improving material utilization by 30 and success rate of creation by 15. Added small material cutter module. Chen Fan looked at the extra improved in the series of notes below. Is this the glass talent? Not only can it create blueprints out of thin air, but it can also optimize and upgrade existing blueprints. This is no longer just a chief engineer, this is a chief scientist plus a technical director. Well done. Chen Fan did not hesitate to praise her. Start production. He took a deep breath and tossed the giant pincer along with other auxiliary materials into the production interface. Materials confirmed. Starting production of vehicle-mounted multifunctional tool station improved. Estimated time, 30 minutes. Current success rate, 95. Looking at the high success rate of 95, Chen Fan's anxious heart finally settled down. With the main control panel's 20 success rate boost and Lu Mingyan's 15 optimization boost, this production was practically guaranteed. During the waiting time, everyone was also busy. Good news came from the twin sisters. Captain, Captain, Xia Jiao shouted excitedly. Sister said that the seaweed under the bridge is very useful. They can secrete a kind of mucus that becomes very tough when solidified, which can be used as a temporary adhesive and filler. Chen Fan was overjoyed upon hearing this. This was simply like someone giving you a pillow when you were sleepy. 30 minutes later, with a faint buzzing sound, the spacious trunk of the Wuling Hongguang was filled with shimmering light. An industrially beautiful metal platform materialized in the corner of the trunk. The platform was made of the dark red shell of the giant pincer, its surface smooth as a mirror with various slots, mechanical arms, and tool compartments arranged in an orderly fashion, exuding precision and power. We did it. Everyone cheered. Chen Fan eagerly jumped onto the vehicle, stroking the cold and hard tool station, feeling the joy that came with creation. Watching calculate how many parts we need to produce ourselves to repair Sister Shuyan's vehicle. Calculating. We need standard gears 12, drive bearings 4, high-pressure pipelines 3 meters. Lin Wanqing quickly reported a series of items. No problem. Chen Fan waved his hand, tossing the scrap metal and basic materials from the team warehouse into the disassembly port of the tool station. Materials being disassembled. Purifying. Starting manufacturing standard gears. As everyone watched in curiosity and shock, the mechanical arms of the tool station began to operate swiftly, cutting, polishing, assembling. New parts glimmering with metallic luster were spat out from the production port. This scene made everyone feel as if it were unreal. Just a few hours ago, they were still survivors who could only rely on opening boxes and trading to obtain resources. And now they had their own armory factory. This tremendous transformation from nothing to something filled everyone with unprecedented security and pride. 2 hours later, with everyone's joint efforts, Chen Shuyan's damaged nanny van was as good as new. The dented front had been hammered back into shape, and although there were still slight marks, they were barely noticeable. All the internal pipelines and parts were replaced, and the seaweed mucus cultivated by Xia Jiwei perfectly filled the tiny cracks. Lin Wanqing even had a burst of inspiration, melting the remaining pieces of the giant pincer and reinforcing them onto the bumper, making it appear even more fierce and aggressive. Mobile kitchen status restoration complete, durability 800,800. New module reinforced bumper rare. Chen Shuyan lovingly stroked her vehicle, a genuine smile radiating from her face. Thank you everyone, she said sincerely. No need to be polite, we are a family. Chen Fan said proudly, hands on his hips, reveling in the immense sense of achievement that teamwork brought. With the crisis averted, the battle vehicle repaired, the team's industrial system had also taken a solid first step. Chen Fan turned around and looked again at the long bridge shrouded in gray mist, still without an end in sight. All right, ladies, the rest is over. Let us continue this grand voyage across the sea. Let's go. The convoy resumed its journey like a lonely expeditionary force advancing into the depths of the gray mist. The joy of victory was swiftly diluted by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Only 3 colors remained in the world: the gray of the sky, the black of the ocean, and the eternal pallor of the stone bridge. The wheels rolled over the stone slabs, producing a monotonous, repetitive clatter, as if beating a rhythm for this unknown journey. Chen Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, fine beads of sweat forming on his palms. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. This feeling was far more intense than when he was besieged by monsters. No matter how powerful the monsters were, they always had weaknesses and limits. But this bridge and this sea before him seemed like an endless embodiment of despair itself, silently showcasing a grandeur and eeriness that mortals could not resist. He dared not imagine what would happen if the vehicle broke down in the middle of the bridge or plunged into that silent. What lurked beneath that sea? Was it a monstrosity more terrifying than the rock-dwelling mantis, or a pure nothingness capable of devouring everything? Chen Fan forced himself not to dwell on it, concentrating on the road ahead, yet his peripheral vision kept straying involuntarily to the fathomless ink-blue depths below the bridge. Stop looking. Su Qingyu's voice was cold and clear, pulling him back from the almost consuming fear. Focus on driving. Her arm had been treated. Aside from a slight pallor, she showed no signs of injury. I wasn't looking, I was observing the terrain, Chen Fan retorted stubbornly. Su Qingwei didn't call him out on it. She silently opened the chat function on the console. Since Chen Fan was driving, she would handle surveillance and intelligence. The regional chat channel was as lively as ever, or rather chaotic. Survivor 8975, what the hell is this place? A bridge. I've been driving for almost 2 hours, and I've already burned a bar of fuel. The regional chat channel was as lively as ever, or rather chaotic. Survivor 8975, big muscle stud, scared of what? I just opened a bronze chest on the roadside and a giant crab popped out. I smashed it with one hammer blow. It dropped a bunch of parts. Awesome. Desert Fox, lucky you. My buddy said he was ambushed by a sea snake that spits venom. Now his car's paint is corroded. I sniped. Are we all on the same bridge? Drop your coordinates. We can team up if we're close. This place is too creepy alone. Information scrolled rapidly, mostly complaints, fears, and exchanges of scattered intel. Su Qingyu's cool eyes scanned the text, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. At first she thought everyone was trapped on this damned sea-crossing bridge like them. But soon she noticed something amiss. Little white rabbit, scared me to death. There's a ghost face carved on the bridge pillar to the right. I almost drove into the sea. Su Qingwei instinctively glanced to the right. To the right of the Wuling minivan were Lu Mingyin and the Xia sisters' 3 cars, and beyond them the smooth ancient stone railing past, which lay the silent sea churning with black waves. There was no bridge pillar with a ghost face at all. She remained expressionless and continued reading. Windwalker Brothers, I found a spiral staircase going down about 100 kilometers to the left of the bridge. It seems to lead under the bridge. Should we check it out? Thor's hammer, don't go. I saw it too. There's something down there. I threw a stone and heard a terrifying roar. A spiral staircase. Su Qingyu's gaze swept to the left again. Qin Shuyun and Lin Wangxing's convoy drove steadily, and the sea beyond was calm. Again, scenes they hadn't seen. One by one, tiny inconspicuous details rapidly pieced together in Su Qingyu's calm mind. A bold guess fitting this world's rules surfaced in her thoughts. Chen Fan, she suddenly spoke. Moi. Chen Fan responded, his attention fixed ahead. Open the team channel. I have something to say. Su Qingyu's tone was grave. Chen Fan's heart tightened, and he complied immediately. What's wrong, Qingwei? Qin Shuyun's gentle voice came through first. Su Qingwei didn't answer directly, but shared the key messages from the chat channel into the team's shared view. Everyone take a look at these messages. Lin Wangxing reacted almost instantly. Ghost face pillar spiral staircase, venom-spitting sea snake. None of these happened to us. Exactly, Su Qingyu's voice rang out in the channel tinged with gravity. I suspect that although we're all on this sea-crossing bridge, we're not in the same space. Her words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. What do you mean? Xia Jiao didn't quite understand. It means, Lin Wangxing took over, her voice cold and almost ruthless, that this bridge, or this sea-crossing bridge trial scenario, is split into countless independent non-interfering parallel tracks. Each vehicle or each team advances on its own track. We can communicate through the chat channel, but this conclusion sent a chill down everyone's spine. If before they harbored hope of encountering other survivors, that hope was now completely extinguished. On this road to the unknown, they were utterly alone. This is too. Xia Jiao was at a loss for words. It's quite logical, Lu Mingyan's cool voice chimed in as she had been quiet, but clearly thinking. This bridge might just be a special form of the highway. Her words made everyone suddenly understand. Yes, the rules had never changed. Only their environment had so that's it. Chen Fan murmured, loosening his grip on the steering wheel. This discovery lifted a heavy weight from his heart. No need to worry about ambushes from other survivors or competing for resources on this narrow bridge. This was undoubtedly good news. But it brought with it a deeper, suffocating loneliness. This world was like a vast cold server opening a separate room for each player. And they were just 7 people squeezed into a slightly larger room. Snap out of it, everyone. Chen Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the negativity, and shouted in his usual slightly eccentric booming voice on the team channel. Parallel spaces, solo dungeons, or team dungeons. Does it make a difference to our cult? There's only one road, keep moving forward. While others are scared of a sea snake, we've already slain an elite monster. While others are opening bronze chests, we're already planning epic projects. What does that prove? Chen Fan paused, deliberately building suspense. It proves we're the chosen ones. The protagonists of this world. His forced pep talk, though somewhat ridiculous, was surprisingly effective. The girls were amused, and the heavy, oppressive atmosphere in the vehicle dissipated. Exactly. Xia Jiao was the first to respond. We have our captain, we're not afraid. Qin Shuyun shook her head helplessly, a gentle smile on her lips. Lin Wangxing closed the chat channel and resumed organizing the supply list, as if the outside world had nothing to do with her. As long as the team remained, she could find her place. Lu Mingyan glanced at Chen Fan's back, then closed her eyes again to meditate and recover her mental energy. Su Qingyue, watching the pale railing speeding backward outside the window, her gaze regained its resolve. The wind grew colder, carrying a biting chill that seeped through every crevice, scraping against the skin like a dull knife. The gray sky thickened ominously, the leaden clouds hanging low as if they might collapse at any moment and crush the tiny convoy along with the entire stone bridge into the black abyss below. Clunk, clunk. The monotonous sound of wheels rolling over the stone slabs became the sole measure of time amidst the howling wind. Chen Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze sweeping over the fuel gauge on the control panel. The slowly descending red needle felt like a needle stabbing at his heart. There were less than 600 liters of fuel left, with 5 vehicles averaging just over 100 liters each. It seemed like a lot, but in an environment where vigilance was paramount and high speeds were impossible, consumption was far faster than anticipated. Suddenly, he recalled the portable integrated oil refinery he had carelessly tossed into the corner of his storage space. Knowing how treacherous this bridge was, he should have stocked more barrels of crude oil back in the desert. In this godforsaken place where there were no villages in sight and not even a hint of an oil field, that legendary treasure felt no different than a piece of scrap metal. A flicker of regret spread within him, but he maintained an impassive expression, even humming a little tune in an attempt to dispel the increasingly oppressive atmosphere in the cabin. Captain, your tune. Why does it sound like a village's funeral dirge? Su Qingyue, sitting in the passenger seat with her eyes closed, remarked bluntly. Her breath was steady, seemingly unaffected by the harsh cold outside. What do you know? This is called the doomsday blues, filled with philosophical reflections on the passing of life. Chen Fan solemnly babbled nonsense. Su Qingyue's lips curved slightly, and she fell silent. The 50-kilometer journey felt as though it had lasted a century. When the first resource box appeared by the roadside, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It was an ordinary wooden crate. You have opened an ordinary treasure chest and obtained refined steel plates 15, compressed biscuits 10. Better than nothing. Chen Fan smirked, stowed away the items, and the convoy continued onward. The subsequent journey turned into a tedious, yet hopeful, 50-kilometer sprint. Every time the odometer ticked over a multiple of 50 kilometers, Xia Zio's radar-like voice would ring out on cue. To the left, there's a bronze one under that gargoyle statue. You have opened a bronze treasure chest and obtained energy crystals 5, high-energy conducting wires 10. To the right front, there's another wooden box in the gap between two bridge railings. You have opened an ordinary treasure chest and obtained memory alloy 2, basic parts 30. Time flowed monotonously amidst the opening of boxes and driving. The sky completely darkened, the lead gray clouds turned pitch black, and the torrential wind whipped large raindrops against the vehicle. The convoy had no choice but to turn on all the headlights as 6 beams of light struggled to carve out a small safe zone in the storm. Here, everyone drink some hot tea. Qin Shuyun handed out bowls of steaming ginger soup she had made from a few pieces of dried ginger and a bit of sugar, which she dubbed Blessing Cuisine. You drank Blessing Cuisine warm ginger soup, ordinary, slightly dispelling the cold and fatigue. Spirit 1, lasting 30 minutes. After downing a bowl of hot soup, Chen Fan felt a significant comfort spread through his limbs. Sigh, how much longer until we reach the end of this bridge? Xia Zhao cradled her bowl, her small face flushed from the steam. She gazed out at the terrifying thunderstorm outside, complaining, the scenery is ugly, the boxes are stingy, I feel like my eyes are about to sprout moss. Sister Xia Zhiwei quietly sat in the corner, carefully pouring some rainwater into an empty bottle, attempting to establish a mental link with a small piece of deep green seaweed she had pulled from the bridge's crevice. Report. Lin Wangxing's calm voice echoed as the data on her virtual tablet rapidly refreshed. We have currently traveled 300 kilometers and opened 6 treasure chests. Our material collection progress is as follows: void crystals 720, memory alloy 812, high energy conducting wires 65100, refined steel plates 120200, energy crystals 2850. She paused before delivering worse news. Due to the heavy rain, the convoy's average speed has decreased by 30 and fuel consumption has increased by 15. Our remaining fuel can sustain us for at most another 350 kilometers. According to our current material acquisition efficiency, we need to travel at least another 400 kilometers to gather all the materials. The atmosphere in the cabin instantly dropped to freezing point. Fuel, a resource equivalent to a lifeline in the apocalypse, for the first time flashed a red warning light to them. Chen Fan remained silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the steering wheel. He knew that as the captain, it's fine, he cleared his throat, forcing a smile. There will surely be a way when we reach the mountain. Worst case, we can just abandon the other vehicles. This Wuling Hongguang can surely carry us through if we conserve fuel. Rather than comforting everyone, these words were more for his own reassurance. The rain poured harder, as if the sky had opened up. The wipers were set to maximum, yet they still couldn't completely clear the rain curtain on the windshield. At 450 kilometers, the 9th treasure chest appeared, a silver box. Chen Fan plunged into the torrential rain, using nearly all his strength to lift the heavy lid of the. You have opened a silver treasure chest and obtained void crystals 5, high energy conducting wires 28, energy crystals 10. It was a decent haul, but still not enough. Lin Wangxing quickly updated the data. We still need 8 void crystals, 4 memory alloys, 80 refined steel plates, and some energy crystals and wires. Chen Fan wiped the rain off his face and cursed under his breath. He looked at the road ahead, swallowed by rain and darkness, feeling a sense of helplessness rise for the first time. Just then, at the end of the car's headlights, a familiar silhouette faintly appeared. It was a box quietly placed in the middle of the road. Crafted entirely from dark golden metal, its surface was engraved with intricate and strange wave patterns. A golden treasure chest, just like the one that had hatched the rockshell sea manted. Stop! Chen Fan shouted into the channel. The 6 vehicles slowed to a halt, and everyone's heart raced to their throats. Not again. Xia Zio's voice trembled slightly. Captain, the energy fluctuations are almost identical to last time. The probability of it being a trap exceeds 90. Lin Wangxing's analysis was calm, yet brutal. Everyone looked at Chen Fan, waiting for his decision. Should they take a detour? With their current fuel reserves, taking a detour was almost equivalent to a slow death. Should they proceed? No one knew what kind of monster might emerge from this chest. Battling in such stormy weather would be much more challenging than last time. Let's do it. Chen Fan slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Fortune favors the bold. The divine cult never retreats. He was not unafraid. He was more afraid of running out of fuel and starving or freezing to death on this bridge. Form up as last time, prepare for battle. The girls acted without hesitation, immediately taking action. 4 vehicles braved the storm, laboriously forming a defensive formation. Chen Fan took a deep breath, opened the car door, and plunged into the raging storm. He walked step by step towards the golden treasure chest. The rain blurred his vision, and the wind roared in his ears, as if countless sea demons were howling. Standing before the box, he did not act immediately, but closed his eyes, betting all his hopes on his elusive heavenly spirits. Earthly spirits, I do not seek tenfold, but peace. Damn it, just explode for me. He suddenly opened his eyes, grasped the lid of the box with all his strength, and yanked it open. Boom! A thunderclap echoed across the sky, illuminating the entire sea and sky in a harsh white light. There was no monstrous roar as imagined, nor did a deadly shadow emerge. A golden beam of light, more brilliant and warmer than the lightning, shot up from the box, instantly dispersing all wind and rain within a 10-meter radius, forming an absolutely peaceful golden domain. You have opened a golden treasure chest, triggering SS level talent. Reward critical hit, receiving 8 times the reward. A series of golden notifications flooded Chen Fan's vision. You have obtained Void Crystals 16. You have obtained Memory Alloy 8. You have obtained Refined Steel Plates 160. You have obtained High Energy Conducting Wires 80. You have obtained Energy Crystals 40. You have obtained the Blueprint Vehicle Turbocharger System Purple Epic 1. Chen Fan stood dazed in the warm golden light, letting the golden data stream wash over his body. His report, Captain. Lin Wangxing's voice, slightly pitched due to extreme excitement, echoed in the team channel. Void Crystals 2820. Memory Alloy 1612. High Energy Conducting Wires 165100. Refined Steel Plates 295200. Energy Crystals 7850. All materials completely gathered and severely overflowing. Chen Fan slowly raised his head, looking at his convoy, at the girls who had been worried for him amidst the storm. He grinned, revealing a smile bright enough to dispel all gloom. The golden radiance that sheltered Chen Fan was like the sole lighthouse on a tempest-tossed sea, warm. As the final stream of golden data merged into Chen Fan's body, the pillar of light slowly dissipated, and the raging storm seemed to regain its senses, howling back with renewed fury. But this time no one felt the cold. Car doors swung open one after another as the girls rushed into the rain. Their gazes swept past the mountain of spoils, all converging on the drenched man who was grinning like a fool. Shock, ecstasy, disbelief. A myriad of emotions interwove on their faces. Xia Jiao rubbed her eyes vigorously, staring at the seemingly endless list of supplies in the team's shared vision, feeling her perception utterly overturned. Captain. Qin Shuyun hurried forward, a dry towel in hand, and draped it over Chen Fan's head without a word. She wiped the rain from him while chiding. Look at you, always showing off. What if what came out wasn't a reward, but a monster worse than last time? Her voice trembled with lingering fear, and the rims of her eyes reddened. It wasn't the epic materials she cared about, but the terror that he might have vanished in that very moment. Chen Fan grinned, letting Qin Shuyun fuss over him, a warmth surging in his heart. He grasped her wrist, meeting her worried gaze, and said solemnly, Shuyun, rest assured. I never take risks without certainty. Though deep down he knew he had gambled with more than 90% certainty. Do that again, and your blessed cooking privileges are revoked. Qin Shuyun threatened, yet her movements grew gentler. No, please, I'm sorry. Chen Fan immediately pleaded. Lin Wangxing's voice, calm yet tinged with barely suppressed excitement, came through the team channel. An epic blueprint. The vehicle turbocharging system. According to data analysis, once installed, it can boost the vehicle's instantaneous speed by 3 times within 10 seconds at the cost of immense energy consumption and extreme engine strain. This is a strategic-grade escape and assault equipment. Her analysis hit like a shot of adrenaline, making everyone's hearts race. With this, they held the initiative to choose between engaging or retreating. What are we waiting for? Chen Fan slung the towel around his neck, his sweeping gaze igniting with unprecedented ambition and fire. Materials are ready, the core is in place, and the Saintess is here. The great revival of our Wuling Hongguang sect begins today. He waved his hand grandly, pointing at the unassuming Wuling Hongguang standing in the rain. Now, immediately, instantly, we're building a second floor for our divine chariot. His voice was infectious, sweeping away everyone's unease and lingering fear, replacing them with a searing anticipation of witnessing a miracle. But Lu Mingyan's cool voice interjected as she glanced at the rear compartment. There's not enough space inside. The obsidian is still in there. All eyes turned to Su Qingyue. That sleek, rugged black motorcycle was Su Qingyue's pride as a top-tier racer, and in this apocalypse her most trusted companion besides her dagger. Moving it out of the safe compartment and exposing it to the eerie, perilous cross-sea bridge was undoubtedly a... Chen Fan looked at Su Qingyue. He didn't give an order, only asked with his eyes. Meeting his gaze, a faint but sincere smile broke across her usually aloof face for the first time. She said nothing, merely turned and climbed decisively into the Wuling Hongguang. Moments later, accompanied by a low melodious engine roar, a black lightning bolt burst from the rear compartment, executing a perfect drift in the torrential rain to halt steadily beside the convoy. Rainwater lashed against the cold metal shell of the obsidian, droplets sliding down its sleek contours, glinting with a fierce light under the headlamps. Su Qingyue straddled the bike, rain plastering her hair, a few black strands clinging to her pale cheeks, her eyes sharp as a hawk's. In that moment, she seemed fused with the war machine, a Valkyrie about to step onto the battlefield. Her actions spoke louder than words. Unconditional trust. Beautiful. Chen Fan whistled, a chord within him lightly strummed. He suppressed that strange emotion and turned to give orders. Everyone clear the compartment. Move all usable materials out and stack them by the workbench. Wanqing Shiyunyu on left flank, watch Jiwei Jiao right flank. Qingyue, with your mobility, patrol the entire perimeter. During our second floor construction, not a single sea fly gets in. Roger. The girls chorused in unison, full of vigor. A colossal project unfolded grandly on the lightning-stitched cross-sea bridge. Chen Fan stood before the vehicle multifunctional workbench, taking a deep breath. He reverently placed the space stabilizer core, which seemed to hold a nebula, into the workbench's core slot. Then he fed hundreds of units of materials like void crystal and memory alloy into separate material ports. Finally, he looked toward Lu Mingyan, who was meditating with her eyes closed. Saintus, we can begin. Lu Mingyan slowly opened her eyes, the starry cosmos within them shimmering with the brilliance of countless blueprints she had mentally simulated. She extended a slender hand and gently tapped the air, activating the Epic blueprint on the main console. Epic expansion mobile fortress blueprint activated. Materials confirmed, core in place. Analyzing structure. Constructing blueprint. Divine project talent activated, crafting stability increased by 20. Buzz. A low hum resonated from within the Wuling Hongguang's body, as if a slumbering steel beast was awakening. Centered on the vehicle multifunctional workbench, countless blue-violet energy lines like living tendrils instantly spread across the entire interior and exterior of the Wuling Hongguang. They pierced the body, linked the frame, and began decomposing, reassembling, smelting, and shaping the fed materials in ways beyond the naked eye's comprehension. The Wuling Hongguang's body began to tremble violently. The metal skin of the roof rippled like water, then slowly swelled upward. On both sides, brand new armor plates, shimmering with metallic luster, materialized out of thin air, fitting seamlessly onto the original body. Creak, creak. Harsh sounds of twisting metal and stretching frames grated on the ears. Xia Jiao nervously clutched her sister's sleeve, whispering, "Sis, is it going to fall apart?" No one answered, for all were stunned by this miraculous sight. This wasn't construction, it was growth. This Wuling Hongguang was undergoing a lifelike evolution, defying the laws of physics. Lu Mingyan's face grew paler, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Guiding such a colossal project was clearly a tremendous drain on her mental strength. Chen Fan noticed his heart aching, but he dared not interrupt. He could only clench his fists, placing all his hopes on the team's chief scientist. The light intensified and the entire vehicle was enveloped in a massive blue-violet energy cocoon. Suddenly, all sound and light ceased in an instant. Boom! A deep bell-like thunderclap erupted from the cocoon's center. The energy cocoon encasing the vehicle shattered like a broken eggshell, dissolving into countless drifting specks of light that vanished into the rain. A brand new war fortress crouched silently on the stone bridge. It still retained the classic silhouette of the Wuling Hongguang, but its size had expanded by a full half. The body was no longer ordinary white, but a deep metallic dark gray. The original windows had been replaced with smaller embedded bulletproof glass. The front was fitted with menacing ramming spikes, and the wheels had grown wider and sturdier. But most striking was the second-level structure, conjured from nothing and perfectly fused with the body. The second level boasted a streamlined tactical design, with several firing ports and observation posts pre-installed, and even a retractable platform on top. This was no longer a van. It was the prototype of a land cruiser. Congratulations. Your vehicle Wuling Hongguang has been upgraded. Current level E20100 basic mobile fortress durability 300, 003, 0000 shield 3000, 3000 new modules, second level multifunctional combat room, external armor rare, all-terrain chassis reinforcement. Chen Fan trembled with excitement as he watched the cascade of refreshed data. He had succeeded. We succeeded. Xia Zio's cheer broke the silence. Everyone erupted with earth-shaking joy, rushing forward to gently caress the cold, hard shell of the fortress, feeling an unprecedented mountain-like sense of security. The rain was kept at bay by an invisible barrier, and the brand-new land cruiser lay quietly in the center of the stone bridge, emanating the cold metallic scent of freshly forged metal. Chen Fan's heart raced as he reached out to touch the dark gray, finely textured armor shell. It was hard, heavy, and filled him with an unparalleled sense of safety. What are you all dawdling about? He turned around and shouted at the group of girls behind him, their expressions frozen in astonishment, their faces mixed with rainwater and smiles. We're home. The words home felt like a warm current, instantly striking the hearts of everyone. Xia Jiao was the first to cheer as she rushed forward, clumsily attempting to climb up the now significantly higher car door. Slow down. Qin Shuyan laughed as she caught up and helped her. The crowd filed in one after another. As the heavy car door closed behind them with a click, the raging wind and rain from the outside world were completely cut off. The world suddenly fell silent. The interior of the vehicle was even more spacious than they had imagined. The originally cramped rear compartment had been completely opened up, and the first floor was divided into 3 areas. At the front was the fully upgraded cockpit filled with a futuristic technological feel in its dashboard and control panel. In the middle was the multifunctional living area designed by Lu Mingyan, featuring a foldable dining table beside, which was Qin Shuyan's long-desired compact, yet fully equipped cooking station. At the very end was the onboard multifunctional tool station, which had already become the industrial heart of the team, quietly retracting its mechanical arms, perfectly integrated with the vehicle. Second floor. Second floor. Xia Jiao could hardly wait and dashed up the metal spiral staircase. The sight on the second floor left everyone breathless. It was designed as a semicircular command room with nearly 2 70-degree panoramic views. In the center was a massive main control screen currently displaying the chaotic storm outside in real time with extremely high clarity. Surrounding it were several control panels evidently customized for Lin Wanqing. At the back of the command room were 6 compact but independent sleeping pods, each with curtains for privacy, completely resolving the previous awkwardness of everyone having to squeeze into the vehicle to rest. Even in the corner there was a small glass greenhouse with a supplemental light, which was now the new home for Xia Jiwei's plant friends. This is our new home. Xia Jiao leaned against the panoramic window, looking out at the raging darkness, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Lu Mingyan leaned against the handrail of the spiral staircase, observing the delighted and satisfied expressions of everyone. A hint of relief finally appeared on her overly pale face, exhausted from mental strain. Her body swayed slightly. Mingyan. Chen Fan reacted quickly, rushing over to support her. She felt astonishingly cold and fragile in his grasp. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Lu Mingyan shook her head lightly, her voice soft. Go rest. Chen Fan's tone left no room for argument as he half-supported, half-carried Lu Mingyan to one of the sleeping pods and pulled back the curtain. You are our chief scientist. If you collapse, we all perish. Lu Mingyan looked at his face, filled with anxiety and concern. In her eyes, which always held the stars and the sea, a ripple of emotion surfaced. She did not refuse, obediently lying down inside. Just before closing her eyes, she softly said thank you. After settling, Lu Mingyan, Chen Fan sighed in relief and turned to face everyone. Su Qingwei had silently appeared behind him, handing him the epic purple blueprint. Blueprint onboard turbocharger system, purple epic strike while the iron is hot. Her gaze held a question, but also a hint of eagerness. No one understood the value of this system better than her, the racing driver. That's the plan. Chen Fan took the blueprint, a glint of excitement shining in his eyes. Wanqing. Here. Lin Wanqing was already seated at her designated control panel, her fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. Analyze the materials needed to produce this system and deduct them from our surplus supplies. Calculating. Requires 15 units of rare grade alloy, 30 units of high-energy conductive wiring, and 1 excellent grade energy core as the drive. Lin Wanqing reported a series of data. The materials we just obtained from the treasure chest are more than enough. Great. Chen Fan waved his hand, placing the blueprint into the tool station's production interface, then added the materials one by one according to the list. Start production. Beginning production of onboard turbocharger system epic. Estimated time 1 hour. Current success rate 75. A 75 success rate was still a gamble, but now they could afford to. While waiting, Qin Shuyan stepped down from the cooking station on the first floor. She looked at the brand new kitchenware with a gentle smile in her eyes. She took out her treasured ingredients from the storage space and began preparing a truly celebratory feast for her comrades who had survived the calamity. Soon a rich aroma blending the scent of meat and the sweetness of vegetables filled the entire cabin. Qin Shuyan came up holding a pot of steaming stew. You have created blessing dish gift of courage excellent. Effect after consumption all attributes 3, slight increase in mental resilience lasting for 2 hours. Dinner is served children. She smiled and called everyone. In this warm mobile fortress amidst the howling wind and rain outside, a simple yet extravagant dinner began. The group sat around the folding table enjoying the delicious dishes, feeling the warm strength rising from their stomachs, sweeping away their previous fatigue and fear. Chen Fan watched this scene before him, gazing at the girls beside him, and a sense of unprecedented satisfaction and pride surged within him. This was everything he wanted to protect. At that moment, the prompt for completion chimed clearly. The onboard turbocharger system Epic has been successfully produced. Everyone perked up their gazes, all turning towards the tool station. A complexly structured engine module embodying a brutal aesthetic lay quietly there. Awesome! Chen Fan excitedly punched the air and immediately began directing the installation. With the tool station, the installation process went extremely smoothly. Half an hour later, Lin Wanqing tapped the last command on the control panel. Report, Captain, the turbocharger system has been integrated into the power system and is ready for activation. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, preparing to announce that they would rest well tonight and set off again tomorrow. Suddenly, Virum boom! A deep muffled roar unlike thunder emanating from the depths of the sea suddenly erupted. The entire mobile fortress along with the stone bridge beneath them shook violently. Qin Shuyan lost her grip on the soup bowl, which fell directly to the ground. Alarm! Alarm! In the command room, the piercing red alarm blared immediately. What happened? Chen Fan dashed to the front of the control panel. Lin Wanqing's face turned pale as she pointed at the main screen, her voice trembling with fear. Captain, look outside. Everyone followed her pointing finger. They saw on the right side of the main screen that the once silent Black Sea surface was now wildly rising up. A shadow so immense it couldn't be described in words was slowly rising from the unfathomable depths of the sea. It was not a creature, it resembled a black mountain covered in countless pale arms. Its size even surpassed the entire cross-sea bridge itself. Before it, their proud mobile fortress felt as tiny as a speck of dust. It was an absolute silence that deprived all sounds. Even the piercing alarm seemed to be invisibly suppressed and swallowed in the face of that indescribable, terrifying shadow, turning into insignificant noise in the background. Time had frozen. Space had twisted. Everyone's thoughts seemed to be grasped by a cold, large hand tightly clenched into a mass of unoperational mush. On the main control screen, that thing was still rising. It had no concept of speed, for every crawling motion it made caused the entire sea surface to visibly tilt. It had no concept of volume, for it was itself a moving three-dimensional continent made of darkness. It was not a mountain. A mountain is a creation of rocks and soil adhering to the laws of physics. But this thing before them was the opposite of those laws, the embodiment of concepts. Countless, or rather an endless number of pale arms extended from that black living like mountain. Some were kilometers long, while others were only a few meters, densely and chaotically covering every inch. They waved madly and silently, scratching as if enduring ancient pain, yet also seemed to be venting the purest malice towards this world. Data cannot be analyzed. Lin Wanqing's voice was dry and broken like a precision instrument with misaligned parts. No energy levels, no life signs, no material composition. All detection modules. All returned unknown and error. Her hands hovered over the virtual keyboard, but had long stopped typing. In her eyes, which usually sparkled with wisdom and rationality, only hollow fear remained, a fear that had overturned her entire worldview. This is not a monster. Lu Mingyan, who had been lying in the sleep pod awakened by the violent shock, had somehow already supported herself against the wall and walked out. Her face was even paler than before, her lips devoid of color, but her gaze carried an understanding that mixed awe and fear incomprehensible to others. She stared at the strange object slowly rising on the screen and spoke deliberately. This is. The word struck like an invisible hammer, forcefully hitting the heart of everyone present. Xia Jiao was so frightened that she couldn't speak, collapsing to the ground, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind, tears mingling with snot, yet she couldn't even produce a sound. Her sister Xia Zhui tightly held her, burying her head in her own arms, not allowing her to see the maddening sight, but her own violently trembling body betrayed her inner fear. Qin Shuyan opened her mouth, wanting to say some comforting words, but found that any language seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. She could only walk to the side of the twin sisters using her body to build a fragile barrier for them. Su Qingwei remained still. She simply gripped the obsidian dagger tightly, veins bulging on the back of her hand, her gaze sharp as a blade firmly locked onto the screen. She did not look at the true form of the evil god, but focused on the waves created by its every movement and the impact on the bridge. She was instinctively analyzing the incomprehensible force with the abilities of a martial arts master searching for that one in a million possible chance of survival. Chen Fan's mind was blank. Fear. It was an uncontrollable primal fear that surged from the deepest depths of his soul. He felt his teeth chattering, his legs weak, his stomach churning violently, almost ready to vomit. His talent, his teammates, their newly constructed, proudly built mobile fortress felt as insignificant as a grain of sand that could be crushed at any moment in front of this god. He wanted to escape. This was the only thought in his mind. Just then, the previously silent main control panel suddenly began to flicker madly. It was not the team channel. It was the area chat channel. Anonymous user, what is that? What is that thing? Can anyone tell me? Windwalker, damn it. Damn it. A mountain is rising from the sea. A mountain covered in hands. Thunder God's hammer, help. The bridge is going to collapse. My vehicle is shaking. Little white rabbit, I saw it. I saw that face. No. No, no, no. After this message, this ID went completely gray. Panic spread like a virus, wildly rampant in the entire area chat. Countless messages flooded the screen with content that was mostly the same, filled with incoherent screams, desperate curses, and meaningless cries for help. Then a blood-red channel that Chen Fan had never seen before forcibly popped up at the very top of the main control panel. World Channel. System announcement, blood red warning. Unknown cracks have appeared in the ancient seal, indescribable horror. Xinya ancient god awakening level has risen to 0.0000001. The difficulty of the Despair Sea trial scene has increased without limit. System announcement, blood red warning. The newbie protection period rules have partially collapsed. All survivors will have a very low probability of encountering other survivors. Please be careful to distinguish friend from foe. System announcement, blood red warning. The world rules are being reshaped. Good luck to all. The cold system announcement struck like 3 death knells, shattering everyone's last glimmer of hope. Xinya ancient god. Even the name was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. The world channel exploded instantly. North American Federation, Mike, fuck. What the hell is that thing? The satellite signal is gone. Sakura Sato Yubaka. God. Has the 8-headed serpent awakened? No. It's worse than that. Mao Bear Ivan, comrades. Use Kadyusha. Fire a volley at it. Tianju Rajesh, O Lord Shiva. Please save your Dragon Country Anonymous, this is not something we can deal with. Run. Run as far as you can. Dragon Country Anonymous, run. Where to run? The whole world is the sea. The whole bridge is this. European Union Hans, my vehicle fell off. The water is warm. Those arms. The message abruptly cut off. Despair. It was an endless despair that covered the entire world. Chen Fan watched the wails from around the globe in different languages, and his body stopped trembling. That fear which had nearly driven him to collapse was replaced by an even stronger emotion. It was anger. Anger at this damned world, at the lofty ancient god, at the fate that was being toyed with recklessly, a raging anger. Why? I had finally managed to provide the girls with a few days of good living. I had just built the house, and you just had to burst in and threaten to demolish it. Virum boom. Another earth-shattering roar. This time it did not come from the sea, but from the far end of the bridge. In the distance, the bridge surface, under the impact of the huge waves caused by the Xinya ancient god, slowly turning shattered like fragile cookies. The break was less than 10 kilometers away from them. Captain, Lin Wanqing screamed in panic. The bridge is collapsing towards us from both ends. We are trapped in the middle. There was no way back. The path ahead was also being slowly and steadily erased inch by that. A deadlock. A complete deadlock. Chen Fan abruptly turned his head, his blood-red eyes sweeping over each of his companions behind him. He saw the determination in Qin Shuyun's eyes. He saw the battle intent in Su Qingyu's eyes. He saw the calmness in Lu Minjian's eyes. He saw the last trust Lin Wanqing had in him. He saw the twin sisters holding each other tightly, yet still making an effort to look at him with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They were waiting for him, waiting for their unreliable captain to make the final decision. Chen Fan took a deep breath, the fury in his chest overshadowing all fear. He pushed Lin Wanqing, who was blocking his way, aside and rushed to the main control panel, his hands smashing down hard on the newly installed module icon that was still radiating warmth. Vehicle turbocharger system epic. Everyone, hold on tight. His voice was hoarse but carried a madness of desperation echoing like thunder in the quiet cabin. Su Qingwei, come to the driver's seat. Su Qingwei was momentarily taken aback, but without any hesitation her figure flashed, and she instantly appeared in the driver's seat. Wanqing, Calculate the furthest and most intact charging route away from that monstrous thing. Calculating. Calculation complete. 30 degrees to the left front. Theoretically, we can pass through the gaps in its arms. Good. Chen Fan's gaze finally fell on the blood-red start button that represented the turbocharger system. He looked at the terrifying figure still slowly rising about to completely block all their escape routes. He grinned, revealing a fierce and mad smile. You want us dead? They'll be damned if I don't survive. Did the saintess not say? You are a god. Then today I'm going to. Godly vehicle drift. He exerted all his strength and fiercely pressed down on that button. Turbocharger. Triple speed. Boom. Accompanied by Chen Fan's roar, an indescribable violent force erupted violently at the core of the moving fortress. This is not the roar of an engine. It is the roar of steel, the scream of energy, the first and most resolute charge of this war machine infused with life aimed at the high and mighty divine being. The terrifying sensation of being pushed back pinned everyone firmly in their seats. Even Chen Fan, a powerhouse of strength, felt as if his internal organs were being ruthlessly squeezed by an invisible giant hand. The entire world was instantaneously elongated in sight, twisted into an abstract painting of flowing colors. The howling winds and rains outside the vehicle, the gasps and screams inside, were all left behind in that moment by this extreme speed. Time lost its meaning. The only thing that could be sensed was that relentless, pure kinetic energy that tore through. In the driver's seat, Su Qingyu's body was tightly pressed against the seat. The terrifying force that could instantly cause an ordinary person to faint felt like an old friend to her. Her eyes shone brilliantly like two cold stars burning in the night. The talent of the martial Dao master was being pushed to its limits at that moment. What she felt was no longer the coldness of the steering wheel, but the vibrations and moans of every inch of the moving fortress structure, every circuit, and every piece of armor. This steel giant, with a durability of 30,000, had transformed in her perception into an extension of her body, a manifestation of her will. 30 degrees left front. The nearest tentacle is 800 meters away. The bridge surface has a tilt angle of 3 degrees. Wind speed. Wind speed exceeds instrument limits. Lin Wanqing gripped the edge of the control panel tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort, yet her voice still clearly reported each crucial piece of data amidst the overwhelming overload. Received. Su Qingyu's response was a single word, cold and resolute. Her hands transformed into shadows on the steering wheel, with every movement precise to the micron, not a single excess. It's here. The moving mountain of flesh and blood composed of countless pale arms was already within reach. Their waving trajectories were utterly chaotic. The gusts they created could even tear the air, producing a screech that made teeth ache. Under its shadow that obscured the sky, the moving fortress at triple speed appeared as tiny as a firefly charging towards a windmill. Now's the time. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes gleamed with intensity. She suddenly yanked the steering wheel hard to the left, while her right foot tapped the brake pedal at an astonishing frequency. Creak, screech, crash. The ear-piercing sound of metal grinding echoed through the heaven. This heavy mobile fortress under Su Qingyu's miraculous control suddenly turned sharply in a manner that defied the laws of physics. The massive inertia caused the wheels of the fortress to grind against the stone bridge, creating blinding sparks, and the entire vehicle groaned wildly, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. The divine vehicle drifted. It truly drifted on this cross-sea bridge to hell before this ancient. Outside the window, a pale arm as towering as a colossal pillar brushed past their car roof with a breath of destruction. The densely packed, twisted muscle textures on that arm, even the dirty, curved nails on the knuckles, were vividly illuminated under the headlights. At the closest distance, there was less than half a meter between them. Xia Jiao had completely lost her ability to think. She simply clung tightly to her sister, burying her head in her sister's embrace, letting out an unconscious whimper. Qin Shiyun's face was as pale as death, yet she still used all her strength to protect the twin sisters beneath her, using her gentle arms to shield them from this apocalyptic scene. Chen Fan's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the main screen, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. In the instant they drifted, he caught a glimpse of a part of the Xinya ancient god behind that massive arm. It was a mass of flesh composed of countless twisted wailing, crying, and maniacally laughing mouths constantly writhing. Just one glance made it feel as if his soul were being torn apart and consumed by that endless madness and malice. Pooh! Chen Fan could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, not from the impact, but because of an unbearable mental shock. Don't look at it. Lu Mingjian's weak but icy voice rang out like a clear spring, extinguishing the crazed flames about to ignite in Chen Fan's mind. It is a form of cognitive pollution. Seeing it, understanding it, will lead to assimilation. Su Qingyue paid no attention to the chaos behind her. Her entire focus was on this life and death race. In the moment of drifting, she had recalibrated the direction, and the violent power of the turbocharger propelled the fortress, once again like a cannonball fired from the barrel, dangerously threading the needle through the gaps of those countless arms. Success! They had rushed past the god's side. That overwhelming mental pressure from a higher dimensional existence finally weakened a bit as the distance increased. The people in the vehicle felt as if they had just been pulled from deep water, gasping for breath, each one appearing the joy of surviving the disaster had not yet risen in their hearts. Boom! An even more terrifying roar echoed from behind them. Lin Wanqing suddenly looked up, screaming it. It's chasing us. In the rear-view image on the main screen, the Xinye ancient god seemed to be angered by the provocation of this tiny ant. Its unimaginably massive body made a real attack move for the first time. A giant arm 100 times thicker than any they had encountered before separated from its main body, descending like a black mountain from the sky, bringing the might to crush everything crashing down towards them. This strike even caused the space in front of it to visibly collapse and distort. There's no time. The impact range covers 5 kilometers ahead. We can't escape. Lin Wanqing's voice was filled with despair. The turbocharger system entered a brief cooling period. Though the fortress speed remained fast compared to that world-ending strike, it felt as slow as a snail. The retreat leads to the divine. Ahead lies the collapsing bridge and the impending divine punishment. A deadlock remains a deadlock. In this critical moment, Sister, Xia Ziyou's cry rang out, suddenly filled with determination. Her sister Xia Zhuwei, who had been held in her embrace, had somehow slipped away and rushed to the small glass greenhouse on the second floor. Xia Zhiwei's face, usually marked by a hint of timidity and introversion, was now filled with a resolve that others had never seen before. Zhiwei, come back, Qin Shuyan exclaimed. But it was already too late. Xia Zhiwei extended her hands, pressing them against the bottle containing deep green seaweed that had been pried from the bridge's crevice. All-encompassing too, talent unleashed without reservation, frantically activated. Buzz! A green sun seemed to erupt from her frail body. Endless life energy surged into that small, inconspicuous piece of seaweed through her arms. Not enough. Xia Zhuwei bit her lip, blood flowing down from the corner of her mouth, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. My strength is insufficient. Use mine. Her sister Xia Zhiyao rolled and crawled over, placing her small hand over her sister's hand. All-encompassing one eye activated. At that moment, the sisters' talents perfectly linked together through that small piece of seaweed for the first time. Boom! The emerald green light of life instantly shattered the greenhouse's glass, breaking through the roof of the moving fortress, transforming into a towering green beam that shot into the sky, countering the descending black giant arm. What is that? In the regional chat channel, a survivor, using their last strength, voiced the question. As they looked upon the dark and despairing sea beneath the attack of the evil god that could destroy the world, a small yet resilient green sprouted. Countless massive life-glowing deep-sea vines grew wildly from the collapsing stone bridge. They broke through the hard stone slabs, entwining the broken bridge piers within mere seconds, weaving into a massive emerald green shield behind the moving fortress. Upon the giant shield, ancient and intricate life runes flowed ceaselessly, as if the goddess Gaia were upholding the last sanctuary in the apocalypse. In the next second, the black giant arm representing divine punishment collided violently with the green giant shield representing life and hope. There was no sound. Time and space seemed to be utterly obliterated in the extreme collision of black and green. The massive black arm of divine punishment collided with the emerald giant shield. The world lost all its colors, leaving only a blinding pure white. Immediately, an endless green radiance like the first sunrise at the dawn of creation fiercely burst forth from that pure white, attempting to once again infuse this despairing world with the colors of life. The mobile fortress was violently hurled away by the shockwave that could not be measured by any physical unit, like a leaf blown by the wind. The vehicle tumbled violently in midair, the internal alarms, the sound of twisted metal, and the muffled groans of personnel intertwined into a chaotic symphony of apocalypse. Yet everyone's gaze was firmly locked onto the pair of sisters. Xia Zhiwei and Xia Zhiyao, the two girls tightly embraced, stood at the center of the towering green light column. Their bodies were undergoing terrifying changes at a visible speed. Their lustrous black hair began to wither inch by inch, transforming into a pale, lifeless white from the roots. Their smooth, plump skin rapidly lost moisture and luster, revealing fine wrinkles reminiscent of parched earth. Their vitality was being frantically and unreservedly siphoned away, injected into the giant shield, resisting the wrath of the divine. Sister. Xia Ziyou's voice had become as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, her once radiant face now shrouded in the color of ash. Don't be afraid. Yao Yao. Sister Xia Zhuwei's voice was equally weak, yet her gaze remained bright and determined like a star in the night that refused to extinguish even as it burned out. Their lives through that strand of seaweed through the talent known as Sunluo Wanshang, perfectly fused, transcended, and transformed into the least likely miracle to exist in this apocalypse. Boom! A massive crack suddenly appeared on the emerald giant shield. The black divine punishment power filled with the malice to corrode all seeped in through the fissure. Puff! The sisters simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, the color so vividly red, it was shocking, splattering before them, yet instantly devoured by the green light, turning into the final fuel. Not enough. Still not enough. Xia Zhuwei muttered to herself, her vision beginning to blur. They could sense that the evil god had not even used its true power. This world-destroying strike was perhaps nothing more than a casual wave of its hand to it. And they had already— Stop! You all stop! Qin Shuyan's cries were piercing and desperate. She struggled to rush forward, but was forcefully pinned in place by the violent shockwaves, helplessly watching the flames of life of the two girls gradually extinguish. Chen Fan's eyes were bloodshot, his jaw clenched tightly, the metallic taste of iron and rust spreading in his mouth. Powerlessness. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness was 100 times stronger than when facing the evil god's true form, piercing through his heart like countless steel needles. He would rather be crushed to dust by that giant hand than watch his teammates walk towards death to protect him. Lu Mingyan leaned against the wall, her eyes, which could see through blueprints and analyze structures, could only watch helplessly as the structure of life rapidly collapsed before her. Su Qingwei remained seated in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel with pale knuckles, silent. Yet a hot tear slid down from the corner of her determined eyes, mingling with the rain and sweat on her face. System announcement: blood red warning. 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 Unspeakable horror. Shinya ancient god awakening level increased to 0. 11. System announcement: blood red warning. 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 Unspeakable horror. Shinya ancient god awakening level increased to 0. 21. System announcement: blood red warning. 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 Unspeakable horror. Shinya ancient god awakening level increased to 0. 31. It's over. The cold two words surfaced in everyone's hearts. A miracle had already occurred once. Yet miracles eventually have their limits. Just as the emerald giant shield was about to shatter completely, and the black divine punishment was about to engulf everything, suddenly, a breeze blew in. It was not the ferocious wind from outside mixed with the scent of brine and death, but rather an incredibly gentle warm breeze carrying an indescribable clean aura. It seemed to appear out of nowhere, disregarding the heavy armor of the mobile fortress, ignoring the violent energy clash. It softly brushed against everyone's cheeks. It wiped away the tears at the corner of Qin Shuyan's eyes. It brushed away the bloodstains at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. It wiped away the cold sweat on Lu Mingyan's pale face. It brushed away the determination in Su Qingyu's eyes. Finally, it passed through the entire cabin, gently and tenderly landing on the sisters whose lives were about to be extinguished. Then it penetrated the soon-to-shatter green light screen and blew toward the chaotic, frenzied, and desperate world outside. An incredible scene unfolded wherever the gentle breeze passed. The massive black arm, composed of pure malice and divine punishment power, upon contact with this wisp of breeze, melted away soundlessly like snow under the scorching sun. There was no explosion, no rumble. It disintegrated and dissipated naturally, transforming into the most primordial particles, returning to nothingness. Immediately after, the black sea of death, surging with endless malice and raising towering waves, became calm in an instant under the caress of the breeze, turning into a smooth obsidian mirror. In the sky, the heavy leaden ink clouds that seemed about to crush the world were gently swept away by this wisp of breeze, vanishing into thin air, revealing the ancient and profound starry sky behind them. The raging wind ceased. The thunder calmed. Even the cross-sea bridge that was continuously collapsing from both ends strangely halted, as if time had been paused. All the chaos, all the madness, all the despair were completely swept away in this gentle breeze. The entire world fell into a strange and ultimate tranquility. On the main screen, the Shinya ancient god, slowly sinking into the sea, seemed to sense this power. For the first time, its unimaginably massive body paused. The writhing mass of flesh, composed of countless mouths, turned toward the direction of the mobile fortress. No, it was not turning toward the fortress. It seemed to be looking through the fortress, gazing at some higher, unfathomable existence. In its gaze, there was no longer the previous rage and malice. Instead, there was an emotion that Chen Fan could not comprehend. It seemed to be confusion, or perhaps fear. Ultimately, it made no further movements. Its enormous form slowly and silently sank into the silent black ocean, never to stir again. Plop. Inside the cabin, the sisters' soft bodies collapsed weakly onto the ground. Their hair had turned snow white, their faces bore an unnatural oldness, yet the rapidly fading vitality was forcibly locked in place by a gentle force not completely dissipating. They fell into a deep coma, yet were still alive. Jiwei, Yao Yao. Qin Shiyun was the first to react, rolling and scrambling, over-trembling as she held the two girls in her arms, tears streaming down. Chen Fan stood dumbfounded in place, his mind blank. He gazed at the incredibly calm sea outside and the unreal brilliance of the starry sky, feeling as if he were in a bizarre dream. Was everything that just happened real? The evil god, the world-destroying, attacked the sisters, betting their lives to protect. And that breeze, that gentle breeze that dispersed the divine, calmed the sea and cleared the gloom. Where did it come from? The world rules have stabilized. Lin Wanqing looked at the modules on her control panel, which had reverted from error and unknown back to normal values, speaking in a dreamy tone. No. Lu Minjian's voice echoed in the quiet cabin, carrying an unprecedented awe that came from the depths of her soul. She gazed in the direction from which the breeze blew, her eyes holding the stars, and the sea reflecting the entire starry river. It's not stability. It's a reset. She spoke slowly. Something in a higher dimension unknown to us has patched this crumbling game. The gentle breeze did not cease. It resembled an invisible creator deity, delicately and chillingly beginning to redefine the contours of this world. The cross-sea bridge, which was supposed to plunge into the deep sea after its rupture, began to reverse the flow of broken stones and steel bars under the caress of the breeze, as if the film had been pressed to replay. They silently hovered and spun, then reassembled in a way that defied causality, fitting together seamlessly as if they had never been broken. The bridge surface, eroded by the towering waves stirred by the Shinya ancient god, had its mottled scars and corroded pits slowly smoothed out by this breeze, restoring its original ancient and smooth state. The concepts of space and time were gradually receding. This trial scene, named the Sea of Despair, resembled a crumpled sheet of paper slowly being unfolded and smoothed by an invisible hand unhurriedly. The people in the carriage had completely forgotten words. They simply stared blankly at the miraculous scene on the main screen, gazing out at the completely deathly still black ocean and the spotless resplendent starry sky. After fear came bewilderment. After bewilderment came a deeper, chilling realization of their own insignificance and ignorance. Sister Shiyun, they. Chen Fan's voice was dry and hoarse. He dared not look at the two girls lying on the ground, their hair white and their faces gaunt. Qin Shiyun knelt on the ground, tightly embracing the two sisters, tears silently streaming down her face, falling onto their aged features. She could feel that their life signs, though stabilized, remained as weak as a flickering candle in the wind. At that moment, a green light suddenly illuminated from the end of the world. It was not the life radiance invoked by the sisters' innate talents. It was a more primal, purer green, seemingly containing all the mysteries of life's birth and decay. At first, it was merely a line appearing at the horizon where the sea met the sky. In the next second, it transformed into a vast expanse of green light, irresistibly swallowing the starry sky, engulfing the dead sea, consuming the stone bridge, and enveloping the entire world. "Oh!" Xia Jiao exclaimed, and everyone instinctively closed their eyes. The light was too brilliant, so bright that one could not open their eyes, so radiant that it seemed to melt one's soul within this warm and sacred green light. The armor of the mobile fortress could not block this light in the slightest. Inside and outside the carriage, everything was illuminated into a translucent emerald green world. A strange scene unfolded. Under the illumination of that green light, the withered white hair of Xia Zhuwei and Xia Jiao began to show signs of dark luster from the roots at a visible speed. The wrinkles on their faces, resembling tree bark, were gradually smoothed out in this green light, restoring a hint of the smoothness and elasticity that belonged to their youth. The gentle power that had been imprisoning their vitality seemed to find a home in this green light, actively nourishing their nearly exhausted bodies. They are improving," Qin Shiyun exclaimed incredulously, her voice choked with emotion. This light was saving them. Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, straining against the blinding light as he tried to discern the source of this miracle. Then he saw it. At the end of that green sea of light in the sky where the rules had been reset, a new deity manifested. Its existence could not be described in words or understood by logic. Chen Fan could hear it. It was a grand chant that seemed to originate from the dawn of the universe, with each syllable containing the highest laws and truths resonating deep within the soul. Yet when Chen Fan attempted to discern that melody, his mind was left with a void of silence. He could have a perfect, flawless outline composed of light and life slowly constructed itself deep within his thoughts, representing the pinnacle of beauty and the endpoint of order. However, when Chen Fan tried to sketch the details of that outline, all thoughts dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace. He could see it. It was there in the sky within the green light, immense and sacred. But when Chen Fan attempted to focus his gaze upon it, all that appeared on his retina was a blank void, as if what he saw was merely an illusion within his mind. It could be heard, imagined, and even directly gazed upon. Yet whatever you hear, think, or see will vanish from your cognition in the next moment. This is a form of existence in a higher dimension. Its existence surpasses anything that mortals can understand or record. Mortals are unworthy to bear its message. Yet in a moment of daze, Chen Fan heard a whisper. To steal our power there is intent. God. Lu Mingyan murmured, leaning against the wall, her eyes, which always concealed the vastness of stars and seas, for the first time, revealing a nearly reverent awe. If the Xinye ancient god represented chaos, madness, and malice, then the one before them was the true deity, representing order, life, and law. Just as everyone was entranced by this incomprehensible sight, behind that deity, a tree slowly materialized. No, it was not a tree. It was a colossal tree that spanned the entire world, stretching from earth to the heavens. Its roots were deeply embedded in the depths of the reset black dead sea, even penetrating the surface to spread onto the cross-sea bridge, with countless roots as thick as dragons entwining the ancient bridge piers, as if they were the true foundation of this bridge. Its trunk soared straight into the clouds, penetrating the depths of that green light and starry sky so thick that it could not be measured by sight, as if supporting the entire firmament. And its crown. No one could see its crown clearly. That massive canopied crown enveloped the entire sky, with each leaf resembling a cosmic nebula, slowly swirling and emanating a gentle glow. This tree connected heaven and earth, becoming the only eternal coordinate in this world. Before it, the previous Xinye ancient god appeared so insignificant, like a trivial insect beneath the tree. Everyone held their breath. They felt like a group of ants who had stumbled into the mythic era, witnessing a creation akin to the opening of heaven and earth. Suddenly a soft sound emerged. Shoo! Rustle. It was the colossal tree spanning the heavens, its canopy covering the entire sky, swaying gently without wind. Then came the thunderous rumble. The entire world began to shake violently, rhythmically, with its tremors. This shaking was different from the chaos and destructive tremors brought by the Xinye ancient god. It was steadier, more grand, as if it was the pulse of the world itself. The earth trembled. The ocean swayed. The sky shook. The mobile fortress, along with the entire stone bridge, rose and fell in this rhythmic quaking. Warning. The rules of the world are undergoing violent reconstruction. Warning. Spatial parameters are being forcibly rewritten. Warning. An unknown energy field is covering the entire region. Lin Wanqing screamed in terror, staring at the control panel, which had completely transformed into a waterfall of data. They had escaped the clutches of the evil god, yet seemed to have fallen into another, even grander and more unknown game board. The pulsation akin to the heartbeat of the world grew faster and stronger. The mobile fortress surged violently within this grand rhythm, and everyone inside felt as if their souls were to be wrenched from their bodies by the tremendous tremors of the earth. Immediately after, the vast sea of intense green light enveloping the world began to contract. It receded like the tide, slowly withdrawing from the sky, the ocean, and the bridge, gathering back towards the world tree that spanned the heavens and the earth. And that unfathomable supreme existence representing order and life began to fade away with the retreating green light, ultimately dissolving into the void as if it had never existed. When the last trace of green light was absorbed by the roots of the world tree, the entire world lost its color completely. It was not darkness, but a purer form of nothingness that stripped away all light and shadow. It was as if a canvas filled with content was drenched in the most potent solvent capable of dissolving all pigments. Mountains, oceans, starry skies, bridges. The mobile fortress, weapons, supplies, blueprints. Even the clothes on their backs and the memories stored in their minds. Everything was decomposed, melted, and reset within this nothingness. Chen Fan felt his consciousness being infinitely elongated, and then infinitely compressed until it transformed into a minuscule speck of dust drifting in the void before creation. Just as his consciousness was about to dissipate completely, a grand and vague whisper crossed the dimensional barrier, resonating deep within his soul. "Xinye Dai?" Just 3 words imbued with the supreme power of the law. As the decree followed, Chen Fan saw the ancient god, known as Xinye, emitting a silent wail from the depths of the desolate black ocean, its massive form disintegrating under the weight of the law, ultimately returning to nothingness. Following that, another, even more vague phrase came through, as if separated by layers upon layers of worlds. "The only variable. Wish you." Before the words could finish, Chen Fan's consciousness was completely devoured. There was no time, no space. No self, no others. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A drop of cold liquid splashed onto Chen Fan's eyelid. He suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was the familiar, slightly rusted roof of a Wuling Hongguang. and on the roof the air conditioning vent leaking due to years of neglect. Chen Fan's mind was blank. He slowly sat up, staring blankly around. A narrow car compartment. Worn-out seats. In the corner there were a few packs of expired instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water. He was still wearing the cheap tracksuit from when he first entered this world. Everything was exactly the same as on the first day he arrived in this road survival world. A dream. He murmured, reaching to touch his face only to find it slick. Not air conditioning water. It was tears. No, wait. Chen Fan's heart tightened. What about the land battleship they had painstakingly built, betting their lives on it, carrying all their hopes? What about the epic blueprints? What about the mountain of rare materials? What about his SS-level talent reward crit? He abruptly lifted his hand, looking at the control panel on his wrist. The screen lit up. For familiar yet strange icons lay there quietly. Chat, crafting attributes. Everything was the most primitive, simplest initial version. He trembled as he clicked on attributes. Name: Chen Fan, level 1 I0 100 strength, 10 agility, 8 constitution, 9 spirit, 7 talent. Team amplifications level, can invite teammates to join your team. For each additional teammate in the team, the resources you gain from opening treasure chests will increase by 1 on the original basis. Reward crit is gone. That SS-level talent that had allowed him to turn the tide in countless dire situations had vanished. In its place was an S-level talent he had never seen before, called team amplification. No. 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 Chen Fan let out a suppressed, beast-like growl, slamming his fist into the seat in front of him, the worn sponge instantly caving in. This is not a dream. They have been returned to their original form. That evil god, that world tree, that cataclysmic divine battle. The final outcome was to completely format the entire world along with these insignificant survivors and start anew. Chen Fan. A cold voice tinged with detachment and vigilance came from the passenger seat. Chen Fan looked up suddenly. Su Qingwei. She was also dressed in a neat racing suit, her face bearing the same scrutinizing coldness as when they first met, frowning as she looked at him. There was no longer the trust and tacit understanding born from fighting side by side. Only the wariness between strangers remained. You don't remember. Chen Fan's voice was hoarse and terrible. Su Qingyu's brow furrowed deeper. Remember what? Were we not just dropped into this world? And how did you know my name? Boom. Chen Fan's mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderbolt. Su Qingwei has forgotten everything. What about the others? Chen Fan, in a mad rush, yanked open the rear compartment's door. Bang. He saw Lin Wanqing was leaning against the window, calmly analyzing the initial information on the control panel, her stunning mature face displaying a coldness that kept others at bay. Qin Shuyun was gently organizing the few packs of instant noodles, her brow creased with a hint of worry for the unknown future, but her gaze towards Chen Fan was also filled with polite distance. Lu Mingyan was curled up in the corner, her once captivating face now filled with the bewilderment and helplessness of having just fallen from the clouds, looking at Chen Fan, a stranger, instinctively hugging her arms tightly. Meanwhile, the sisters Xia Zhiwei and Xia Zhiyao were tightly embracing each other, the elder sister shielding her younger sibling, behind her vigilantly watching the man who had suddenly intruded into their safe house. Their hair was dark and lustrous. Their faces bore the youthful innocence and freshness of girls. It was as if the life-costing guardianship with its head of white hair and frailty had merely been a fleeting nightmare. Yet the way they looked at him was so foreign, as if they were gazing at a dangerous enemy who might harm them at any. Everyone had forgotten. Only he. Only Chen Fan, bearing that deeply etched memory of hope turning to despair, then being completely wiped clean, returned to this starting point. An indescribable, overwhelming loneliness and sorrow seized his heart in an instant. Deeper than the fear faced against the evil god. More painful than losing everything. He looked at the familiar yet strange faces before him, at their eyes filled with pure, untainted vigilance. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Wanting to tell Su Qingwei that they had once drifted in the divine car under divine punishment. Wanting to tell Lin Wanqing that her data analysis had been their guiding light. Wanting to tell Qin Shuyun that her blessed meals were the warmest comfort for the team. Wanting to tell Lu Mingyan that she had designed their mobile home with her own hands. Wanting to tell the sisters that they had once saved them all with their lives. But he couldn't utter a single word. His throat felt as if it was blocked by a red-hot iron, burning his sanity, swallowing his voice. He couldn't speak, because in their eyes he was just a stranger they had met by chance. Every word he said would be taken as the ramblings of a madman. Who exactly are you? Lin Wanqing spoke first, her tone icy. I. Chen Fan's body swayed, and he leaned against the car door to barely steady himself. He looked outside at the familiar, unchanging, infinitely extending gray road. In the sky hung a pale. Everything had returned to the starting point. No. It was worse than the starting point. He had lost his strongest talent, lost all his accumulation. And his teammates, those who had once shared life and death with him, who had entrusted their backs to each other, had also lost their respective talents for survival along with all memories of him. He had become just an ordinary person again. No, he was even less than an ordinary newbie, because he bore a heavy memory as weighty as a mountain that no one would believe or understand. Perhaps this was the cruelest punishment that the god had bestowed upon him, to let him watch himself lose everything, then start anew in a brand new yet eerily familiar hell. Haha. Chen Fan suddenly laughed. He laughed until tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Ha ha ha. He leaned against the car door, bending down, laughing heartily, trembling with every laugh. The girls in the car were startled by his frenzied appearance, each displaying a more vigilant and fearful expression. Xia Jiao even quietly pulled out a small iron rod for self-defense from under her seat. Chen Fan laughed enough. He slowly straightened his back, using the back of his hand to fiercely wipe the tears from his face. His gaze regained clarity. No, more clear and resolute than ever before. Lonely. Desperate. Yes. But he lifted his head, his blood-red gaze sweeping over everyone in the compartment. Over Su Qingyu's cold vigilance. Over Lin Wangxing's rational scrutiny. Over Qin Shuyan's gentle concern. Over Lu Minjian's helpless panic. Over the Xia sisters' The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. That smile carried a hint of self-mockery, a touch of madness, but more importantly, it was a cherished sense of regained value. You all forgot, but it's okay. I remember. Talent is gone, but it's okay. You are still here. The world has reset, but it's okay. I have also reset. He looked back at his control panel at the brand new level talent. Team Amplifications level can invite survivors to join your team. For each additional teammate in the team, the resources you gain from opening treasure chests will increase by 1 on the original basis. This is no longer the luck-based reward crit. This is a rule that is incredibly simple, yet immensely powerful. The more teammates there are, the more resources can be gained. 1 teammate doubles the rewards. With 6 teammates, the rewards would be 7 times. Although it lacks the 10-fold crit ceiling, it has a stable and terrifying lower limit. He took a deep breath, facing everyone's gazes, and spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. I am someone who can help you survive in this damned world. Now I officially invite you. He paused, clearly enunciating their names. Su Qingwei, Lin Wanqing, Qin Shuyan, Lu Mingyan, Xia Jiwei, Xia Jiao. Welcome home. The air in the carriage was dead silent. Chen Fan's words, welcome home, fell like a stone thrown into an icy lake, stirring not a ripple, only causing the ice to harden even further. Home. Lin Wanqing was the first to break the silence. She adjusted her non-existent glasses on her nose, a subconscious gesture that added an air of cold detachment and scrutiny to her already stunning mature features. Excuse me, sir, I think you've mistaken a few things. First, we were just dropped into this damned world, and we don't know each other. Second, according to the initial rules of the control panel, all survivors are on separate paths during the beginner phase and cannot meet. So please explain why you are in our carriage. Also, how do you know all our names? Her voice was as calm as a scalpel, each word precisely cutting to the core of the issue, devoid of any emotion. Su Qingyu's reaction was even more direct. She remained silent, her body slightly sinking, muscles tensed, adopting a combat stance, ready to strike, her cold eyes locking onto Chen Fan's throat like a hawk. Qin Shuyun shielded the 2 trembling girls behind her. Although her face maintained a gentle demeanor, the vigilance in her eyes was unmistakable. In the corner, Lu Mingyan had curled into a ball, her once enchanting face now only expressing fear and confusion. Their reactions were exactly the same as when Chen Fan first encountered them. No, it was even worse this time, because this time he appeared out of nowhere like a ghost that shouldn't exist, an invader who broke the rules. That overwhelming sense of loneliness surged within him once again. But Chen Fan merely took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions that could lead to his collapse. He could not falter. If he did, this newly formed yet fragile home would truly shatter. You are right, Miss Lin Wanqing. Chen Fan met Lin Wangxing's scrutinizing gaze deliberately, offering a smile that appeared harmless, even tinged with bitterness. Under normal circumstances, we indeed should not have met. He paused, raised his wrist, and activated the rudimentary control panel. However, there are always exceptions, aren't there? For example, a special talent. He did not explain how he knew their names, as that was impossible to justify. He chose to strike at the heart of the matter, providing an answer that, while they might doubt, they could not immediately refute. My talent is quite special. Chen Fan's gaze slowly swept over everyone in the carriage, his voice soft, yet clearly reaching each. My first talent is Enshrank Teammate Invitation. It allows me to ignore the beginner phase rules and invite teammates to join my team. Strength talent. The mention of those 3 words caused subtle changes in the expressions of everyone in the carriage. The vigilance remained, but was now tinged with surprise and seriousness. In this world, the level of talent directly determines a person's potential for survival. and strength undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle. The other talent is even more interesting. A mysterious smile crept onto Chen Fan's lips. SS rank reward critical hit. He told a lie. He didn't mention the all-new teammate enhancement, instead using the reward critical hit that existed in their memories, but shouldn't have. Because he knew what they needed now was not a seemingly fair team buff, but rather an absolutely powerful big brother worth betting everything on. Reward critical hit has a very simple effect. Any treasure chest I open will yield rewards that are randomly multiplied between 2 to 10 times. Boom. If the Shrank talent merely surprised them, then the SS Shrank talent and its unreasonable effect detonated in their hearts like a heavy bomb. 10 times the reward. What does that even mean? It means that when others open a treasure chest, they might only get a bottle of water or a loaf of bread. And he could get up to 10 bottles of water and 10 loaves of bread. In a world where resources dictate everything, this was no longer an advantage. This was a miracle. Su Qingyue's eternally cold expression showed signs of wavering for the first time. As a top-tier racer, she valued speed and power above all else, fully comprehending what such extreme strength could signify. I know you don't believe me. Chen Fan spread his hands, his expression incredibly sincere. To be honest, even I find it hard to believe. He looked at Su Qingyue, his gaze carrying a hint of nostalgia and admiration that only he understood. Miss Su Qingyue, you are a top-tier racer and a skilled fighter, aren't you? Your caution and strength will be our sharp blade to break through all obstacles. Miss Qin Shiyun, you possess a reassuring strength that will be the warmest harbor for our team with your gentleness and wisdom. His gaze shifted to Lu Mingyan in the corner. Miss Lu Mingyan, it must not feel good to fall from grace, but your inner strength is far greater than you realize, and your innate charm will be the bond that connects us all. Finally, he looked at the sisters tightly embracing each other. Xiaojiwei, Xiaojiao, I know you are very skilled, but the elder sister's resilience and the younger sister's vivacity together form the most powerful force. You will become the brightest splash of color in this bleak world. He did not mention their talents. He merely expressed his deepest impressions of them, which were imprinted in his soul after countless life-and-death moments. The carriage fell into silence once more, but this time it was no longer cold vigilance. Instead, it was a strange quiet mixed with shock, horror, and disbelief. How could he know? How could he know so clearly? These evaluations seemed to pierce through their souls, articulating their most authentic selves that even they could hardly summarize. If earlier he could call out their names, it could still be explained by special talents. But now, this had transcended the realm of talent. It felt more like a prophecy. Who exactly are you? This time, it was Xia Jiao who spoke, her small face filled with fear, yet her large eyes betrayed a hint of uncontainable curiosity. Chen Fan did not answer. He knew that no amount of words could compare to a single demonstration. He raised his hand and gently tapped on the teammate invitation icon on the control panel. I know you have many questions and many confusions. I cannot explain everything in detail because the truth is far more bizarre than you imagine. I can only assure you that I mean no harm. Everything I do has but one purpose. He lifted his head, meeting the 6 pairs of incredibly complex gazes, and spoke each word with utmost seriousness. To survive. To live with dignity like a human being. The moment he finished speaking, the control panels of the 6 individuals lit up simultaneously with a soft glow signifying a system prompt. Player Chen Fan has sent you a team invitation. Do you accept? Shrank talent prompt. After accepting the invitation, you will join Chen Fan's team and can ignore the beginner phase independent path rule to act together with the captain and all team members. SS Shrank talent prompt. After becoming Chen Fan's teammate, you will have the right to distribute the critical hit rewards obtained by the captain when opening treasure chests. The cold system prompt became the last straw that broke the dam of common sense in their hearts. The invitation was real. Everything this mysteriously appearing man who seemed to know them so well said was all true. Lin Wanqing stared fixedly at the glowing screen on her wrist, her brain's logical center experiencing a malfunction for the first time. Su Qingyu's grip on the steering wheel tightened, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Qin Shuyun looked at the equally shocked faces of her sister in her arms, her heart torn between 2 battles. Accept or refuse. Embrace a miracle full of unknowns and variables. Or cling to the cold rules and face this desperate world alone. Their gazes unconsciously refocused on the man once more. Chen Fan said nothing further. He simply stood there quietly waiting for his family to make the decision. Time at this moment is infinitely stretched. Chen Fan's voice, like a giant stone thrown into a dead silence, deep pond sent ripples echoing deep within everyone's hearts. Those 6 pairs of eyes, either vigilant, scrutinizing, fearful, or bewildered, were like 6 invisible swords intertwining around him. They looked at him. They also gazed at the soft, glowing yet chilling system prompt on their wrists. Lies, but the ironclad laws of the system cannot be forged. This mysterious intruder spoke the truth. The first to react was Lin Wanqing. Her brain, after a brief crash, began to operate again at an extraordinary speed. Her eyes regained that extreme rational coldness, as if everything before her was merely a data model to be analyzed. One's level 1 SS level talent. The cost is that we need to bind ourselves to a completely unfamiliar man who knows all our secrets and has broken the fundamental rules of the world. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, instantly pulling them back to reality from shock. The risks and rewards are both immeasurable. She neither accepted nor rejected. She simply calmly presented this cruel choice to everyone. Su Qingyue maintained her fighting stance, her body showing no sign of relaxation. But her gaze shifted from Chen Fan's throat to his eyes. She wanted to discern something from those eyes. Was it deception, madness, or something else? Yet she saw nothing. In those eyes there were too many emotions she couldn't comprehend: sadness, nostalgia, resolve, and a kind of profound appreciation that made her heart race. As if they were not strangers meeting by chance, but rather his most precious treasures returned to him. This feeling sent goosebumps across Su Qing's skin. In those eyes there were too many emotions she couldn't comprehend: sadness, nostalgia, resolve, and a kind of profound appreciation that made her heart race. Span of time. From a star in the spotlight to a survivor with nothing, and now facing a miraculous yet perilous choice. She was very afraid. But when her gaze met Chen Fan's words, "Your heart is far stronger than you imagine," a faint flame ignited quietly in her heart, one she didn't even notice. The sisters Xia Jiwei and Xia Jiao were completely dumbfounded. The younger sister Xia Jiao tightly clutched her elder sister's clothing, asking in a trembling voice, "Sister, is what he said true? Are we really powerful when we combine our strengths?" The elder sister Xia Jiwei did not answer. She merely used her frail body to shield her sister more closely. Her eyes, usually filled with a hint of timidity, were now filled with struggle and determination. Ultimately, it was Qin Shuyun who broke this peculiar stalemate. She slowly released her grip on the two girls and stood up. She did not look at Chen Fan, but directed her gentle gaze toward each companion in the carriage. She saw the rationality and struggle in Lin Wanqing's eyes. She noticed the wariness and wavering in Su Qingyu's eyes. She saw the fear and longing in Lu Mingjian's eyes. She noticed the reliance and helplessness in the twin sisters' eyes. Finally, her gaze returned to Chen Fan. "I believe in you," she said. These three words were light, yet resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. Chen Fan was jolted, looking at Qin Shuyun with disbelief in his eyes. Qin Shuyun met his gaze, her face revealing a gentle yet wise smile, as if she could see through everything. "I do not believe in your talent, nor do I believe in the strange stories you tell. I only believe in the emotion in your gaze when you uttered each of our names and said welcome home. That emotion cannot be faked." She paused, her tone becoming incredibly firm. "In this world where even living is a luxury, encountering someone willing to look at us with such eyes is a stroke of fortune. They'll take this gamble." After saying this, she wasted no time and lightly pressed a button on her wrist control, choosing accept. Ding. "Player Qin Shuyun has joined your team." The crisp system prompt echoed in Chen Fan's mind, as if a ray of light pierced through the boundless darkness of loneliness in his heart. "Sister Shuyun." Chen Fan murmured, his eyes instantly reddening. She was still her. No matter how the world reset or how memories were wiped clean, she remained the anchor of the team, forever able to see through people's hearts and bring warmth and strength. Qin Shuyun's decision was like a stone thrown into water, instantly stirring up waves. Sister Shuyun." Xia Jiao stared blankly at Qin Shuyun, then glanced at the flickering invitation on her wrist. Sister Xia Jiwei took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. She held her sister's hand and pressed down firmly. We also believe in Sister Shuyun." Ding. "Player Xia Jiwei has joined your team." "Player Xia Jiao has joined your team." Lu Mingyan watched this scene, her wandering heart seemingly finding a harbor to dock. She no longer hesitated and chose to accept as well. Ding. "Player Lu Mingyan has joined your team." In the blink of an eye, 4 out of 6 slots were filled. Only Su Qingyue and Lin Wanqing remained. Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses, the rationality in her eyes flashing a hint of complexity. The minority must obey the majority. This is the basic principle of teamwork. Although your existence has completely surpassed my logical understanding. But, she glanced at the team information on the control panel. The 4 illuminated avatars seemed to silently urge her. "I accept. However, I need to know all team data at any time and retain the right to question all your decisions." Ding. "Player Lin Wanqing has joined your team." Chen Fan smiled. "No problem, Wanqing, our chief data analyst." This teasing yet completely natural title caused a slight blush to pass over Lin Wanqing's cheeks. Now everyone's eyes were focused on the last person, Su Qingyue. the ice-cold racing driver who had held the strongest hostility towards him from the very beginning. Su Qingwei slowly lowered her guard. She walked up to Chen Fan, her sharp eyes staring directly at him, speaking each word deliberately. I can join, but you must agree to one condition. Chen Fan's heart stirred. You speak. I want to fight. Su Qingyu's voice was cold, yet filled with battle intent. I want to personally gauge how much weight a man with SS-level talent truly carries. If you're just a waste relying on talent, I will personally twist your neck and take over this team. This remark brimmed with unabashed dominance and threat. Qin Shuyun and the others' expressions shifted just as they were about to say something. Chen Fan, however, laughed loudly, his joy overflowing. Good. He looked at Su Qingyu's face filled with defiance and provocation, and an old feeling surged within him. This was the Su Qingwei he knew. Forever proud, forever strong, always believing in her fists more than any whimsical talent. Once we settle down, I'm ready to accompany you anytime. Now can I join the team? My future ace fighter. Su Qingwei snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied with this title, but ultimately pressed the acceptance button. Ding. Players, Su Qingwei has joined your team. S-level talent teammate invitation is full. Talent teammate amplification is activated. Current amplification multiplier 7 times. A series of system prompts flooded Chen Fan's mind. It worked. They all returned. Chen Fan felt a warm current surge from his heart, spreading throughout his limbs, dispelling all coldness and loneliness. He looked at the 6 beautiful faces in the carriage, familiar, yet strange, each with different expressions. He knew that everything was just beginning. He needed to win back their trust and lead them in this reset, even more brutal world, carving a bloody path. But he was not afraid, because his family was all here. All right, everyone. Chen Fan cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and revealed a confident smile. Since we are a team now, we should do the first thing teams do after forming. He walked to the car window, gazing at the unchanging, endlessly stretching gray road outside. Let's find a treasure chest. Let you witness the joy of tenfold rewards. The joy of tenfold rewards. Su Qingwei let out a cold laugh, her face comparable to a top-tier ice sculpture etched with an expression that screamed, I'm waiting to see how you spin this. One hand resting on the steering wheel, her fingertips tapped rhythmically, as if calculating the hardness of Chen Fan's skull and whether it could withstand a single chop from her hand. Lin Wanqing, however, calmly pulled up a data analysis interface and said in an emotionless AI voice, according to the initial rules, the refresh probability of ordinary chests is 6. 7. Find chests at 1A, and the refresh probability of excellent chests and above is below 0. 0.3. Without considering external variables, we need to drive at least 14.9 kilometers to even encounter the first ordinary chest. Sir, your joy might require a bit of patience. Chen Fan. Well, I've set the atmosphere perfectly, and you hit me with data-driven suppression. Can't we just have fun? Ranting wildly in his mind, he still maintained a mysterious smile on his face, like an old soothsayer who had everything under control. Wanqing, don't use mortal logic to fathom the realm of gods. When a team has both S-grade and SS-grade talents, the world's rules will subtly and favorably tilt in our favor. This is called fortune. Chen Fan blathered with utter seriousness, almost convincing himself. A flicker of doubt passed through Lin Wanqing's eyes behind her lenses. That's an unquantifiable parameter. My database has no such term. That's because you're still young and inexperienced. Chen Fan shook his head with a look of deep regret, clasping his hands behind his back as he paced the cramped cabin like a startup CEO, painting a rosy picture for new employees. Listen up, what I'm about to say might turn your worldview upside down. He cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. In my view, this road survival world is essentially a massive, shoddy, bug-ridden game. And treasure chests are just welfare thrown down by the GM. You think their spawning is random? Wrong. Completely wrong. Chen Fan slapped his thigh, his voice resounding with force. It follows a pattern. For example, look at that billboard ahead. Everyone instinctively followed his pointing finger. By the roadside stood a solitary rusted billboard with crooked, sloppily painted red words 300 meters ahead, Old BAS, secret mini burger, so good it'll make you spray. The cabin fell into a 3-second silence due to the billboard's sheer mental pollution. Xia Jiao covered her mouth, her face full of disgust. So gross. Chen Fan, however, looked as if had discovered a rare treasure, his eyes gleaming. See that? This billboard is abnormal. Its timing and location are full of dissonance. That dissonance is a bug. And where there's a bug, what's most likely to spawn? Without waiting for an answer, he declared, treasure chests. Su Qingyu's mouth twitched. You mean we just follow these bizarre billboards to find chests? Of course. Chen Fan puffed out his chest with boundless confidence. Inside, he was panicking like crazy. He had no idea about any bug theory. He simply remembered from the previous version that there was indeed an iron chest behind that silly billboard. This was his unique informational advantage as a reincarnator. Watching Chen Fan's earnest demeanor, the girls in the car were half convinced. Drive, Chen Fan waved at Su Qingyue full of authority. Target old BAS mini burger. Let's go greet our team's first big win. Su Qingyue snorted, but didn't argue, stepping on the gas. The battered Wuling Hongguang let out a strained roar and sped toward the billboard. 300 meters passed in an instant. As the vehicle rounded the billboard, everyone's eyes widened. Behind the billboard, a half-meter-tall iron chest gleaming with a faint black light lay quietly. Iron chest. Holy crap. Xia Zhiyao was the first to blurt out a curse. There really is one. Even Lu Mingjian's perpetually hazy eyes were filled with shock. Qin Shuyan looked at Chen Fan with a new gleam in her eyes, as if re-evaluating this mysterious man. Even the most skeptical Su Qingyue and Lin Wanqing fell silent. Su Qingyue tightened her grip on the steering wheel. On Lin Wanqing's console, data streams flickered wildly, as if trying to forcibly write fortune and bug into her logical core. Ahem. Chen Fan cleared his throat forcibly, suppressing the inner joy of "I knew it," and wore a calm expression of just routine, no big deal, while his heart was already jubilant. See, what did I tell you? Follow Brother Fan, and you'll have it all. Get out, let's open the chest. A crowd of people noisily got out of the car and gathered around the iron chest. Everyone's eyes focused on Chen Fan, anticipating the legendary tenfold critical hit. Feeling the pressure of being the center of attention, a thin layer of sweat formed on his palms. Here it was the most critical step in his show-off career. To become a legend or a fraud, it all hinged on this moment. He took a deep breath, slowly extended his hand, and placed it on the chest's lid. Before opening, according to our team's ancient tradition, we need to perform a sacred ritual. What ritual? Xia Zhiyao asked curiously. Chen Fan closed his eyes, pressed his palms together in what he thought was a cool pose, and prayed with an operatic tone. Great goddess of luck, listen to your most faithful disciple Chen European, too handsome to have friends. Fans call. Grant me a tenfold critical hit. Grant me a screen full of golden light. Am willing to trade Su Qingyue's icy face for a month and the non-existent glasses on Lin Wanqing's nose for this ultimate luck burst. Su Qingyue, Lin Wanqing. Two icy killing intents instantly locked onto the back of Chen Fan's head. Unfazed, he suddenly opened his eyes and bellowed, "Open." With a click, the chest opened. No golden light, no special effects. Only a plain system prompt sounded on everyone's console simultaneously. Player Chen Fan has opened iron chest. Scrade talent teammate boost activated. Obtained mineral water common X7. Obtained compressed biscuit common X7. Obtained iron grade universal parts X7. The air in front of the cabin was dead silent. Everyone stared at the prompts on their consoles, then at the pile of supplies on the ground. 7 bottles of water, 7 packs of biscuits, 7 parts. Neat and orderly, not one more, not one less. Xia Zhiyao blinked and counted on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 people. She looked back at the talent prompt, teammate boost. Not reward, critical hit. Boom. A thunderbolt seemed to strike Chen Fan's mind. Crap. He had forgotten. His talent had the system prompt didn't lie. His lie about tenfold random critical hit was mercilessly exposed by the ironclad facts. Chen Fan. A voice like a wind from a Siberian ice field sounded behind him. Chen Fan stiffly turned around to see Su Qingyue slowly walking toward him, cracking her wrist joints with a series of crisp sounds. Her face held no coldness, replaced by a radiant, bloodthirsty smile that sent chills down the spine. Where's your reward, critical hit? Where's the 2 to 10 times random you talked about? Lin Wanqing also adjusted the non-existent glasses and calmly delivered the final blow. According to the system prompt, the effect of teammate boost is clearly a fixed multiplier based on team size. With 7 members, the reward is 7-fold. This presents a 100 logical paradox with your previously described random critical hit model. Conclusion: you were lying. Qin Shuyan held her forehead and let out a helpless sigh, her gaze like that of someone watching a spoiled child. Lu Mingyan and the Xia sisters looked bewildered, glancing at the supplies on the ground, and then at Su Qingyue, who was about to erupt, unsure how to react. It was over. The bridge of trust hadn't even been built, and it was about to collapse. Chen Fan's brain raced faster than ever, cold sweat trickling down his temple. What to do? Play dead? Beg for mercy? Or just lie down and let Su Qingyue beat him up? No. A true man, one aspiring to be the team leader, couldn't back down at a time like this. When a lie is exposed, what do? You cover it with a bigger lie or an even more absurd excuse. In a flash, a look of determination crossed Chen Fan's eyes. He slapped his thigh hard, his face showing a pained "you disappoint me" expression, pointing at Su Qingyue and Lin Wanqing as he scolded, "Shallow. Short-sighted. Dull. Do you think I didn't know the talent's name? Do you think I couldn't see it was a fixed 7-fold? Su Qingyue and Lin Wanqing were both stunned, thrown off by his unexpected counterattack. Chen Fan clasped his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, and spoke with an aloof demeanor, as if saying, how could mortals grasp my intentions? The reason I said random critical hit was to test you. Test? Everyone was baffled. Exactly. Test. Chen Fan's voice was full of righteous energy. What's the most important thing in a team? Trust. Wisdom. The ability to see through appearances. I deliberately set a flashier but flawed reward critical hit to see who among you could spot the problem first. Who could keep a clear head in the face of great temptation? He looked approvingly at Lin Wanqing and Su Qingyu. Good. You didn't disappoint me. You proved with your actions that you're not mediocrities blinded by petty gains. Then he looked at the others and said earnestly, and you all did well too. Though you didn't spot it immediately, you at least knew to cooperate and observe. These are valuable qualities. His speech was stirring and righteous. The whole scene fell into an eerie silence again because of his shockingly shameless words. Everyone was stunned. Could he really do that? Calling lying a test. Calling deception cultivation. What? What was this man's? Was it the epic armor of that mobile fortress? So, Su Qingyu's bloodthirsty smile froze on her face. You knew the talent was teammate boost from the start. Of course. Chen Fan raised his chin arrogantly. Do you think an unstable luck-based random critical hit could compare to our current teammate boost, which yields a stable 7-fold return as long as we have more people? The former is a gambler's frenzy. The latter is the cornerstone of a king. I said that purely to elevate your perspective. Such painstaking effort, don't you understand? Understood. Completely understood. Su Qingyue slowly lowered her hand ready to strike and looked at Chen Fan's face, which screamed praise my cleverness. She suddenly felt that solving problems with fists was a compliment to this man. Dealing with someone like him required more mentally damaging methods. Someone was the first to learn. It was Qin Shuyun. Watching Chen Fan's desperate attempt to maintain dignity while his ears were already red with embarrassment, she found it both annoying and amusing. Then Xia Jiao joined in, laughing so hard, she doubled over. Ha! You're so funny. You got caught lying and still act so righteous. For a moment, the air in front of the cabin was filled with lightheartedness. The rift and tension caused by the deception vanished under Chen Fan's astonishingly shameless operation. Chen Fan looked at their smiles and let out a long sigh of relief, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Man had managed to bluff his way through. All right, he quickly changed the subject, pointing at the supplies on the ground and waving his hand. Stop laughing. Time to divide the spoils. I mean distribute the loot. Our team's first harvest, everyone gets a share. Seeing the 7 portions of supplies far exceeding a normal chest yield, the smiles on the girls' faces became genuine. No matter how twisted and bizarre the process, this man's talent was truly powerful. Following him at least, they wouldn't starve. Just then Su Qingyue suddenly spoke, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. The supplies can be divided. She walked up to Chen Fan, her sharp eyes re-evaluating him from top to bottom. But our agreement about a spar seems even more necessary now. She curled her lips into a playful smile. I suddenly want to personally gauge how much punishment a man who perfectly blends shamelessness and wisdom can take. That sharp gaze, seemingly capable of freezing a person into an ice sculpture, felt like 2 solid blades scraping against Chen Fan's skin. A sudden jolt surged through his heart. It's over, the boast has been punctured, and now this formidable lady is ready for a real showdown. Strength 10, Agility 8. A standard set of data for an adult male, perhaps even a bit weak. Looking at Su Qingyue with her taut calf muscles and fluid build that radiated explosive power, he knew without a doubt that if he truly fought her, he would likely end up being grounded. Qingyue Qin Shuyun, unable to bear it any longer, stepped between the two, a hint of helpless softness on her face. We are a team now, can't we talk things out without resorting to violence? Her voice seemed to possess a sort of magic, slightly easing the tense atmosphere in the compartment. Sister Shuyun is right. Xia Jiao hid behind her sister, softly agreeing. Hitting people is wrong. But Lin Wanqing adjusted her non-existent glasses and with her ever-calm tone offered a starkly different opinion. I oppose this. I believe that conducting a controllable confrontation test is the most efficient way to quickly assess the combat capabilities of team members and thereby establish command and division of labor. She paused and added, I suggest recording the combat data throughout for subsequent analysis. Chen Fan. He seriously suspected that this woman might have been a Terminator robot in her past life. I agree with Wanqing. Su Qingyu's voice was cold, yet her gaze burned intensely at Chen Fan. In this world, the fist is the only truth. I need to know whether our captain is a lion that can lead us to victory or merely a clown hiding behind windows. This statement was already quite impolite. An indescribable sense of humiliation and unwillingness surged from the depths of Chen Fan's heart. He recalled that divine battle, the moving fortress, and the resolute figure of this woman who had once driven the war chariot for him under divine retribution. He understood that she was not targeting him. She was merely seeking a sense of security to entrust her back in her own way. All right, Chen Fan took a deep breath and uttered a single word. Facing Su Qingyu's knife-like gaze, the playful expression on his face gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. I accept your challenge. However, the location and rules will be determined by me. Su Qingyue raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his straightforward agreement. Fine. Chen Fan turned his head to look at the infinitely stretching gray road ahead. His mind raced, searching through the dusty memories. Drive 3 kilometers ahead. He spoke in an authoritative tone. There's an abandoned service area there, spacious enough for us to tussle. Su Qingyue snorted coldly, said no more, and turned back to the driver's seat. The Wuling Hongguang roared once more, heading in the direction Chen Fan indicated. The atmosphere in the vehicle became even more oppressive. Qin Shuyun looked at Chen Fan with concern. Lu Mingyan nervously clenched her clothes, while the Xia sisters wore complex expressions of curiosity and fear. Only Lin Wanqing had already activated the recording mode on the control panel, her beautiful, mature face brimming with excitement, as if she were a researcher about to observe a precious experimental specimen. 3 kilometers later, a dilapidated service area indeed appeared by the roadside. The rusty gas pumps, the shattered glass of the convenience store, and the dust-covered parking lot were all exactly as Chen Fan remembered. The group got out of the car. The evening sun stretched their shadows long. So how do you want to compete? Su Qingyue flexed her wrists, producing a crisp crack, clearly eager to begin. It's simple. Chen Fan pointed to the dark convenience store not far away. This isn't a death match, it's a spar. So let's compete in a more civilized manner. Do you see that convenience store? I've hidden a bottle of water inside. He hadn't actually hidden it, but he knew it was there. Whoever gets the bottle of water first wins. During this time, any means may be used as long as the opponent is not killed or severely injured. This rule caught Su Qingyue off guard. She initially thought it would be a brutal confrontation. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan transformed a pure battle of strength into a comprehensive competition incorporating speed, search, and strategy. You certainly know how to be crafty. Su Qingyue smirked sarcastically, but nodded. I accept. In her view, this merely delayed her time of being hit. In the face of absolute speed and strength, any trick was meaningless. Then, Chen Fan looked at her and grinned. Ready, go? At the moment the words fell, Su Qingyue moved. Her body shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, without a single unnecessary motion, charging straight toward the convenience store's entrance. The speed was enough to make Chen Fan's eyelids twitch. But he was well prepared. At the same moment he shouted go, he didn't rush forward, but instead rolled sharply to the side, grabbing a handful of gravel from the ground, and without looking hurled it towards Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue instinctively tilted her head and closed her eyes, her speed slowing by a fraction of a second. In that fraction of a second, Chen Fan had already rolled over and dashed toward the broken window of the convenience store. Clever. Su Qingyue reacted swiftly, exerting force with her legs to instantly change direction, and followed him closely. As Chen Fan just flipped through the window and hadn't steadied himself, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind. He had no time to dodge, only able to clumsily cross his arms in front of his chest. Bang! A tremendous force hit him, and Chen Fan felt as if his arm had been struck by an iron rod, causing him to stagger forward uncontrollably and crash into a row of collapsed shelves. So painful. This woman's strength is simply outrageous. Su Qingyue landed her hit, but did not pursue. Instead, she stood leisurely at the door, her gaze resembling a cat toying with a mouse beneath its paw. So do you still want to play this hide-and-seek game? Chen Fan rubbed his numbed arm and grinned as he stood up from behind the shelves. He knew that in a heating clash, he couldn't withstand even a single move. His only chance of winning was to utilize his advantage as a prophesier. The convenience store was dimly lit with shelves toppled over, resembling a chaotic maze. Chen Fan pretended to search, while quickly moving toward the location he remembered. Su Qingyue was not in a hurry, following him at a distance like a moving iceberg, exuding a powerful scent. Suddenly, Chen Fan grabbed a broken shelf bracket beside him and smashed it towards a tall metal cabinet. Clang! The loud noise echoed in the quiet convenience store, sounding particularly jarring. Su Qingyue's eyes narrowed, her body tensing, thinking he was going to launch a sneak attack. But Chen Fan's target was not her at all. With all his might, he wedged the bracket into a gap in the metal cabinet, forcefully prying it open. Creak! Boom! The nearly 2-meter-tall metal cabinet lost its balance, crashing down amidst a cloud of dust, perfectly blocking Su Qingyue's path. Well done. From a distance, Xia Jiao couldn't help but cheer. Su Qingyue was obstructed but remained unfazed. She glanced at the pile of scrap metal, then at Chen Fan, who had taken the opportunity to run to the deepest part of the convenience store, and her expression shifted slightly. This man was far more troublesome than she had anticipated. Chen Fan did not pause for a moment. He dashed to the innermost cashier desk, his gaze fixated on a slightly worn patch of floor beneath the counter. In this world, sometimes the living were more disturbing than the weird themselves. He tore open the package, threw the noodles into the pot, poured in water, and crack! A faint sound of wood splintering echoed. Almost simultaneously, Su Qingyue had circled around the obstacle like a swift leopard silently pouncing. Her speed reached its peak, the wind from her punch even ruffling Chen Fan's hair. It was as if he had eyes on his back. Just as her fist was about to strike the back of his head, he suddenly rolled to the side. Su Qingyue's punch missed, and due to her excessive speed, the momentum sent one of her feet right onto the very floor that Chen Fan had stomped on. Bang! The floor shattered in response. Su Qingyue's right leg immediately sank down to her knee. Her body lost balance, and she pitched forward. At the critical moment, she braced herself with her hands against the ground, managing to avoid a faceplant, but she was stuck in the hole, unable to move. An opportunity. Chen Fan performed a fish leap maneuver, springing up from the ground and grabbing the bottle of mineral water from the counter, holding it high. He panted heavily, his face covered in dust, looking quite disheveled, yet his eyes shone brightly. Su Qingyue struggled to lift her head, trying to pull her leg out, but found it hopelessly stuck. She looked at the man towering above her holding the spoils, and for the first time her icy expression revealed a mix of anger, unwillingness, and a hint of incredulous shock. She actually lost to a frail trickster, and in such a humiliating manner. Chen Fan did not mock her or gloat. He tucked the water into his pocket, approached Su Qingyue, squatted down, and extended his hand. Are you all right? Need a hand? His tone held no boastfulness of a victor, only a plain friendly concern. Su Qingyue stared at his dusty hand, then at his sincere face, momentarily taken aback. She abruptly swatted his hand away, forcefully pulling her leg out, scraping a large patch of skin off her knee, which oozed a trickle of blood. You're quite cunning. She stood up, her voice still cold, but the aggressive, murderous aura around her had dissipated. In this hellish place, one must be a bit crafty to survive. Sometimes brains are more useful than fists. Chen Fan flashed a smile, revealing his white teeth. At that moment, Qin Shuyun and the others rushed over. Qingyue, you're hurt. Qin Shuyun exclaimed, quickly taking out a first aid kit to tend to her wounds. Lin Wanqing adjusted her non-existent glasses and in her emotionless tone announced the final test. Combat assessment complete. Chen Fan strength rating D, agility rating C, fighting skill E, tactical planning A, psychological warfare A, environmental utilization ability S. Overall evaluation. Team leadership upgraded to B level. B level. Lin Wanqing's icy voice punctuated the absurd sparring session. She calmly withdrew the recording interface, her eyes as if capable of perceiving everything shimmering with a light she called data refreshment. She looked at Chen Fan as if he were a rare research specimen freshly labeled. An eerie silence fell over the convenience store entrance. The setting sun stretched everyone's shadows along the air, thick with dust and a faint trace of blood. Everyone's gaze involuntarily converged on Su Qingyue's leg, where blood seeped through and her icy face dark as a thundercloud. She lost. Utterly and completely, without a shred of doubt. Not in strength, not in speed, but in what she despised most, cunning and deceit. The humiliation of being exposed in public stung far more than the wound on her knee, like an invisible thorn piercing deep into the pride of a warrior. Qingyue. Qin Shuyun's voice was full of concern as she hurried over, already holding a first aid kit from a black iron treasure chest. But Su Qingyue seemed not to hear. She only stared fixedly at Chen Fan, her sharp eyes churning with resentment, anger, and a trace of confusion she herself hadn't yet recognized. This man, this leader she had despised from the bottom of her heart, who had risen through talent and lies. He hadn't even fought her once fair and square. He had only used some petty tricks, dug a trap, and she had walked straight into it. A profound disgrace. Cunning cannot be considered true strength, Su Qingyue said through gritted teeth, her voice cold and hoarse. Chen Fan did not refute. He merely watched her silently, noting her clenched fists and the stubborn gaze that refused to reveal any weakness. He knew that at this moment, any comfort or boast would only fuel the fire. But in this godforsaken place, it can keep you alive. Chen Fan's tone was calm, without any victor's air, more like stating a cold fact. He crouched down to meet Su Qingyue's eyes, his usually playful gaze now brimming with earnestness. I need your strength, Qingyue. I need you like an indestructible blade to cleave a path for us. But even the sharpest sword needs a sheath that knows how to wield it. Otherwise, it only harms itself. These words made Su Qingyue's body jolt. She looked up, meeting Chen Fan's deep eyes. Within them, there was no pity, no mockery, only an equal, almost pleading sincerity. She started to speak, but the sting from her knee interrupted her thoughts. Don't move. Qin Shuyun pressed her down gently, but firmly. No matter how proud, you must treat the... If it gets infected, people die in this world. She skillfully cleaned the wound with mineral water, then carefully applied iodine with a cotton swab. Hiss. The iodine sting made Su Qingyue gasp, finally, bringing a touch of mortal feeling to her icy face. Xia Jiao, hiding behind her sister, poked out her little head and whispered to Xia Zhui, sis, he's so amazing he even beat Sister Su. Xia Jiwei said nothing, only watching the man's back as he crouched silently, observing everything, a new complexity in her eyes. In the corner, Lu Mingyan finally let out a sigh of relief, her long-suspended heart settling. She watched the scene before her. Qin Shuyun's gentleness, Su Qingyu's forbearance, Lin Wangxing's calm, the Xia sisters' dependence, and that cunning yet reliable man who had forcibly bonded them all together. She suddenly felt that this newly formed temporary team, full of lies and distrust, had actually begun to take on a semblance of home. All done. Qin Shuyun finished treating the wound, carefully bandaged it with gauze, stood up, and swept her gaze over everyone. This place isn't safe. Let's return to the car and plan our next move. Her words, like a gentle command, were instinctively obeyed by all. Back in the cramped Wuling minivan, the atmosphere remained somewhat heavy. Su Qingwei leaned back in the passenger seat, eyes closed, silent, whether resting or pondering. Chen Fan broke the silence. First, congratulations on the successful first team-building activity since our team's formation. His self-deprecating remark slightly eased the tension in the car. Qin Shuyun rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Xia Jiao let out a giggle. Next business. Chen Fan's expression grew serious as he lit up the central console, pulling up a simple map interface. This service area is the first large building complex we've encountered. Our initial supplies are depleted. We must resupply here. He looked at Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, after observing for so long, any conclusions? Lin Wanqing adjusted her imaginary glasses and immediately entered work mode. The service area's main structure has three parts: the convenience store, the restaurant, and the staff dormitory. The convenience store has been preliminarily explored with low risk. The restaurant is the largest, but its doors and windows are severely damaged, not ruling out the possibility of mutated animals lurking. The staff dormitory is at the rear, relatively intact, likely the safest place to spend the night. Her analysis was clear, calm, and to the point. Chen Fan nodded, admiring inwardly. This was the super data analyst he knew. My suggestion is— Chen Fan's gaze swept over everyone, his voice steady and forceful. We need to split into groups now to maximize efficiency. Su Qingyue, with your leg injury, you'll guard the vehicle and monitor the surroundings. This is the most crucial role. Our escape route is in your hands. These words were both an arrangement and a gesture of respect, offering the proud Su Qingyue a graceful way out. She opened her eyes, looked at him, said nothing, but the tension in her jaw softened slightly. Tacit agreement. Sister Shuyun, you'll organize all our current supplies, categorize and inventory them. We need a clear logistics list. Qin Shuyun nodded gently. No problem. Wanqing, you're with me. We'll scout the restaurant and staff dormitory, more thoroughly assess risks, and find key supplies. Your analytical skills are indispensable. A glint lit up behind Lin Wangxing's lenses. Roger. As for Mingyan, Jiwei, and Jiao, Chen Fan's tone softened as he looked at the three in the corner. Your task is the safest and most important. Thoroughly scavenge the convenience store and the surrounding abandoned vehicles. Don't miss anything usable: cloth rope, empty bottles, and jars. These are precious resources. Lu Mingyan and the Xia sisters exchanged glances and nodded firmly. Remember, Chen Fan emphasized finally, keep communication open on the central console. Warn immediately of any danger, don't act alone. His words were logical, with clear divisions of labor, assigning everyone tasks they were skilled at and capable of. In the van, the girls who had just been wary and suspicious of him now looked at him with subtly changed eyes. Perhaps he was still weak. Perhaps he was still full of lies. But undeniably at this moment, the leadership and decisiveness he displayed were exactly what this team needed. Move out. At Chen Fan's command, the team embarked on their first truly collective action in this world. Chen Fan and Lin Wanqing, one in front and one behind, cautiously approached the pitch-dark restaurant. The glass door of the restaurant lay shattered on the ground, the evening breeze rushing and stirring up the dust and the sour smell of rotting food, like an invisible hand stirring unknown dangers in the darkness. Chen Fan held a metal rod torn from a convenience store shelf, crouching low as he walked in front. His movements were light, yet his gaze was like a radar scanning every shadow. Following closely behind him, Lin Wanqing moved like a precise instrument, soundlessly shifting. Her cold, clear eyes reflected no fear, only pure data collection. According to the preliminary scan from thermal imaging, there are no large life signs indoors. Her cold voice became the only background music in this silent environment. Maybe fungal contamination. According to the preliminary scan from thermal imaging, there are no large life signs indoors. Her cold voice became the only background music in this silent environment. Chen Fan did not turn back, but responded softly, received. He trusted Lin Wangxing's judgment, but he trusted his own deeply ingrained memories even more. Danger does not always come from large life forms. He did not linger in the hall, but headed straight towards the kitchen. The kitchen door was ajar, and a denser darkness seeped through the crack than in the hall. Chen Fan made a gesture, and Lin Wanqing immediately understood, slipping behind the wall next to the door and entering a state of alert. He took a deep breath and kicked the door open. Creak. Amid the harsh sound of the door hinge, no monster sprang out as expected, only a heavy stench of grease and rust. The kitchen was small, the stainless steel stove and shelves covered in dust with a few iron pots lying forlornly on the stove. Safe. Chen Fan sighed in relief and signaled to Lin Wanqing outside the door. Lin Wanqing walked in the dim light of the control panel, illuminating her perfectly beautiful face devoid of any fluctuations. Resource assessment in progress. There is a 73% probability of sealed canned goods on the corner shelf. Unopened condiments may be stored beneath the stove. No. Chen Fan shook his head, his gaze locking onto a large, upright freezer in the corner that had been deformed from impact. The good stuff is all inside there. Lin Wanqing's brows slightly furrowed. Her database could not explain Chen Fan's almost prophetic intuition, but she did not question it, merely marking the phenomenon as a special variable to be observed. The two of them worked together to pull open the heavy freezer door. No rotten stench greeted them. It was empty inside except for a tin box quietly lying at the bottom, flickering with a faint black light. Another black iron treasure chest. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. The probability of a random treasure chest refreshing in a sealed container is 0.87. Your BUG theory has had its credibility adjusted to 12%. Chen Fan was too lazy to explain to her, rubbing his hands together and skillfully reciting the opening incantation he had concocted. Great goddess of luck. I am willing to exchange a week of Lin Wanqing's sharp tongue for a burst of fortune. Lin Wanqing. She quietly noted on the control panel, the captain exhibits irrational, unscientific prayer behavior. Psychological evaluation is recommended. Open. The box opened with a click. Player Chen Fan has opened the black iron treasure chest. S-level talent teammate amplification has been activated. Current amplification multiplier 7 times. Gained wood x70, gained iron x70, gained energy crystal x7, gained blueprint inferior water purifier x7. Watching the information flashing on the control panel, even Chen Fan, the reincarnator, couldn't help but feel his heart race. Jackpot. What is most lacking in the novice period? Not food, not water, but basic materials and energy crystals. This one box directly provided him with 70 units of wood and iron plus 7 energy crystals. More importantly, that blueprint. The water purifier. This thing is practically a divine artifact in the early stages. Data model verification successful. Lin Wanqing looked at the neat pile of resources on the ground and calmly concluded the teammate amplification talent holds extremely high strategic value in resource acquisition. Her tone was devoid of emotion, but Chen Fan read a hint of excitement reflected in her slightly brightened eye. Just then, a lively voice from the team channel of the control panel, Summer Jiao, broke in. Report, Captain. Report, Captain. My sister and I, along with Sister Mingyan, found a black iron treasure chest in a car behind the convenience store. We've already opened it. What did you harvest? Chen Fan's mood lifted. He also 7 times. We got 7 bottles of cola, 7 boxes of self-heating rice, and a lot of wood and iron. Summer Zio's voice brimmed with pride. Following that, Qin Shuyun's gentle voice chimed in. Chen Fan, I've already finished counting all the supplies on my end. We can receive new supplies for sorting at any time. Chen Fan's gaze instinctively drifted towards the entrance of the service area. He knew that Su Qingyue must also be listening. He did not call anyone out by name, but spoke into the communicator. All teams take note, scavenging is over. Return to the vehicles immediately for assembly. We have more important things to do. 5 minutes later, when everyone returned to the Wuling Hongguang, they were all stunned by the scene before them. The originally empty ground was now piled high with a mountain of supplies. Food, drinking water, and a large amount of wood and iron glimmered reassuringly in the evening sunlight. Heavens! Lu Mingyan covered her mouth, her previously enchanting face now filled with shock. It had taken less than an hour to go from having nothing to abundant supplies before them. Summer Jiao was even more excited, running around the pile of supplies like a happy little hamster guarding her granary. Qin Shuyun also wore a genuine smile on her face, directing everyone as they sorted all the supplies into categories, quickly organizing them in an orderly manner. Su Qinghua leaned against the car door, watching this bustling scene, a hint of warmth quietly melting in her cold eyes. Report. Lin Wanqing walked up to Chen Fan, handing him her control panel. On the screen was a clear resource statistics. Current supplies: 523 pieces of wood, 68 pieces of iron, 5 energy crystals, various food and drinking water. According to the calculations, Lin Wanqing adjusted her non-existent glasses. The materials we currently have are sufficient to upgrade the vehicle's inferior rating from level 1 to level 5. Her words brought everyone's actions to a halt. All eyes instantly focused on Chen Fan. Upgrade the vehicle. These 4 words stirred massive ripples in everyone's hearts like a stone cast into a lake. That dilapidated van, which seemed ready to fall apart at any moment, was their only home in this world. To make their home stronger was everyone's desire. Chen Fan looked at the hopeful glances in their eyes. A surge of heroic spirit welled up within him. He reveled in the feeling of being depended upon by everyone. What are we waiting for? He grinned, waving his hand. Let's get started. He sat in the driver's seat, skillfully bringing up the vehicle's attribute interface on the control panel. Vehicle inferior van, level 10100 durability, 35100 defense, 10 upgrade requirements, wood X100, iron X10, energy crystal X1. Chen Fan did not hesitate and directly clicked the upgrade button. Would you like to consume wood X100, iron X10, energy crystal X1 for the upgrade? Buzz. A faint stream of energy surged from the control panel on Chen Fan's wrist, flowing through the steering wheel, instantly spreading throughout the entire vehicle's chassis. The car body shook slightly, and the engine, which had always made strange sounds, seemed to become more stable. Upgrade successful. Current level inferior LV. 2. Chen Fan did not stop and clicked again. Yes. 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 He clicked 4 times in one breath. With each click, the vehicle emitted a low humming sound, and visible glimmers flowed and fused across the vehicle's metal frame. When the 4th upgrade was completed, the entire vehicle seemed to be reborn. Although its appearance remained dilapidated, the sense of precariousness had vanished. In its place was a restrained, solid texture. Vehicle inferior van, level 50500 durability, 500500 defense, 50. Su Qingyue placed her hand on the steering wheel, closing her eyes to carefully feel it. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, her sharp gaze revealing genuine astonishment for the first time. The steering system's delay has been reduced by 3%. The chassis feedback is clearer. As a top racer, she could sense the slightest changes. This vehicle was no longer that piece of industrial trash. Awesome. Summer Xiao jumped in the cabin, pleasantly surprised to find the vibrations in the cabin had significantly reduced. Qin Shuyun and Lu Mingyan exchanged smiles, their joy and reassurance unspoken. Chen Fan leaned back in his chair, watching the heartfelt smiles on their faces. A sense of unprecedented satisfaction filled his chest. The lonely path of reincarnation seemed to begin to warm up from this moment. Inside the carriage, the joy and comfort brought by the upgrade melted silently into everyone's hearts like sugar dissolving in warm water. Xia Xiao cautiously poked the thicker window glass with her finger and stepped hard on the floor beneath her, her face alight with novelty. It feels like this vehicle has truly come to life. Lu Mingyan leaned back against her seat, her usually taut spine relaxing slightly at this moment. She gazed at the dusk settling outside, and for the first time felt that this desolate gray world seemed not so hopeless. Qin Shuyun's gaze fell upon the man leaning against the driver's seat, who wore a slightly proud smile. This man was like the most inept magician, using flawed lies and exaggerated performances to conjure the miracle everyone yearned for most: safety. Don't celebrate too early. Chen Fan's voice shattered the brief warmth as he shook the control panel in his hand, displaying the blueprint information of the inferior water purifier before everyone. Supplies are just the foundation. Tools are what guarantee our survival in this world for a longer time. Lin Wangxing's attention was instantly captivated. She pushed up her non-existent glasses, her eyes shimmering with a data stream-like glow. Inferior water purifier. Based on the naming convention, its purification efficiency should be low but sufficient to convert most non-contaminated water sources into drinkable quality. Strategic value assessment grade A. This is the most urgently needed strategic resource for us right now. Exactly. Chen Fan snapped his fingers. Sister Xin, take stock of the materials. Let's make it right now. We have enough wood and iron blocks. Qin Shuyun quickly reported the data. However, crafting will consume 5 energy crystals, and we only have 5 left. Once made, the vehicle will temporarily be unable to upgrade again. This statement caused the atmosphere in the carriage to tense slightly. Should they choose to further reinforce their only mobile fortress or opt for a stable source of clean water? Make it. The one who spoke this time was Su Qingyue. Still leaning against the co-driver's seat, she had her eyes closed, but her voice carried an undeniable resolve. Make it. The one who spoke this time was Su Qingyue. Still leaning against the co-driver's seat, she had her eyes closed, but her voice carried an This icy racer, though proud, always demonstrated astonishing clarity and decisiveness in key decisions. Then let's get to work. Chen Fan switched the control panel to the crafting interface. A rudimentary, somewhat sci-fi virtual operating platform projected itself before everyone. In the center was a groove for placing blueprints surrounded by slots for various materials. The success rate of crafting on the control panel is 20 higher than if we do it by hand. This precise instrument cannot afford any mistakes. Chen Fan explained while placing the blueprints and materials into the virtual slots according to the system's prompts. Blueprint inferior water purifier X1 required materials wood X50, iron block X30, A energy crystal X5 materials satisfied estimated success rate 95, begin crafting. A 95 success rate. Lin Wanqing frowned slightly. which means there is still a 5 risk of failure. If it fails, all materials will be destroyed. Risk assessment acceptable, but mental preparation is needed. Why so much talk? Chen Fan scoffed. He did not believe that his luck as a reborn individual would falter on this 5. He took a deep breath and once again assumed the prayer pose of hands clasped together reminiscent of a charlatan. "O great goddess of luck, your most devoted believer is here once more. I am willing to exchange Su Qingyu's next icy expression for. If you dare say another word, I will let you know why the flowers are so red right now." Su Qingyu's icy voice, thick with threat, wafted over from the side. Chen Fan shrank his neck, chuckling awkwardly, and decisively pressed the start crafting button. Vroom. The control panel emitted a deep humming sound, and on the projected screen, countless blue data streams began to spin rapidly, decomposing and reorganizing the virtual icons of the materials. Inside the carriage, everyone held their breath, nervously fixated on the swirling light. This was more than just, it was forging their hope of survival in this apocalyptic world. The light lasted for about half a minute before suddenly contracting, coalescing into a brand new item icon. Ding. Crafting successful. Obtained inferior water purifier fine X1. The crisp system notification sounded. It worked, but everyone was stunned. Fine. Xia Xiao blinked, her big eyes, confusion written all over her small face. Wasn't the blueprint inferior? How did it turn into fine when crafted? Chen Fan was also taken aback. He stared intently at the item suffix on the control panel. The green characters fine were so glaringly obvious. He suddenly recalled something and quickly pulled up. Talent Teammate Amplification S grade allows you to invite 6 teammates to join your team. For each additional teammate, the resources you obtain from opening chests will increase by 1 on top of the original amount. Hidden effect: when performing crafting, upgrading, or other team actions, there is a chance to trigger quality enhancement. Hidden effect. A line of small words that hadn't been there before had appeared after the talent. It turned out that the true power of teammate amplification was not just about opening chests. As long as it's a team action, miracles might be triggered. Ahem. Chen Fan forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart, cleared his throat, and once again displayed that profound expression of everything is under control. I said before, when an S-grade and an SS-grade talent coexist in a team. Oh no, I mean when there are both S-grade talents and 7 destined maidens, the world rules will tilt in our favor. This is still luck. This time no one dared to refute him. Even Lin Wanxing, who valued logic and data the most, merely gazed silently at the control panel, seemingly trying to establish a new data model for the term luck, which was so metaphysical. Amidst awe and wonder, a half-meter-tall, metallic, shimmering, cylindrical device was successfully retrieved from the crafting space. It was entirely silver, crafted far beyond the rough standards of this world, with 2 transparent hoses connected, one for intake and one for output, exuding a simple industrial aesthetic. Water Purifier Fine Quality Fine Effect can purify most conventional contaminated water sources into sterile pure water. Daily purification limit 100 liters. Note: the perfect combination of technology and luck saves your kidneys from overload. 100 liters a day. Qin Shuyan looked at the data, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. That's enough for all of us to use water extravagantly. Xia Xiao was already eagerly filling a bucket with murky yellow mud water from the service area's faucet. As the murky liquid flowed slowly through the intake hose into the water purifier, and then out through the outlet hose, it transformed into clear pure liquid. A crisp, sweet taste spread in everyone's mouths. This was the first true clean water they had drunk since the apocalypse. The fatigue and tension that had been suppressed for so long seemed to wash away with this spring water. Just in this rare tranquility, a sudden piercing wolf howl shattered the night sky of the service area. A woo. The sound, filled with hunger and frenzy, seemed to be a call from hell. The warm atmosphere in the carriage instantly froze. Everyone's expressions changed almost instinctively, turning their gazes toward the direction of the sound, the dark employee dormitory area behind the service area. Is it a wolf? Why? Lu Mingjian's face turned pale in an instant, her voice laced with a slight tremor. No. Su Qingyu's gaze sharpened like a blade as she listened intently. The sound is wrong. There's not just one. Moreover, the footsteps are chaotic and heavy, unlike those of wolves. On Lin Wanxing's control panel, the heat signature scanning interface had already opened, and several blurry red dots representing vital signs were quickly approaching them from the direction of the dormitory area. Target count 5. Movement speed 8 meters per second. Size: between large dogs and wolves. Warning: targets are forming a fan-shaped encirclement approaching us at high speed. The cold data transformed into the most lethal alarm. Chen Fan's heart sank heavily. They were coming. This service area was indeed not a safe place. Everyone get in the car. Close the door. Chen Fan's low roar shattered everyone's panic. The girls reacted extremely quickly, almost simultaneously dropping what they were holding and scrambling back into the Wuling Hongguang. Bang! The car door was slammed shut, sealing off the heart-pounding danger outside. But everyone knew that this thin layer of metal could not provide real safety. In the darkness, 5 shadows silently appeared in the service area's parking lot. With the dim moonlight, Chen Fan finally got a clear view of what they looked like. They were 5 dogs. Or rather, they used to be dogs. Their bodies were larger than those of ordinary mutts, their fur patchily fallen out, revealing dark red skin beneath resembling rotten mud. Most terrifying of all were their eyes, which did not possess the pupils of a living being, but instead were 2 orbs burning with a dim red glow, filled with brutality and madness. Mutated Hound, Common, Level 2, Strength 8, Agility 7, Constitution 12, Spirit 0. Description: stray dogs eroded by unknown energy, having lost their sanity, leaving only the primal instincts of hunger and slaughter. Bang! The car door slammed shut after the last person squeezed in, resembling a fragile dam that divided the interior of the vehicle from the outside world. One side was still warm and narrow space for humans. The other was a cold hunting ground ruled by 5 pairs of burning crimson eyes. Sister, what is that thing? So terrifying. Xia Zio's voice trembled with an uncontrollable cry as she clutched her sister Xia Zhui's arm tightly, her pale face pressed against the car window, watching the monsters closing in, her body shaking like leaves in the wind. Lu Mingyan instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful face, usually marked by a hint of aloofness, drained of color. As a highly acclaimed star, she had never witnessed such grotesque and terrifying creatures. The overwhelming desire for slaughter that washed over her made her stomach churn. The target is narrowing. The encirclement expected to contact the vehicle in 20 seconds. Lin Wangxing's cold voice echoed in the silent cabin like a doomsday countdown. Based on the model calculations, given their strength and speed, the durability of the vehicle under sustained attack could last a maximum of 3 minutes. Qin Shuyun pressed her lips, tightly protecting the 2 trembling girls in her arms. Although her face was also etched with tension, her eyes remained calm as she immediately turned to the man sitting in the driver's seat. Right now, he was the only anchor for everyone. Don't panic. Chen Fan's voice was deep and powerful, like a stone thrown into the eye of a storm, forcefully suppressing the rising panic within the cabin. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. But when he saw the 6 faces behind him filled with fear and reliance, an inexplicable flame mixed with responsibility and valor ignited within him. Cowardly, maybe, but not in front of them. Qingyue, he did not turn around, yet his voice was incredibly clear. Come to the driver's seat, prepare to drive. Su Qinghua said nothing. In her sharp, knife-like eyes, the earlier personal grudges had vanished, leaving only the calmness and focus of a hunter facing its prey. She deftly flipped from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, feeling a sting from the wound on her knee, yet she did not even furrow her brow. Her hands firmly gripped the steering wheel. Watching report their positions in real time, especially the lead one. Sister Shiyun, bring over the iron rods we picked up earlier. Mingyan Jiwei Jiao, don't be afraid. Follow my command. I will lower the car window a crack, and you will thrust the iron rods out with all your might. No need to worry about whether you hit or not, just create chaos. A series of orders flowed clearly and swiftly from Chen Fan's mouth. The originally confused girls seemed to find their places in an instant, instinctively beginning to act. Qin Shuyun quickly handed over several iron rods she had taken from the convenience store shelves. Although Lu Mingyan and the Xia sisters were still frightened, their survival instincts compelled them to grip the cold metal tightly, their faces revealing a resolute expression. Hold on tight. Su Qingyu's cold voice rang out. In the next second, she slammed the accelerator sharply, turning the steering wheel. Boom! The upgraded engine let out a low growl, and the massive Wuling Hongguang, like a waking steel beast, swung violently, crashing towards the nearest vicious dog on the left. The vicious dog reacted quickly, its limbs exerting force as it skillfully leaped aside at the moment of the car's collision, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. But the one behind it was not so lucky. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the vicious dog was violently struck by the rear of the car, flying out like a broken sack, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop and letting out a painful howl. Well done, Chen Fan shouted. However, before they could rejoice, the other 4 vicious dogs had become completely enraged. Ow! They let out frenzied howls, their crimson eyes locked onto the metallic monster, their mangled flesh swelling fiercely, transforming into 4 streaks of black lightning charging at them from different angles. One vicious dog even leapt up, using its terrifying bite force to latch onto one side's rearview mirror, giving it a violent shake. Crack! The rearview mirror shattered. 2 on the left, 1 on the right, 1 on the roof. Lin Wangxing's reporting was as rapid as a machine gun. Jiwei, Jiao, now's the time. Right side. Chen Fan bellowed. The Xia sisters screamed, seemingly finding courage from nowhere, and together they lowered the window a narrow crack, eyes shut, thrusting the iron rods madly outward. Ow! The vicious dog on the right seemed to be poked, and let go of its grip, letting out an angry roar. Good opportunity. Su Qingyu's gaze turned icy. She slammed the steering wheel to the right, the car, tipping violently as it scraped against a concrete support column in the service area. Bang, boom. The vicious dog that had just been poked didn't have time to dodge, instantly getting wedged between the car and the concrete pillar, letting out a piercingly shrill scream, the sound of bones shattering distinctly audible, before sliding limply to the ground, twitching twice, and then falling still. Almost simultaneously, a clear system prompt sounded in everyone's minds. Kill mutated vicious dog X1. Scrade talent teammate amplification activated. Current amplification factor 7 times. Gained energy crystal X7, gained inferior beast meat X7, gained contaminated dog tooth X7, gained 70 experience points. Everyone in the cabin was stunned. Even Su Qingyue, who was in the midst of a frenzy, slowed her movements for half a beat. Xia Jiao forgot her fears, staring blankly at the information on her control panel, stammering, Killing monsters also has a 7-fold reward. Boom. This sentence struck like lightning, shattering the fear in everyone's minds. Chen Fan was also stunned. He instinctively looked at the pile of loot on the ground, which had appeared out of thin air, seemingly the highest reward for their earlier courageous actions. He suddenly slapped his thigh. So that's how it is. The true meaning of teammate amplification is that all harvests related to the team will be amplified. Opening treasure chests is a harvest, and killing monsters is also a harvest. Damn, Chen Fan couldn't help but curse. In that instant, fear was replaced by a more primitive, more intense emotion, greed. These grotesque monsters no longer appeared to them as deadly threats. Instead, they were like moving, shimmering treasure chests with a 7-fold drop rate. Wanqing, report the positions. Chen Fan's voice carried an undeniable excitement. The one on the roof is destroying the sunroof. 2 on the left are attacking the tires. Lin Wangxing's tone also bore a slight imperceptible tremor due to this astonishing discovery. Qingyue. Chen Fan looked at Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue did not speak, but the corners of her mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty and triumphant arc, and her sharp eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. She slammed on the brakes, immediately followed by the accelerator, turning the steering wheel wildly. The entire Wuling Hongguang under her control seemed to transform into a frenzied top. The vicious dog on the roof lost its footing, flung away by the immense centrifugal force, tracing a parabolic arc in the air, smashing heavily onto the ground. Now's the time. Su Qingyu's gaze sharpened as she shifted into reverse, flooring the accelerator. Vroom. The van let out an angry roar like a steel bull charging fiercely at the vicious dog that had... The upgraded engine erupted with a deep roar, utterly incongruous with its shabby appearance, as the wheels spun wildly on the gravel-covered ground, kicking up a cloud of dust before decisively crashing backward. There was no chance to dodge. The mutated hound just flung off the roof of the vehicle, and unable to rise, didn't even let out a whimper. A chilling thud echoed, reminiscent of a heavy hammer smashing a watermelon. The vehicle shook violently, and a distinct sound of bones shattering resonated from beneath the tires. Su Qingyu's grip on the steering wheel remained steady, and a drop of warm, foul liquid seeping through the window crack splattered onto her icy, beautiful face. She merely frowned in disgust, but her gaze turned even colder, filled with the thrill of the hunt. S-level talent teammate amplification has been activated. Acquired energy crystal X7, acquired inferior beast meat X7, acquired contaminated canine tooth X7, acquired 70 experience points. Another system notification chimed in everyone's minds like the most exquisite symphony. Wow, it exploded again. Xia Jiao forgot her fear, her face flushed with excitement as she waved the iron rod in her hand. Sister Mingyan, we've struck it rich. Lu Mingyan's fingers gripping the iron rod tightly turned white from the force, but in her usually dazed, beautiful eyes an unprecedented light ignited. Fear still lingered, but a flame named hope and excitement burned even brighter. Did you see that? Chen Fan slapped the seat fiercely, his voice filled with rallying fervor. What did I say? Following Brother Fan means there's food and drink. These aren't monsters at all. They are moving 7-fold experience packs. Walking black iron treasure chests. There are 3 more. They've spread out. Lin Wangxing's calm voice sounded again. Warning, the targets are using abandoned vehicles in the parking lot as cover, attempting to approach from the blind spots. Tactical AI assessment, their hunting instincts are overwhelming the frenzy. The remaining 3 hounds were clearly much more cunning than their fallen companions. They no longer charged mindlessly but lowered their bodies, their crimson eyes glinting in the darkness, using the shadows of the abandoned cars to stealthily flank them. Want to play tactics with me? Su Qingyu's lips curled into a dangerously cold smile as she glanced at the flashing red light in the rearview mirror, suddenly twisting the steering wheel fully to the left while gently pressing the accelerator. The Wuling Hongguang maneuvered like a nimble dancer, its front barely grazing the rear of an old pickup, sliding precisely into the gap between two rows of parking spaces. This position completely sealed off the attack routes from the left and rear. Beautiful. Chen Fan couldn't help but cheer. At this moment, the three hounds could only charge from the front. Whoa! Having lost the opportunity for a sneak attack, the three hounds fell into a frenzy. No longer hiding, they leaped out from the darkness in a formation, charging madly towards the front of the Wuling Hongguang. Prepare! Chen Fan shouted angrily. Sister Shuyun, pass me that bucket of muddy water. Though Qin Shuyun was puzzled, she quickly handed over the dirty water that had just been used to test the water purifier. Chen Fan grabbed it, his gaze fixed on the hound leading the charge. Now, he suddenly rolled down the window, slightly waiting for the right moment to hurl the entire bucket of muddy water at the hound's face. Splash! The foul-smelling muddy water drenched the hound. It probably never expected such an attack, instinctively closing its eyes and shaking its head, its forward momentum momentarily halted. Now, Su Qingyu's voice almost overlapped with Chen Fan's shout. She floored the accelerator. The van shot forward like a cannonball, crashing straight into the misfortunate hound with its face smeared in mud. Bang! It hit the target squarely. The hound was lifted high by the front of the vehicle, violently slamming into the bumper, then flung backward by inertia, rolling in the air before crashing onto one of its companions. The two monsters instantly tumbled into a heap, creating a chaotic scene. The last hound, the most cunning of them all, seized the opportunity to accelerate its claws, leaving deep scratches on the ground as its body leaped like a black cannonball. Its target was not the sturdy front of the vehicle, but rather the relatively weak windshield. Watch out! Qin Shuyun exclaimed. The bloodthirsty maw filled with fangs loomed large before everyone. Too late. Su Qingyu's expression hardened as she slammed on the brakes just as the hound was about to collide with the glass. Screech! The deafening sound of brakes echoed. The vehicle, racing at high speed, came to a sudden halt, causing the leaping hound to lose its predicted land. Its front paws crashed heavily onto the engine hood, producing a screeching noise, and the immense force caused its head to slam against the windshield. Bang! A spiderweb of cracks instantly appeared on the windshield. But that was all there was to it. The upgraded vehicle was far sturdier than the hound had anticipated. Good opportunity. Stab its eyes. Chen Fan yelled. Lu Mengyan and the Xia sisters were already terrified, but their instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Xia Jiao closed her eyes and let out a meaningless scream, thrusting the iron rod through the crack in the windshield, stabbing wildly forward. Lu Mengyan's reaction was astonishingly quick. A flash of determination crossed her pale face, which was drained from fear. She aimed for the hound's burning crimson eyes, exerting all her strength to drive the iron rod fiercely forward. Thud! The front end of the iron rod plunged precisely into the hound's left eye. Woo! A shrill, sorrowful scream echoed through the service area, sounding almost inhuman. The hound, in pain, struggled wildly on the engine hood, its claws scraping the metal, causing sparks to fly. Get off! Su Qingyue stomped on the accelerator again, twisting the steering wheel left and right. The Wuling Hongguang, like a bullfighter, began to thrash violently, and the blinded hound lost its footing on the engine, but ultimately being flung off hard, crashing into a nearby wall and sliding to the ground, convulsing. Kill mutated hound X1. Kill mutated hound X1. Kill mutated hound X1. A series of system notifications erupted in everyone's minds like brilliant fireworks. The battle was over. Su Qingyue slowly brought the vehicle to a stop and turned off the engine. The world instantly quieted down, leaving only the heavy breathing echoing inside the vehicle. No one spoke. Outside the window, 5 twisted monster corpses lay on the parking lot, and beside the bodies, piles of spoils made of energy crystals, beast meat, and canine teeth glimmered dreamily under the faint light of the control console. Did we win? Xia Ziyou's voice trembled with disbelief, yet was filled with joy. Qin Shuyun let out a long sigh of relief, wrapping her arms around the trembling sisters, and Lu Mengyan softly comforting them. The iron rod in Lu Mengyan's hand clattered to the ground. She felt as if all her strength had been drained, leaning limply against Qin Shuyun, gasping for breath. That stab had exhausted all her courage. Lin Wanxing adjusted her non-existent glasses as data streams flickered wildly on the control console. Battle review: total duration 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Vehicle durability remaining 62%. No casualties among personnel. Victory assessment: returns far exceed expectations. She looked at Chen Fan, her typically calm eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry for the first time. Your theory of fortune requires a fundamental reconstruction of its data model. Chen Fan leaned back in his chair, feeling his shirt soaked with sweat. He gazed at the battlefield littered with spoils, then at the girls in the vehicle tightly embracing each other in a mixture of fear and victory. A feeling he had never experienced before, known as a sense of achievement, filled his chest. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "I told you it's basic skill, no need to overdo it." Su Qingyue shot him a glance, scoffing, but the tension at the corner of her mouth unconsciously lifted into a barely noticeable smile. The night breeze swept through the parking lot, carrying a heavy scent of blood, yet failing to disperse the piles of spoils glowing faintly in the darkness. Inside the car, an eerie silence was filled with heavy breathing. As the adrenaline slowly faded, what remained was a deep-seated fatigue, along with the exhilaration of surviving a catastrophe. I think I just stabbed it." Lu Mingyan's voice was soft, trembling with uncertainty as she glanced at her still slightly shaking hands, as if the sensation of piercing the monster's eyeball lingered. "You didn't just think so, you really did burst its eye?" Xia Jiao exclaimed excitedly, hugging her. "Sister Mingyan, you are amazing. You are simply a female war goddess." This exaggerated compliment brought a hint of blush to Lu Mingyan's pale face. She was no longer the fragile star needing protection. In the fierce battle for their lives, just now, she had used her own hands to secure victory for the team. This feeling was far more exhilarating than standing under the spotlight receiving cheers from thousands of fans. "All right, let's not get too excited just yet." Qin Shuyun's voice was gentle and steady, like a calming agent, soothing everyone's emotions. "We need to quickly gather the things outside. The smell of blood will attract more trouble." Sister Shuyun is right. Chen Fan pushed open the car door and was the first to step out. He looked at the mess on the ground and the 5 piles of extravagant spoils, taking a deep breath. Energy crystals X35, inferior beast meat X35, contaminated canine teeth X35. This haul was enough to make any novice survivor envious to madness. "We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich." Chen Fan rubbed his hands together, his face displaying an unabashed, greedy smile. Qingyue Wanqing, come down and help. Ladies, get ready with your attribute panels. The moment of witnessing miracles has arrived. As a series of system prompt sounds echoed, everyone's personal attribute interface popped up with a bright red upgrade arrow. Experience 350100 level up. Current level LV 2. Gained free attribute points 5. Experience 250200 level up. Current level LV 3. Gained free attribute points 5. Experience 50300. In an instant, everyone leveled up by 2 levels. A warm flow of energy surged from the main control panel, washing over everyone's bodies, dispelling the fatigue brought on by the battle. I have leveled up to level 3. Xia Jiao exclaimed joyfully. "And I have 10 attribute points. Sister, I can allocate my points now." The car was instantly filled with uncontrollable gasps of excitement. Lin Wanqing adjusted her non-existent glasses, the light from the main control panel reflecting on her cool face as data streams flickered wildly. According to the system prompts, for each level gained you receive 5 free attribute points. These points can be freely allocated to the 4 basic attributes of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. It is recommended to enhance based on personal positioning. Her voice provided direction for this group of newly empowered rookies. "They'll go first," Chen Fan said, without hesitation, eagerly opening his attribute panel. Chen Fan level 3, 50,300 strength, 10 agility, 8 constitution, 9 spirit, 12 free attribute points. 10. As the only male in the team and the embodiment of wisdom, I must compensate for my shortcomings. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan decisively allocated 5 points to agility and the other 5 to constitution. Agility 8, 13, constitution 9, 14. A warm current surged through his limbs. He felt his body instantly become much lighter, and the slight weakness from tension was replaced by a surge of strength. "I feel like I can take on 3 now." Chen Fan confidently swung his fist. "Really?" Su Qingyu's cold voice came from the side as she leaned against the car door, wiping away the blood splatter on her face. She also opened her panel. Su Qingyue level 3, 50,300 strength, 18 agility, 14 constitution, 13 spirit, 11 free attribute points. 10. Without hesitation, she allocated all 10 points to agility. Agility 1424. In that instant, her gaze became sharper and her entire aura seemed to condense, as if she had transformed into a drawn blade radiating sharpness. Chen Fan. He silently retracted his earlier statement. "Taking on 3 might be a bit ambitious. My suggestion is that as the main combat force, you should develop strength and agility in harmony. Focusing solely on agility will result in insufficient attack power and reduced sustainability." Lin Wanqing's voice was like that of a soulless AI. "In the face of absolute speed, strength is merely a parameter that can be compensated by skill." Su Qingyue replied lightly, her words filled with the confidence of a top racer. Lin Wanqing didn't argue further. She simply recorded a note on her main control panel and then opened her Lin Wanxing level 3 50,300 strength, 9 agility, 11 constitution, 10 spirit, 15 free attribute points, 10. She allocated all 10 points to spirit. Spirit 1525 spirit attributes can enhance perception reaction speed and the efficiency of processing high-dimensional information, she explained calmly. For me, this is more important than mere strength and speed. Next was Qin Shiyun, who smiled gently and allocated her 10 attribute points evenly between constitution and spirit, achieving a balanced enhancement of her survival ability and mental resilience. When it was Lu Mingyan's turn, she hesitated. Looking at her hands, she recalled the determination she had when stabbing out that pole earlier. I want to add strength. She mustered her courage to say. For the first time, a desire for strength appeared on her stunning face as she allocated all 10 points to strength. Strength 717, the moment her attribute points were allocated, she could distinctly feel an unprecedented sense of strength surging through her arms and body. It was the power to protect herself and her companions. Finally, it was the turn of the Xia sisters. The lively Xia Jiao followed Su Qingyue, adding all points to agility, wanting to become as fast as her idol. Meanwhile, the quiet elder sister Xia Jiwei followed Qin Shiyun, evenly allocating points to constitution and spirit. 7 people, 7 different ways of point allocation. Yet all their faces radiated the joy of rebirth that came with gaining power. All right, we've finished allocating the attribute points. Now it's time to divide the spoils. Chen Fan waved his hand, grandly piling all the spoils in front of the car. We won't be needing this beast meat and canine teeth for now, let's store them away for the time being. These 35 energy crystals are our strategic reserves. He picked up 1 energy crystal and waved it in front of everyone. With them, our vehicle can level up 3 more times. The carriage was filled with a heated air, a mixture of ecstasy and anticipation for the future. Raise it 3 more times. Chen Fan's words ignited everyone's emotions like a spark thrown into boiling oil. That old van was their only home. In this world, the sole barrier against the monsters. Making it stronger was their hope for survival. Let's begin. Su Qingyu's voice carried a rare urgency as she looked at Chen Fan, her sharp eyes sparkling with a glimmer of expectation for the first time. All right. Chen Fan took the driver's seat again, skillfully opening the vehicle interface on the main control. Vehicle poor quality van, level 5 durability, 308500 defense, 50. The scars of battle were clearly recorded on the durability bar. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly tossed in 30 pieces of wood, 30 iron blocks, and 3 energy crystals into the upgrade slot. Upgrade. Do you want to consume wood X100, iron block X10, a energy crystal X1? Yes. 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 Chen Fan clicked 3 times in one breath. A powerful energy hum stronger than ever before erupted from the main control panel. A pale blue light no longer flowed subtly, but surged forth from the vehicle's chassis like a tide, enveloping the entire Wuling Hongguang. The vehicle trembled violently, as if something was about to break free from its old shell. Creak. Crack. The sound of metal stretching, painful to the ears, resonated around everyone. The space inside the carriage under everyone's gaze expanded slowly at a visible speed. The roof was lifted, the body lengthened, and the once cramped back seat became spacious. Oh, my. Xia Zio's mouth formed an O shape as she reached out to touch the wall of the van that was once right beside her, now requiring her to stretch her arm to reach it. The light lasted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. The old Wuling Hongguang was still a Wuling Hongguang, but its contours had become sharper. The body seemed to have thickened, and the cracks on the windshield that had just been hit by a vicious dog slowly healed in the light, eventually disappearing. Vehicle poor quality van, level 8 durability, 800 defense, 80. This. Qin Shiyun reached out to touch the newly revitalized interior, her usually wise and calm eyes filled with disbelief and shock. This had surpassed the realm of common sense, resembling a miracle. Now it's enough for all of us to lie down. Chen Fan's voice brimmed with pride. He was not wrong. The back half of the upgraded carriage had turned into a standard flat surface about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Let alone 7 people, even if they squeezed in 10, would have plenty of space. The fatigue of surviving the disaster washed over them like a tide after confirming their safety. Qin Shiyun took out the few blankets they had, spread them on the ground, and used several backpacks as pillows. Let's all rest. Tonight we'll spend the night here. Her voice was gentle, soothing away the last traces of tension in everyone. One by one the girls lay. The Xia sisters huddled closely together, while Lu Mingyan lay beside them, her heart, like a superstar, finally found stability at this moment. Lin Wanxing lay in the corner, the soft light of the main control panel illuminating her cool profile, as if she was still analyzing everything that had just happened. Qin Shuyan and Su Qinghua lay on the other side. Chen Fan lay closest to the door, protecting all 6 girls within. The carriage was very quiet, only the sound of each other's faint breathing could be heard. Outside the window lay boundless darkness and unknown dangers. Inside, however, was a rare, warm haven in this apocalyptic world. Hey! In the darkness, Su Qingyu's voice suddenly rang out. Moi. Chen Fan responded. That story. You haven't finished it. Chen Fan paused, recalling the tall tales he had spun at the convenience store. His gaze swept over the 6 blurry outlines in the dark. The faces, some cool, some gentle, some stubborn, and some lively, slowly overlapped with the figures in his deepest memories. A bittersweet feeling surged in his heart. All right. His voice grew slightly hoarse. Then let me tell you a story. It's about 7 fools struggling to survive in the apocalypse. In the carriage, everyone listened quietly. In the story, there was also a guy named Chen Fan who was very lucky to have gained inscrate talent, but he was timid and somewhat lecherous, only wanting to fool a few beautiful teammates to live a laid-back life in the apocalypse. Xia Jiao chuckled softly, whispering, "This Chen Fan is so real." Su Qinghua snorted coldly, but said nothing. The first teammate he encountered was an ice queen who drove race cars. That woman was incredibly strong, skilled at driving fierce in fights, but had a terrible temper, always looking at everyone as if they owed her money, believing that the guy named Chen Fan was a con artist. Su Qingyu's breath seemed to pause for a moment. Later they encountered a data fanatic, a strong woman who calculated probabilities before doing anything. She looked at that Chen Fan as if he were a walking bug, wanting to dissect and study him every day. In the corner, Lin Wangxing's brow furrowed slightly in the dark. In the team, there was also a sister as gentle as water who could always bring everyone back together when they were on the verge of collapse. Her cooking could turn the most unpalatable beast meat into a delicacy. A faint smile of tenderness appeared at the corner of Qin Shuyun's mouth. There was also a big star, a super idol who once stood at the pinnacle of the world. When the apocalypse came, she fell from the clouds into the mud, initially crying and terrified, but later she picked up a weapon and was the first to charge forward to protect her companions. Of course, there was also a pair of adorable twin sisters. The elder sister was quiet while the younger sister was lively. They were the joy of the team and everyone's little cotton jacket. With them around, even the most despairing days seemed to hold a glimmer of light. Xia Jiao and Xia Jiwei instinctively held each other's hands. Chen Fan's voice was soft, as if recounting a distant legend unrelated to himself. But with every word he spoke, the atmosphere in the carriage grew stranger. Because every character in the story bore an uncanny resemblance to themselves. Together they drove a dilapidated van down an endless road. They opened treasure chests together, fought monsters together, and upgraded their vehicle. They had argued, turned red in the face, and also stood back to back, resisting crises. That Ice Queen racer once drove the battle car, cutting a path for the con artist named Chen Fan amid the divine punishment pouring from the skies. Su Qingyu's body shook violently. That data fanatic once exhausted all her mental energy to calculate an escape route, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Lin Wangxing's hand resting beside her quietly clenched. That big star once awakened everyone's fighting spirit with her song in their most critical moment. A teardrop rolled down Lu Minjian's cheek. Especially the 2 little girls who sacrificed themselves to protect. Jiwei and Jiao hugged each other, slightly sobbing. Chen Fan's voice gradually became choked. Those sealed, brutal images unfolded before his eyes. The ending of that story was not good. They all died in the end. But that guy named Chen Fan remembered every quarrel and every laugh in that broken car. Remembered the looks in each of their eyes at the final moment of their lives. The story was finished. In the carriage there was a death-like silence. In the darkness, only the sound of suppressed, gentle sobbing remained. The darkness before dawn is the most profound. In the carriage not a sound could be heard, only the 7 breaths of varying depths intertwining to form an invisible net that ensnared the heavy story of the previous night. No one slept soundly. Sisters Xia Jiao and Xia Jiwei held each other tightly, as if only the warmth of their bodies could dispel the bone-chilling cold that seeped from the story. Lu Mingyan opened her eyes, gazing at the dim ceiling of the carriage. The words, "She was the first to pick up a weapon to protect her companions," echoing repeatedly in her mind. Her grip on the blanket had turned her knuckles white. Su Qinghua lay on her side, back to everyone, concealing her tightly knitted brows. That ice-cold racer once drove a war chariot, carving out a path for a scammer named Chen Fan under the reign of divine punishment. This sentence was like a nail driven into her heart. Chen Fan lay on the outer edge, having not slept a wink. He felt a twinge of regret, wishing he hadn't shared the heavy memories that belonged solely to him, memories so burdensome they could crush a soul in the form of a story with them. He simply hadn't confided in anyone for too long. Gulu. A faint sound broke the suffocating. It was Qin Shuyun. She silently sat up, her movements gentle enough not to disturb anyone. She glanced at the varied expressions of those lying on the ground, a fleeting look of heartache crossing her gentle eyes. She said nothing, merely walking over to the high-quality water purifier, pouring in a bucket of muddy water, watching as the clear liquid slowly flowed out. Then she took out the self-heating rice from yesterday's haul and picked out a few relatively fresh pieces from the pile of inferior beast meat. She set up a small pot and started a fire with some charcoal. Soon the aroma of rice and the sizzling sound of meat being grilled, accompanied by a wisp of white smoke, filled the carriage. The scent, brimming with the essence of human warmth, felt like a pair of warm hands forcibly pulling everyone back from the depths of despair into reality. Xia Jiao rubbed her swollen eyes and sat up, sniffing hard with her nose, her stomach protesting with a growl. Shuyun Jia, awake. Come eat something. Qin Shuyun turned back, handing her a warm portion of rice, her face adorned with a reassurance. Everyone gradually sat up. No one mentioned the story from last night, as if it were merely a collectively forgotten dream. Yet each person understood that some things had already changed. Qin Shuyun divided the fried meat slices among everyone. Her culinary skills were indeed remarkable, turning even the simplest cooking into an enticing aroma. This counts as our first proper breakfast in the apocalypse, right? Xia Jiao said with her mouth full of meat, trying to lighten the mood. Chen Fan picked up a portion, eating silently. Not bad, he managed to smile at Qin Shuyun. Hey, Su Qingyu's voice suddenly cut in. She didn't look at Chen Fan, only staring at the piece of meat in her hand. Your story is terrible. Chen Fan's movements paused momentarily. Terrible enough to make one believe it. Su Qingyue stuffed the meat into her mouth, chewing vigorously as if venting something. If your goal was to make us feel fear or sympathy, you better put away this trick. Chen Fan attempted to explain. Assessment report. Lin Wanqing adjusted her non-existent glasses and spoke suddenly. This story, as a psychological suggestion tool, has multiple paradoxes in its logical chain. For instance, under optimal team configuration, the probability of ultimately leading to a complete annihilation outcome is less than 0.01, unless there are external factors of irresistible force, or she paused, the dim light of the control panel illuminating her face, or the narrator themselves made serious decision-making errors. A piercing statement. The air in the carriage for Chen Fan let out a bitter laugh, setting down his food. Yes, I admit that guy named Chen Fan is just a fool. His voice was a bit hoarse. He was too weak, too self-righteous, always thinking that with a little cleverness and so-called talent, he could protect everyone. Chen Yi, wrapped in the unupgraded old blanket, curled up on the passenger seat, his eyelids heavy, yet not daring to sleep deeply. His ears listened to the wind out. It was Qin Shuyun who broke the silence. Since it's a story, then there must always be a chance to rewrite the ending right. She looked gently at Chen Fan, then surveyed the group. We are not the people in the story. We are still alive, and we will live well. Her words felt like a warm current. That's right. Xia Jiao nodded vigorously. We have 7 times the rewards. And there's Qingyue Jie, the super warrior. And Wanqing Jie, the super brain. And Mengyan Jie, the goddess. We won't die. Lu Mengyan blushed from her words, but warmth surged in her chest. Su Qingyue snorted coldly, not refuting. Finish eating, then work. Chen Fan took a deep breath, regrouping his spirits. This service area hasn't been thoroughly searched yet, and the corpses of those monsters need to be dealt with. We cannot leave any hidden dangers. Received. Lin Wanxing's control panel had already pulled up a simple map of the service area. Based on residual thermal imaging signals, there may still be 3 to 4 life signs in the staff dormitory area consistent with last night's mutated dog characteristics. Only 3 or 4. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Then what are we waiting for? He stood up. Today let's show them what the wrath of a Padawan player looks like. After finishing this breakfast, considered the most expensive in the world, the team resumed their actions. This time their tactics underwent a fundamental change. Su Qingyue remained in the driver's seat, but her expression had gained steadiness. The Wuling Hongguang did not charge straight ahead, but instead slowly approached the employees' dormitory like a beast surveying its territory. Wanqing, one at the left corridor entrance, one behind the second-floor window, and another at the rooftop edge. They are in a triangular 3-dimensional defensive formation, exhibiting preliminary tactical coordination awareness. Lin Wanqing quickly reported the data. A bit smarter than last night's foolish dogs, Su Qingyue commented. Then let's take down their command tower first. Chen Fan pointed at the rooftop. Mengyan Jiao, you two are responsible for throwing stones at that one on the roof. You don't have to hit it, just attract its attention. Okay. Having learned from last night's experience, the 2 girls were no longer as frightened. They rolled down the car window, a narrow slit, picked up stones from the ground, and threw them with all their might toward the roof. The stones hit the wall with a series of clinks. The beast on the roof was indeed enraged, leaning out halfway and letting out a threatening howl at the metal monster below. Now, Su Qingyue slammed the accelerator. The van did not move forward, but instead spun around at an unbelievable angle. Bang! The sturdy tail of the vehicle crashed hard into the load-bearing wall of the dormitory building's first floor. The entire building shook violently. The beast on the roof lost its footing, letting out a startled cry, and fell directly from the third floor, crashing heavily to the ground, twitching a couple of times before lying still. Killed mutated dog X1. The familiar system prompt sounded. Nice, Chen Fan shouted. The dog at the hallway entrance, seeing this, not only did not retreat, but instead charged out with a roar. Bring it on. Su Qingwei swiftly turned the steering wheel, accurately aiming the front of the car at it. However, she did not ram into it, but instead slammed on the brakes 5 meters away from the beast. The vehicle stopped. The dog lunged forward, slightly dazed. Bang! The doors of the driver and passenger sides were simultaneously kicked open. 2 figures, one left and one right, darted out like lightning. It was Chen Fan and Su Qingwei. Su Qingyu's speed was astonishing, her attribute of agility 24, turning her into a mere blur, and the iron rod in her hand struck precisely at the dog's knee joint. Ow! The mutated dog howled in pain, its forward momentum skewing. Chen Fan followed closely behind. He lacked Su Qingyu's speed, but made up for it with ferocity. He poured all of his strength 14 into his arm, wielding the iron rod, with momentum, striking fiercely at the dog's head. Thud! After a dull thud, the battle ended. The Xia sisters and Lu Mingyan sat in the car dumbfounded. Too fast. From getting out of the car to resolving the battle took less than 3 seconds. This was the crushing advantage brought by level increases and attribute point enhancements. The last mutated dog, hiding behind the second-floor window, seemed to have been frightened out of its wits, tucking its tail and trying to flee. Too late. Lin Wangxing's cold voice rang out. She had already gotten out of the car at some point, holding a small fire axe she had found in the fire station. She concentrated all her mental 25 attributes on perception and prediction. She anticipated the dog's escape route, taking the initiative to hurl the fire axe at the window of the adjacent room. Crash! The sound of shattering glass rang out. Immediately after was a brief piercing scream. Everything returned to calm. Chen Fan and Su Qingwei exchanged glances, witnessing a hint of surprise in each other's reactions. This data fanatic, when taking action, was surprisingly decisive. With the battle over, the teams swiftly completed their final search. There weren't many valuable items in the dormitory building, only some clean bedding and a few wearable clothes, barely enough. All the spoils and supplies were categorized and packed into the carriage. The once empty carriage was now filled to the brim, resembling a moving fortress, yet also a warm, hope-filled home. Everything is packed up, Qin Shuyun said with a smile after counting the last of the supplies. We can leave at any time. Chen Fan nodded, returning to the passenger seat. Su Qingwei started the car, the upgraded engine emitting a steady and powerful roar. Let's go. The Wuling Hongguang slowly drove away from the service area that witnessed their first battle, their first harvest, and their first unguarded moment. The vehicle merged back onto the endless gray highway. Chen Fan watched the scenery swiftly retreating outside the window, the heaviness brought by memories replaced by a sense of anticipation for the future. The Wuling Hongguang glided steadily along the gray highway, the roar of the engine steady and powerful like a beating heart. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was somewhat subtle. Last night's truth-named story pierced each person's heart like an invisible thorn. But at the same time, a vigorous surge of vitality flowed within everyone thanks to a hearty victory and the subsequent level up. Su Qingyue drove intently. After her attribute enhancement, she maneuvered the vehicle with even greater ease, as if the van had come to life under her control. Qin Shuyun was carefully mending the torn clothes from the battle with the needle and thread she found gentle and focused, as if she were repairing the emotional rift that had torn through the team last night. Lu Mingyan and the Xia sisters were whispering to each other occasionally, letting out a soft laugh that lightened the lingering tension in the car. On Lin Wangxing's control panel, various data streams continued to flicker as she attempted to establish a new logical model that could accommodate the metaphysical variables of fortune and rebirth for last night's battle and Chen Fan's story. Chen Fan leaned against the passenger seat, gazing out at the unchanging, desolate landscape, yet his heart was no longer as empty as before. In the rearview mirror, he could see each of their faces. This is good. Just then a cold, emotionless voice, grand, as if it came from beyond the world, suddenly erupted in everyone's minds. The beginner protection period officially ends. Due to irresistible factors, the world rules are undergoing iterative updates. The road survival world officially begins. Su Qingwei suddenly slammed on the brakes. The vehicle swayed slightly, but she quickly steadied the steering wheel. Inside the cabin, all laughter ceased abruptly. Chen Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Ended. But what does the update of rules mean? In his past life, this did not happen. The cold voice did not give anyone time to think, continuing to announce new module-activated ranking system. There are 5 major rankings: power ranking, vehicle ranking, pet ranking, item ranking, and beauty ranking. All individuals on the list can choose whether to hide personal information. The rankings will be settled weekly and corresponding rewards will be issued based on rankings. New module activated team system. Survivors can freely form teams with a limit of 12 members per team. Teams exceeding 12 members can establish a convoy using team tokens with a limit of 120 members. Convoys with over 120 members can build cities using city tokens with a limit of 500 people. The grand voice finally faded away. The world returned to silence, leaving only the roar of the engine. But everyone knew that this world had become completely different. Damn, Chen Fan couldn't help but curse. His rebirth advantage had at this moment been diminished by this damned rule update by more than half. Rankings, convoys, cities. This was no longer just survival. It was clearly dragging all survivors into a larger, more brutal war. Launching, Chen Fan called out in a low voice. Without his reminder, the new interface had already appeared on Lin Wangxing's control panel. 5 ranking icons, each shining with different luster, were filled with deadly allure. Open the power ranking. Su Qingyu's voice came carrying a hint of seriousness. Lin Wangxing tapped lightly and a massive virtual ranking unfolded within the cabin. Power ranking first place. Information hidden level LV. 11. Second place, Long Outyin level LV. 10. Third place. Information hidden level LV. 10. Fourth place, Divine Punishment Yemengade level LV 10. The ranking was long with a total of 100 slots. Looking at the unfamiliar names and the terrifyingly high levels, the atmosphere in the cabin became incredibly oppressive. LV. 11. Xia Ziyuan stuttered, "Is this a monster? We worked our asses off just to reach level 3. This is unreasonable." Lin Wangxing adjusted her non-existent glasses, speaking rapidly. During the beginner period, resources are limited. Even with S or even SSS level talents, it is impossible to raise levels to 11 in such a short time. Unless they have special opportunities or murder. The last 2 words seemed to drop the temperature in the cabin. Indeed, during the beginner period, vehicles would not encounter each other. But the beginner period had ended. Our levels rank outside the top 100. Lin Wangxing reported a disheartening statistic. Let's look at the vehicle ranking, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. The ranking switched. Vehicle ranking first place, Mobile Fortress War Bastion Excellent Holder. Second place, Black Dragon Heavy Truck Excellent Holder Long Outyin. Third place, Phantom Submarine Excellent Holder Divine Punishment Yemengade. Their inferior van LV. 8 did not even make it into the top 10,000. The joy and pride brought by upgrading the vehicle were shattered by reality at this moment. The pet ranking and item ranking are temporarily irrelevant to us. Lin Wangxing's finger hovered over the last and most peculiar ranking. Beauty ranking. All the girls instinctively held their breath. A system prompt popped up in front of the ranking. To protect female survivors, all information of female individuals on the list is hidden by default. If public disclosure is needed, confirmation from the individual is required. This setting eased everyone's hearts a bit. Lin Wangxing opened the ranking. Beauty ranking first place. Information hidden. Second place. Information hidden. Third place. Information hidden. Fourth place. Qin Shuyan. Information hidden. Ninth place. Lu Mingyan. Information hidden. Qin Shuyan's name prominently appeared in 4th place. And Lu Mingyan was ranked 9th. Everyone in the cabin was stunned. I made the list. Lu Mingyan covered her mouth, her stunningly beautiful face filled with disbelief and a hint of panic. As a former top star, she understood more than anyone what this list signified. It was not glory, but a deadly bait that could attract countless wolves. Qin Shuyan's brows furrowed tightly. Although she appeared calm, her hands resting on her knees had quietly clenched into fists. Sister, you're on there too. Xia Ziyuan quickly scrolled through the list and soon found Xia Jiwei's name among the dozens. She herself, along with Su Qingwei and Lin Wangxing, also ranked within the top 20. What are the criteria for this ranking? Looks, charisma, or some data we can't comprehend. Lin Wangxing's frown deepened as she couldn't tolerate things that exceeded her calculative scope. Wait a minute, Xia Ziyuan suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a certain spot on the ranking. How? Why is there a man on this list? Everyone leaned in to take a look. Indeed, among the 30-odd names on the beauty ranking, a male name appeared without concealment. 32nd place, Li Xiaoyao. Scrolling down further, there were actually several male survivors among the top 100. This revelation shocked everyone with the outrageousness of the list. This damned list, it caters to both men and women. Chen Fan's corner of his mouth twitched as he was about to make a sarcastic remark. Hey, Xia Ziyuan's small hand came to a stop at the end of the list. She blinked her big eyes, looking at Chen Fan with an extremely strange expression. What's wrong? Chen Fan. Xia Ziyuan pointed at the screen, enunciating slowly. 99th place. Chen Fan. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on Chen Fan's face. It was a complex mix of shock, absurdity, curiosity, and I want to laugh, but not daring to. Chen Fan. He snatched the control panel. Beauty ranking 99th place. Chen Fan information not hidden. At that moment Chen Fan felt as if his worldview had been run over by a dump truck multiple times. He, a rugged man, actually made it onto this damned beauty ranking. And he was in the 99th place. Being on the list at this level was an utter humiliation. Ahem. Qin Shuyun stifled a laugh, clearing her throat. It seems this ranking's aesthetic is quite diverse. Su Qinghua snorted, but her lips couldn't help but curve upward slightly. I think it's absurd. Captain, you're now our team's face. Lu Mingyan couldn't help but tease, her previous tension eased a bit by this unexpected absurdity. Shut up. Chen Fan's face turned red as he angrily shut off the ranking. If you mention this again, no dinner for you. Just as the atmosphere in the cabin turned joyous. 99th. Chen Fan. As Xia Jiao pronounced the name, her voice carried a sense of sacred exploration of the unknown along with an uncontrollable mirth. The air in the carriage froze for a full 3 seconds. Then it was broken by a series of muffled chuckles. Chen Fan's face turned a shade of liver color as he abruptly shut down the main control panel, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a cough. It's just a trivial ranking, what's there to see? No, Chen Fan. Xia Jiao leaned closer, her big eyes filled with curiosity. This means that even the worlds will acknowledge your looks. From now on, you'll be our team's mascot. Mascot? Su Qinghua shot him a cold glance, the smile she couldn't suppress revealing her current mood. I see you as a live target. Lu Mingyan also covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she struggled to maintain a serious expression. Captain, this is great. From now on, when we go out, anyone who sees us will know that our team not only has stunning beauties, but also a stunning handsome guy. Even the usually serious Lin Wanqing adjusted her non-existent glasses, her voice devoid of emotion, delivering the most fatal blow. Assessment result: the exposure of Chen Fan's personal information will attract an additional unknown risk of 30% for the team, as well as 50% of male hatred value. The selection logic of this ranking needs to be remodeled. Everyone shut up. Chen Fan roared in humiliation. If you keep babbling, tonight's dinner will consist entirely of inferior beast meat eaten raw. The threat was quite effective. Particularly the words, eaten raw, made the girls instantly recall the foul smell, and they immediately restrained their laughter. The carriage finally returned to silence, but the strange atmosphere lingered. Chen Fan's face darkened as he cursed the so-called worlds that had created the ranking 1,000 times in his heart. At that moment, a crisp notification sound echoed from the main control panel. It was the prompt for the chat. In the newbie phase, this function was almost useless, as everyone was on their own paths, completely devoid of the concept of regions. But now it lit up. Lin Wanqing immediately switched the interface, and a window resembling a chat room from the Earth era popped up. As soon as it opened, countless messages flooded the entire screen like a burst dam. Sun Ergadam. Is the newbie phase over? That car by the roadside was real. It nearly hit me. Zhao Tieju, what the hell is this ranking? Who's the first on the strength list? Anonymous user, help. Is there anyone to rescue me? I'm being targeted by a black SUV. Sakura falling, looking for a team. I'm a girl, I can cook and do laundry, seeking a powerful team to take me in. Coordinates near XX service area. King Maha. Times have changed. Stop that little broken car. Chaos, panic, ecstasy, despair. The voices of countless survivors intertwined at this moment, laying bare a cruel and real apocalyptic scene before everyone. Inside the carriage, the previously relaxed atmosphere vanished instantly. The expression on everyone's face was filled with gravity. The situation is worse than anticipated. Lin Wanqing's fingers flew across the screen, sifting through useful information. The change in rules has instantly intensified the internal conflicts among survivors. The identities of prey and hunter have already begun to shift. Su Qinghua instinctively tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her gaze sweeping outside the window, as if deadly enemies could spring from the desolate road at any moment. Pull the car to the side of the road and find a secluded place to stop. Chen Fan's voice deepened. Just as the Wuling Hongguang had barely left the chat area, all the messages flooding the screen suddenly halted. A golden system announcement adorned with splendid effects domineeringly occupied the entire screen. Region announcement from strength ranking 2nd place. My name is Long Outyin. From now on, all survivors within this area must obey my commands. All materials must be surrendered. All treasure chests belong to me. I will establish the only order in this region. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Silence. The carriage was engulfed in a deathly stillness. This utterly arrogant declaration struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. Long Outyin. Qin Shuyun softly uttered the name, her usually gentle eyes now icy cold. 2nd on the strength ranking, 2nd on the vehicle ranking, the heavy truck Black Dragon. He has the capital to be arrogant. What a lunatic! Xia Jiao exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Who does he think he is? A local emperor? No. Lin Wanqing shook her head. In the face of absolute power, he is indeed a local emperor. Based on the announcement information, this person is extremely arrogant, brutal, and has a strong sense of possession. He better not cross my path. Su Qingyu's voice carried an unmistakable intent to kill. Ding! Another notification sound rang. But this time it wasn't the clamor of the public channel or the domineering system announcement. Instead, it was a gentle sound from a private mailbox. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Qin Shuyun's main control panel. Because that voice was coming from her. Qin Shuyun furrowed her brows slightly and opened the unread The sender's ID was a name they had never seen before. Su Qingying. The content of the message was brief, yet it made everyone in the car hold their breath. Hello, ma'am. I am Su Qingying. The beautiful ranking is not a glory but a curse. You must have already realized this. Long Outyin and his ilk are just the beginning. The malice this world has towards beauty far exceeds your imagination. I am forming an alliance, a sanctuary that belongs solely to us women capable of resisting all. I have already contacted some sisters on the ranking list. Evelyn, Anastasia, and Jingujit Tsukiyo have all agreed to join. Inside the carriage, the private message from Su Qingying felt like a red-hot iron branding the nerves of everyone. The word shelter held an irresistible allure for women struggling in the apocalypse. Lu Mingjian's breathing quickened. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on her arm, the possessive declaration from Long Outyin still echoing in her mind. Fear is a primal instinct that is hard to suppress with reason. Su Qingying's proposal was like the only lifeboat in the darkness. Lu Mingjian's lips moved, but she couldn't produce a complete sound. She looked at Qin Shuyun and couldn't help but glance at Chen Fan. On one side was the promise of safety from the female alliance, and on the other was this temporary family they had just begun to trust, filled with secrets. Are we going? Xia Zio's voice was soft, tightly gripping her sister Xia Jiwei's hand, her small face filled with confusion and unease. Sister Shi and Sister Mingyan, are you leaving? What nonsense. Su Qingyu's voice was cold and hard as she slammed the steering wheel. We just want to battle, upgraded our vehicle, and become stronger. Why should we go rely on others like stray dogs? Her words were sharp, yet held some truth. Lin Wanqing adjusted her non-existent glasses as the data flow on the control panel had ceased to flicker. Analyzing from a data perspective, Su Qingying, ranked first on the beauty list, was able to contact several top-ranked women as soon as the list appeared and gained the consent of 4 of them. This indicates she either possesses great personal charm or has a well-organized intelligence and communication team far beyond ordinary survivors. Her strength is undeniable. Joining them would theoretically significantly increase our short-term survival rate. Lin Wanqing paused, shifting her tone. However, this also means we will completely lose our autonomy. All our gains, including the 7-fold increase from Chen Fan's talent, may need to be submitted and then redistributed by them. This distribution model cannot guarantee fairness based on data. 7-fold increase. Those words rang like a warning bell, awakening the hesitating Lu Mingyan and the Xia sisters. What enabled them to upgrade so quickly and possess their current strength? It was the combined effort of everyone, especially Chen Fan's unbelievable level talent. If they lost that, could they survive future crises? Would going to an unfamiliar shelter dominated by strong individuals really be safe? The carriage fell into a more oppressive silence. Everyone's gaze intentionally or unintentionally fell upon the man who had remained silent throughout. Chen Fan leaned against the back of his seat, expressionless, revealing no joy or anger. He simply listened quietly like an outsider. Yet his heart had already risen to his throat. He understood better than anyone that this 7-person team was the foundation of his existence. With one less person, his amplification would be halved. If Qin Shuyun and Lu Mingyan really left, then But he couldn't speak up to persuade them. Binding them with talents or coercing them with interests would only cause the fragile trust they had just established to collapse instantly. He could only wait for them to make their own choice. Ultimately, it was Qin Shuyun who broke the deadlock. Her gentle and wise eyes swept over the faces of everyone in the carriage, capturing their expressions of tension, resistance, or dependence. Finally, her gaze stopped on Chen Fan's face. She saw the tension and worry beneath his calm facade that was almost overflowing. This man cared more than anyone about the integrity of the team. Suddenly, Qin Shuyun found her answer within. She smiled gently, her smile like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the gloom in the carriage. Qingwei and Wanqing both have valid points. We want both safety and autonomy. If that's the case, why do we have to make a choice? She extended her slender finger and began to tap lightly on the virtual keyboard of the control panel. Everyone held their breath, watching her reply to the message that could determine the fate of the team. Hello, Ms. Su Qingying. We have received your invitation and appreciate your concern for our situation. The likes of Long Outyin are indeed threats to all survivors, not just women. In the face of such threats, unity is the only way out, and I fully agree with this. However, I have some differing views on your proposal to form a shelter. A purely female alliance can indeed avoid certain risks, but at the same time, it gives up half of the universe. In the apocalypse, gender should not be the standard for dividing camps. Survival should be. My team currently consists of 7 people, 6 women, and 1 man. As Qin Shuyan wrote this, she deliberately glanced at Chen Fan, a hint of mischievousness in her eyes. Although he can be a bit unreliable and sometimes quite annoying, he is our family. We will not abandon any family member. Boom. Chen Fan felt his mind explode with that statement. A stream of indescribable warmth surged from the depths of his heart, instantly collapsing all his facades and unease. Family. He bit his teeth hard to keep his eyes from watering. Qin Shuyan's reply continued. Therefore, we cannot accept your invitation to join your alliance. However, this does not mean we cannot cooperate. I have a bolder proposal. Rather than us joining you, why not? You bring your team to join us. Of course, I'm not asking you to submit to anyone. We can form a brand new, stronger team. We possess combat strength that is not inferior to anyone, have the top analysts, and we have the luck that can multiply all gains by 7. I believe this will be an irresistible bargaining chip for you, Evelyn, Anastasia, and the others. This is the true strength of a strong alliance. The message was sent. The entire carriage fell silent. Xia Zio's small mouth was agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Lu Minjian's beautiful eyes, which always carried a hint of confusion, were now filled with shock. Su Qingyue looked at Qin Shuyan's profile, and for the first time the icy beauty revealed an expression of admiration. She was stunning. This move of turning the tables was simply textbook-level negotiation art. Not servile nor overbearing, first affirming the other party, then clarifying one's bottom line, and finally presenting an irresistible, game-changing bait. Sister Shuyan. Chen Fan's voice was somewhat hoarse. I just laid our advantages on the table. Qin Shuyan smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The decision now rests in her hands. The atmosphere in the carriage shifted from oppressive to a mix of tension and excited anticipation. They were waiting to see how the woman ranked first on the beauty list would respond. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The private message interface on the control panel remained quiet. The other party seemed to be making a difficult choice. At that moment, ding, a crisp system alert broke the silence of waiting. The gentle prompt echoed clearly in the dead silence of the carriage. Qin Shuyan hesitated, not clicking open the private message that would determine everyone's fate. The reply was brief, consisting of only a single line, yet it exuded an undeniable decisiveness. We accept your proposal. Send coordinates. The sender remained the same, the name that ranked first on the beauty list, Su Qingying. The tense atmosphere in the carriage felt like a balloon that had been punctured, instantly deflating, replaced by a more complex emotion. A sense of relief and expectation for the unknown, and a hint of unease at facing a group of unknown individuals. Are they really coming? Xia Jiao murmured to herself, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. It's not they are coming. Qin Shuyan corrected, her gentle gaze sweeping over everyone, finally landing on Chen Fan. It is us who will soon have 5 new powerful family members. The word family once again made Chen Fan's heart tremble. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, regaining the composure of a captain. Watching find an open but defensible place as the meeting point. Received. On Lin Wangxing's control panel, the map quickly zoomed in, filtering out data streams. 3 kilometers ahead, there is an abandoned overpass with a flat terrain beneath and steep earthen slopes on both sides, having only one entrance meeting the requirements. That's the place. Su Qingyue had already turned the vehicle around the Wuling Hongguang, emitting a low growl as it sped toward the destination. Beneath the overpass lay an independent space wrapped in concrete and steel. The Wuling Hongguang stopped in the center like a lurking beast. Chen Fan let everyone disembark, the 7 of them standing together, awaiting the approaching group, composed of 5 women from the beauty list. Time ticked by. Just as Xia Jiao began to fidget, a deep and distinctive engine sound came from afar. The sound was not like the roar of an ordinary vehicle, but rather like some heavy machinery at work, filled with an oppressive aura. A massive, sleek, and sinister black vehicle slowly entered their line of sight. It was a giant armored RV, heavily modified. The body was crafted from some unknown matte metal with hardly any visible seams. Its menacing protrusions and thick, bulletproof glass silently conveyed its formidable defensive capabilities. Compared to this steel behemoth, their pride, the Wuling Hongguang, looked like a fragile toy. The car door slid open silently. The first to step down was a woman clad in a well-fitted combat suit, her demeanor calm as water. She was Su Qingying. Her appearance required no embellishing words. Simply standing there, she seemed to steal the radiance from everything around her. She was the eye of the storm. Following closely were 4 equally stunning women, stepping down in sequence. A girl with a high ponytail full of energy and curiosity gleaming in her eyes was Tang Kiki. A blonde with striking blue eyes radiating an aura that warned others to stay away was Evelyn. A woman with an enchanting figure, prideful expression whose beauty could not be dulled even by the apocalypse was Anastasia. The last dressed in a flowing white gown, her ethereal presence, seemingly not belonging to this mundane world, was Shingonji Tsukiyomi. 5 women, each with a completely different yet stunning grace, stood together forming a scene that could drive any man mad. The Xia sisters and Lu Mingyan instinctively took a step back, feeling a sense of inferiority in the face of absolute beauty. Hello, Qin Shuyan. Su Qingying took the initiative to speak, her voice cool, yet devoid of hostility. She stepped past the crowd, walking directly to Qin Shuyan. Hello, Su Qingying. Qin Shuyan smiled and extended her hand. Welcome to you all. The 2 leaders' 2 slender hands gently clasped in the air. This marked the birth of a brand new team powerful enough to shake the entire region. Su Qingying's gaze shifted from Qin Shuyan's face, slowly sweeping over each person behind her. Upon seeing Su Qingyue, she slightly nodded a recognition from one strong person to another. Evelyn's gaze also fell on Su Qingyue, a hint of battle intent igniting in her sharp eyes. Su Qingyue did not back down, meeting her gaze heat as if sparks were crackling in the air. Tang Kiki, like a curious cat, circled around the Wuling Hongguang, occasionally reaching out to tap on its body, making tisk-teske sounds of amazement, seemingly fascinated by this divine vehicle that, despite looking shabby, could take down a pack of mutated feral dogs. Anastasia's brows had been furrowed since the moment she laid eyes on the Wuling Hongguang, scrutinizing every member of Chen Fan's team with a discerning gaze. Finally, her eyes landed on Chen Fan, her scrutiny turning into a hint of amusement and appraisal. You are the one. The 99th, she began, her voice laced with a lazy magnetism and unabashed. Chen Fan's expression darkened instantly. This matter was not going to pass easily, was it? Just as he prepared to retort, Su Qing's gaze also fell upon him. Those eyes, seemingly able to see through one's heart, fixed quietly upon him. Chen Fan felt as if he were stripped bare, all his thoughts laid bare under that gaze. Chen Fan. Su Qingying softly uttered his name. From now on we shall be comrades. Her words caused all the retorts Chen Fan had prepared to be instantly swallowed back. Hello. He could only awkwardly utter 2 words. To enhance the efficiency of our future collaboration, I suggest we merge into one team through the system right now. Su Qingying stated directly, the team limit is 12, just right. I agree. Qin Shuyan nodded. Naturally, Chen Fan had no objections. Soon, everyone received a team invitation from Su Qingying. When the last member clicked agree, the team interface for Chen Fan underwent a dramatic transformation. Team members 12 names shone brightly on the panel. Chen Fan felt the weight on his shoulders suddenly multiply 12-fold. And just as the team merger was completed, that grand and cold voice of the world once again resonated in everyone's minds. The first week's leaderboard settlement begins. Rewards will be distributed in the form of leaderboard treasure chests. Please be attentive to the rankers. It's here. Everyone's breathing quickened involuntarily. In the next moment, treasure chests emanating different glows appeared before the 12 individuals. Su Qingyue top 20, Lin Wanxing top 20, Xia Jiwei top 20, Xia Jiao top 20, and Chen Fan 99th each had a silver treasure chest appear before them. Meanwhile, Su Qingying first, Tang Kiki second, Shingonji Tsukiyomi third, Qin Shuyan fourth on the beauty list, Evelyn fifth, Anastasia sixth, and Lu Mingyan ninth. Before the 7 of them appeared a treasure chest emitting white light and 6 treasure chests glowing yellow. The rankings on the leaderboard directly determined the quality of rewards, and those from the beauty list were even more luxurious. My God! Xia Jiao stared at the treasure chests before her, already too excited to speak. Now we are one team. Su Qingying's voice pulled everyone's attention back. Chen Fan, your talent should also work on these treasure chests, right? All eyes instantly focused on Chen Fan. 12 treasure chests. A team composed of 12 top-tier combat powers. 1 base plus 11 teammates. A horrifying number that sent shivers down everyone's spine appeared in their minds. 12 times the reward. Chen Fan looked at the 12 treasure chests floating in the air, gazing at the 11 women, each uniquely breathtaking, unable to suppress an expletive. This was not a struggle for survival. This was clearly hitting the jackpot. He took a deep breath, a greedy and radiant smile spreading across his face. Ladies, prepare your vaults. We are about to get rich. The air beneath the bridge grew scorching hot, stirred by the 12 floating treasure chests. Radiant light interwove, casting flickering shadows across every face. Their breaths and heartbeats seemed drawn into the luminescence, converging into a vast vortex named anticipation. I've never seen so many chests in my entire life. Tang Kiki's eyes sparkled, her vibrant face etched with pure exhilaration. She couldn't resist darting around the chests like a squirrel discovering a treasure trove. Anastasia maintained her supermodel aloofness, but her frequently darting gaze toward the chests and the slight purse of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Evelyn was more direct. Arms crossed, her eyes shifted between the chests and Chen Fan. Does your talent work on these too? She asked bluntly. That question voiced everyone's thoughts. Chen Fan felt as if he were being roasted over a fire, facing 11 pairs of eyes, each unique, yet equally intense. He cleared his throat, a slightly roguish yet supremely confident smile spreading across his face. Why not? Rubbing his hands together, he strode toward his own silver chest, the consolation prize for 99th place. Let's start with our team's face reward. Qin Shuyun suppressed a laugh, teasing him at the right moment to ease the tension. Ahem. Chen Fan's face flushed. He shot her a glare, but didn't pause his movements. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hand onto the silver chest engraved with the number 99. Open. Weekly settlement reward for beauty ranking 99th place, silver chest X1. Detecting talent, team amplification. Current team size 12. Reward multiplying. Final reward X12. Whoosh, a faint system overload sound echoed. The chest didn't burst open as usual, it stuttered, as if the miraculous system that created this world needed a moment to process this utterly illogical 12-fold amplification. The next second, light exploded. Clatter. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The chest, which should have held only a few items, became a bottomless portal spewing forth a cascade of resources like a waterfall. Obtained wood X1200. Obtained iron ore X120. Obtained copper ingot X60. Obtained energy crystal X24. Obtained low-quality recovery potion X12. Piles of resources formed a small mountain on the ground. 12 faintly glowing potions hovered neatly above the heap. Silence fell beneath the bridge. The 4 women brought by Su Qingying, including herself, stood frozen. Tang Kiki's mouth hung open in a perfect O, unable to close. Anastasia's face, usually etched with mockery, showed a dazed expression for the first time. Evelyn's sharp eyes were filled with incomprehensible shock. Even Su Qingying, the woman who seemed to have everything under control, furrowed her brow slightly. She looked at Chen Fan as if he were a bug that shouldn't exist in this world. They were top-tier survivors accustomed to grand spectacles. But never had they witnessed such absurdity. A single silver chest yielded enough resources to sustain a small team for half a month. What? What the hell? Anastasia murmured. This can't be real. Believe me now. Chen Fan lifted his chin triumphantly, his frustration over the ranking list vanishing. What good was that damned beauty ranking? Could it feed them? Yes, and it could feed 12. All right, stop gawking. This is just the appetizer. Chen Fan waved his hand, sweeping the mountain of resources into his storage. Next, Qinghua. Su Qinghua stepped forward. Her silver chest was larger than Chen Fan's. Clearly the top 20 had better rewards. As Chen Fan's hand pressed down, the familiar system stutter and light eruption repeated. Obtained fine combat suit X12. Obtained agility enhancement potion common X12. Obtained skill gust step common X12. 12 identical finely crafted black combat suits, 12 bottles of cyan liquid potions, and 12 books radiating a gentle breeze. Xia Jiao was nearly jumping with excitement. We're rich. We're really rich. Next came the chests of Lin Wanqing, Xia Zhuwei, and Xia Jiao. The items they opened were diverse mental strengthening artifacts, high-power explosives, and even a portable outdoor cooking set, all in sets of 12. Su Qingying's team had shifted from initial shock to a state of numbness. They watched as Chen Fan's team members expertly categorized the overwhelming bounty as if accustomed to such unreasonable gains. In that moment, they truly understood how modest Qin Shuyun's words, luck that multiplies all gains by 7, had been. This wasn't luck, it was a backdoor opened by the world's will itself. Alright, here comes the main event. Chen Fan's gaze fell on the 7 golden chests. The rewards for the top 10 of the beauty ranking. Mingyan, you go first. Lu Mingyan took a deep breath and stepped forward nervously. Her 9th place chest shone far brighter than the silver ones. Opening beauty ranking 9th place, weekly settlement reward golden chest X1. Reward X12. Obtained voice of enchantment rare talent fragment X12. Obtained spirit guardian necklace fine X12. Talent fragments. When those 12 crystalline shards appeared, Su Qingying's pupils contracted sharply. Talents, the fundamental power of this world, could actually be obtained from chests, though just fragments 12 were enough to synthesize a complete talent. Anastasia, your turn. For the first time, the 6th-ranked Anastasia spoke without her lazy drawl. She strode forward quickly, her face brimming with anticipation. The golden chest opened. Obtained shadow cloak superior X12. Obtained shadow dagger superior. Obtained vehicle modification blueprint optical camouflage rare X1. Tang Kiki lunged at the blueprint, snatching it, as if clutching a priceless treasure. Optical camouflage. It's optical camouflage. Oh my god. With this our car can turn invisible. Next was the 5th-ranked Evelyn. Obtained storm battle axe superior X12. Obtained armory fine X12. 4th-ranked Obtain Spring of Life Water Purification Core Rare X1. Obtain Universal Cooking Manual Rare X1. Obtain Space Expansion Backpack Superior X12. Third ranked Jinguji Tsukuyami. Obtained Shrine Blessing Charm Rare X12. Obtained Purification Light Rare Skill X12. Obtained Vehicle Synthesis Blueprint Fine X1 Second Ranked Tang Kiki. Obtained Universal Mechanical Arm Rare Component X1. Obtained High Energy Battery Module Rare X12. Obtained Small Mech Guardian Design Epic X1. When the purple glowing Epic Mech blueprint appeared, Tang Kiki nearly fainted from joy. The carriage was already flooded with light and loot. Everyone was immersed in this unprecedented bounty. Their strength, their equipment, their future, all transformed drastically in mere minutes. Finally, only the largest and most dazzling chest remained. The chest belonging to Su Qingying, the first place of the beauty ranking. All eyes focused on Chen Fan. He felt his palms begin to sweat. He approached the chest radiant as the sun and exchanged a glance with Su Qingying. In her calm, deep eyes, he caught a flicker of tension. He pressed his hand onto it solemnly. Boom! This time no stutter. A surge of energy 100 times more immense than before erupted. The entire space beneath the bridge was bathed in pure gold. Opening beauty ranking first place. Weekly settlement reward Platinum Chest X1. Reward X12. The system notification itself carried an epic grandeur. Obtained Talent Heart of Resonance A rank X1. Obtained Phoenix Feather Legendary Material X12. Obtained Item Mask of Deception Epic X12 3 items. Few in number, but each one could drive the world wild. A complete A-rank talent. 12 legendary feathers ablaze with golden flames. Beneath the bridge the golden light gradually faded, leaving only a chaotic wealth ruin glittering with mirrors. The air was thick with a peculiar aroma, a blend of the fragrance of wood, the chill of metal, the subtle sweetness of energy crystals, and the scorched smell of 12 mines slowly short-circuiting. This. Tang Kiki clutched the design for miniature mech guardian, as if it were her long-lost son, pressing her cheek against the blueprint with blissful abandon, babbling incoherently, My little treasure. Mama's here. Anastasia, the world's top supermodel, was now crouching on the ground in a most ungraceful posture. Her left hand tightly gripped the icy, gleaming shadow dagger, while her right hand caressed the silky, night-like phantom cloak. Her eyes, usually carrying a hint of mockery and a touch of languor, now held a confusion as profound as a black hole. What had she said earlier? You're that 99th place. Now she wanted nothing more than to erase those words from existence along with the self who had spoken them. This 99th place was poison, lethal poison, and it seemed she was already infected. Evelyn was the most pragmatic. She had already hoisted the massive storm battle axe onto her shoulder, its heavy weight slightly depressed the ground. Yet a fervent blush bloomed on her usually calm face. Her gaze towards Chen Fan was no longer one of scrutiny, but as if she were looking at a rare divine beast that laid diamond eggs. As for Tsuyumi Jinguji, she was clutching a Jingu prayer charm, while her other hand traced an incomprehensible symbol in the air, a fusion of Eastern and Western mysticism, as she murmured, "May the worlds will bless us, may this divine miracle be an infinite refill." Chen Fan's original team members handled it slightly better, but only just. The sisters Xia Zhiyao and Xia Zhuwei were each holding a phoenix feather, trying to ignite the withered grass on the ground, curious to see if this legendary material was truly self-igniting. Lu Mingyan, on the other hand, carefully cradled the 12 voice of enchantment talent fragments, her pretty face flushed crimson as if they weren't talents but 12 burning love letters. Su Qingwei and Lin Wanqing, one the warrior and the other the brain, were also in a state of shutdown. Su Qingwei silently folded the 12 sets of fine-grade combat suits with meticulous precision, as if performing a sacred ritual. Meanwhile, Lin Wanxing's data streams on the main console had completely devolved into gibberish. The only thing left on the screen was a glaring red warning: logic module overloaded. Suggest rebooting life. Ahem. Finally, it was Qin Shuyun, the one with the most motherly aura in this 12-person family, who was the first to recover from this spiritual nuclear blast. She clapped her hands gently, her voice soft, yet commanding like a clear spring, cooling their overheated minds. All right, everyone, our family meeting will now commence. First agenda item: how to deal with these sweet burdens. Family meeting. Anastasia instinctively retorted, "Whose family with him?" Before she could finish, she saw Qin Shuyun smile warmly at Chen Fan, a smile laced with a hint of "See, I've got your back" affection. Anastasia immediately swallowed the rest of her words and silently wrapped the phantom cloak tighter around herself. Oh well, when in Rome. Besides, this roof was made of gold. I declare. Chen Fan, emboldened by Qin Shuyun's support, straightened his back, put his hands on his hips, cleared his throat, and tried to mimic the domineering tone of a protagonist. From now on, all of this belongs to me. To our team. Unified management distribution according to need. The moment he finished, Su Qingyue cast him a cold glance. You. The icy racer weighed the Gale Step skill book in her hand. Since when does our team's mascot get to make decisions for everyone? I'm not a mascot. I'm the 99th place. Chen Fan retorted, flustered and exasperated. Is there a difference? Evelyn asked succinctly, hefting her battle axe. Yes, Xiao chimed in, holding up the phoenix feather. Your rank isn't even as high as ours. Second to Chen Fan. He felt that his family status, far from improving after acquiring epic wealth, was instead plummeting to freezing point. All right, Su Qingying, the number one on the beauty list, and another core member of the new team, finally spoke. She held the complete spirit resonance heart, a grade talent, in her hand, but her gaze was fixed on Chen Fan. Her eyes, usually as cold and clear as a deep winter pool, now held a complex, unreadable emotion for the first time. Qin Shuyan is right. We are a family now. Her voice was soft, yet it silenced everyone. And the foundation of this family is Chen Fan. That is indisputable. She paused, surveying her family members, each uniquely and breathtakingly beautiful. Therefore, I propose a second agenda item to reassess and establish Comrade Chen Fan's core position and treatment within this family. This statement shocked everyone. Chen Fan was moved to tears. Su Qingying, you are my true kindred spirit. I object. Anastasia was the first to raise her hand, but her voice lacked conviction. What does he have besides luck? Su Qingying smiled faintly, her beauty peerless in this world. Luck is the most supreme form of power. Moreover, it's a power that benefits everyone. I agree. Lin Wanqing pushed up her non-existent glasses. The gibberish on her console was gone, replaced by a brand new analysis model. At its center was Chen Fan's face, slightly handsome, yet somewhat punchable. According to the latest model, Chen Fan's team contribution weight has exceeded the calculation limits. I recommend upgrading his protection level to the highest tier panda level. Panda level? Xia Jiao asked curiously. Yes, Lin Wanqing explained with complete seriousness. Priority for meals, sleep, and enjoyment. Combat. Avoid whenever possible. His primary task is to maintain a cheerful mood to ensure stable loot crate luck. Uffed. Chen Fan nearly spat blood. Was this protection? This was clearly domestication. Tang Kiki raised her mech blueprint high. From now on, brother Chen Fan wants to eat, he'll build it. Wants to play, he'll build it. Anyone who makes him unhappy, he'll blast them to the sky with my guardian one. The young tech was looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of fervent adoration. In an instant, the tide had completely turned. Qin Shuyan smiled and made the final summary, then it settled. From now on, Chen Fan will be responsible for looking pretty and opening boxes to earn money, while we handle the charging into battle and protecting him. Any objections? No. 11 female voices rang out in unison, echoing under the bridge. Chen Fan opened his mouth, but found himself unable to argue. He looked at the 11 stunning family members before him. Some cold, some gentle, some tsundere, some lively, some energetic, some ethereal. And then at the mountain of supplies that would make any survivor faction green with envy. A profoundly absurd sense of happiness washed over him. Fine, being domesticated wasn't so bad. Being domesticated by 11 celestial maidens. This was a blessing unique in all the world. All right, let's divide the spoils. With Qin Shuyan's command, the most luxurious loot distribution meeting in history officially began. The A-grade talent spirit resonance heart went to Su Qingying without question. She was a mental type esper, and this talent was tailor-made for her. Of the 12 phoenix feathers, Chen Fan took one, Su Qingying kept one, and Tang Kiki carefully stored the remaining 10 in a specially made temperature-controlled box, muttering about the ultimate power source for future matches. As for the 12 false face masks, these could change one's appearance and physique at will, and even briefly simulate talent fluctuations below grade. Anastasia and Lu Mengyan received them like priceless treasures, putting them on immediately, one becoming a burly, bearded man, the other a kindly old aunt, having a grand time. Chen Fan also grabbed one, quickly adjusting his face to that of an ordinary passerby, vowing never to show his real face again. The other equipment, skills, and blueprints were distributed to everyone in the most reasonable way, guided by Lin Wanqing's precise data analysis and the coordination of Qin Shuyan and Su Qingying. In just 1 short hour, the newly formed 12-person team's strength experienced an explosive nuclear-level growth. Finally, Tang Kiki announced excitedly, clutching a pile of blueprints, we now have 2 vehicles, a vehicle synthesis blueprint, an optical camouflage blueprint, and my guardian blueprint. I propose we combine that Wuling van and this armored RV. Combine. Chen Fan was taken aback. Yes. Tang Kiki's eyes sparkled. Since we have 2 cars, using this blueprint to fuse them might yield something amazing. Then we can install the optical camouflage on it, and finally save a spot on the roof for me to build the guardian mech as an external turret. Listening to Tang Kiki's wildly imaginative plan, everyone drew in a sharp breath. A super vehicle with immense space, capable of turning invisible and topped with a mech turret. If this thing rolled out, even a protagonist would have to take a detour. Alright. Chen Fan's blood surged with excitement, and he waved his hand grandly. Let's do it. If we lack materials, we'll go open more treasure chests. Yay. Tang Kiki and Xia Zhiyao cheered. Alright. Chen Fan's blood surged with excitement, and he waved his hand grandly. Let's do it. If we lack materials, we'll go open more treasure chests. Yay. Tang Kiki and Xia Zhiyao cheered. Completely overturned. However, just as he was immersed in this beautiful vision, Qin Shuyun's gentle voice sounded in his ear. Chen Fan, since we've divided everything, everyone needs to get busy. Why don't you go wash the clothes we changed out of, and those beddings too? The pride on Chen Fan's face instantly froze. Huh, me? Of course. Qin Shuyun blinked with an air of natural authority. You're a panda-level protected animal now. You can't fight, so you should at least find some household chores you're capable of doing right. Look, the 11 of us are all about to be busy upgrading equipment, familiarizing ourselves with our skills, and modifying the vehicle. You're the laziest one here. Chen Fan turned his head stiffly and met 10 pairs of beautiful eyes that clearly conveyed we couldn't agree more. And then there was Su Qingying's gaze, which seemed to say this too is for your own good. Chen Fan. He silently picked up the mountain of dirty laundry. He had an epiphany. In this family, he wasn't the leader, the mascot, or the panda. He was just the one responsible for cheating fate and doing the laundry. Under the bridge, Chen Fan, squatted by a small stream, scavenged from the service area with a large basin filled with colorful clothes in front of him. As he vigorously scrubbed a t-shirt that had a faint scent of milk, he expressed his inner turmoil with a tragic monologue. Heaven above, earth below, I Chen Fan, a man endowed with class talent, surrounded by 11 celestial maidens who just created a wealth of billions self-estimated for the team. Why have I fallen to the point of hand-washing underwear here? Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? He picked up a black combat uniform with a cool fragrance and scrubbed it fiercely. This Ice Queen racer's clothes are stiff, just like her. He then retrieved a silk nightgown with a captivating scent, instantly softening his movements by 300%. Ahem, this must belong to the big star Lu, right? Be gentle, yes, gentle, protect precious artifacts, it's everyone's responsibility. He leaned in close to the basin like a professional perfumer, eyes closed, taking a deep breath. This mix of gentle literary fragrance is from Sister Shu Yun. This vibrant citrus scent belongs to Tang Ku. This hint of gunpowder and leather is from Evelyn. Oh, and this smells particularly expensive. It must be from that proud supermodel Anastasia. Chen Fan said to himself, I am not doing laundry. I am conducting a grand sociological study. The topic is analysis report on the correlation between body aroma composition and personality of top female survivors in a post-apocalyptic environment. Yes, that's right, I am a scientist. Just as he was about to fall into a self-hypnotic sage mode, a faint voice came from behind. Comrade Chen Fan, how is your research progressing? Do you need me to create a data model for quantifying the evaporation rates and component differences of different fragrances? Chen Fan stiffened mechanically, turning his head to see Lin Wanxing, holding her control panel, the non-existent lenses shimmering with wisdom. No, not needed. Chen Fan's face flushed, his hands moving as fast as if powered by a motor. It'll be done washing in no time. I guarantee it will be cleaner than their faces. Half an hour later, a panda-level official, drained of all masculinity, trudged back to the center of the team, which was fervently engaged in the construction of the new homeland. He saw Tang Ku floating in midair, her hands dancing like she was playing a piano, countless streams of blue data flowing from her fingertips, sketching a giant and menacing spectral war chariot in the air. The dilapidated Wuling Hongguang and the imposing Black Widow armored RV were wrapped in circles of energy light, emitting groans of unbearable burden. No, absolutely not. Tang Ku scratched her double ponytails in frustration. Our Phoenix Feather isn't a class energy core, but the Black Widow's chassis is only class alloy. It's like installing a nuclear reactor on a tractor. Step on the gas, the vehicle is fine, but we won't be. Well, all turn into cosmic dust. Chen Fan's eyelids twitched, and he hurried over to look at the complex blueprint, asking, is our current material? If not, we need to continue our journey to collect materials, and by the way, gather some daily necessities. We're out of shampoo and shower gel, and the celestial maidens can't keep washing with just water, can they? As soon as he said this, every woman's ears instinctively perked up. Especially Anastasia, who elegantly paused in applying her false mask, which she regarded as a top-tier skincare product, her brows furrowing. What? No skincare products. My skin will protest. Ahem. Qin Shuyun stepped in to ease the situation, gently saying to Tang Ku, make a list of what we need, what we're short on, and we'll find a way to get it. All right, Sister Shuyun. Tang Ku waved her hand, and a gigantic virtual list unfolded in the air, densely packed with various unheard-of materials. Main framework upgrade materials: Abyssal Demon Iron X 5 units, Celestial Secret Silver X 10 units, Dragon's Blood Adhesive X 10 liters. Energy pipeline materials, high-pressure crystallized fiber X, 100 meters, void vines, X5. Guardian Mecha Auxiliary Interface Titan Alloy X2 units, Thunder Core, X1. Before they appear in treasure chests, indeed, they don't, Lin Wanxing calmly added. Chen Fan took a deep breath, a long-lost Before they appear in treasure chests, indeed, they don't, Lin Wanxing calmly added. Chen Fan took a deep breath, a long-lost sense of grandeur surged in his heart. Although his family status was precarious as the team's only golden finger, he still had to make the final call at critical moments. Everyone. He clapped his hands vigorously, drawing everyone's attention. Check your own level attributes. Don't just focus on distributing equipment. We have godly gear, but our levels are still single digits. This is a rookie in godly gear who can be squashed by slimes outside. Waste is the greatest crime. From now on, everyone enter combat mode. We must start grinding monsters to level up. We cannot waste another second. His words finally gave him a semblance of a leader. That makes sense. Su Qingwei was the first to respond, opening her attribute panel and reading succinctly LV. 3 Strength 33, Agility 31, Constitution 21, Spirit 28. New skill Wind Step, new equipment Fine Combat Suit Storm Battle Axe cannot be equipped for now, strength requirement 50. Let me see mine. Xia Jiao exclaimed excitedly LV. 3. Strength 15, Agility 22, Constitution 16, Spirit 25. Wow, my spirit is even higher than my sister's. Xia Jiwei just smiled and patted her sister's head without saying a word, but her eyes sparkled with confidence. My Lingxi heart talent greatly enhances perception and insight into malice, Su Qingying's voice came. Combined with the purifying light skill, it can effectively counter mental pollution-type monsters. My shadow dagger and shadow cloak are simply a match made in heaven. Anastasia smiled proudly. As long as I want to, I can stand in front of you, and you won't even smell my perfume. Evelyn simply raised the storm battle axe in her hand, trying to swing at the gust. It blew the dust on the ground into a flurry. Although she couldn't equip it, the terrifying weight already said everything. Lin Wanxing adjusted her glasses, looking at her panel, brow furrowed. Strange, my spiritual power should theoretically peak at 44 points with the spiritual guardian necklace, but the system shows 44. 14. What's with the extra 0? 14. Is it a rounding bug? No, the world will's algorithm cannot be so primitive. She mumbled to herself, pulling up the data stream, and soon a red highlighted data block popped up. Name Lin Wanxing, level LV. 3 Strength, 23 Agility, 22 Constitution, 21 Spirit, 44. 14 Status bonus Blessing of the Week aura from Panda level teammate, Spirit recovery speed 2, all attributes slightly enhanced. Lin Wanxing. She looked up at Chen Fan with the expression of assessing a rare experimental material, making Chen Fan feel a shiver inside. What are you looking at me for? Chen Fan asked, feeling guilty. I'm assessing the possibility of dissecting you to extract the aura factor. Lin Wanxing said expressionlessly. Chen Fan. All right, enough fooling around. Qin Shuyan interrupted this research discussion with a smile, then turned to Chen Fan. What about you? How are our core engine attributes? Me. Chen Fan's face flushed reluctantly, opening his name. Chen Fan, level LV. 3 Strength, 25 Agility, 22 Constitution, 24 Spirit, 27 Talent, Teammate Amplifications Class Equipment, False Mask, Epic, a pair of faded underwear, inferior title 99th on the beauty list. Shame, the air froze once more. Looking at the attributes that were at the bottom of the team except for spirit power, even worse than Xia Zio's, then glancing at that long string of sparkling and blinding titles, everyone fell into a prolonged silence. Buffed. It was unclear who laughed first, but then the suppressed, overwhelming, thunderous laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Is this title system certified? It's so smart. Xia Jiao laughed so hard she rolled on the ground. Constitution, 24. Chen Fan, I suggest you wear 3 layers of combat suits when you go out in the future, or a gust of wind could blow you down. Anastasia laughed until her flowers trembled, tears streaming down her face. Even Su Qingying, with her ethereal face, couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Chen Fan's face went from red to purple, then from purple to black, finally turning into a pale expression of despair. He felt that his family status had not just hit rock bottom, it had directly penetrated the crust and fallen into the core. He abruptly shut off the attribute panel, shouting to the sky, enough. You bunch of women. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the poor youth. I want you all to kneel down and sing Conquer for me. All right. Qin Shuyan walked over with a smile, gently patting his shoulder. We are waiting for that. But for now, can the hero of world conquest show us the turret blueprint on top of our vehicle? We forgot about this important matter while distributing things just now. Right. My guardian. My little treasure. Tang Kuk's eyes sparkled as she rushed over. Chen Fan's anger was instantly extinguished as he carefully took out the blueprint, glowing with epic purple light. that he had opened from Tang Kuke's treasure chest. Design blueprint for the small Mecha Guardian epic. As soon as this blueprint unfolded, everyone's laughter ceased. A chilling, powerful, and destructive aura emanated from the blueprint. Everyone understood that once this thing was built, their vehicle would no longer be merely a mobile fortress. It would become the only god on the road. The diagram, shimmering with epic purple light, appeared like a self-illuminating heart under the dim light of the bridge. The design blueprint of the small Mech Guardian epic level radiated a cold, powerful aura, filled with a sense of destruction, slowly permeating the surrounding air, making it viscous. The laughter of everyone abruptly ceased. In their eyes, the menacing silhouette of the humanoid weapon was reflected, with every joint and piece of armor glimmering with a deadly sheen named power. My heavens! Tang Kiki trembled as she reached out her hand, as if touching a sacred artifact. Its energy circuit can perfectly integrate with the Phoenix Feather. Its main cannon can mount the Thunder Core. If we could build it. Su Qingyu's voice held a tremor she herself was unaware of. Once this thing is built, their vehicles would no longer be just a mobile fortress. It would become the only god. Just as everyone was immersed in this fervor and vision capable of overturning the world, that grand and cold voice of the world unexpectedly echoed in everyone's minds once again. Survivors, prepare yourselves. The second phase, the Boundless Road, is about to commence. Each convoy has its own road, unable to retreat, unable to halt for long. On the journey, there will be opportunities and crises, as well as various activities and hunting battles. During the second phase, no monsters above the extraordinary level will appear except for the hunting battles. The monster level system will be sent to your vehicle's control console. Keep going, your goal remains singular. The cold words fell like a bucket of ice water poured over them, instantly extinguishing all fervor within the bridge. Unable to retreat, unable to halt for long. Lin Wangxing's brows furrowed tightly as the data on the control console began to refresh wildly. This means we have lost the freedom to choose our route and rest, and will be forced forward by the rules. Kiki's modification plan. Qin Shiyun's gaze immediately turned to Tang Kiki. The little tech enthusiast's face instantly fell, clutching the mech blueprint nearly in tears. It's over. My guardian. My abyssal demon iron. My starlight secret silver. Such a complex project. How can we manage if we can't stop? This isn't just a modification issue. Su Qingying's voice was cold, yet incisive. Every convoy has its own road, which means we will be isolated from all other survivors. For now, the likes of Long Outyin pose no threat to us, but similarly, we have become a lone force. The light atmosphere ignited by their great harvest dissipated, replaced by a heavy oppression towards the unknown. Pushed by the rules towards an unseen road with no end in sight, this feeling made everyone uneasy. What are we afraid of? Chen Fan's voice broke the silence. He snatched the mech blueprint from Tang Kiki's hands and pointed to the mountain of supplies on the ground. The rules have changed, but what we have in our hands hasn't. Unable to halt for long doesn't mean we can't stop. Unable to retreat means we move forward. He looked at everyone, his face, which had just turned red from being mocked, now filled with undeniable resolve. Our path, we walk it ourselves. Tang Kiki. Here. Tang Kiki instinctively straightened her back. From now on, you and Wanqing will conduct modifications in the vehicle. We'll move while you modify. Whatever materials you need, we'll hunt on the road. Whatever parts you require, we'll open chests for. Chen Fan's gaze swept over Su Qingyue and Evelyn. You two take the Xia sisters, and Lu Mingyan form the first combat unit responsible for clearing obstacles on the road. You, Anastasia, are responsible for stealth reconnaissance, being our eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on Qin Shuyun and Su Qingying. Sister Xiyun, Qingying, the coordination of the entire team is entrusted to you. He took a deep breath and said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, as for me, I'll supervise all of you working, and by the way, wash some clothes and open some boxes. Xia Zhiao couldn't help but laugh. The heavy atmosphere was instantly dissipated by his crude yet effective arrangements. At that moment, everyone's control console beeped, displaying new information. Detailed explanation of the monster level system, extraordinary below phase minions, elites, commanders, minion level corresponding to survivor LV. 130 low threat level but large in numbers, serving as the main source of basic resources. Elite level teammate survivor LV. 3150 medium threat level, fewer in number than minions, but stronger in power. Drops rare level items. Commander level corresponding to survivor LV. 5170 possesses basic intelligence and special skills, usually appearing in small teams, drops excellent level items or higher. Lord level corresponding to survivor LV. 71100 area overlord possesses powerful skills and special talents, guaranteed to drop treasure chests and rare blueprints upon defeat. The target has become clear. Lin Wanqing pointed at the information on the screen. We need to quickly level up to above level 30 to hunt elite level monsters and acquire the rare materials on our list. Booming. The ground began to tremble slightly. Outside the bridge, the straight road began to twist and extend under the astonished gazes of everyone, transforming into 12 illusory paths, emitting a faint glow leading in different directions. One of these paths was directly in front of their vehicle. "There's no time," Su Qingying shouted in a low voice. "Get in the car." Chen Fan waved his hand. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Tang Kiki was the first to rush onto the Black Widow, slamming the vehicle's synthesis blueprint onto the control console. "Detecting inferior van and excellent level armored vehicle, do you wish to synthesize? Synthesis will retain the main body excellent level armored vehicle and inherit the internal space advantages of the inferior van. Estimated time 2 hours. Start synthesis." With Tang Kiki's command, the small Wuling Hongguang transformed into a streak of light, merging into the massive Black Widow. The steel behemoth emitted a violent roar, its surface beginning to display countless blue data streams, as if undergoing a painful and intense metamorphosis. Set off. Su Qingwei took the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator. This super war vehicle, undergoing a transformative overhaul, carried 12 individuals with their own diverse aspirations, charging forward without hesitation onto their boundless road. Ahead on the road lay mist, the unknown opportunities, and endless slaughter. At Tang Kiki's command, the steel beast let out a violent roar with countless blue data streams surfacing across its body, as if undergoing a painful and drastic metamorphosis. All non-combatants fall back. The energy fusion will produce unstable spatial fluctuations. Tang Kiki's voice turned serious and professional. Her small figure hovered between the two vehicles, her hands pressed down in the air like a conductor orchestrating a symphony. Countless parts and armor plates detached from the Black Widow, then guided by the data streams reassembled in a new, more intricate configuration. The streak of light that was the Wuling minivan like blood flowed precisely through the blood vessels constructed by the data streams, merging into every corner of the steel giant. Buzz. A powerful energy shockwave burst from the vehicle, sending everyone's clothes rustling. Su Qingying let out a low shout, her feet rooted to the ground, as if growing into the earth, shielding the Xia sisters and Lu Mingyan from the brunt of the impact. Evelyn simply thrust her heavy storm battle axe before her, standing motionless, her eyes gleaming with appreciation for the pure force. The fusion process went more smoothly than anticipated. 2 hours later, all the light converged and the data streams vanished. A brand new battle vehicle sat quietly beneath the bridge. Its exterior remained the ferocious form of the Black Widow, armored RV, its matte black metal body exuding a suffocating murderous pressure, seemingly unchanged. "Is it done?" Xia Jiao poked her head out curiously. "The exterior is just camouflage." Tang Kiki wiped the sweat from her brow, her small face beaming with pride. "The real change is inside. Follow me." She pulled open the door first, and everyone filled with anticipation followed her in. Behind the door was no longer the original compact RV layout. An unimaginably vast space unfolded before them, a testament to the Wuling minivan's unreasonable spatial ability. The entire interior was clearly divided into 3 sections. At the front was the driving and command area. Besides Su Qingyu's main driver's seat were the co-command seats for Lin Wanqing and Su Qingying, surrounded by 3 massive virtual screens displaying real-time vehicle status, combat data, and external environments. The spacious middle section was the living and rest area. It retained the RV's original comfortable sofas, beds, and an open kitchen, with even more equipment quickly taken over by Qin Shuyan. What shocked everyone most was a new alloy spiral staircase leading to the upper level behind the living area. "What's upstairs?" Chen Fan couldn't help asking. "Go up and see for yourself," Tang Kiki said with a mysterious smile. They ascended the spiral staircase, and a second-floor combat zone filled with the scent of metal and gunpowder lit up the eyes of all the fighters. It was like a mobile arsenal. Standard weapon racks and ammunition supply boxes lined the walls, and in the center was a liftable turret base, empty, awaiting the arrival of the Guardian mech. The roof had been redesigned to open and close, turning this into a deadly fire platform in combat. "So, cool." Xia Jiao hugged a pillar, screaming with excitement. "It needs a new name," Qin Shuyan said, gently surveying the mobile fortress that embodied everyone's hopes. "Let's call it Goddess," Xia Jiao immediately suggested. "Too cliché," Anastasia shot down. "How about Dawn?" The ever-silent Miyazuki Jinguji spoke softly, symbolizing our long and unknown journey. "Dawn?" Su Qingying murmured the name, a glint of approval in her eyes. "I agree." Unanimous. "All right, since we have a new home, it's time for new weapons." Chen Fan seized the moment, waving his hand. He opened all 12 armory-fine chests from Evelyn's loot. Rustle. With 12 flashes of light, various types of firearms poured out like a metal torrent, instantly filling the central space of the combat zone. From high-caliber anti-material sniper rifles to powerful assault rifles, nimble submachine guns and pistols, and even several grenade launchers, a dazzling array of everything one could need. Evelyn's breathing instantly quickened. She strode forward, casually picked up an M4A1 assault rifle, and with fluid professional motions checked the magazine, pulled the bolt, and toggled the safety, a display of pure power and grace. Standard military grade, well maintained. She looked at the group, her eyes brighter than ever. Everyone choose your primary and secondary weapons based on your combat habits. Anna Qingying, come with me. The three most skilled fighters immediately began efficiently arming the team. Soon everyone had the most suitable firearms in hand. Seeing the fully armed heroic women, Chen Fan's heart swelled with pride. He tried to imitate Evelyn, picking up a Desert Eagle to look cool. All right, let me teach you. Evelyn walked over, her tone brooking no argument. She took Chen Fan's hand and explained the basics, from the correct grip to aiming and controlling recoil, simply and efficiently. The warmth of the bow tie's palm and the faint smell of gunpowder on her made Chen Fan's heart skip a beat, and his earlier embarrassment vanished into thin air. Let's move. At Su Qingying's command, the super battle vehicle Dawn, loaded with 12 top-tier fighters and massive supplies, officially embarked on their endless road. The scenery outside rapidly shifted, finally settling into an endless massive forest. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, plunging the road into an eternal twilight. Deep within the forest, all was pitch black, like the maw of a man-eating beast, occasionally echoing with spine-chilling unknown roars. The energy readings here are strange, Lin Wanqing said, frowning at the data on the main console. The concentration of free energy in the air is at least 3 times higher than before, but life signals are extremely sparse. That doesn't make sense. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. Su Qingying's voice was cool. Everyone maintained the highest alert. A tense atmosphere spread through the cabin. Just then, Anastasia's voice came through the comm channel. She had already gone ahead, using her shadow cloak to scan. 10 kilometers ahead on the right side of the road, I found a chest spawn point. So soon? Qin Shuyan was surprised. According to the system prompt, the endless road holds both opportunity and danger. Lin Wanqing analyzed the high-frequency chest spawns might be the so-called opportunity meant to accelerate survivor growth. But it could also be a trap, Su Qingying added. Whatever it is, we have to check it out, Chen Fan spoke up. Stop the vehicle. Prepare for combat. They'll open the chests. Dawn slowly came to a halt in a relatively open area. Evelyn and Su Qingying flanked Chen Fan assault rifles at the ready. The Xia sisters and Lu Mingyan provided covering fire from behind. Anastasia's figure flickered in and out of the surrounding shadows. Miyazuki Jinguji closed her eyes, palms together, and a faint halo enveloped the entire team. Qin Shuyan and Su Qingwei remained inside the vehicle, ready to respond to any emergency. A perfect battle formation materialized in an instant. Under the watchful eyes of 11 people, Chen Fan took a deep breath and walked toward the 3 chests lying quietly by the roadside. One was shabby, 2 were ordinary. He placed his hand on the dusty shabby chest first. Open shabby chest X1. Detected talent team amplification. Current team size 12. Reward X12. A flash of light, and the chest opened. Unexpectedly, instead of a flood of basic resources, 3 items lay neatly inside. Obtained antibiotics X12 boxes. Obtain medical first aid kit Fine X1. Obtain men's and women's premium underwear Common X. The air in the carriage became incredibly stagnant due to the 12 neatly stacked pairs of selected underwear. Chen Fan felt his cheeks heating up at a nuclear reaction speed. He swore that his hands which were opening the box were pure and his thoughts were noble. Yet it was clear that the will of the world had its own unique sense of humor. Ahem. It was still Qin Shuyan, the eternal stabilizing force, who first broke the awkwardness. With a gentle smile, she naturally stepped forward and collected the beautifully packaged boxes. Very practical items, she commented casually, as if they were just 12 ordinary trophies, no different from antibiotics. Just in time for everyone to change and wash up. Qin Shuyan's calmness acted like a powerful cooling agent, alleviating the bizarre atmosphere considerably. The will of the world is quite considerate, Su Qingwei said, crossing her arms, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her gaze darting towards Chen Fan with a teasing glint. Humph, such poor taste, not even lace, Anastasia commented in her lazy tone, delivering a model's professional critique, but no one noticed the suspicious blush creeping up her ears. Wow, there are cartoon patterns too. Xia Jiao had curiously moved closer, taking a box from Qin Shuyan's hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiao. Xia Jiwei helplessly tugged at her sister's clothes, her cheeks flushed. Chen Fan wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He felt that the prestige of his shrank talent had at this moment plummeted to the depths of the Mariana Trench. He decided to take action to regain his precarious dignity. Next, He feigned calmness and strode towards the two treasure chests radiating ordinary white light. He pressed his hand heavily onto one of them. Opening ordinary treasure chest X1. Detecting talent team amplification. Current team size 12. Reward X12. A burst of light erupted once more. This time there were finally no items challenging human social limits. Acquired purified water X1 20 liters. Acquired compressed biscuits X1 20 boxes. Acquired energy drinks X1 20 cans. Acquired sharp enchantment blueprint ordinary X1. Looking at the mountain of food and water, everyone let out a sigh of relief. This was the proper style for survival in the apocalypse. Great. Our food reserves are instantly full. Qin Shuyun exclaimed with delight, feeling genuinely reassured by the abundance of living supplies. This enchantment blueprint is quite interesting. Lin Wanqing picked up the blueprint data flowing before her eyes. It can enchant ordinary weapons for a one-time boost, enhancing armor-piercing effectiveness by 20%, which is very useful against those tough-skinned monsters. Leave it to me. Tang Kiki immediately took the blueprint, confidently patting her chest. As long as I have the materials, I can upgrade all your weapons in no time. Chen Fan, seizing the moment, quickly opened the last ordinary treasure chest. Acquired gasoline X 1200 liters. Acquired basic vehicle repair tool kits X12. Acquired basic healing technique skill book ordinary X12. When the 12 skill books radiating a soft white light appeared, everyone was stunned. Healing. Skills. Lu Mingyan mumbled, her eyes filled with longing. In a world where injuries could occur at any moment, the ability to heal was equivalent to a second life. Yueyong, this is perfect for you. Su Qingying handed a skill book to Shinomiya Tsukiyomi. As a support character, her talents leaned towards purification and protection, making it incredibly efficient for her to learn healing techniques. Shinomiya Tsukiyomi solemnly accepted it, a hint of warmth added to her ethereal eyes. Can I learn too? Xia Jiwei asked softly, her kind nature always wanting to help others. Of course, Qin Shuyun smiled as she placed another skill book in her hands. We are a team, and having one more person capable of healing provides an additional layer of security. Soon the 12 skill books were distributed. Shinomiya Tsukiyomi and Xia Jiwei took the main focus. Qin Shuyun and Lu Mingyan also each learned one for emergencies. The rest were temporarily stored in the team warehouse. Alright, the loot count is complete. Chen Fan clapped his hands, feeling that his family status had finally risen from the core of the earth back to the mantle. Everyone listen up. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Wanqing's sharp alarm suddenly rang out. Wait. Her expression turned extremely serious as she stared intently at the energy reaction diagram on the control panel. Something's wrong. The energy fluctuations from just now seem to have activated something. Lin Wanqing pointed at the screen. The curve representing the surrounding energy concentration was crazily rising at an exaggerated angle. Meanwhile, the readings indicating life signals remained suspiciously low. High energy, no life. Su Qingying's pupils suddenly constricted. This isn't a monster, this is a trap. Before she finished speaking, rustle, rustle. A series of excruciatingly grating sounds came from all directions. Everyone looked up in shock. They saw the surrounding ancient trees, which had been still, as if existing since time immemorial, suddenly writhing like living beings. Thick vines glowing with a ghostly green energy emerged from the trunks like poisonous snakes, twisting and growing wildly in midair. They had no eyes or mouths, but the sharp wooden spikes at their tips were all aimed at the Dawn War vehicle targeting. In just a few seconds, they had been completely surrounded by a sea of green energy vines filled with lethal. It's a mimetic plant. Minion-level monster energy vine monster. Lin Wanqing quickly pulled up the monster data. Quantity. Uncountable. Their energy core is located within the main body of the vines. Level 1 battle readiness. Su Qingyu's voice was cold and steady as she raised the assault rifle in her hands. Evelyn, Anastasia. We'll take care of the front. Copy that. Evelyn licked her lips, her eyes filled with excitement, not a shred of fear. Finally, I can stretch my muscles a bit. Anastasia's figure had already quietly merged into the shadows. Only her lazy yet deadly voice could be heard. These ugly tentacles have dirted my shoes, and I will make them pay the price. Xiao Jiwei Mingyan. Provide rear fire support. Qin Shuyun calmly directed. Yueyong, prepare the purification light. Their energy has a slight mental interference effect. Chen Fan. Get back in the vehicle. Almost everyone shouted in unison at him. Chen Fan had just raised the Desert Eagle, not yet able to strike a cool pose, when he was sent back by these 11 commands filled with care. He looked at his teammates who were fully armed and brimming with fighting spirit. He saw the frontline iron triangle formed by Su Qingyue, Evelyn, and Anastasia. He watched as the Xia sisters and Lu Mingyan skillfully sought cover, forming a network of firepower. He noticed Shinomiya Tsukiyomi with her hands together, divine light beginning to gather at her fingertips. Then he looked at himself holding a gun that hadn't even warmed up. yet wearing an ordinary t-shirt and possessing a panda-level honor title. A strong sense of powerlessness and absurdity surged in his heart. He gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to obey the order, rolling back behind the solid door of the Dawn vehicle. He was not afraid of dying. He knew better than anyone that his greatest role right now was to stay alive. Staying alive meant that each of their attacks would carry the invisible enhancement of his strength talent. Battle commence. As Su Qingying issued the command, the battle instantaneously erupted. Su Qingyu's assault rifle fired first, unleashing flames, accurately shooting down the first few vines. Evelyn's marksmanship was even wilder. She was like a Valkyrie on the battlefield, her rifle roaring, shells flying, creating an impermeable metal curtain of bullets, tearing a gap in the sea of vines. "My turn, little cuties." Anastasia's voice sounded like a ghost from the side of the vines. She was like a dancer in the night, her shadow dagger drawing deadly glimmers. Each stab accurately pierced into the interior of the vines, extracting a glimmering green energy core. The vines that had their cores extracted instantly withered, turning into a pile of debris. Behind them, Xia Jiao and Lu Mingjian's firepower also poured in, although their accuracy was lacking. The dense bullets effectively slowed the advance of the Vine army. Xia Jiwei appeared somewhat nervous, but she still gathered her courage to chant the basic healing technique, like Shinomiya Tsukiyomi. A faint white light fell on Su Qingyu's arm where a vine had just scratched a shallow wound, and the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. "Well done, Jiwei." Qin Shuyan's voice gave her tremendous encouragement. Inside the vehicle, Chen Fan watched everything through the command screen. He observed the seamless cooperation of his teammates, seeing them not only holding their ground amidst the rain of bullets and the wild dance of vines, but also growing stronger as the battle progressed. An indescribable sense of pride surged in his chest. This was his team. This was his family. However, the number of vines was simply overwhelming. Endless, as if the entire forest were their reinforcements. "This won't do." Lin Wangxing's voice was filled with urgency. "Our ammunition is depleting too quickly. Moreover, I detected that the energy reactions underground are rapidly intensifying. A stronger individual is about to emerge." Indeed, as soon as she finished speaking, the ground began to tremble violently. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth beneath everyone's feet suddenly exploded. A root 100 times thicker than all the previous vines combined, like a giant python, broke through the ground. At the top of this massive root, a huge bud resembling a man-eating flower bloomed. As the bud slowly opened, what was revealed was not the flower's pistil, but a circle of densely packed wooden spikes resembling shark teeth. Target detected: mutated vine, Lord Minion level BOSS level LV. 35 skills, powerful strike, toxic spores, root bind. A terrifying pressure far exceeding that of ordinary minion level monsters descended. "It's a boss," Xia Jiao exclaimed. The Vine Lord seemed to be attracted by the equipment and powerful firepower on the others, letting out a silent roar as the massive bud suddenly targeted the crowd. "Watch out. It's going to release poison." Su Qingying's mental perception caught the danger immediately. "Yueyong." "Yes." Shinomiya Tsukiyomi did not hesitate to pour all her power into the Shinomiya blessing charm in her hand. Divine Light Purify. A golden beam of light more brilliant and sacred than any before shot up into the sky, forming a gigantic semicircular shield that enveloped everyone. Almost simultaneously, a cloud of disgusting dark green spores erupted from the bud of the Vine Lord. Sizzle! The spore cloud crashed against the golden shield, making a corrosive sound like acid splashing against steel, yet it couldn't penetrate even a fraction. "Good opportunity." Evelyn's eyes lit up with excitement. "Cover me." She tossed aside her rifle and swiftly drew the massive storm battle axe from her back. Although she lacked the strength to unleash its full power, just its weight alone was enough to make it the most terrifying blunt weapon. With a roar, she flexed her muscles and charged with the axe towards the Vine Lord, initiating a desperate assault. Evelyn's delicate cry was like the wind and thunder unleashed by the battle axe tearing through the air. Her petite figure erupted with a terrifying power that belied her size as the heavy storm battle axe traced a silver arc of death in her grasp, carrying an unmatched momentum as it cleaved fiercely towards the massive root of the Vine Lord. Boom! A deep muffled sound erupted the moment the axe blade struck the root, releasing a blinding spark. Countless wood shavings mixed with green sap scattered in all directions. The Vine Lord let out a soundless roar of pain, its enormous body quivering violently, while the gigantic bud twisted wildly. However, there was no trace of joy on Evelyn's face. Instead, it grew exceedingly grave. With all her might, she had only managed to inflict a wound less than half a meter deep on the surface of her opponent. For the Vine Lord's massive root, this was merely a scratch. Its defense is too strong. Evelyn gritted her silver teeth, her arms numbed by the tremendous recoil. At that moment when all of the Vine Lord's attention was focused on Evelyn, a shadow darker than the surrounding gloom silently approached its colossal root. It was Anastasia. Like the most elite of hunters, she seized this fleeting opportunity. The shadow cloak melded her into the environment, and the shadow dagger in her hand shimmered with lethal cold light piercing straight towards the depth of the wound Evelyn had created. There was the most likely location of the energy core. This strike was infused with all her skills and strength, swift as lightning, silent and deadly. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce the wound, an unexpected change occurred. Countless dark green runes suddenly lit up beneath the seemingly rough bark of the Vine Lord, forming an indestructible energy shield. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing echoed as the shadow dagger seemed to strike against an immovable divine metal, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Not good. Anastasia's heart rang with alarms as she attempted to withdraw, but it was already too late. A surge of dark green recoil energy violently struck her through the dagger. Puff! Anastasia was struck like a heavy hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her body akin to a kite, with a broken string violently flung away, tracing a desperate arc in the air, before crashing heavily against the solid body of the Dawn, issuing a dull thud before sliding to the ground. She struggled to rise, but the searing pain in her chest forced her back to her knees, her face pale as paper. This sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded. Chen Fan's pupils contracted to the size of the most dangerous needle in that instant. He saw the fleeting shock and pain flash across Anastasia's face, which usually wore a mask of arrogance and mockery, as she was knocked away. That proud supermodel who insisted on maintaining her elegance even in the apocalypse now resembled a shattered porcelain figure, fragile enough to raise alarms. A surge of indescribable fury and fear instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. What nonsense about a leader-level boss? What rare materials? In the face of his teammates' lives, all of that was worth nothing. Get in the vehicle. Chen Fan's roar, laden with an undeniable command, echoed across the battlefield. Everyone get in. We are breaking through. His voice snapped everyone back to reality from their shock. But Evelyn still wanted to fight, as she could not bear to retreat before a boss. Follow orders. Su Qingying's voice followed, cold and resolute. This is not the time for heroics. Protecting teammates comes first. Her heart of spiritual insight clearly sensed that the Vine Lord's fury had been fully ignited, and the energy deep underground was wildly gathering. If they continued to fight, they would face the wrath of the entire forest. Qin Shuyan rushed to Anastasia, helping her up. Jiwei, heal her. Xia Jiwei's face had already turned pale from fear, but upon hearing Qin Shuyan's command, she forced down her terror, her hands glowing faintly with white light as she pressed them against Anastasia's back. Provide covering fire. Retreat. Su Qingwei calmly issued the command, her assault rifle once again spitting fire, combining with the firepower of Xia Jiao and Lu Mingyan to create a crossfire net that firmly suppressed the wildly surging energy vines. Roar! The Vine Lord seemed to realize its prey was trying to escape and became utterly enraged. It slammed its enormous root against the ground, causing the earth to crack as dozens of even thicker and more resilient roots erupted from the soil, like tentacles stretching from hell, swiftly coiling around the wheels and chassis of the Dawn. Want to keep us here? In your dreams. Inside the vehicle, Tang Kiki slammed the control panel fiercely. Dawn defense system activate. Energy output 120%. Buzz. A layer of light blue hexagonal energy shield instantly emerged on the surface of the vehicle. The resilient roots entwined around the shield, producing a sizzling sound of energy friction, yet they could not harm the vehicle in the slightest. Everyone seized this opportunity to swiftly retreat inside the vehicle. Close the door. As the heavy alloy door slammed shut with a clang, all the chaos and danger outside. Su Qingyue drive. Smash through. Chen Fan yelled at the icy race driver in the driver's seat, looking at the vehicle tightly ensnared by the roots. Hold on tight. Su Qingyue's eyes flashed with a hint of frenzied excitement as she slammed the accelerator down to the floor. Warning. Engine overload. Warning. Chassis structure tolerance at critical point. Red alarms on Lin Wangxing's control panel flashed frantically. Boom. The engine of the Dawn roared like a prehistoric beast. The high-quality battle vehicle unleashed its full. That immense force caused the entire vehicle to tremble violently. The dozens of resilient roots, confronted with absolute power, emitted sounds of breaking under pressure. Bang, bang, bang. One root, then another. The Dawn burst forth like a steel beast, breaking free from chains, charging forward with an unstoppable fury. All the energy vines blocking its path crumpled before it like paper, easily shattered and crushed. The Vine Lord behind let out a silent roar of unwillingness, its enormous bud once again opening, condensing a high-density green toxin energy ball, which it hurled ferociously. The energy ball exploded against the rear shield of the vehicle, the violent explosion causing the entire vehicle to lurch forward, yet the shield merely flickered violently, a few times remaining steadfast. Taking advantage of this thrust, the Dawn accelerated faster, shooting through the ocean of vines like a black arrow charging deep into the forest, without looking back, soon disappearing into the mist. Inside the cabin there was a deathly silence. Only Anastasia's suppressed gasps and the heavy roar of the Dawn's engine, due to the overload, could be heard. Everyone remained silent. This was their first retreat in such a disheveled manner since forming their team. It was also the first time a member had suffered such severe injuries. That leader-level boss struck each of them like a resounding slap, shattering any semblance of complacency they had gained from their great wealth. Chen Fan approached Anastasia, looking at her pale face, and the blood at the corner of her mouth and the anger in his heart gradually transformed into a heavy sense of responsibility. He clenched his fists. Become stronger. They must grow stronger at a faster pace. Strong enough to crush everything. Inside the carriage there was an eerie silence. Only the heavy rumble of the Dawn engine, strained from overloading, echoed like the labored breath of a wounded beast. Anastasia leaned against Qin Shuyuan's embrace, her stunningly beautiful face, usually marked by a hint of mockery and a touch of languor, now appeared as pale as a piece of transparent paper. The blood at the corner of her mouth stood out starkly against her snow-white skin. Xia Jiwei's small hand pressed against her back, the faint glow of beginner healing flickering weakly. The girl's tears fell like loose pearls pattering down as she bit her lip tightly, too afraid to cry out. I'm sorry, Sister Anna. My healing skills are so useless. Shut up. Anastasia's voice was weak, yet it still carried that familiar arrogance. Crying and whining. So annoying. She struggled to sit up, but a sharp pain in her chest caused her to cough. Qin Shuyuan hurriedly supported her, her voice filled with concern. Don't move, Xia, your ribs might be broken. Broken? They will grow back. Anastasia turned her head away, not wanting anyone to see the weakness in her eyes. No one spoke. Evelyn silently wiped the massive storm battle axe, the blade marked only by a faint white scar, the sole memento she left for that monster after exhausting her efforts. Her gaze was as cold as the frozen earth of Siberia. Su Qinghua focused intently on driving, but the knuckles gripping the steering wheel turned white, betraying her inner turmoil. Tang Kiki and Lin Wanqing sat in front of the control panel, the screen flashing with a torrent of data, the damage report of the Dawn after its extreme charge. Each red warning felt like a needle piercing their hearts. Xia Jiao hugged her knees, curled up in the corner for the first time, not chattering to lighten the mood. Lu Mingyan and Jingguji, Tsukiyomi, one preparing clean water and medicine for Anastasia, the other closing her eyes and softly chanting incomprehensible prayers, trying to use the power of faith to soothe their teammates' pain. Su Qingying stood by the window, watching the dark forest rush by outside, her cold eyes finally showing a profound self-reflection. The entire team felt like a person who had been dealt a heavy blow, dizzy, dazed, and haunted by a deep-seated fear. Chen Fan stood at the center of this heavy silence. He looked at Anastasia's pale face, at Xia Jiwei's silent tears, at Evelyn's cold gaze. He silently moved to the medical kit, took out a roll of clean bandages and a bottle of disinfectant spray, and squatted down in front of Anastasia. Let me do it. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Qin Shuyuan glanced at him and silently released her hold, giving way to him. Chen Fan lowered his head, carefully using scissors to cut open Anastasia's battlesuit, stained with blood and dirt. When the shocking bruises and swelling were exposed to the air, his hand trembled slightly, though barely noticeable. Anastasia's body instinctively tensed. You? Be gentle. Her voice carried a hint of trembling for the first time. Okay, Chen Fan replied dully. He dipped a cotton swab in the disinfectant and gently cleaned the blood around the wound bit by bit. His movements were clumsy, far less skilled than Qin Shuyuan's, and several times he inadvertently pulled at Anastasia's wounds, causing her to suck in a sharp breath. But he did not stop. He merely became slower, lighter, and more focused, as if what he was handling was not a wound, but a broken world-class treasure. The carriage remained quiet, yet everyone's gaze seemed to gravitate towards the two of them. Anastasia felt the slight sting from her wound and the clumsy yet earnest touch. She tilted her head, observing Chen Fan's profile filled with regret and concentration. This man had just moments ago been flustered, overexposing his underwear, looking foolish. Not long ago, he had been mercilessly mocked for having low stats. Not long ago, he had been treated like a mascot ordered around by them. Yet now he squatted before her like a child who had made a mistake, clumsily tending to her wounds with hands that had opened countless miraculous treasure chests. A complex emotion quietly spread in the heart of this proud supermodel. I'm sorry. Chen Fan finally spoke, his voice low, almost as if he were talking to himself. It's my fault. Anastasia paused for a moment before suddenly scoffing, the laugh pulling at her wound, making her wince again. What are you apologizing for? She regained a bit of strength, her sharp tongue resurfacing. Who do you think you are? The will of the world. Is that monster your pet that you raised to bite people at? Chen Fan did not retort, simply lowering his head and continuing his work. It is my own inability overestimating that broken dagger and underestimating that rotten wood. Anastasia looked at his frustrated expression of I was wrong, and for some reason the pent-up emotions in her heart dissipated significantly. Hey, she suddenly spoke. Moi. Next time get me a legendary dagger. Her tone carried an unyielding command. I will personally dig out the energy core from its main root to use as a pendant for your dawn. Chen Fan's movements paused. He raised his head, meeting Anastasia's eyes, which had reignited like bright Siberian stars. He nodded heavily. Okay, just one word, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain. Cough, cough. Lin Wangxing's cough broke the subtle atmosphere. She adjusted her non-existent glasses. The screen on the control panel had switched to a detailed post-battle analysis report. I believe we need to conduct a thorough review. Her voice pulled everyone's thoughts back to the harsh reality. This failure stems from three main points. First, there was a severe information imbalance. Our understanding of the boss was limited to the few lines provided by the system. We knew nothing of its specific skills, triggering mechanisms, or defensive characteristics. This was the most fatal flaw. Second, there was a disparity in strength. We had excellent or even rare equipment, but our levels and base attributes remained in the minion level category. This meant we could not unleash the full potential of our gear. Evelyn's Storm Battle Axe was a prime example. Third, our tactics were overly aggressive. In the face of insufficient information and strength, we chose to attack proactively rather than probe. This was a strategic misstep. Lin Wangxing's analysis was calm and sharp, brutally exposing everyone's raw wounds. The atmosphere in the carriage grew heavy once again. Wanqing is right. Su Qingying finally spoke. Her voice was soft, but clear to everyone. The responsibility for this lies with me. She scanned the group. As one of the decision-makers of the team, I tacitly approved this reckless action. I overestimated our strength and underestimated the dangers of Endless Road. I apologize to Anastasia and to everyone. This stunning number one in the rankings, the other core of the team, candidly admitted her mistakes. No Qingying, this isn't your fault. Tang Kiki hurriedly spoke. We were all too excited, blinded by those rewards. Yeah, I also thought we could do it. Xia Jiao quietly agreed. This isn't about who is right or wrong. Qin Shuiyun's gentle yet firm voice emerged, having already covered Anastasia with a blanket. We are a team. In victory we share together, in failure we bear it together. She looked at Chen Fan, her eyes filled with encouragement. Now what we need is a solution to the problem, not to assign blame. All eyes once again focused on Chen Fan. The nominal core of this team, the actual mascot at this moment, became the unconscious backbone for every. Chen Fan took a deep breath and stood up. He did not look at the cold data nor analyze the tactical losses. He simply gazed at the 11 family members in front of him. Looking at their faces, some filled with self-reproach, some with frustration, and some with unwillingness. I've made a decision. He slowly began, his voice not loud, but filled with unprecedented determination. From now on, the team's operational guidelines will be adjusted. First, until Tang Kiki's Guardian Mech is completed and our average level reaches level 50, we will no longer proactively challenge any boss above general level. Second, our primary goal will shift from acquiring top-tier resources to safely leveling up and enhancing base attributes for everyone. What we need is steady progress, not leaps and bounds. Third, and most importantly, Chen Fan's gaze swept across everyone. Any action must prioritize safety. I do not want to see any of us lying here like Xia again. He paused, self-mockingly smiled. As the core, my only value is to ensure that all of you can live well. If I can't even do that, then my class talent is just a joke. His words were simple, even somewhat clumsy. But the sincerity and sense of responsibility contained within flowed like a warm current into each person's heart. I agree. Su Qingying was the first to express her agreement. I second that. Lin Wanqing closed the analysis report. I have no objections. Evelyn slung the Storm Battle Axe back over her shoulder. Let's do it this way. Tang Kiki and Xia Jiao spoke in unison. Seeing the team's spirit reforged, Chen Fan finally felt his heart settle. He knew that this painful defeat had not crushed them. Instead, it acted like a hard whetstone, sharpening away their restlessness and arrogance born from smooth sailing, making them the blade, named Dawn, more reserved and sharper. All right. Chen Fan clapped his hands, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Since the strategic direction is set, it's time we get down to business. He turned to Su Qingyue. Qingyue, you drive first. We'll take shifts to ensure the driver stays alert. Okay. Su Qingyue replied succinctly, her gaze regaining the calm focus of a racer. The Dawnbreaker glided smoothly along the boundless road, leaving the perilous forest far behind. The scenery on both sides remained monotonous, an endless dim sea of trees, as if they were driving into an eternal twilight. Inside the vehicle, the heavy atmosphere had been somewhat diluted by the new goal, yet the shadow of a single failure still loomed over everyone's hearts, adding a viscous layer of caution to the air. Evelyn and Su Qingying occupied two corners of the upper deck's operations area, one meditating, regulating her breath and heartbeat, the other replaying every detail of the battle against the Vinewood Lord on a virtual screen seeking weaknesses. Tang Kiki and Lin Wanxing delved into the Dawnbreaker's system backend, racing against time to repair the minor damage caused by engine overload and energy surges. Qin Shuyun and Lu Mingyan inventoried supplies in the living area, while the Xia sisters tended to Anastasia, who was still recuperating. Everyone inside the vehicle was like a gear rewound, tightly operating quietly and efficiently. Chen Fan sat alone on the sofa in the living area, staring at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, his mind far from the calm he projected. The new strategy was his proposal, but he knew better than anyone that it was a passive, reluctant choice. Playing it safe meant significantly slowing their acquisition of top-tier resources. In this cruel world, slowness meant giving others a chance to surpass you. The anxiety within him burned like an unquenchable dark fire, gnawing at his nerves. Chen Fan. Qin Shuyun's gentle voice pulled him back from his thoughts. She sat across from him, holding a cup of warm water, a helpless smile on her face. Our daily supplies are running low. Didn't we just replenish food and water? Chen Fan was taken aback. I'm not talking about food. Qin Shuyun shook her head. I mean shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, and dish soap and laundry detergent. She pointed to the pile of dirty clothes in the corner, stained with blood and dust, yet to be dealt with. We can't just wash them with plain water, can we? Especially Sias wound. It needs to be kept absolutely clean. Chen Fan's gaze followed her finger, and he instantly grasped the severity of the issue. In an apocalyptic survival scenario, combat and food were paramount, but maintaining basic personal hygiene was equally crucial for preserving mental state and physical health. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for these usually glamorous women if they couldn't take a proper shower for a week. Especially Anastasia, the supermodel who demanded even her combat suit to have a sleek silhouette. If she found out there would be no skincare products, her injuries might worsen from sheer frustration. This is indeed a major problem. Chen Fan scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed. These items were ubiquitous in peacetime, but had become elusive luxuries in this post-apocalyptic world. Maybe next time I open a treasure chest, I'll chant Pantene 10,000 times in my mind. Chen Fan attempted a joke, but even he didn't find it funny. Shouldn't your scrayed talent be used for something more grand, like summoning an aircraft carrier? Anastasia's weak yet sharp voice came from not far away. Even if I summoned an aircraft carrier, there's nowhere to put it. There isn't even a river on this road. Xia Jiao absent-mindedly replied. Idiot, I mean don't waste your precious wish on shampoo. Anastasia tried to sit up in anger, but Qin Shuyun pushed her back down. Watching the group bicker while concealing their worry about future living standards, Chen Fan's sense of responsibility was reignited. As the Panda-level core member, he couldn't only be useful when opening chests. He had to solve every problem the team faced, big or small. He closed his eyes and began frantically searching his memory for all the blueprints he had acquired and stored in the team's warehouse. Weapon blueprints, armor blueprints, vehicle part blueprints. None of these could solve their current Suddenly, a blueprint he had forgotten in a corner, emitting a rare blue glow, lit up in the depths of Chen Fan's eyes, snapped open, a glint of excitement shining in them. I've got it. He stood up abruptly, and amid the group's puzzled looks strode to the storage cabinet and opened his backpack. After some rummaging, he carefully pulled out a blueprint glowing with a soft blue light and slapped it onto the table with a loud thwack. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Spring of Life Water Purification Core, Rare Category, Multifunctional Living Module. Blueprint effect allows construction of a miniature energy conversion core. This core automatically absorbs ambient free energy and converts it into pure life-giving water rich in trace beneficial elements. Daily maximum output 500 liters. Additional function: by swapping different catalytic filters, the life-giving water can be secondarily converted into liquids with various effects such as cleaning solution, disinfectant, basic nutrient solution, etc. Note a perfect fusion of technology and ingenuity, bringing a 5-star quality to your apocalyptic life. You deserve it. As Lin Wanxing read the blueprint's information word for word, the entire vehicle fell into a dead silence. Then cries of disbelief erupted. Oh my God! Auto-converting pure water. And it can turn into cleaning solution and disinfectant. Xia Jiao was the first to jump up, her eyes wide as saucers. Isn't this a perpetual motion machine? Tang Kiki teleported to the table in an instant, her hands almost pressing against the blueprint, her eyes burning with the fervor of a tech geek witnessing a miracle. If we have this, we can not only achieve drinking water freedom, but also solve all our daily cleaning and basic medical disinfection needs. Qin Shuyun's voice also carried an undeniable excitement. The value of this item at the current stage was no less than that of an epic weapon. It addressed the very foundation of the team's survival. Catalytic filter. Su Qingying's gaze settled on the most critical term. Exactly. Lin Wanqing had already pulled up data and analyzed calmly. This purification core is the foundation, but to achieve different functions we need to craft different filters. Tang Kiki waved her small hand, and the blueprint's detailed material list was projected in midair. Spring of Life Water Purification Core required materials fine-grade alloy X28 Energy Crystal X50 and Miniature Stabilizer X2, Arcane Energy Circuit X5 meters. Cleaning Catalytic Filter required materials Saponifying Grass X10, Softening Flower X5, Common Grade Energy Crystal X2. Disinfecting Catalytic Filter required materials Silverleaf Grass X10, Purified Corrosive Mucus X1, Common Grade Energy Crystal X2. Looking at the lengthy list, the group's initial excitement cooled slightly. We have most of the core materials in our warehouse, but what are these catalytic filter materials? Saponifying grass, softening flower, silverleaf grass. What are these things? Xia Jiao asked in confusion. They are energy plants that only grow in special... Lin Wanqing quickly matched them against the monster encyclopedia and database, soon reaching a conclusion. According to the data, these plants usually grow in the habitats of common rank wood spirits and flower demons. They aren't very aggressive themselves, but they are numerous and skilled at camouflage. So if we find where these monsters spawn, we can get the materials. Evelyn's eyes reignited with battle fervor. This time the target was no longer an unreachable general rank boss, but common rank monsters they could easily handle. This mission is tailor-made for our current strategy. Su Qingwei also broke into a rare smile. Playing it safe, hunting common monsters, gathering materials, and improving the team's living standards and endurance. This plan perfectly aligned with all the guidelines they had just set. The gloom cast by a crushing defeat was thoroughly dispelled by this small blue blueprint. Hope and motivation rekindled on everyone's faces. Everyone in the car operated quietly and efficiently like gears that had been wound up again. Chen Fan sat alone on the sofa in the living area watching the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, yet his heart was far from calm. The new strategic policy was proposed by him, but he was more aware than anyone else that it was merely a passive and reluctant choice. Steady and cautious meant their speed of acquiring top-tier resources would be greatly reduced. In this cruel world, being slow equated to giving others the chance to surpass you. The anxiety within him was like an unquenchable dark fire burning through his nerves. Beep. 20 kilometers ahead in the center of the road, 3 treasure chests refreshed. Lin Wanqing's cold and timely broadcast interrupted everyone's thoughts. Stop. Su Qingying's voice held no hesitation. The dawn slowly came to a halt. Evelyn Qingyue take front guard. Sisters of the Xia family Lu Mingyan prepare for support from the second-floor firepower platform. Anna stay in the car and observe. Yueyong prepare to assist. Su Qingying's commands were clear and swift, and everyone immediately sprang into action, forming a defensive formation that was cohesive, unlike the loose setup during their previous encounter with the vines. An invisible tacit understanding quietly formed after this failure. Chen Fan took a deep breath, walking towards the 3 treasure chests that lay quietly in the center of the road under the watchful gaze of his teammates. 1 silver treasure chest shimmering with rare blue light, and 2 ordinary white treasure chests. He placed his hand on one of the white treasure chests first. Opening ordinary treasure chest X1. Detected talent team amplification. Current team size 12. Reward X12. A burst of light flashed, and a mountain of supplies appeared out of thin air. Acquired high-quality food package X360. Acquired purified water X1200L. Great. Surprise shone in Qin Shuyan's eyes. These high-quality foods and ample water significantly alleviated her logistical pressure. Chen Fan nodded and walked towards the second ordinary treasure chest. Open. This time the items that appeared in the light made the atmosphere subtly shift again. Acquired ladies' boutique spring-summer fashion X12 sets. Acquired international top brand cosmetics set X12 sets. Acquired Durex X12 boxes. Chen Fan's face instantly turned red. He felt that the will of the world must be targeting him, and the evidence was undeniable. Xia Jiao couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering her mouth. It seems the will of the world knows exactly what our team needs most. Anastasia's lazy voice came from inside the car, carrying a hint of teasing. Knowing someone's talent aside from opening food, he can only open these items to please us. Chen Fan pretended not to hear. His face darkened as he strode towards the last and most crucial silver treasure chest. He refused to believe it. Give me something good, he shouted in his heart as he slapped his hand down. Opening rare treasure chest X1. Detected talent team amplification. The blue light was more dazzling than any previous time. A massive sniper rifle filled with a chilling aura of slaughter lay quietly in the center of the treasure chest. Its streamlined design embodied a violent aesthetic, and the dark barrel seemed capable of devouring all life. Acquired Barrett M82A1 Rare X1. Acquired 12. 7mm high explosive armor-piercing shells X12 boxes. When the properties of this deadly weapon appeared before everyone, even Su Qingying, who had been calm all along, Evelyn's eyes erupted with unprecedented light upon seeing the gun. She rushed forward in quick steps, carefully cradling the anti-material sniper rifle, which was longer than half her body, as if touching a sacred object. The heavy weight felt almost weightless in her hands. She skillfully inspected the gun body, feeling the cold metallic texture, and the battle intent in her eyes was almost palpable. Good stuff. She only said these 3 words, but anyone could hear the excitement and affection behind them. With this weapon, she would have the capital to strike at the tough-skinned boss like the Vine Lord. Seeing her teammates' reignited fighting spirit, the embarrassment in Chen Fan's heart vanished, replaced by a sense of pride. Look, he could still open good things. Everyone returned to the car with their bountiful spoils and continued on. 20 kilometers later, the same prompt rang out again. 3 treasure chests again. This time they were 3 ordinary treasure chests. With the previous experience, everyone was able to treat it with a calm mind. Under the protection of his teammates, Chen Fan smoothly completed the triple treasure chest opening. Acquired multifunctional car refrigerator fine X1. Acquired fine-grade alloy X240. Acquired energy crystal X420. Acquired arcane energy circuit X60 meters. Acquired ordinary energy crystal X180. Acquired excellent energy crystal X6. When the fine-quality green lighting refrigerator and a massive amount of materials appeared, Tang Kiki and Lin Wanqing almost simultaneously jumped up from the control panel and lunged towards the pile of materials. Enough! Enough! Tang Kiki's small face beamed with joy as she grabbed a handful of energy crystals and excitedly shouted to everyone. We have all the main materials for the Fountain of Life Purification Core. Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses, her eyes flashing with data streams, quickly calculating. There are no issues with building the core. Now we only lack the energy plants needed for the catalytic filter. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning, completely shattering the last cloud of gloom brought by their previous failure. Everyone displayed genuine smiles on their faces. The Barrett brought confidence and power, and the imminent completion of the Fountain of Life promised a leap in living quality and infinite hope for the future. I declare. Xia Jiao excitedly raised her hand, as if making an important announcement. From today onward, Chen Fan's team status has significantly increased. Anastasia leaned against the sofa, interrupting Xia Zio's antics, but her gaze fell on Chen Fan. Her voice remained awkward, but carried a hint of sincerity. When your Fountain of Life is built, remember to get me a bottle of that divine water right away. Her words immediately dispersed the serious atmosphere that had just settled in the carriage. No problem, when the time comes I can get you a Estee Lauder production line instead of just the divine water. Chen Fan took the opportunity to make a joke, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of stability in his heart. With a clear goal and the key tools to solve the problem, the team's cohesion after experiencing a painful failure reached its peak. The dawn continued to sail smoothly under Su Qingyu's guidance. We have been on the endless road for over. Suddenly, Su Qingying, who had been silent, spoke up, her gaze shifting from the window to the main control console. But we know almost nothing about the outside world. She looked at Lin Wanqing, opened the chat channel, and switched to the current area. Lin Wanqing nodded, her slender fingers quickly tapping on the virtual keyboard. On the main screen of the control console, a forum-like interface popped up. Endless Road Sector 7 public chat channel. As soon as the interface popped up, countless messages refreshed rapidly, like a waterfall, instantly filling the entire screen. Beep, beep, beep. The noisy message alert filled the entire carriage. Lin Wanqing immediately set the message flow speed and keyword filters, finally making the chaotic screen readable. My goodness, are there really this many people? Xia Jiao leaned over, curiously looking at the scrolling text on the screen. Wang Dachui, starving. Is there anyone kind enough to give me something to eat? I would trade all my wood for it. Badeo, you fool who still needs wood. I just soloed an elite-level hedgehog, and am roasting it right now. It smells amazing. Badeo, image, a shiny golden-brown photo of a huge roasted pig leg was shared, filled with. This guy called Badeo is so annoying, Xia Jiao said angrily. A typical survivor mentality. Qin Shuyan shook her head and said softly. In the apocalypse, even mere verbal boasting can bring immense psychological satisfaction. The screen continued to scroll. Survival Expert 007. Information for sale. A map of monster spawn points and treasure locations within 50 kilometers ahead, only 100 spirit stones. No deception, act quickly if you want to buy. Pitiful person, fraud. Don't believe him. I just bought it, that place is nothing but a trap. My 3 brothers were stuck in there. Survival Expert 007. Pitiful person, you can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense. Is it your own fault for being weak? Don't you understand that risks are your own responsibility? Deception, arguing, boasting, begging. Various messages laid bare the complexities of human nature in the apocalypse. It's pretty much as we imagined. Su Qingying's expression showed no change, as if she had foreseen all of this. 90% of the information here is worthless noise. Lin Wangxing's fingers glided across the screen, quickly filtering for useful information. What we need is intelligence on special terrain or special plant-type monsters. Hey, look at this. Tang Kiki suddenly pointed to a corner of the screen. A piece of information that was about to be overlooked caught her keen eye. Deserter, what the hell is that glowing swamp in front? It's full of walking flowers and grass that explode when touched. My brothers all perished there, and I'm the only one who made it out. Coordinates are about 30 kilometers north of the endless road marker 7. Don't go there to die. This piece of information struck everyone's nerves like a lightning bolt. A glowing swamp. Walking flowers and grass. Exploding on contact. Evelyn furrowed her brow and looked at Lin Wangxing. Lin Wangxing's eyes flashed with data streams as she quickly matched the keywords in this information with her database. There are 2 types of monsters that fit the description. The low-level wood spirits and flower demons. Their typical characteristics include inhabiting energy-rich, humid environments possessing plant camouflage abilities, and when facing lethal threats they will explode their internal energy core. Lin Wangxing's analysis brightened everyone's eyes. Saponification grass, pliable flowers, silver leaf grass. Qin Shuyun softly recited the names of those key materials. According to the database, these energy plants are precisely the favored companions of wood spirits and flower demons. We found it. The target location has appeared. How far is this coordinate from us? Chen Fan immediately asked. Su Qingwei quickly located it on the vehicle's map. In our forward direction, the straight line distance is about 120 kilometers. At the current cruising speed of the dawn, it will take about 2 hours. Do we go? Su Qingying's gaze swept over everyone. This time she did not make a direct decision, but sought everyone's opinions. Let's go. Evelyn was the first to express her opinion, as she couldn't wait to try out her newly acquired Barrett. Of course we should go. My divine water is still waiting. Anastasia leaned back on the sofa, lazily raising her hand. Unanimous approval. Xia Jiao excitedly announced. Good. Chen Fan nodded and looked at Su Qingying. Qingying prepared the battle plan. He knew well that his strength lay in providing general direction and solving logistics, while precise tactical arrangements were Su Qingying's domain. Su Qingying did not refuse as she approached the main control console and brought up a simplified terrain map of that area. According to the description from Deserter, the monsters in that swamp possess self-destruct characteristics and are numerous. This means we cannot fall into a passive encirclement like last time. Her fingers circled a small hill on the edge of the map. Our battlefield is here. This is a natural high ground with a wide field of vision, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Evelyn, you and Anastasia will be responsible for this sniper point. Evelyn, your task is to use the Barrett to remotely and accurately eliminate those that pose the greatest threat to us or the larger elite individuals. Anastasia, your task is to observe the battlefield utilizing your stealth abilities to deal with any threats that flank us or come from the rear while protecting Evelyn's safety. Understood. The 2 strongest women exchanged glances, seeing the tacit understanding in each other's eyes. Qingyue, you are responsible for driving the Dawn, executing maneuvers from below the hill. Understood. The 2 strongest women exchanged glances, seeing the tacit understanding in each other's eyes. Qingyue, you are responsible. Jiao Jiwei and Mingyan, you 3 will serve as the 2nd firepower team on the 2nd floor combat platform, supplementing firepower and being ready to use healing spells at any time. Sister Shiyun, you are responsible for coordinating logistics and resource supply and be ready to assist the wounded at all times. Yueyong, your Divine Palace Blessing Charm is our last line of defense, do not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Finally, all eyes turned to Chen Fan. As for me, Chen Fan spread his hands, preemptively speaking before anyone else could. I will stay in the safest place cheering you on, and by the way, see if there are any treasure chests left to open. This familiar self-deprecating humor filled the carriage with a lively atmosphere. A meticulous and detailed battle plan targeting the glowing swamp was formulated in just a few minutes. Everyone had a clear and specific task, in stark contrast to the haste and recklessness faced during the encounter with the Vinewood Lord. Move out. With Chen Fan's order, Su Qingyue pressed down on the accelerator. The engine of the Dawn let out a deep roar, carrying 12 members with clear objectives racing like a black lightning bolt toward the glowing swamp filled with opportunities and dangers. 2 hours later, the Dawn slowly came to a stop behind a higher hillside, its engines switching to silent mode. Ahead lay the glowing swamp, described as a death zone by Deserter A. From nearly a kilometer away, the group could still see a layer of dreamlike pale green mist swirling above the swamp. Beneath the mist, countless bizarre plants emitted colorful glows, illuminating the entire swamp like the Pandora of Avatar, beautiful yet filled with unknown treachery. The air was filled with a peculiar scent, a mix of sweet earthiness and rotting vegetation. Commence operations. Su Qingying's cold voice issued the command through the team channel. The car door slid open silently. Evelyn cradled the massive Barrett M82A1 in her arms, exuding an aura of deadly intent that kept others at bay. Anastasia followed her like an elegant black cat, seamlessly blending into the shadows of the hillside thanks to her shadow cloak. The two quickly and professionally took up the sniper positions designated by Su Qingying, a platform naturally guarded by several large rocks, offering an excellent vantage point. Evelyn lay down, setting up her sniper rifle, the heavy barrel steady as a rock. Through the high-powered scope, she gazed at the distant swamp, her ice-blue eyes reflecting that magnificent and deadly world. Clear visibility, wind speed 0, humidity 75%, perfect weather. Anastasia crouched beside her, holding shadow dagger, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, while reporting, "Don't steal my glory, Xia. I just need to pull the trigger," Evelyn said without turning her head. "Humph, without me, your expensive observer, you're just a blind person holding a metal lump," Anastasia retorted without backing down. Inside the car, Tang Kiki and Lin Wanqing had activated all the vehicle's weapon systems, with the turret slowly turning to lock onto the edges of the swamp. The Xia sisters and Lu Mengyan were also prepared at their shooting positions on the second floor, nervously watching the distance. Qin Shuyun stood by the medical station, her expression calm and focused. Su Qingwei sat in the driver's seat, her hands resting on the steering wheel, ready to start the battle vehicle. Meanwhile, Chen Fan stood in front of the main control panel, the screen divided into dozens of segments, clearly displaying real-time footage from every corner. He took a deep breath, though his heart was not as calm as it appeared. This was the first real test of his new strategy and a crucial battle for the team to emerge from the shadow of failure. It must succeed. Failure is not an option. They are coming out. Evelyn's voice trembled with a hint. Through her scope, the previously motionless plants in the swamp, resembling ordinary flowers, began to plants that looked like sunflowers, but with flower heads that displayed grinning, ghostly faces, wobbled as they pulled their roots from the mud, using two tendrils as legs to begin walking. There were also some wood spirits resembling small trants made of dead vines and moss, their hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames of the soul. They roamed aimlessly in groups, their numbers increasing, gradually forming an overwhelming green tide that began to move towards the hillside. Wood spirit minion level LV. 15 skills camouflage self-destruction, flower spirit minion level LV. 18 skills hypnotic pollen self-destruction. Lin Wanqing quickly synchronized the monster's basic information to everyone's tactical scopes. Distance 800 meters, entering range. Anastasia's voice rang out calmly. "Leave it to me." Evelyn's index finger lightly rested on the trigger. In that moment, her breath seemed to merge with the world around her. The crosshairs of the scope firmly locked onto a minion-level flower spirit that was noticeably larger and more vibrant than the others. "It's you." Bang! A muffled sound so heavy it seemed to tear the soul apart shattered the silence. The terrifying recoil of the Barrett made Evelyn's shoulders sink sharply, but with her formidable physical prowess, she steadied the rifle. A 12.7mm high-explosive armor-piercing round, moving at a speed nearly impossible to perceive, whirled and screamed, covering nearly a kilometer in an instant. In the next second, the ghostly face of the elite-level flower spirit's flower head seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand and exploded violently. Green juice and shattered petals mixed with rampant energy formed a brilliant and deadly firework. The tremendous kinetic energy continued tearing apart the two unfortunate wood spirits behind it into fragments. One shot, 3 kills. This is the power of a rare grade weapon. Well done. Tang Kiki shouted excitedly over the communication channel. That shot seemed to ignite a powder keg. All the wood spirits and flower spirits in the swamp, as if provoked, turned their direction and emitted silent shrieks, rushing wildly towards the hillside. "They're coming." Su Qingying's voice remained calm. Tang Kiki Lin, watching fan-shaped coverage, fired. "Don't let them get within 300 meters. Understood. Watch us." Boom, boom, boom. The energy turret on the roof of the Dawn and the rapid-fire machine guns on both sides fired simultaneously. The blazing energy beams and dense bullets swept across the swamp's edge like the Grim Reaper's scythe, creating a death zone stretching hundreds of meters. The wood spirits and flower spirits at the front fell in droves, instantly shredded or detonated. In an instant, the sounds of explosions surged like waves, and the colorful lights illuminated the entire battlefield like a grand fireworks show. However, the number of monsters was simply overwhelming. They charged fearlessly, stepping over the remains of their comrades, wave after wave, attacking the firepower net. There are stragglers. They're moving fast. Xia Jiao suddenly screamed from the second floor. A tiny flower spirit resembling a hummingbird used the cover of the explosions to speed along the ground, breaking through the mid-range firepower blockade and charging straight for the dawn. It's the swift flower spirit. Lin Wangxing's alarm sounded simultaneously. Su Qingyu's pupils contracted, almost slamming on the steering wheel. Don't move. Trust the shield. Chen Fan's voice sounded steady. Just as he finished speaking, the swift flower spirit crashed into the light blue hexagonal energy shield in front of the dawn. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The moment the flower spirit touched the shield, its entire body transformed into a blinding green light, contracting violently, then silently vanishing. The energy shield of the dawn merely flickered violently, sending ripples outward, and the energy reserve inside the vehicle dropped by 2% instantly. Hiss! Everyone in the vehicle gasped in unison. A single minion-level self-destructor could consume such a significant amount of energy. If dozens of minion-level creatures approached at the same time, the consequences would be dire. This cautious battle plan was indeed the right choice. Evelyn, take out those elite monsters. Su Qingying ordered again. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Another swift flower spirit attempting to slip through was precisely shot and exploded in midair. With Evelyn's long-range precision strikes and the overwhelming firepower of the dawn, the situation on the battlefield was firmly under everyone's control. Look, over there. Xia Jiwei, who had been carefully observing the battlefield, suddenly pointed at the remains of the slain monsters. Among the green juice and debris, some plants emitting special energy fluctuations remained resilient. Plants that looked as smooth as soap like saponification, grass petals as silky as satin like silken flower, and leaves shimmering with silver metallic luster like silver leaf grass. Target materials have appeared. Great. Qin Shuyun's face lit up with genuine joy. Lu Mingyan, prepare the drone. Once this wave of monsters is cleared, we'll go collect the materials. Watching the team fight and cooperate in an orderly manner, seeing the balance of victory firmly in their hands from the very beginning, a surge of indescribable pride welled up in Chen Fan's heart. This is the battle he desired. This is how his team should be. He gazed at the glowing swamp that continued to spew forth monsters, his determination becoming unwavering. Shampoo, body wash, miracle water. Today, no matter what, I must arrange everything for you. The battle has entered a highly efficient and ruthless rhythm. Bang! Another low-level wooden spirit attempting to organize a small-scale charge was shot in the head with precision by Barrett, its massive body collapsing with a thunderous crash. Evelyn's breathing was steady like a finely tuned instrument. Each pull of the bolt, each aim, each squeeze of the trigger was imbued with a sense of rhythm. She was no longer the berserker who wielded a giant axe, yet couldn't break through defenses. Now she was the queen on the battlefield, determining life and death. The firepower net of dawn under the operation of Tang Kiki and Lin Wanqing became an insurmountable chasm. Each precise shot from the energy cannon cleared a vast area among the swarm of monsters. The rapid-fire machine guns acted like loyal guardians, shredding any fish that slipped through the net and attempted to approach. On the second floor, Xia Jiyu and Lu Mingyan's shooting became increasingly steady. They were no longer pursuing kills, but focused on suppression and delay, creating the best output environment for Evelyn and the vehicle-mounted cannon. Sister Anna, 30 degrees on the left flank. There are 3 flower fairies using smoke to sneak up. Xia Jiwei, who had been tense, suddenly marked a danger signal on the tactical map. I see it. On the hillside, Anastasia's voice carried a hint of lazy amusement. Her figure slipped out of the shadows of the sniper position like a ghost, and the shadow dagger in her hand traced 3 beautiful arcs in the air. 3 inconspicuous stones were thrown by her, using a special technique, accurately striking the roots of the 3 flower fairies. The sneaking flower fairies froze momentarily. It was this fraction of a second of hesitation that Evelyn captured in an instant. Bang! A bullet like a string of candied haws pinned them all to the spot. A perfect cooperation. Even the 2 who had been bickering were left with the purest trust at this moment. As time passed, the number of monsters surging from the swamp began to gradually decrease. The frenzied green tide finally showed signs of retreat. Ammunition consumption at 30%, energy reserves at 65% remaining. Lin Wanqing calmly reported the data. Drones are ready, material collection can begin. Qin Shuyun's voice timely sounded. Victory seemed to be within reach. However, Su Qingying's brow furrowed slightly. Something's off. Her lynxy heart sensed an extremely subtle, yet incredibly dangerous anomaly. The energy response from the depths of the swamp hasn't weakened, instead it is gathering. Before she finished her words, boom. The entire glowing swamp began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The glowing mud started to roll like boiling water, bubbling up massive bubbles. A presence far larger and more wicked than all previous monsters combined slowly awakened from the deepest part of the swamp. All units pay attention. Highest alert. Su Qingying's voice instantly became incredibly grave. Crash. With a loud bang, the water surface in the center of the swamp exploded violently. A terrifying plant resembling a giant corpse flower with a flower disc diameter of over 10 meters broke through the water. Its flower disc was not red but a strange deep purple, as if made from the gathering of countless vengeful souls. The edges of the flower disc were not petals, but purple vines resembling octopus tentacles covered in barbs and suckers wildly thrashing in the air. And within its massive flower center there were no flower stamens, only a huge and evil closed eye. Target detected. Mother of the Deep Marsh Demon Flower, low-level BOSS, level LV. 25. Skills: Mental Whale, Corrosive Venom Vine, Prison Demon Flower Summon. This boss's level and pressure, although far inferior to the previous Vine Lord, still sent a chill down everyone's spines due to its bizarre form and skills. It's a low-level boss. Xia Jiu exclaimed, her palms sweating as she gripped her gun. Finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. Evelyn, however, curved her lips into a cold arc. Her scope instantly locked onto that closed eye. Don't rush. Anastasia pressed her hand on Evelyn's shoulder, her gaze sharp as a knife. Its eye is protected by a thick layer of keratin. Direct attacks won't be very effective. Its weakness lies at the connection point between those thrashing vines and its main body. In the vehicle, Anastasia used a high magnification camera to share her judgment with everyone. Take out those vines, and its main body defense will decrease. Understood. Su Qingying immediately issued orders. Evelyn, Anna, you two are responsible for dealing with the vines. Tang, Kiki, Lin, Wanqing switched the vehicle-mounted artillery to high-explosive mode, ready to bombard its main body at any moment. The rest of you clear out the minions it summons. At that moment, the mother of the Deep Marsh Demon Flower seemed to have also noticed the enemies on the hillside. Its massive eye suddenly opened wide. An invisible, undetectable mental shockwave swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. Buzz! Everyone felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, a sharp ringing and dizziness assaulting their minds. Yueyong. Qin Shuyan reacted first, shouting loudly. Divine Light, protect. Xingkuji Yueyong endured the discomfort, bringing her hands together, and a sacred golden light radiated from her, forming a soft halo that enveloped everyone. The mental discomfort faded rapidly, as if meeting a natural enemy. Roar! The mother of the demon flower appeared to be enraged by the failed mental whale. It opened its massive flower disc, and countless purple spores resembling tadpoles were sprayed out, falling into the muddy ground of the swamp. Almost instantly, clusters of small flower fairies burst from the soil, charging towards the hillside without fear of death. Open fire! Su Qingying calmly issued the shooting order. The firepower platform on the second floor and the vehicle-mounted machine guns roared again, holding these summoned minions at bay. The battlefield was clearly divided into two parts. Above, Evelyn and Anastasia engaged in a precise and deadly contest with the boss's vines. Below, Dawn and the others were engaged in a positional battle against the endless summoned creatures. Bang! Evelyn fired again, and a thick vine snapped in response. Purple, foul-smelling liquid gushed from the severed end. But soon more vines like venomous snakes coiled towards the platform where she and Anastasia stood. My turn. Anastasia sneered, her figure vanishing in an instant. The next second, she appeared in the attack blind spot of several vines, the shadow dagger in her hand flickering like a butterfly dancing among flowers, accurately severing the roots of a vine with each flicker. The two of them, one on the offensive and the other providing support, managed to suppress all those dozens of vines beneath the platform. Now's the time. Evelyn captured a moment of rigidity exposed by the mother of the demon flower due to the numerous vines being severed. Fire the cannon. Boom. The Re-Didifire vehicle-mounted energy cannon let out a furious roar. A scorching, highly compressed explosive energy shell trailing a long tail flame streaked through the sky and struck hard against the massive flower disc of the mother of the Deep Marsh Demon Flower. The violent explosion shook the entire swamp. Purple liquid and shattered tissue flew everywhere. The mother of the demon flower let out a silent, mournful wail, and the entire flower disc was blown open, revealing the writhing pink core tissue inside. Evelyn. Received. A light, unprecedented burst from Evelyn's eyes. She had almost completed her final aim the moment she saw the exposed core. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Her index finger steadied and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Barrett's last roar transformed into a proclamation of death. The bullet, which gathered everyone's hopes, accurately pierced into that massive wound, entering that pink core. A second of dead silence. Then boom! The entire body of the Deep Marsh Demon Flower exploded from the inside. A grand and splendid purple firework blossomed in the sky above the swamp, illuminating the entire twilight sky in a strange purple hue. The battle has ended. Inside and outside the vehicle there was silence. Everyone stared at the gradually calming swamp and the countless spoils of war floating on the water's surface radiating various colors. They succeeded. Not only did they retreat unscathed, but they also killed a low-level boss in a nearly perfect— I declare. Xia Ziu's voice tinged with trembling excitement broke the silence. Our shampoo freedom has been realized. I declare. Xia Ziu's voice trembling with excitement shattered the silence. Our shampoo freedom has been achieved. This plain, yet somewhat comical proclamation acted like a spell, instantly igniting the emotions of everyone in the carriage. The tension and anxiety that had been suppressed for so long were completely released at that moment. Oh yeah. Tang Kiki was the first to jump up, giving Lin Wanqing a big bear hug. Lin Wanqing stumbled from the impact, but a rare genuine smile appeared on her face. Qin Shuyun leaned against the wall watching the chaotic yet bountiful marsh on the screen, her eyes slightly glistening. She was not moved by a bottle of shampoo, but rather by the momentum of the team coming together again after experiencing setbacks. On the hillside, Evelyn slowly put away the hot Barrett, feeling the soreness in her shoulder, yet her heart was— this feeling of controlling the battlefield and achieving a decisive kill was far more captivating than charging into battle with a giant axe. Hey blind girl. Anastasia's voice came from beside her, elegantly wiping non-existent stains off the shadow dagger with a silk scarf. Without me as the scout, your last shot would have missed by at least 3 centimeters. Humph. Evelyn stood up, slinging the massive sniper rifle over her shoulder with fluidity. Without me clearing those vines, you would have been dragged into the mud as fertilizer by now. The two exchanged insults, but shared a knowing smile as they walked towards the dawn ship. All right, everyone, the battle is over, and it's time to clean up the battlefield. Chen Fan clapped his hands, pulling everyone's attention back. Sister Shuyun, the drones can be deployed now. Understood. Qin Shuyun immediately walked towards the— several small drones like agile worker bees flew out from the side of the dawn, carrying automated recovery boxes towards the marsh. On the screen, the images transmitted back from the drones clearly displayed every corner of the battlefield. The glowing soap grass, smooth flowers, and silver leaf grass were precisely grasped by mechanical arms and placed into the material boxes. Ordinary wood spirits and flower elves also yielded some scattered energy crystals and wood. But the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the explosion of the common BOSS, the mother of the deep marsh demon flower, which left a large glowing mass at the center of the marsh. Look, the boss's loot. Xia Jiao excitedly pointed to the center of the screen. Their 3 items floated quietly. A purple core pulsating slowly like a heart. A blueprint shimmering with excellent green light. And a vibrant green staff seemingly formed from condensed life energy. The drones are recovering. Lin Wanqing's voice was calm and swift. Soon the 3 pieces of loot were delivered back to the carriage and placed on the table in front of everyone. Core of the mother of the deep marsh demon flower, excellent material description, a special core containing immense life energy and toxins, a key material for crafting certain special potions or equipment. Note: do not eat it raw unless you want to experience a grand bloom from the inside out. Life Catalyst, Filter Core, Blueprint, Fine Category, Multifunctional, Living Module, Accessory, Blueprint Effect, can craft a Life Catalyst Filter Core. After using this filter core, the Spring of Life Purified Water Core can convert life water into a basic nutrient solution containing trace amounts of life energy. Note: the taste may not be great, but at least it can help you survive a few more days without food. Natural Comfort, Fine Staff, Equipment Requirement LV 10, a mental power above 30 points, effect mental power 10, healing effect 20. Active skill life consumes a small amount of mental power to summon a life, do continuously restoring a small amount of health to friendly units within a designated area for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. When Lin Wanqing finished reading the attributes of the 3 items, the atmosphere in the carriage reached another peak. Exceptional materials. The value of this core is probably no less than that of a rare piece of equipment. Tang Kiki's eyes sparkled as if she could already see countless possibilities for its use. Nutrient solution. My goodness, with this the pressure on our food reserves will be reduced by more than half. Qin Shuyun's joy was evident. Meanwhile, Xia Jiwei stared at the vibrant green staff, her small hands tightly clutching her clothes, her eyes filled with longing. Her basic healing spell had weak effects, leaving her feeling guilty and powerless. This staff was like a divine gift to her. Jiwei. Chen Fan picked up the staff and smiled as he handed it. This is yours. Can I? Xia Jiwei looked at him timidly, unable to believe it. Of course. Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. You deserve it. Without you discovering the sneaking flower spirit in time, our defensive line would have been in trouble long ago. Thank you. Thank you, brother Chen Fan. Thank you, everyone. Xia Jiwei's eyes turned red as she carefully accepted the staff, holding it tightly in her arms. The warm energy from the staff flowed through her arms and throughout her body, giving her an unprecedented sense of peace. Alright, the loot has been distributed and the materials have been collected. Chen Fan looked around at the revitalized crowd. Now it's time to witness the moment of miracles. He turned to Tang Kiki and Lin, watching his eyes filled with anticipation. Let's begin. Construct the spring of life. We guarantee the task will be completed. Tang Kiki and Lin watching saluted excitedly and immediately rushed to the main control panel. The workshop on the second floor of the Dawn began to operate automatically. Blocks of fine-grade alloy were fed into the furnace and arcs of arcane energy circuits were precisely welded. Tang Kiki was in charge of constructing the main structure, her fingers moving so fast on the virtual screen that they left after images. Lin Wanqing was responsible for adjusting the energy core, massive streams of data flowing before her eyes, every parameter adjusted to perfection. Chen Fan stood behind them, gently placing his hand on the workstation. Detected team collaboration for rare item production. Talent teammate amplification hidden effect triggered. While in production, the probability of quality improvement increases. A line of invisible golden text appeared on Chen Fan's retina. He felt a stirring in his heart, but remained composed, silently merging his own mental power into this production. This time he was not just a talisman providing a talent. He wanted to participate in a truly core role. Su Qingying, Qin Shiyun, Evelyn. Everyone held their breath, quietly watching this scene. The thing that was about to be born would fundamentally change their way of life in this apocalyptic world. Time passed second by second. Buzz, at last accompanied by a gentle humming, the indicator light of the workshop changed from red to green, signifying success. A silver metallic core exuding a sense of technological beauty and resembling a work of art slowly emerged from the workstation. Its surface shimmered with a light blue energy halo far deeper and more mysterious than depicted in the blueprint. Tang Kiki and Lin Wanqing almost simultaneously turned their gaze toward its attribute panel. In the next second, both genius girls let out an incredulous exclamation. This is impossible. Spring of life, purified water core, excellent category, multifunctional, living module effect, can construct a miniature energy conversion core. This core can automatically absorb the free energy in the air and convert it into pure life-sustaining water rich in beneficial elements. Daily maximum conversion amount 1,000 liters. Additional function 1. By replacing different catalytic filter cores, the life water can be converted into different effective liquids, such as cleaning liquid, disinfectant, basic nutrient solution, etc. Effectiveness increased by 20. Additional function 2. Quality improvement, unlock energy resonance. When the core operates, it will continuously emit a faint life energy, slowly nourishing the surrounding environment and slightly increasing the recovery speed of all life forms within range. Note it exceeds your imagination. Excellent. The quality has improved. Not only has the daily conversion amount doubled, but the effectiveness has also increased, and even a brand new area buff effect has been added. We did it. We succeeded. Tang Kiki was so excited she was incoherent, grabbing Chen Fan's arm, bouncing around. The entire carriage erupted in jubilation. Amazing. Chen Fan, you really are our national treasure. Xia Jiao shouted excitedly. Su Qingying's long-frozen expression also revealed unmistakable shock and joy. She looked at Chen Fan, her gaze as if she were looking at a walking miracle. What are you all standing there for? Anastasia's voice broke through the crowd's ecstasy. Leaning back on the sofa, she spoke in a commanding tone. Immediately make me a cleaning filter core. I want to be the first to take a shower. Her face still wore that, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth and the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes had already betrayed her true feelings. All right. Chen Fan laughed heartily, filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. All right. Chen Fan responded with a hearty laugh, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He immediately shifted his gaze to the exquisite blueprint he had just acquired. Cleaning catalytic filter blueprint. Kiki Wanqing, let's strike while the iron is hot, and make this too. Tang Kiki waved her small hand, and the saponified grass and gentle flower they had just collected were sent to the production platform by the mechanical arm. With experience in constructing the main body, making an exquisite level accessory was a piece of cake for them. In less than 10 minutes, a filter with a faint green glow resembling a honeycomb was completed. Tang Kiki skillfully installed the extraordinary level spring of life core onto the reserved interface in the living area, and then with a click she embedded the cleaning filter into it. She pressed the start button. Buzz. The extraordinary level core emitted a melodious low hum, and on the surface of the silver-white body, a light blue energy aura began to circulate as a visible pure stream of water gushed forth from the outlet. It's done. Inside the cabin, cheers erupted once more. Qin Shiyun was the first to take a cup, the water crystal clear and free of any impurities, even carrying a faint aroma of plants. Switch to cleaning mode. Lin Wanqing operated the control panel. The energy aura of the core transformed from light blue to a gentle light green. The liquid flowing from the outlet also became slightly thicker and began to produce delicate bubbles, filling the entire cabin with a refreshing floral fragrance. Anastasia walked to the outlet, extending her slender fingers to touch the green liquid. The foam was delicate, the texture gentle, and it even carried a faint sense of energy nourishment. It's passable. She retracted her hand, using a discerning gaze typical of evaluating luxury goods to comment lightly. Yet her remarkably bright eyes betrayed her inner eagerness. The bathroom is over there, the first spot. Chen Fan pointed to the independent compartment at the back of the living area and said with a smile. Anastasia said nothing further, not even exchanging quips with Evelyn. She merely raised her chin haughtily and strode in with her long legs, the first to enter the bathroom. Watching her disappearing figure, Xia Xiao chuckled mischievously. Sister Xia says no, but her body is quite honest. Let her go first, we can test if this thing will explode. Evelyn crossed her arms and said coolly, though her gaze involuntarily darted toward the bathroom. While Anastasia was bathing, Qin Shuyun and Lu Mengyan commanded the drones to thoroughly clean the marsh. All the spoils of war were categorized and stacked neatly in the spacious storage compartment of the Dawn. Lin Wanqing quickly counted them and projected the statistics onto the main screen. Statistics of this battle's harvest: saponified grass x 352, gentle flower x 288, silver leaf grass x 195, wood spirit core ordinary x 854, flower fairy pollen ordinary x 912, energy crystal ordinary x 1850 units, wood x 1550 units, iron block x 850 units. Looking at the long string of dense numbers on the screen, everyone gasped in awe. This was merely a battle against a horde of low-level monsters, yet the harvested regular materials exceeded their total from the past week. Our new strategy is absolutely correct. Su Qingying looked at the report, her voice carrying a hint of emotion. Steady progress not only maintained efficiency, but thanks to clear objectives and adequate preparation, the harvest far exceeded expectations. Moreover, we sustained almost zero battle losses. Qin Shuyun gently added, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. This was more precious than any loot. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened. A wave of warmth mixed with the fragrance of body wash and a hint of steam poured out. Anastasia emerged wearing a comfortable silk bathrobe, drying her slightly damp platinum long hair. Her face bore a faint blush typical after bathing, the pallor from battle and injury now completely gone. She seemed rejuvenated, transforming back into the dazzling top model. How is it? Xia Xiao immediately gathered around curiously. As I said, it's barely usable. Anastasia glanced at her, her tone still haughty. Yet when she walked to the sofa and sat down, a hint of languid satisfaction that slipped out inadvertently. All right, next. Tang Kiki excitedly raised her hand and dragged Lin Wanqing over. The girls, as if discovering a new continent, lined up to enjoy this lavish 5-star hot shower in the apocalypse. Nightfall quietly descended. The boundless road sank into a deep darkness, with only the headlights of the dawn slicing through the mist like two sharp swords. In the driver's seat, Su Qingying took over. Her expression was focused, her gaze calm, maintaining absolute vigilance even on this monotonous and dangerous road. Inside the cabin, however, it was warm and peaceful. To ventilate and savor this rare tranquility, the side door of the cabin was wide open. The evening breeze, carrying a hint of wildness, brushed against the girls' freshly washed fragrant hair. Everyone had changed into comfortable casual wear, shedding the tension and fatigue from battle. Evelyn sat on the floor, spread a soft blanket, and meticulously polished each part of the Barrett with a special. In her hands, the cold gun seemed to come to life. Anastasia reclined on the sofa, holding a small mirror, performing basic skincare on herself. Though there was no miraculous water, the pure water transformed from the extraordinary level spring of life was inherently rich in energy, far surpassing the past. Xia Jiwei clutched the exquisite level staff, nature's comfort, with affection, her fingertips constantly feeling the life energy flowing through it. Her sister Xia Xiao leaned beside her, chattering away, occasionally issuing a burst of bell-like laughter. Qin Shuyun and Lu Mengyan were in the open kitchen preparing a late-night snack for everyone. The warm aroma of food filled the cold steel fortress with the essence of home. Tang Kiki and Lin Wanqing gathered at the control panel, studying the spring catalyst filter blueprint, quietly discussing how to optimize the material ratios to enhance the flavor of the nutrient solution. Su Qingwei and Xingong Ji Tsukiyomi sat quietly to the side, one polishing her dagger, the other meditating, a holy aura enveloping her. And Chen Fan, the national treasure core of the team, enjoyed an unprecedented leisure. Leaning back on the sofa, sipping the hot tea freshly brewed by Qin Shuyun, he gazed at the vivid and beautiful scene before him, a surge of immense satisfaction welling up in his heart. Hey, I say. Anastasia suddenly put down the mirror and looked at Chen Fan. With your level talent, aside from making food, weapons, and cosmetics, now you're managing shampoo too. Next, are you going to provide us with a mobile cinema? Her words elicited laughter from everyone. That would be great. Xia Jiao immediately chimed in. I've been wanting to watch a movie. Chen Fan smiled, spreading his hands. As long as you need it, I can even provide an aircraft carrier. It's just, I wonder when the next treasure chest will open. Speaking of treasure chests, Evelyn raised her head, her ice blue eyes looking at him. The barret we opened today has great attributes. This was her first time so openly praising Chen Fan's loot. I'm glad you like it. Chen Fan felt genuine. Evelyn nodded, lowering her head to continue polishing her beloved gun, the corners of her mouth. Chen Fan. Qin Shuyun approached with a plate of cut fruit, gently sitting opposite him. What are your thoughts on this victory compared to the last failure? Her question instantly silenced the cabin. All eyes subtly fell on Chen Fan. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before setting down his teacup. He looked at everyone present, observing their serene, focused, or bright faces, and spoke earnestly. My impression is that our team is indispensable. The last failure was due to overconfidence, and because we did not maximize everyone's strengths. Evelyn's power requires a safe output environment. Anastasia's stealth has limited utility on the front lines, but in flanking disruption and pinpoint elimination, she is unparalleled. And my talent, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, holds zero value in frontal combat. But my role is to ensure you have no worries. So that you don't have to worry about what to eat during battles, whether you have medical supplies for injuries, or if, after a whole day of fighting, even a hot shower is unattainable. His words were simple, yet flowed like a warm current into the hearts of every girl present. They looked at this man who had initially been somewhat timid, even a bit cowardly, and had unknowingly grown into the true backbone capable of supporting all of them. You're right. Su Qingying, who had been silent while driving, suddenly spoke through the cabin intercom. Her voice remained cold, but carried a hint of acknowledgement. We are a whole. Every individual is an indispensable gear in this whole. And you, Chen Fan, you are the core that allows all gears to operate smoothly. This highest praise from the number one on the beauty list, the brain of the team, made Chen Fan's heart race. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, stop flattering me, or I might start floating. Uffed. His awkward demeanor once again made everyone laugh, filling the cabin with a joyful atmosphere. The night enveloped the endless road like thick ink that could not be dissolved. The warm light inside the carriage contrasted sharply with the profound darkness outside. The sounds of laughter gradually faded, and the cozy party celebrating victory finally came to a close. Good night, Chen Fan. Good night, everyone. The girls exchanged good nights, adorned with a hint of the fresh scent after a bath and a sense of satisfied weariness, each returning to their own rooms. The interior space of the Dawn was a proud creation of Tang Kiki, utilizing some form of spatial folding technology, making it far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The living area was reasonably divided into 6 independent bedrooms. Although each room was not particularly large, it was equipped with beds, wardrobes, and independent ventilation systems, making it a luxurious suite in the apocalypse. 11 girls occupied 5 rooms, while Chen Fan finally had his own completely private single room. He closed the door, isolating himself from everything outside. The room was quiet, with only the faint heartbeat-like hum emitted by the core of the fountain of life as it operated. A subtle, reassuring energy permeated the air. Chen Fan lay on the soft bed, feeling himself. This was a sense of stability and security he had never experienced before. He recalled the fear and vigilance of initially being alone in a small off-road vehicle, needing to keep one eye open, even while sleeping. Looking at the present, he had a solid, mobile fortress, reliable and powerful teammates, and shampoo that he would never have to worry about running out of. A tremendous feeling of satisfaction and security enveloped him like warm tides. Fatigue soon followed. His eyelids grew heavier, and his consciousness began to blur as he was about to fall into a deep slumber. In this state of drowsiness, a faint sound echoed. Click. It was the sound of the door lock being cautiously turned from the outside. Chen Fan's nerves jolted, and his sleepiness dissipated by a third. Was it an illusion? He held his breath, straining to listen. Creak. The door was pushed open, a tiny crack, the movement as gentle as a breeze. A slender and graceful shadow slipped in like a cat under the moonlight, silently entering before gently closing the door behind. Throughout the entire process, not a single extraneous sound was made. Chen Fan's heart surged to his throat. Who? Was it Anastasia? Or was it Su Qinghua? Only those two possessed such ghostly stealth. But why would they come to his room? The shadow paused for 2 seconds, seemingly adapting to the darkness of the room. Then she began to walk silently towards his bedside, step by step. Chen Fan's mind went blank, his body stiffened like a stone, nearly forgetting to breathe. He could distinctly smell an aggressive scent, a mix of high-end body wash and feminine fragrance, which grew more intense as the figure drew closer. That scent was Anastasia. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the edge of the mattress sank slightly. The figure sat at the edge of his bed. Immediately after, a corner of the blanket was gently lifted, and a cool breeze slipped in through the gap. Then a warm, soft, and curvaceous body burrowed into his blankets. Every hair on Chen Fan's body stood on end at that moment. He shot up from the bed, as if electrocuted, the sleep utterly frightened away. He looked down in terror, using the extremely faint starlight coming through the window to see beside him. Inside the blankets, a figure lay on her side, her platinum hair, cascading down like a waterfall in the moonlight, sprawled across the pillow. That face, still defined in the darkness, breathtakingly beautiful, was none other than Anastasia. Xia. Chen Fan's voice stumbled due to extreme shock. You? How did you end up here? Anastasia slowly opened her sapphire-like eyes. In the darkness, her gaze appeared exceptionally bright, filled with a hint of laziness, a touch of mockery, and an incomprehensible complex emotion. She did not answer his question, but instead pulled the blanket up a bit, making herself more comfortable, and spoke in a slightly hoarse, magnetic voice. Your bed is more comfortable than mine. This reason was so powerful that Chen Fan momentarily had no words to respond. No, it's not about how comfortable the bed is. Chen Fan felt like his brain was about to fry. He lowered his voice and spoke urgently. We shouldn't be in this situation, just the two of us. It's inappropriate, right? What's inappropriate about it? Anastasia glanced at him, her eyes carrying a hint of natural arrogance. I'm cold and want to find a heat source. Is that not allowed? You're cold. Chen Fan almost couldn't catch his breath. With her physical prowess, would she really be afraid of this little night chill? This excuse was even more ridiculous than the last. Yes, I'm cold. Anastasia's tone was unyielding. She even purposefully moved a little closer to Chen Fan. The warm, surprisingly elastic skin nearly pressed against his arm through the thin sleep robe. Chen Fan felt a surge of heat spreading throughout his body from where their arms touched. He instinctively shrank back, his back pressed tightly against the cold wall, tense like a rabbit cornered. All right, stop making noise, I want to sleep. Anastasia seemed quite pleased with his reaction, closed her eyes, and appeared ready to fall asleep peacefully. Hey! Chen Fan was completely at a loss. He couldn't overpower her in a fight, and shouting would only lead to his demise. He would definitely become the enemy of all the women in the carriage tomorrow. He could only grit his teeth and continue to struggle. Xiao, what do you really want? Can you just say it? Please don't scare me. His voice even carried a hint of pleading. Anastasia was silent for a moment. She slowly opened her eyes again, turned her head, and quietly gazed at Chen Fan in the darkness. Her gaze was deep and sharp, as if she could see through his soul. After a long time, she finally spoke, her voice devoid of the previous mockery and arrogance, replaced by a touch of inexplicable seriousness. Chen Fan. I believe in equivalent exchange. What do you mean? Chen Fan was taken aback. Today you gave me something of high value. The outstanding fountain of life, along with the nearly unlimited supply of energy-infused cleaning liquid. To me, its value is no less than that of an epic-grade equipment. Chen Fan finally realized. So, this was the reason. Well, it's nothing, we are teammates, my talent is to do this. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, Anastasia interrupted him. A deal is a deal. I, Anastasia, do not like owing favors, especially favors from men. As she spoke, her body leaned slightly forward, her flawless face gradually approaching Chen Fan in the darkness. Her warm breath brushed against his face, carrying a deadly allure. So I'm here to settle the bill. You? How do you plan to pay? Chen Fan's heart raced as if it would burst from his chest. Anastasia's lips curled into a seductive and enchanting arc in the darkness. What is the most valuable thing in our team? Is it Su Qingying's intellect? Is it Evelyn's gun? Or is it Tang Kiki's skills? No, none of those. The most valuable thing is you. It's your class talent and the person who can bring all of this to life. So the best way to pay for this value is to make you mine. Transform you into my own. This seemingly light-hearted phrase struck like a thunderclap in Chen Fan's mind, causing an explosive resonance. In that instant, his brain completely crashed. Time and space seemed to freeze. The only thing he could feel was the astonishing blue sapphire eyes shining brilliantly in the darkness, reflecting the face filled with shock and confusion. Anastasia wants to turn me into her own. What kind of predatory words are these? Chen Fan felt as if his heart was no longer beating, but violently pounding against his chest, as if it would burst forth at any moment. He leaned rigidly against the wall, every muscle in his body taut to the extreme, unable to move even. You. What kind of joke is this? After a long while, he managed to squeeze out such a hoarse and dry voice from his throat, a tone so foreign to himself. Seeing his stunned expression, the mockery in Anastasia's eyes deepened. She not only did not step back, but moved even closer. Her warm, deathly tempting red lips were almost pressed against his ear. Do I look like I'm joking? Her voice dropped even lower, infused with a seductive charm. Each word was like a feather gently brushing against Chen Fan's most sensitive nerves. Chen Fan felt an electric current surge from his ear throughout his body, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He wanted to dodge, but behind him was the cold wall with nowhere to retreat. He wanted to push her away, but his hands felt as if they were filled with lead too heavy to lift. Right now, he was like a poor little lamb forced to the edge of a cliff by a stunning succubus. Xia, let's talk this through. At that moment, Chen Fan's desire to survive peaked, and he struggled to organize his thoughts, now a muddled mess. I know the spring of life is very important to you and everyone, and am glad to help. But that doesn't mean you can pay in this way. We are teammates, comrades, partners. We are a family. He rambled, pulling out every noble word he could think of, attempting to awaken her sense of reason. Family. Upon hearing this word, Anastasia scoffed, as if she had heard the greatest joke. Chen Fan, put away your naive rhetoric. In the apocalypse, the most unreliable thing is the so-called family. Her gaze suddenly grew deep and cold at that moment. I only believe in what I can see and grasp. And right now I see your value, so I want to seize you. Her logic was simple, brutal, yet carried an undeniable force. Chen Fan was left utterly speechless. He realized he could not communicate with this woman using normal reasoning. Her worldview was completely different from his and the others in the team. It was a jungle law born from an environment of extreme insecurity, worshipping absolute power and equivalent exchange. Seeing him fall silent, Anastasia seemed quite satisfied. She believed he had already acquiesced. In the darkness, her hand, which had been under the blanket, slowly emerged. Chen Fan's pupils dilated suddenly. Here it comes. She is about to make a move. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, his heart crying out in despair. It's over. His entire life of purity was about to be forfeited tonight. Su Qingying's sister, Shuyun Evelyn. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to remain virtuous, it's just that the enemy is too powerful and I can't resist. However, the anticipated violation did not come. He only heard the rustling sound of fabric rubbing against itself. Then a small, square, slightly rigid box was shoved into his hand. Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes, utterly bewildered. He instinctively looked down. With the faint starlight from outside, he barely made out a small, flat paper box in his hand. This shape, this texture, why does it feel so familiar? Before he could figure it out, Anastasia had pulled back, slightly leaning against the pillow again, watching him leisurely. All right, I've paid the bill. Her voice returned to that lazy and proud tone. As for when and how this transaction takes place, the initiative is in your hands. Chen Fan was completely dumbfounded. Bill, transaction, initiative, what on earth is this? He felt completely lost as he raised the little box before his eyes, squinting to examine it closely. When he finally saw the few familiar heart-thumping English letters on the box, boom, his face instantly flushed a deep crimson. The hot blood surged from his soles to the top of his head, making him feel as if his skull might explode. It was the very box that had caused him public embarrassment when he opened it from the treasure chest. This woman, Anastasia, actually took this thing as a bill and paid it to him. At this moment, Chen Fan's shock far surpassed the earlier terror. He stared dumbfoundedly at Anastasia, then looked down at the hot potato in his hand, feeling as if his worldview had been repeatedly overturned, reshaped, and then shattered within a few minutes. You. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. He wanted to curse, but didn't know where to begin. He wanted to throw the box away, but felt that this action would be too conspicuous. All he wanted now was to find a crack in the ground to hide in and never come out. What's wrong? Anastasia looked at his expression as if struck by lightning, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth, a victor's curve. Not satisfied? Or do you think? My value isn't even worth this box. Her tone carried a hint of dangerously provocative challenge. No. That's not what I mean. Chen Fan's survival instincts kicked in, and he hastily waved his hands in explanation, causing the box in his grip to shake, adding to his embarrassment. I just feel this. It's just too absurd, preposterous, or shocking. As Anastasia watched him flounder, it seemed she finally felt she had gained the upper hand again. The debt owed for the shampoo, as well as the stunned feeling from being impressed by Chen Fan's talent, vanished in that. She regained control. However, beneath her seemingly calm expression, a barely perceptible blush quietly crept up to her ears. In the cover of darkness, this hint of shyness went unnoticed by Chen Fan. In truth, when she made this decision, her inner self was far from as calm as she appeared. Anastasia, who had traversed the runway and seen countless people, had never done something so bold, even outrageous. But she did it anyway. On one hand, it was her damned principle of equivalent exchange at play. On the other hand, even she was reluctant to admit when Chen Fan said, "We are a family," her heart was unexpectedly touched. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, warm, yet unfamiliar. She was afraid of this feeling. Thus, she sought to break it using the most direct, utilitarian approach that aligned with her persona, redefining her relationship with Chen Fan. "We are not family, we are trading partners. Nothing more. All right, I've given you the item, our accounts are..." Anastasia tugged at the blanket, turned over, and faced away from Chen Fan, leaving behind a curvaceous silhouette that sparked the imagination. I'm going to sleep now, don't disturb me. Her voice seemed to carry a hint of sleepiness. Yet the slight rising of her back and the tight grip on the blanket revealed her inner turmoil. Chen Fan sat dumbly on the bed holding the box that made him feel uncomfortable, staring at Anastasia's back, while his mind was a chaotic mess. This woman is simply a fairy that is completely unfathomable, yet filled with deadly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked at the box in his hand, then glanced at the woman lying beside him, suddenly feeling he might understand her logic. She didn't truly intend to pay in this way. It felt more like a proclamation of sovereignty. Through this extreme method, she established a deep bond with Chen Fan. She told him, "You are valuable, I have my eye on you, so I paid the deposit in advance. As for when and how this investment will be redeemed, that's another matter. But from this moment on, you, Chen Fan, will bear my Anastasia's label." Realizing this, Chen Fan's embarrassment and fear slowly faded away, replaced by a kind of helplessness that made him want to laugh and cry. He shook his head, carefully placing the box on the bedside table. Then he lay back down, trying to distance himself from the enchanting creature radiating an astonishing body heat. The room fell silent once more. Only the clear yet intentionally suppressed sounds of their breathing remained, and the core of the extraordinary spring of life continued to emit a gentle hum akin to a heartbeat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For some reason, Chen Fan felt that the heartbeat of the core tonight seemed to be slightly faster than usual. That night, Chen Fan was destined to be sleepless. His body was as stiff as a statue, leaning on the edge of the bed, almost about to fall off. Beside him was a woman occupying half the bed, resembling a siren. Her steady and rhythmic breathing echoed in the quiet room, magnified infinitely like a small hammer, striking repeatedly at Chen Fan's fragile nerves. He could distinctly smell the intoxicating scent emanating from her, a deadly fragrance mixed with her body scent after a shower. The aroma seemed alive, weaving into his nostrils, stirring his mind, and igniting the primal heat. With Chen Fan slowly turned his head, peering at the bedside table in the dim light. A small square box lay like a Pandora's box, a hot potato, or an undismantlable bomb. Anastasia's bill. Her words, "I will make you mine," echoed in his mind like a haunting melody, stirring up a tempest within him. This woman was simply insane. A madwoman who acted without logic yet possessed a beautiful and dangerous set of twisted reasoning. He could not comprehend how things had escalated to this point. Just last night, everyone was still immersed in the joy of victory and the happiness of having shampoo. He had been basking in the warmth of team cohesion, filled with the ambience of home. Yet overnight the atmosphere had dramatically shifted. Family. Anastasia's sarcastic laughter seemed to linger in his ears. Chen Fan forced a bitter smile. Perhaps she was right. In the apocalypse defining their relationship, formed by interests and survival, with such warm terms as family, was itself a form of naivety. But he covertly stole a glance at the alluring silhouette beside him. He could not deny that when this woman crawled into his bed and declared her sovereignty in such an extreme manner, deep within his heart, apart from fear and absurdity, there seemed to sprout a strange sense of joy that he dared. As soon as this thought emerged, Chen Fan forcefully extinguished it. No, it was too dangerous. This woman was poison, and getting involved would be disastrous. Thus he tortured himself in a spiral of self-denial and chaotic thoughts throughout the night. As the first light of dawn broke, the faint morning light filtered through the gaps in the car window, illuminating the floating dust in the room. With two huge dark circles under his eyes, Chen Fan felt utterly drained. He remained motionless in the position from last night, even pretending to be asleep. He did not know how to face Anastasia upon waking. The breathing beside him had subtly changed. Anastasia, she did not immediately get up, but like a lazy cat stretched her breathtaking body in the quilt. Chen Fan felt the mattress beside him ripple with dangerous waves. Then he sensed Anastasia turned over face. Chen Fan's heart jumped to his throat, and he held his breath. A warm breath gently brushed against his ear. "I know you're awake." Anastasia's voice, slightly hoarse from sleep, yet still alluring, sounded like Chen Fan's body froze. Before he could react, the voice echoed again. "Thanks for your bed last night. It was very warm." After saying that, as if not satisfied, her soft lips lightly brushed against his earlobe like a dragonfly touching water. Boom. Chen Fan felt his brain explode completely. All his pretenses collapsed in an instant. He opened his eyes wide like a startled rabbit ready to spring up from the bed. However, Anastasia moved faster than him. She elegantly sat up, lightly tossing the blanket aside, her silk robe accentuating her perfect back curve. Without even glancing back at Chen Fan, she stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet like the proudest swan, silently opened the door, and walked out. As if everything from last night had been nothing but an absurd dream. The room was left with only Chen Fan petrified on the bed. His hand instinctively touched his ear. There it seemed still lingered a shocking warmth and softness. He stared blankly, slowly turning his head to look at the bedside table. The Durex box lay quietly there, silently reminding him. It was not a dream. Fairy. After a long time, Chen Fan finally squeezed these two words out from between his teeth. He frantically grabbed the box as if holding a ticking bomb, looking around for a place to hide it. Under the pillow? No, too obvious. In the wardrobe? What if someone sees it? Finally gritting his teeth, he stuffed it into the deepest corner of his storage space, sealing it away with a pile of clutter. After doing all this, he let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just finished a battle more exhausting than facing a boss. As Chen Fan walked out of the room in a daze, the carriage had resumed its usual warmth and liveliness. Qin Shuyun and Lu Mengyan were preparing breakfast in the open kitchen, the aroma of toasted bread wafting through the air. Chen Fan, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Qin Shuyun turned back, gently smiling as she greeted. Oh, it was rather good. Chen Fan jolted, answering incoherently, his gaze drifting, unable to meet hers. Really? But your dark circles are almost dragging on the floor. Qin Shuyun's eyes, as if able to see through one's heart, lingered on his face for a moment, thoughtfully commenting. Haha, maybe. Maybe I was too excited yesterday and couldn't sleep. Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly, quickly finding a place to sit and gulping down water. Brother Chen Fan here. Xia Jiwei, with her blushing little face, handed him a freshly made energy bar, still steaming, decorated with a cute smiley face made of jam. She was tightly hugging the natural comfort staff, obviously unwilling to let go of it all night. Thank you, Jiwei. Chen Fan took the energy bar, warmth flowing through him. This was the normal atmosphere a team should have. Just then a tall and stunning figure gracefully walked in from the bathroom. Anastasia had changed into a tight black combat suit, perfectly showcasing her voluptuous figure. She wore light makeup, her platinum hair, meticulously styled, radiating vitality in stark contrast to the spiritless Chen Fan. She approached the dining table and naturally took a seat opposite Chen Fan. Morning. She raised a glass of freshly squeezed juice and casually greeted everyone. Then her sapphire-like eyes fell on Chen Fan, the corners of her mouth curving up in a subtle, playful arc. Chen Fan. Huh. Chen Fan was nibbling on the energy bar when she called his name, nearly choking. It seems my shower gel is almost used up. Anastasia shook the cup in her hand and spoke in a tone as if commanding her servant. Later, remember to make me another bottle. It should be lavender scented. No one in the carriage found anything wrong with. After all, Chen Fan was now the logistics manager of the team, and it was natural to ask him for such things. Yet to Chen Fan's ears, the meaning had completely changed. What did she mean by my shower gel? What did remember to make me another mean? That condescending tone, that declaration of ownership. He looked at the mocking gaze in Anastasia's eyes as if he could hear her saying, having paid the bill, you are mine now, but what's wrong with commanding you? Chen Fan's face instantly flushed, a lump in his throat, unable to rise or fall. No problem. He almost clenched his teeth to squeeze out those three words. Uffed. Evelyn, watching Chen Fan's defeated expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She sensed that the atmosphere between the two was a bit off today. Just then, Su Qingying, who had been silently driving, broke the eerie atmosphere through the intercom. Everyone, prepare yourselves. In 5 minutes, we will have a morning meeting. We need to plan our next route and target. Her voice was as calm as ever, instantly pulling everyone back from the relaxed breakfast atmosphere into the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had been pardoned. He gratefully glanced toward the driver's seat. Qingying, you are truly my savior. However, when he turned back, he happened to meet Anastasia's eyes, which held a teasing glimmer. She silently mouthed two words that only the two of them could understand. You can't escape. Su Qingying's voice was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the eerie and ambiguous atmosphere at the dining table. Chen Fan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, almost springing to his feet, his movement so swift that he knocked over the chair behind him. Meeting. Yes, meeting. He hurriedly propped up the chair, forcing a smile on his face that was more grotesque than a cry in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Anastasia glanced at him, the playful curve at the corner of her mouth becoming increasingly pronounced, yet she said nothing more, elegantly holding her juice and leaning back against the chair. Evelyn's ice blue eyes scanned back and forth between the two, her brows slightly furrowing. The others also sat up straight, shifting their focus from breakfast to the upcoming meeting. 5 minutes later, everyone was seated around the conference table in front of the main control panel. The Dawn entered autopilot mode, cruising smoothly. On the main screen, instead of the statistics of their loot, there was a massive regional map displayed, filled with dense information pulled up by Lin Wanqing. First, let's summarize yesterday's battle. Su Qingying's voice resonated through the car's communication system, calm and clear, carrying an undeniable authority. We successfully cleared a mob-level monster settlement, defeated a mob-level BOSS, validated the feasibility of the new tactics, and achieved 0 casualties. The materials we collected are sufficient to sustain our basic consumption for quite a while, and we successfully manufactured an extraordinary fountain of life core. This is a perfect victory. Though her words were plain, the term perfect stirred a sense of pride within each person present. However, Su Qingying's tone shifted, growing serious. This perfect victory has also exposed our greatest shortcoming. The crowd's expressions hardened, all eyes fixated on her. Our firepower has formed a crushing advantage against mob-level and elite-level monsters. But once faced with higher-level enemies such as the Vinewood Lord we encountered before, we will still feel inadequate. The defense and firepower of the Dawn are still at the excellent stage, which is far from enough. Qin Shuyan nodded gently, adding, Qingying is right. We cannot become complacent due to a single victory. The dangers along the infinite road will only grow. Therefore, I propose that our next primary goal is to conduct a comprehensive, phased upgrade of the Dawn. Su Qingying presented the core topic of the meeting. We will elevate it from the excellent stage to the extraordinary stage. Wanxing. Here. Lin Wanxing immediately stood up and walked to the main screen. Show everyone the blueprints required to promote the Dawn to the extraordinary stage. Lin Wanxing's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, and a complex structural diagram and materials list instantly filled the entire screen. Blueprint for Dawn Mobile Fortress Extraordinary Level Upgrade. Required materials 1. High Strength Alloy X 5000 units 2. Arcane Energy Circuit X 1000 units 3. Energy Crystal Excellent Level X 500 units 4. Black Iron Core X 10.5. Bronze Heart X 1 Note. After promotion, the Dawn basic durability will increase to 1 points, basic defense will increase to 1 points, and a new modification module slot will be unlocked. Looking at the lengthy materials list, particularly the last two items with their special glowing names, the cabin fell into a brief silence. We can barely gather the high-strength alloy and arcane energy circuits with our existing materials and but we don't have a single energy crystal of excellent level, let alone this bronze core and right. Xia Jiao glanced at the two unfamiliar names, murmuring softly, this sounds like something that drops only from high-level dungeons in games. Exactly, Su Qingying affirmed her statement. According to the intelligence I've gathered, these special materials only have a chance of dropping from monster tribes at the Black Iron level or above. And Black Iron level monster settlements mean we will face a large number of elite level monsters as well as elite squads led by general level monsters, and even there is a high probability of encountering Lord level bosses. Lord level. These three words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. They still vividly remembered the terrifying pressure of the Vinewood Lord. And that was merely a mob level boss. The Lord level is a far more terrifying echelon that supersedes mob-level bosses. Can we do it? Lu Minjian's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible concern. This was not cowardice, but rather a rational judgment. We can. A firm and steady voice broke the heavy atmosphere. It was Chen Fan. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to clear his mind of the chaotic thoughts, his gaze sweeping over everyone. We must succeed. He looked at Su Qingying, his expression unusually serious. We cannot forever linger in the outskirts of the novice village battling mobs. To go further, we must challenge stronger enemies. Right now we have a solid fortress, powerful firepower, and perfect teamwork. More importantly, he paused, his gaze falling on Tang Kiki and Lin Wanxing. We have the best technicians who can transform these materials into our sturdiest support. He then looked at Evelyn and Anastasia. We have the top vanguards who can clear all thorns from our path. His gaze finally rested on Qin Shuyun, Su Qingyue, the Xia sisters Lu Mingyan and Shinkanji Tsukuyami. We also have the most reliable backup, allowing us to fight without distraction. Everything we possess now is our greatest confidence. Chen Fan's voice was not loud, yet it rang with conviction, each word striking clearly in everyone's hearts. The slight unease stirred by the term extraordinary was gradually soothed and dispelled by his words. The cabin fell silent once more. But this time it was not heavy, rather it was a calm power ignited by the spirit of determination. The girls looked at Chen Fan, their gazes infused with something different. This man had unknowingly grown to become a reliable backbone of the team. He was no longer just a mascot providing supplies, but rather the cornerstone that could stabilize morale at critical moments. Anastasia leaned back in her chair, watching Chen Fan speak confidently, a complex and inscrutable light flashing in her sapphire-like eyes. There was admiration, recognition, and a hint of an emotion she herself had not yet realized, called pride. This man she had taken a liking to seemed to be even more valuable than she had imagined. I agree with Chen Fan's view. Evelyn was the first to speak, her voice cold yet resolute. To obtain stronger weapons, we need to hunt stronger prey. It's the simplest principle. I have no objections either. Tang Kiki waved her little fist excitedly, saying, I can't wait to give the Dawn a major upgrade. The data model has been preliminarily established and the risks are within a controllable range. Lin Wanxing adjusted her glasses, calmly adding, I support everyone's decision. Qin Shuyan smiled gently, her gaze filled with trust. Soon everyone reached a consensus. The goal was established. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Su Qingying's face. She looked towards the main screen again. Since our goals are aligned, we now need to determine our next destination. She extended her hand and drew a large red circle on the map. According to the rules of the Infinite Road, the deeper we go, the greater the chance of encountering high-level monster settlements. Ahead of us, approximately 300 kilometers away, lies a special terrain marked as Black Iron Mining Area. There are a large number of rock puppets and metal-type monsters are entrenched, making it the most likely place for black iron cores to be produced. However, it has also been classified as a high-risk area. Our next destination will be there. The Black Iron. Chen Fan silently repeated the name, a surge of intense battle spirit rising within him. From now on, everyone enter level 2 combat readiness. Su Qingying gave the final command. Tang Kiki Lin, Wanqing, you are responsible for integrating the existing materials, maximizing all available ammunition and defense modules. Evelyn Anna, you are in charge of checking and maintaining all individual weapons. Sister Shiyun Mingyan, you are responsible for accounting for all medicines and food, ensuring logistical support. Qing Yue, you take over for me, responsible for driving and maintaining the highest vigilance. Everyone else take the time to rest and adjust your states. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with high spirits. The meeting concluded. The entire team operated efficiently, once more like a precise war machine. Returning to his seat, Chen Fan gazed out at the rapidly retreating, desolate landscape, yet his heart remained tumultuous. He could feel an invisible pressure and an unprecedented sense of anticipation enveloping him. At this moment, a cup of warm liquid with a lavender scent was gently placed on the table in front of him. He was taken aback and looked up. Anastasia stood before him, looking down at him. Here, your lavender-scented body wash. Her tone remained one of undeniable certainty. Chen Fan stared at the cup, clearly freshly made from the fountain of life, core, still bearing delicate bubbles, feeling both amused and exasperated. Thank you. No need to thank me. Anastasia pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down, her long, straight legs casually crossed. She did not speak further, merely observing him with her sapphire-like eyes that seemed capable of seeing through one's heart. Under her gaze, Chen Fan's heart, which had just calmed down, began to race uncontrollably again. He felt like prey being watched by a top predator, completely uneasy. Do you have something else? He asked, forcing himself to be brave. Nothing. Anastasia shook her head, then leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice to a volume. I just wanted to remind you. When we reach the Black Iron Mining Area, if anything good comes up. Her red lips curled into a bewitching smile. Remember, you need to show it to me first. Because the debt you owe me is still not paid off. Her crimson lips curved into a seductive arc. Remember, you must let me see it first. Because the debt you owe me is far from settled. Chen Fan's heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making even breathing difficult. He gazed into Anastasia's eyes, which shimmered with an aggressive light, feeling parched and unable to utter a sound. This enchantress truly intends to consume him entirely. Anastasia, satisfied with the sight of his helplessness, turned away, striding back to her seat with a feline grace. All that remained for Chen Fan was the alluring yet perilous silhouette that stirred his blood. The tense atmosphere inside the carriage mirrored the tumult within his heart, forming a bizarre symphony. He felt like a processor on the verge of overload, needing to contemplate the impending life-and-death challenge while allocating vast amounts of memory to guard against the time bomb that could explode at any moment. Under Su Qingyu's skilled navigation, the Dawnbreaker glided smoothly and swiftly towards the unknown Black Iron Mine area. The scenery outside was subtly transforming. The previous lushness of the marshlands was gradually replaced by a desolate iron-gray tone. Jagged, seemingly metal-forged boulders began to litter the ground, devoid of any vegetation. The air seemed to carry a faint, acrid scent of rust and sulfur. In front of the control panel, Tang Kiki and Lin Wanqing were engrossed in their tasks. All ammunition modules are filled, and the hive defense system is activated. Energy shield is pre-charged to 70, ready to be boosted to full power at any moment. A torrent of data flowed before their eyes as the two genius girls pushed the performance of this war fortress to its limits. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyuan and Lu Mingyan were preparing high-energy battle meals. The warm aroma flowed through the cold steel carriage, barely diluting the unsettling atmosphere of impending violence. Chen Fan forced himself to focus, directing his gaze towards Evelyn, who was maintaining her weapon. She was diligently polishing the massive Barrett sniper rifle with a soft deerskin cloth. Her movements were focused and reverent, as if tending to her most intimate lover. Hey! A cold voice unexpectedly resonated beside him. Chen Fan jolted, turning to meet Evelyn's emotionless, ice-blue gaze. She had stopped her actions at some point, now scrutinizing him with a piercing look. You're acting very strangely today. Evelyn's tone was not a question, but a statement. Your heart rate is 15 faster than usual, breathing is rapid, and your eyes are evasive. Your state will affect the entire team. Truly a top-tier assassin, her observational skills were extraordinary. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat forming on his back. It's nothing. I'm just a bit nervous about the next target. His lie seemed feeble and powerless under Evelyn's penetrating gaze. Evelyn frowned slightly, as if wanting to probe further. Coward. Anastasia's languid voice drifted over from a distance, perfectly rescuing Chen Fan. It's just my first time going to a high-level area, and I'm a bit scared. What's so strange about that? She held the lavender-scented bath lotion that Chen Fan had just made for her, taking a delicate sip, her movements as graceful as savoring the finest red wine. She held the lavender-scented bath lotion that Chen Fan had just made for her, taking a delicate sip, her movements. Evelyn glanced at Chen Fan, then at Anastasia, a flicker of suspicion crossing her ice-blue eyes. Yet ultimately, she said nothing more and continued to maintain her beloved firearm. Chen Fan let out a long breath, but dared not relax even slightly. He knew that Anastasia was not helping him, but rather asserting her ownership in another way. Only I can bully him. Time passed slowly in this oppressive and bizarre atmosphere. The Dawnbreaker traveled for nearly 2 more hours. Attention, we are approaching the periphery of the Black Iron Mine area. Su Qingying's calm voice came from the driver's seat, instantly refreshing everyone's spirits. The carriage fell into a sudden silence. Through the massive bulletproof glass, everyone gasped at the sight. As the Dawnbreaker delved deeper, the oppressive feeling grew stronger. Finally, after passing through a narrow canyon formed by gigantic black boulders, the scene before them became clear. An expansive dark red wasteland unfolded before everyone's eyes. The ground was dotted with enormous bottomless pits resembling the ugly scars of the earth. Countless thick rusted metal pipes crisscrossed like the remains of a giant serpent coiling over the waste. In the sky, gray-black dust floated, staining the sunlight with a foreboding hue. This is the Black Iron Mine, a land filled with the scent of death and metal. All units enter stealth mode. Su Qingying's voice, the armor on the surface of the Dawnbreaker shimmered with a nearly invisible optical camouflage, silently navigating into this perilous zone. The detection radar inside the carriage began to flash crazily with red dots indicating hostility. 3 o'clock to the left detected a cluster of black iron-level monsters, quantity 37, currently patrolling. Evade. Su Qingying's command was concise and clear. Su Qingyue skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, the massive vehicle gliding like a ghost, silently bypassing an abandoned mine pile and evading the detection range of the monsters. Just then, the central area of the main screen's detection radar suddenly lit up with a glaring light spot slightly larger than the other red dots. Warning: high-energy life response detected. Located directly ahead, this is the largest pit area on the periphery. Lin Wangxing's voice carried a hint of tension. Su Qingying immediately switched the perspective of the unmanned reconnaissance drone to the main screen. The camera zoomed in. Before them, at the edge of a giant pit over a kilometer in diameter, dozens of humanoid monsters formed of black rock and metal, each over 3 meters tall, were wandering aimlessly. They glimmered with a ghostly light that indicated their elite status. Among them was a larger creature, nearly 5 meters tall, wielding a fearsome metal warhammer with a single horn towering from its head, patrolling its territory like a general. With each step it took, the ground seemed to tremble gently. Rock Commander, level LV. Status alert. A line of blood-red information automatically floated onto the Dawnbreaker's detection screen. Commander level. The air in the carriage seemed to freeze at that moment. This was merely the periphery of the mine. Stop. Su Qingying's voice rang out. The Dawnbreaker slowly came to a stop behind a massive metal ruin, completely concealing its form. All eyes were fixed on Su Qingying, waiting for her next command. Su Qingying remained silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Finally, her eyes settled on Anastasia and Evelyn. Xia, Evelyn. Here. The 2 women responded in unison, their gazes sharp as blades. I need you to conduct an in-depth reconnaissance. Su Qingying's tone was exceedingly serious. Clarify the distribution of monsters in this peripheral mine and find the most likely location of the black iron core. And, she paused, speaking each word slowly. Confirm whether there is a Lord-level presence in this area. This is an assassination mission that requires extreme coordination, and it is also a test of the team's peak combat capabilities. Qin Shuyun's voice was gentle yet tinged with seriousness as she handed the 2 individuals specially formulated high-energy nutrient solutions in preparation for their departure. Anastasia took it without speaking, merely nodding. Evelyn then strapped the Barrett to her back and withdrew a silenced handgun more suitable for close combat from her tactical thigh holster, checking the magazine. Let's go. Anastasia cast a final glance at Chen Fan, and the complexity of meaning in her eyes made his heart skip a beat. Then she and Evelyn's silhouettes melted away like 2 droplets of water blending into an ink pool, silently disappearing into the desolate iron-gray ruins outside the vehicle. The side door of the Dawn slowly closed, cutting off the unsettling metallic aura from the outside. Inside the compartment, a profound silence fell. Everyone held their breath, their gazes converging on the main screen. The screen was divided into two perspectives, displaying real-time images relayed by Anastasia and Evelyn through their tactical scopes. The shaking camera and the oppressive scene, which only captured the sound of the wind and their own footsteps, made every observer feel the tension, their hearts tightening involuntarily. Chen Fan clenched his fists tightly, palms slick with sweat. He realized he could not fully concentrate on this. The last glance Anastasia gave before leaving was like a brand deeply etched into his mind. There was warning, provocation, an unyielding desire to possess, and even a fleeting decisiveness he could not comprehend. It was as if her departure was not just for reconnaissance, but also to prove something to him, to demonstrate that her value far exceeded that small box of bills. Still thinking about her, a voice as warm as jade gently echoed in Chen Fan's ear. He jolted, suddenly coming to his senses, and realized Qin Shuyun had unknowingly seated herself beside him, holding a cup of hot tea. Sister Shuyun. I'm not. His denial sounded weak and pale. Qin Shuyun did not press the issue. She simply pushed the hot tea toward him, her wise eyes seemingly able to see through everything, quietly watching him. Chen Fan, do you know? You may not realize it, but you are becoming the anchor for all of us. Anchor? Yes, anchor. Qin Shuyun smiled, patiently explaining. Your talent provides us with the foundation. Your growth in turn invisibly influences each of our mindsets and choices. Evelyn's gun will become stronger because of your spoils. Tang Kiki and Wang Xing's techniques will be realized because of your materials. And Qin Shuyun paused, her gaze becoming somewhat profound. She is a woman with extreme insecurity, yet she disguises herself with the sharpest arrogance. She believes in equivalent exchange because she does not trust that there is goodness in this world without reason. You have given her the most luxurious purity and beauty in this apocalyptic world, which she views as a significant debt. She must repay it with what she considers the most valuable things to regain her inner balance. Qin Shuyun's words were like a key, instantly unlocking the deepest entanglements in Chen Fan's heart. He abruptly looked up, shock filling his eyes. So, is that how it is? But, the way she does it. Chen Fan's voice was a bit hoarse, his cheeks involuntarily flushing. The method is extreme, isn't it? Qin Shuyun seemed to see through his thoughts, chuckling softly. Because in her past, understanding her beauty and body are her most valuable bargaining chips. She uses this method, which she is most familiar with and direct, to conduct a transaction with you. This has nothing to do with love or indulgence. This is merely her instinct for survival in this cruel world, to protect herself and bind to the strong. So Chen Fan, do not be deceived by her actions and do not underestimate her because of them. Try to understand the logic behind her actions and you will truly see this woman. Only then can you genuinely become the anchor she can rely on, shedding all her disguises. Her words were, the restlessness, fear, and the faint allure in Chen Fan's heart faded away at that moment. What replaced it was an unprecedented clarity and a hint of tender heartache. He looked again at the screen, at the figure darting through the ruins like a ghost, and his gaze had completely changed. Just then the reconnaissance footage suddenly changed. Shoo. Anastasia's voice came through the communicator, laced with a cold alertness. She and Evelyn were crouched behind a massive, completely rusted mining machine. In front of the camera was a relatively open expanse of land. In the center of the expanse lay the massive remains of a metallic construct resembling a small mountain. A large hole had been torn open at the chest of the remains. Surrounding the hole were dozens of fist-sized, entirely black stones, faintly glowing with dark red light in the crevices. Black iron core, ordinary, found. Inside the compartment, everyone felt a surge of excitement. But in the next moment, everyone's hearts sank. Because around that pile of black iron cores, 7 or 8 strangely shaped monsters were prowling back and forth. Their forms resembled an enlarged metallic scorpion, their bodies constructed from interlocking black iron plates, glistening with a cold metallic sheen. Their tails were raised high, the tips gleaming with a ghostly green light, clearly venomous. Black iron scorpion, elite level LV. 45 foot, traits venomous tail, sting, metal shell, vibration sensing. Elite level monsters. And their trait is vibration sensing. This means that any significant noise could attract them all. What should we do? Evelyn's voice was calm, showing no signs of panic as she had already aligned the crosshair of the Barrett on one of the scorpion's heads. Wait, Anastasia lowered her voice. They have a fixed patrol route, and in 5 minutes there will be a 30-second. 30 seconds is enough for me to get the items, and then withdraw. Her plan was bold yet precise. Evelyn said nothing more, just gently placed her finger on the trigger as a sign of support. Time passed second by second. Inside the compartment, everyone held their breath. Chen Fan's heart was also. Finally, the gap Anastasia mentioned appeared. The 7 or 8 black iron scorpions turned almost simultaneously, heading in different directions, creating a brief vacuum around the remains. Now's the time. Anastasia moved. She darted forward like the most agile black cat, making no sound, skimming the ground like lightning towards the pile of black iron cores. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. She reached out her hand, ready to collect the cores. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch the black iron core, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The massive metallic construct everyone thought was debris suddenly trembled without warning. A gigantic claw formed from countless rusty metal parts shot out from beneath the remains, striking down viciously towards Anastasia, who was within arm's reach. This sudden blow was both incredibly fast and brutally fierce. Abandoned War Puppet General Level BOSS, Level LV. 72-foot, status awakening from sleep. It was a boss. It had been disguised as debris lying in wait here. Jia! Evelyn's shout coincided with the thunderous gunfire. Bang! The specially designed armor-piercing round whistled through the air, striking the massive metallic claw accurately. Sparks flew. The immense impact caused the claw's movement to freeze for a split second. It was in the Anastasia displayed her superhuman reflexes, twisting her body at an incredible angle in midair, narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. Yet even so, the terrifying gust from the claw still struck her fiercely. Ugh! Anastasia let out a muffled groan. Her body flew like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily into the distant metallic ruins. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, staining her beautiful face with a touch of tragic color. The war golem, colossal as a mountain, slowly rose from the rusted ruins, casting a vast shadow that stained sky and earth alike with a desolate iron-gray gloom. Boom! Inside the carriage of the Dawn chariot, every heartbeat clenched tight, squeezed raw by the heart-stopping spectacle unfolding on the screen, as though crushed beneath that monstrous clawed fist. Chen Fan's pupils contracted to pinpricks in that instant. His mind went utterly blank, all sound receded into silence. The only thing he saw was the tactical visor's feed, the stark, cruel crimson blooming at Anastasia's lips. Blood. Her blood. Qin Shiyun's calm, clinical words, about anchors, equivalent exchange, and survival instinct, shattered completely in that moment. To hell with bargains. To hell with bindings. All he knew was that the woman who had slipped into his bed the night before, teasing him with ruthless charm, and commanded him with icy hauteur that very morning, was now wounded. She might die. A cold, bone-deep terror, unfamiliar, overwhelming, flooded Chen Fan's limbs and veins like a breached dam. And then surging behind it came a volcanic torrent of wrath, searing, all-consuming. Qingying! Chen Fan shot upright from his seat, eyes blazing crimson, locked unblinkingly on the cockpit. His voice shredded by fury and fear, cracked with raw, trembling intensity. Save her. He needed no further words. The moment the anomaly erupted, Su Qingying's voice, cold as northern ice, had already pierced the intercom, ringing in every ear aboard. All hands, full combat readiness. Tang Kiki, energy shields to 100%. Lin Wanxing, lock target, analyze weak points. Qingyue, engage engines at full power. Target main mining pit dead ahead. Ram it. Not a sliver of hesitation. The team's mind in its most critical hour issued an order both ruthlessly decisive and gloriously insane. Affirmative. Their reply rang in perfect unison, alight with ignited resolve and righteous fury. Boom! The Dawn chariot, that slumbering leviathan of steel, awoke in an instant. Engines roared with deafening fury. The massive hull tore through its optical camouflage, launching forward like a cannonball, hurtling headlong into the maelstrom of battle. Meanwhile, upon the battlefield, bang, bang, bang. Evelyn fired with the chilling precision of a machine devoid of emotion, her Barrett rifle barking deep, rhythmic thunder. Each custom armor-piercing round struck true, blasting brilliant flares where the war golem's massive skull met its armored joints. Though incapable of delivering a killing blow to such a thick-skinned elite-tier boss, the barrage successfully drew its full seething hatred. Xia, retreat! Evelyn shouted over the comms, even as she kept firing, her voice cutting across the rubble-strewn distance. Cough, cough. Anastasia leaned against the frigid metal wall, convulsing violently, each spasm bringing forth flecks of bloody froth. Her chest screamed with agony, at least 2 ribs were surely broken. Yet her sapphire blue eyes held no trace of fear, only a feral, feverish light burning with the wildness of a cornered beast. She watched the war golem, enraged beyond reason by Evelyn's harassment, and a dark, eerie smile curled her lips. This giant hurt me. From her tactical belt, she drew a peculiar sphere crackling with violet arcs of electricity. Electromagnetic pulse grenade, fine grade. Evelyn, 3 seconds from now, strike its left knee. Her voice clear and unwavering cut through the comms. Evelyn hesitated for half a breath, then instantly lowered her crosshairs. She trusted her rival's judgment without question. 3, 2, 1. The instant Anastasia's count hit 1, She hurled the EMP grenade with every ounce of strength left in her battered body, straight at the golem's feet. At that very instant, bang, Evelyn's rifle barked, and with it, WHOM. A visible wave of cobalt lightning erupted from the grenade's epicenter. A devastating electromagnetic pulse surged outward, engulfing a 100-meter radius. The golem's hulking frame seized, its pulsing red energy lights flickering dimly, as if choked mid-breath. And Evelyn's perfectly timed shot struck precisely where it was meant to, smashing into the left knee joint just as the golem staggered under sudden paralyzing instability. Crunch! A sickening grating shriek of rending metal echoed across the wasteland. The golem's colossal form lurched violently, collapsing onto one knee with a ground-shaking crash. The earth trembled. Brilliant shot. Tang Kiki cried out exultantly inside the carriage. Su Qingying's voice remained ice-calm. Ruer. The Dawn Chariot's reinforced battering ram prow smashed through a low wall of discarded, or barreling into the battlefield with brutal, unstoppable force. Its blinding headlights slashed forward like twin blades, locking instantly onto the war golem, still reeling from paralysis, struggling to rise once more. SCRECH. The roof's armored plating retracted. Dozens of launch ports glowed with ominous crimson light. Hive system full salvo. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dense swarm of micro-missiles trailing fiery contrails surged forth, like an enraged hive of hornets descending upon the golem's titanic frame. Deafening detonations ripped across the minefield. Fire and smoke swallowed the elite-tier boss whole. Side hatch, open. With a flawless drift tantrum, the Dawn Chariot skidded to a halt, its massive hull settling firmly just meters from Anastasia and Evelyn. Hiss! The airtight door retracted. Chen Fan stood silhouetted in the threshold, his face stripped of its usual gentleness and timidity, replaced instead by an unyielding glacial resolve. His gaze swept past the unscathed Evelyn, locking unflinching upon the proud woman, still standing defiantly, blood still glistening at the corner of her mouth. Get in the vehicle. His command brooked no refusal. Anastasia looked at him, at those bloodshot eyes burning with fury and anguish, and her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Without a word, Evelyn lunged forward, gripping Anastasia's arm. Moved. Anastasia offered no resistance, letting herself be guided toward the open doorway, a sanctuary carved from steel. Then Ruar. A far more savage bestial roar erupted from the smoke-choked inferno. The war golem, somehow having endured the hive system's full barrage, rose again seemingly unharmed. Yet its frame bore scorch marks across its hide, and its left knee still sparked erratically, but its chest-mounted core pulsed with a ferocious, unprecedented brilliance. Danger! It's preparing an area effect ability. Lin Wanqing's warning shrieked through the comms. Now go! Chen Fan's voice tore from his throat, raw and desperate. Evelyn and Anastasia lunged, crossing the final meters in a blur, and tumbled into the carriage just in time. Seal the hatch. WHOM. A devastating wave of dark red destructive energy exploded outward from the golem, radiating like a shockwave of annihilation. Boom. The newly sealed airtight door shuddered violently under the impact. The entire Dawn Chariot rocked, a sharp, sickening lurch, as the shield integrity gauge plummeted wildly across the display. Inside the carriage, Anastasia, jolted by the violent tremor, staggered, her legs giving way. In the next breath, she sank into a firm, warm embrace. It was Chen Fan. He held her tightly, so fiercely it felt as though he sought to fuse her bones with his own. Anastasia stiffened, instinctively bracing to pull away. Don't move. His voice brushed her ear, hoarse yet imbued with a tender, unassailable authority that stilled her resistance. You're bleeding. You are bleeding. These three words floated lightly, yet they could shake the very soul of Anastasia more than the thunderous strike of a war puppet. She leaned stiffly against Chen Fan's embrace, feeling the solid and warm body heat through the combat suit, which was so unfamiliar yet so reassuring. She raised her head, meeting Chen Fan's bloodshot eyes aflame with anger and urgency. In that moment, there was no trace of cowardice or retreat on this man's face. It was a pure primal rage that surged forth from the violation of one's belongings. Anastasia's heart beat violently out of control. Her steadfast worldview, which adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange, showed its first crack. Cough, cough. Let go of me. She instinctively struggled, but her voice sounded weak and powerless due to her injuries and the internal upheaval. Don't move. Chen Fan's low growl carried an undeniable dominance. He carefully lifted her remarkably curved body, cradling her horizontally. His movements were gentle, as if handling a rare treasure. Sister Shuyan, Jiwei. Chen Fan hurriedly carried her towards the medical area. Qin Shuyan and the Xia sisters had been waiting there, their faces filled with worry. Quick, let her lie down. Qin Shuyan quickly cleared a space, her gaze serious. Chen Fan carefully placed Anastasia on the soft medical bed, and in the final moment as his fingers withdrew from her body, he could even feel her skin quivering slightly. He stood up, casting a deep glance at the pale-faced woman who stubbornly turned her head away. Then he abruptly, that gentle face was now as cold as ice. Boom! The dawn shook violently again as the external energy shield emitted a mournful wail under the war puppet's relentless strikes. Alarm! Energy shield at 12 remaining. It is about to shatter. Lin Wangxing's voice was sharp and urgent. Tang Kiki. Redirect all backup energy to the main cannon Dawn. Su Qingying's voice carried a hint of resolute killing intent at that moment. Evelyn. Suppressive fire. Attack its energy core to buy time for Dawn to recharge. Evelyn was already in position, her ice-blue eyes locked onto the massive red dot flashing wildly on. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire rang out again. The atmosphere inside the carriage was tense to the extreme. At that moment, Chen Fan approached the control panel. Each step he took was exceptionally steady, a stark contrast to his usual self. Su Qingying glanced at him without saying a word, but her eyes held a hint of inquiry. Chen Fan did not look at her. His gaze was fixed on the grotesque, gigantic war puppet on the main screen. He spoke, his voice hoarse yet resolute. That last strike shattered one of our outer armors. My. Su Qingying was taken aback. The fragments of that armor should be near its right side track drive axis. Chen Fan's voice was chillingly calm. Dawn's main cannon aimed for that position. Use the shockwave from the explosion to send that fragment into its drive. This tactic was bold, mad, even, and could be described as gambling. It required extreme computational ability and unparalleled timing. Lin Wangxing's eyes flashed with a torrent of data. Theoretically. Feasible. Success rate 17.3. This success rate was dismally low. Su Qingying fell silent. She looked at Chen Fan's profile, which bore an emotion she had never seen before, named persistence. She suddenly understood. This was not a rational tactical analysis. This was a man's purest revenge. All right. Su Qingying took a deep breath and issued the command. Tang Kiki followed Chen Fan's orders. Off. Tang Kiki was taken aback. Execute. Su Qingying's voice was unyielding. Yes. Tang Kiki gritted her teeth, her fingers swiftly adjusting the control panel. The muzzle of the Dawn cannon slowly adjusted by a tiny angle. Now, Chen Fan's pupils suddenly fire. V-room. A brilliant golden beam condensed with all the energy of the Dawn at that moment tore through the dim mining area with a world-destroying force. The beam did not directly hit the body of the war puppet, but precisely struck the ground beside it. But the earth-shattering explosion generated a terrifying shockwave and countless fragments. The armor fragment that Chen Fan had taken into account was violently lifted by this immense force. In the air, it traced a deadly arc. Time seemed to slow down countless times at that moment. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the fragment rolling in the firelight. Ding! A crisp sound of metal colliding, almost inaudible, was transmitted into the carriage through a high-precision pickup device. That fragment, like a wedge of fate, precisely wedged itself between the gears of the war puppet's rapidly rotating right track drive axis. Creak! A sound of metal twisting that was painfully grating erupted suddenly. The war puppet's enormous body faltered abruptly. Its forward momentum, caused by the instantaneous locking of the right track, resulted in a fatal deviation. The massive inertia made it completely lose balance, and its colossal body crashed down to the left. To its left stood a sharp peak formed by countless abandoned metal pipes. PFFF. Dozens of thick, rusty metal pipes like spears of judgment mercilessly pierced through the war puppet's relatively weak side armor. They plunged deeply into its wildly flickering energy core. Roar! The war puppet let out its final reluctant wail. The red light in its chest shone brightly like a supernova explosion, then abruptly extinguished. After all, it was a mechanical puppet, and it could not generate energy on its own. Once the core was destroyed, it was doomed. The world fell silent. On the main screen, the massive and glaring red that representing the commander-level boss vanished completely. Congratulations. Your talent teammate amplifications class has been triggered. Kill commander-level boss, abandoned war puppet. All members gain 12,000 experience points, 1,000 by 12. Gained gasoline x 1200L, gained refined wood x 1200, gained refined metal x 1200, gained high-strength alloy x 6000, gained arcane energy circuit x 1200, gained energy crystal x 6800, gained energy crystal common x 6000, gained black iron core x 24. Team evaluation, level up battle perfect coordination. Triggering additional rewards. Gained superior level treasure chest x1. Gained blueprint war puppet core x1. Gained bronze core x3. Gained energy crystal fine x 2400. The system's alert sounded clear and distinct in the silent carriage. We won. Inside the carriage there was first a deathly silence followed by an explosion of thunderous cheers. We won! We won! Tang Kiki was the first to jump up, excitedly embracing Lin watching beside her. Lu Mingyan and Xia Jiao also hugged tightly, crying tears of joy. Su Qingying leaned back in her chair, letting out a long breath, her face revealing a beautiful smile of relief. However, Chen Fan did not move. He slowly turned around, his gaze passing through the celebrating crowd, landing on the woman lying on the medical bed. Anastasia was also looking at him. Those sapphire eyes, once filled with arrogance and mockery, now contained an incomprehensibly complex emotion that Chen Fan could not decipher. There was shock, confusion, and a hint of an emotion named dependence that she had not even realized she possessed. She suddenly felt that her previous notions of transactions and payments were utterly laughable. She wanted to use her most valuable chip to purchase this man. But just moments ago this man had proven to her and everyone else through a near-miraculous command that his worth far exceeded anything she could offer. Chen Fan took a step forward, slowly walking to her bedside. He crouched down, reaching out to gently brush away a strand of hair from her cheek, damp with sweat and blood. His movements were tender and focused. "Does it hurt?" His voice returned to its usual gentleness, but carried a tremor that made her heart race. Anastasia's body trembled slightly. She looked into those caring eyes, suddenly feeling a sting in her nose as her eyes uncontrollably reddened. This woman who had traversed the runway and seen countless people, always wrapped herself in the hardest armor, only wanted to cry at that moment. She bit her lips, stubbornly shaking her head. "It doesn't hurt." Her voice was as light as a whisper. Seeing her stubborn yet soft expression, Chen Fan felt a pang in his heart, followed by an overwhelming sense of tenderness. He did not speak again. He simply reached out, gently grasping her icy hand that lay outside the blanket. Anastasia's body stiffened once more. But this time she did not struggle. Instead, she allowed the warm, reassuring temperature to envelop and melt her cold fingertips bit by bit. Slowly she turned her hand over, using all her strength to tightly grip that hand back, as if clinging onto the driftwood of her entire world. The cheers inside the carriage abruptly ceased, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The tightly clasped hands conveyed not the warmth of melting ice and snow, but a shared shiver born from the sun. He suddenly lifted his head, gazing towards the control panel. There Lin Wangxing's face had turned pale, her forehead dotted with fine beads of cold sweat. Immense fear. He suddenly lifted his head, gazing towards the control panel. There Lin Wangxing's face had turned pale, her forehead dotted with fine beads of cold sweat. On the main screen, the radar map, which had emptied significantly after the boss's demise, was now being filled at a terrifying speed by newly appeared enormous red dots. Warning: multiple high-energy reactions detected. Awakening. Southeast, the Rock Giant Tribe leader-level boss signal activated. Due West, Metal Graveyard leader-level boss signal activated. Northeast. Lin Wangxing's voice became sharp and tremulous due to extreme shock and fear, each word striking like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. Go! Su Qingying's voice erupted like a glacier, cracking, instantly ringing out in the chaotic carriage. Drive quickly. The boss in this area has been dealt with, but the minion level and leader level boss in other areas have awakened and are coming for us. We must retreat immediately. Her face drained of color, the eyes that always strategized now displayed for the first time an emotion called boom, rumble. As if to confirm her words, the entire black iron mine began to tremble violently. It was not due to an explosion, but a deep, terrifying resonance emanating from the depths of the earth. The massive body of the dawn was shaking violently like a leaf in a storm. What? What is that? Lu Mingyan clutched the table, struggling to stand, her voice carrying an unmistakable sob as she pointed at the center of the main screen. Everyone's gaze was drawn to it. In the very center of the radar map, the area marked main or vein core was slowly illuminating with an indescribable, immense energy halo. The halo presented a dark golden color, profound like the universe, as if a star awakening each pulse, causing chaotic turbulence in the entire energy field of the mine. Just looking at that halo through the screen, an indescribable pressure originating from the depths of their souls enveloped the entire carriage. Small, powerless, like ants gazing up at deities. Extraordinary. Qin Shuyun's red lips trembled slightly as she struggled to utter these two words. Extraordinary. That terrifying tier which exists only in intelligence and legends transcending the level of Lord. In the carriage, a deathly silence ensued. The air felt as if it had solidified into lead, pressing heavily on each person's chest, rendering them unable to breathe. What? What is this black iron mine? Xia Zio's face turned pale, clutching her sister's arm, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Wasn't it said that only in raid battles could extraordinary beings exist? Her question echoed the thoughts of everyone. The intelligence was wrong. A fatal mistake. They thought they had broken into a high-level dungeon, but unexpectedly they had stepped into the dormant domain of some forbidden entity. The commotion of them killing the leader-level BOSS, along with the devastating strike of the Dawn main cannon, was like lighting a trivial firecracker beside a sleeping dragon. The sound of the firecracker awakened the slumbering dragon. Su Qingwei. Su Qingying's sharp shout jolted everyone awake from their stupor. Forget about the route. Charge out. At the fastest speed. Yes. Su Qingyue bit her tongue, the pain forcing her to suppress the fear within her, her hands on the control panel becoming a blur. Boom. The engine of the Dawn roared near its limit, its massive body abruptly changing direction, hurtling madly back towards the canyon they had come from. The violent jolting caused everything in the carriage to tilt and sway. Chen Fan still tightly held onto Anastasia, using his body to create the most solid barrier for her. He did not let go of her hand, but instead gripped it tighter. That warm and firm strength flowed continuously from his palm. Anastasia's body still trembled slightly due to her injuries and the jostling, but her eyes had already shifted from initial shock to a beast-like calmness and sharpness. She looked at the ever-expanding, despair-inducing dark golden halo on the screen, feeling the unmasked, terrifying aura coming from all directions after the leader-level boss awakened. On her beautiful face, there was no fear, only an almost frenzied, gravely serious expression. She suddenly understood why there were so many black iron cores in this mine. Why that war puppet disguised itself as wreckage and slept there. They were not the true masters of this place. They were all the guards of that extraordinary being. And they, the uninvited guests, had not only trespassed into the territory, but also killed one of the guards. This was a situation of no rest until death. Evelyn. Anastasia's voice was hoarse from the pain in her chest, yet carried an undeniable commanding tone. Forget about those leader-level beings. Use your sniper scope to lock onto the path we came from. Clear out all the minions in our way. Tang Kiki. Here. Repair the energy shield. Stuff all the energy crystals we just acquired. I don't care how you do it before I die. I don't want to see the shield shatter again. Yes. This woman who had just shown weakness in Chen Fan's embrace transformed back into that decisive, proud Ice Queen in the moment the team faced life and death. Only this time her commands were no longer for herself. Chen Fan looked down at her pale face from blood loss, yet still burning with an astonishing will, and an indescribable emotion filled his heart. He said nothing, merely tightening his embrace around the woman in his arms. Boom. The Dawn violently crashed through a heap of obstructing metal debris, the body letting out a painful groan. To the right front, black iron scorpions swarm. Over 50 of them. Evelyn's icy voice sounded, followed by Barrett's deep rhythmic roaring. Bang! Bang! Each shot precisely sent an elite-level scorpion flying, clearing a bloody path for the Dawn. Shield repaired to 35. Still rising. Tang Kiki's voice carried a sob, but her hands were steady as a rock. Hold on. Su Qingying's voice came from the driver's seat, where she and Su Qingwei were pushing this war fortress to its limits. The entire team, under the shadow of death, erupted with an unprecedented will to survive. Everyone moved like precision gears, seamlessly driving the massive war machine, Dawn struggling madly in the face of despair. Chen Fan's gaze passed through the shaking window, looking back. The main pit area they had just escaped was already shrouded in endless darkness. The dark golden sun had risen to midair. He could even vaguely see a colossal, unimaginable outline slowly taking shape in the center of that halo. Just a distant glance made Chen Fan feel as if his soul was about to be sucked in and completely torn apart. He abruptly averted his gaze, not daring to look again. His heart raced frantically in his chest, not out of fear, but from an instinct for survival ignited to it. He looked at the woman in his arms, whose breathing had begun to quicken due to blood loss and pain. He looked at the girls in front of the control panel, who were burning their lives to the utmost. A thought emerged clearly in his mind. To survive, they must live on together. This thought struck like a lightning bolt, tearing apart all the fears and distractions within Chen Fan. Holding the body of the woman whose skin burned with fever and breath was faint, the last trace of warmth in his gaze faded, replaced by a cold, hard resolve akin to the black iron mine. Go. Chen Fan's voice was hoarse, yet filled with an undeniable penetrating power, overpowering all alarms and roars within the cabin. Just go. He cradled Anastasia and strode boldly towards the cabin, heading straight for the newly created core of the Fountain of Life, which radiated extraordinary brilliance. Put her in. This frenzied thought stunned everyone. That was not a bathtub, it was one of the heart components. Listen to him. Su Qingying's voice came from the cockpit, decisive and resolute. In this moment, she chose to completely entrust the command to this man. Qin Shuyan was the first to react, rushing forward to help Chen Fan open the lid of the Fountain of Life core, as the rich, almost liquefied life energy instantly dispersed, refreshing the air around them. Chen Fan carefully placed Anastasia's bloodstained and dirt-covered body slowly into the clear life water, which resembled warm jade. Sizzle. The liquid made a faint sound upon contact with the wound. Anastasia's tightly knitted brows visibly relaxed the moment they came into contact with that pure life energy. Jiwei. Chen Fan turned his head, his crimson gaze landing on the pale-faced girl holding the staff. Use your staff. Heal her. Oh, okay. Xia Jiwei exclaimed, immediately running over and raising her nature's embrace high. Great spirit of nature, please listen to your child's plea and bring down the life-giving rain. A green light shone at the tip of the staff. A warm and gentle healing rain appeared out of nowhere, accurately falling upon Anastasia, complementing the energy of the fountain of life. After completing all of this, Chen Fan abruptly stood straight, turned towards the cockpit, and let out a tremendous roar. Qingwei, for the gas. Charge out before those monsters catch up to us. Understood. Su Qingyu's response was filled with a sob, yet also with a fierce determination born of desperation. Boom. The engine of the Dawn let out a mournful wail from overload, and the entire vehicle surged forward as if struck by a giant hammer. The violent inertia caused everyone in the cabin to sway dangerously. Warning. Engine overload at 120. Structural damage is intensifying. Lin Wanqing gripped the console, tightly shouting in panic. Ignore it. Su Qingying's voice was cold. Tang Kiki, transfer all remaining backup energy to the thrusters. But then the shield will execute. Yes. Tang Kiki gritted her teeth and unapologetically allocated the last segment of energy meant for the energy shield to the propulsion area. The speed of the Dawn soared once again. The scenery outside the window turned into a blur of flowing light. Entering the canyon ahead, 3 elite-level rock puppets were closing in. Evelyn's report was terrifyingly calm. Bang. Before the words ended, gunfire erupted. The head of a rock puppet exploded with a loud bang, its massive body crashing to the ground. 2 left. There's no time. Then let's charge through. Chen Fan's voice resonated throughout the cabin. His gaze was fixated on the radar behind, on that increasingly close large red, representing a commander-level BOSS, and further off on the dark golden glow that had completely obscured the sky, sending chills through his soul. We can't stop. Not even a step. We must charge straight through. Su Qingying's thoughts aligned with his. Qingwei. Full power. Charge. Ah! Su Qingwei screamed in a frenzy, pushing the control stick. Boom. The sturdy siege hammer front of the Dawn crashed violently into the 2 rock puppets trying to creak. The agonizing sound of twisting metal and shattering rocks echoed through the air. The entire cabin was violently tossed about in a cataclysmic upheaval. Chen Fan steadfastly shielded the fountain of life core with his body, allowing the tumbling debris to smash against his back, yet he remained unmoving. Cough. He felt a sweetness rise in his throat. A mouthful of blood surged up, yet he forced himself to swallow it back. We made it through. We succeeded. Tang Kiki's voice, filled with the relief of surviving a catastrophe, echoed amidst the chaos. The Dawn charged into the familiar narrow canyon in a state close to disintegration, billowing black smoke and electric sparks. The pursuing enemies were temporarily blocked outside the canyon. The suffocating and terrifying pressure from the extraordinary existence weakened somewhat due to the canyon's geography. Inside the cabin, everyone was gasping for breath. Before the relief of surviving could settle in their hearts, Lin Wanqing's next words plunged them deeper into despair. The vehicle. The structural damage exceeds 40. The left track is broken. The main engine has permanent damage. We can't run far. Despair once again enveloped everyone. At that moment, a faint splash sounded from the center of the cabin. Everyone instinctively turned to look. Inside the fountain of life core, the previously quiet and slumbering stunning woman slowly opened her sapphire-like eyes. With the infusion of 2 powerful life energies, her injuries had already healed significantly. She looked at the disheveled faces of everyone in the cabin, at Chen Fan, who was protecting her, his back a mess, and at the screens filled with red alerts. Finally, her gaze fell upon the loot list marked with bronze heart X1. Fools. Anastasia spoke, her voice still carrying a hint of weakness, but the innate aura of pride and sharpness. Who told you to put the loot aside while focusing on escaping? She extended her snowy white arm, pointing towards the control panel. Chen Fan, bring me that exceptional treasure chest. Now, immediately, at once. Open it. Chen Fan's movements suddenly froze at her words. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the woman who had just been lying in his arms, so fragile that she seemed as if she would shatter upon a mere touch. At this moment, she was half sitting in the warm waters of the core of the spring of life, droplets sliding down her snow-white, exquisite collarbone, dampening her tattered battle suit and outlining a breathtaking curve. Her complexion remained pale, but within her sapphire-like eyes that familiar queenly radiance reignited, as if she could control everything. This sudden transformation struck Chen Fan's heart like a violent collision. Yet this time he felt neither embarrassment nor the slightest anger. He merely gazed deeply at her. Then he nodded. Good. Just one word without any unnecessary questions or hesitation. He turned around, and amidst the wreckage of the carriage, he accurately found the treasure chest that had rolled into the corner due to the violent impact, still emanating an extraordinary purple glow. He picked up the chest heavy as if it bore the lives of all of them. Inside the carriage, everyone's gaze instinctively converged upon him. The atmosphere of despair was slightly torn open by this abrupt action. No one knew why Anastasia insisted on opening a treasure chest at such a life-and-death moment. But they saw Chen Fan's compliance. The man who had just saved Anastasia and the entire team with nearly miraculous command was now obedient to her. This unconditional trust ignited a flicker of unrealistic, absurd hope in everyone's heart. Holding the treasure chest, Chen Fan walked back to the core of the spring of life and knelt on one knee before Anastasia. This posture resembled a knight presenting spoils to his queen. Anastasia's eyes flickered slightly. Open it. Her voice remained commanding, but now held a trace of subtle softness. Chen Fan no longer hesitated, reaching out to cover the cold, yet seemingly alive and pulsating extraordinary treasure chest. Do you wish to open the extraordinary treasure chest X1? Yes. His thoughts firmly responded in a buzz. A dazzling, more brilliant purple light than when the main cannon Dawn was fired erupted explosively from the chest seams. The entire carriage was enveloped by this rich, almost tangible purple light. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Only Chen Fan and Anastasia fixed their gazes on the source of the light. Congratulations. Your talent team amplification S-class has been triggered. You have received energy crystals Excellent X360. You have received high strength alloy X6000. You have received arcane energy circuit X3000. You have received bronze core X12. You have received blueprint unyielding hard emergency power furnace extraordinary X1. You have received perfect repair tool set X1. A series of system notifications rang like heavenly music in everyone's ears. The light dissipated. Inside the carriage there was first a deathly silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by the list of spoils that could be described as luxurious to the extreme. The next second, holy crap, Tang Kiki was the first to erupt in a deafening scream as she looked at the intricately structured golden blueprint floating in midair, trembling with excitement. Emergency power furnace. It's the emergency power furnace. And it's extraordinary. My God. It only needs a bronze heart and the materials we currently have to craft it. Lin Wanqing also excitedly adjusted her glasses, her eyes behind the lenses sparkling with a fervent light named Hope. In theory, it can perfectly bypass the already damaged main engine and provide Dawn with temporary power even stronger than before. And this perfect repair tool set. With it, our efficiency in repairing the vehicle can be improved by at least 300%. The voices of the two genius girls completely ignited the emotions of everyone in the carriage. A miracle at the edge of despair. This was truly a miracle at the edge of despair. Immediately crafted. Su Qingying's voice regained its calm and decisiveness as she quickly issued, Tang Kiki Lin Wanqing work on the furnace and repairs simultaneously. Sister Shiyun Mingyan clear out the space next to the medical area for them to use as a temporary workstation. Jiang Jiwei gather all the scattered materials and tools. Evelyn continued to guard the entrance of the Qingyue, stay silent, and conserve the last bit of energy. Yes, everyone replied in unison, their voices filled with the excitement and high spirits of surviving a catastrophe. The entire team, this war machine on the verge of collapse at that moment, seemed to be injected with a shot of adrenaline, crazily operating with an incredible efficiency once again. Chen Fan slowly stood up. His gaze passed over the busy figures and fell once more on that woman. Anastasia still leaned against the edge of the pool, quietly watching him. A trace of sickly redness appeared on her pale face due to her excitement. Her eyes were filled with complexity. There was relief, pride, and a hint of a deep reliance that she herself had yet to realize. At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly understood everything. She was not showing off nor issuing orders. She was placing a gamble in her own way. She gambled that only her S-class talent could create miracles in this desperate situation. She gambled that he would trust her judgment without hesitation. With her seemingly sharp and proud actions, she forcibly pulled the entire team out of the mire of despair. This fairy, a surge of indescribable warmth mixed with both heartache and admiration welled up in Chen Fan's heart. He walked up to her and squatted down again. This time he said nothing. He merely reached out and gently tucked a damp, disheveled strand of her golden hair behind her ear. Anastasia's body trembled slightly. She looked at his eyes, which were so close, filled with understanding and tenderness, and suddenly felt that her heart, masked by an ice mountain for over 20 years, was slowly and irretrievably melting. She opened her mouth as if to say something. In the end, it turned into a light, almost inaudible whisper. Fool. Your back is bleeding too. Your back is bleeding too. The voice was soft, carrying a hint of post-injury hoarseness, yet it struck Chen Fan's heart like a searing iron. His muscles tensed instantly, and the heart that had just barely calmed from extreme anger and resolve began to race wildly again. This whisper held more weight than any of her previous queenly commands. Chen Fan slowly turned around to meet those sapphire-like eyes. The warm mist from the fountain of life enveloped her, making her gaze appear somewhat dazed, devoid of the usual scheming and mockery, leaving only a pure and clear reflection. And that reflection was himself. Qin Shuyun's voice timely sounded, filled with an irresistible gentleness and a hint of reproach. After the hero's duties are done, it's time for yourself. Come over here. She pointed to the empty seat beside her, having already opened the ointment. Chen Fan walked over silently, removing his tattered shirt. When Qin Shuyun's cool fingertips coated with ointment touched his wounds, Chen Fan's body involuntarily trembled. Does it hurt? When Qin Shuyun's cool fingertips coated with ointment touched his wounds, Chen Fan's body involuntarily trembled. Does it hurt? Qin Shuyun's movements grew even more gentle, her voice filled with concern. It's all right. Chen Fan shook his head, yet his gaze drifted over her shoulder to the other end of the carriage. There it had become a temporary yet astonishingly efficient workshop. Anastasia was draped in a blanket, leaning by the pool, quietly watching this side. Watching Qin Shuyun tend to Chen Fan's wounds, observing his silhouette enduring the pain, she suddenly felt how ridiculous her past so-called equivalent exchanges were. What is equivalent? He risked his life to save her, gambling the entire team. How could she repay this debt? What could she offer in return? Just then a low and powerful hum drowned out everyone's tense breaths, resonating within the carriage. That exceptional blueprint in the hands of the two genius girls Tang Kiki and Lin Wanxing had been transformed into reality. A compact structure, a silver-white furnace filled with arcane energy circuits, was successfully activated. It was placed beside the bypass of the original engine, with a bronze core at its center, emitting stable and strong energy fluctuations. It worked. Tang Kiki suddenly jumped up, her face indistinguishable with sweat or tears, as she hugged Lin Wanxing beside her, her voice filled with uncontrollable joy. The indomitable heart emergency power furnace has successfully activated. My God, the energy output curve is smoother than silk. It's over 30 more stable than the previous main engine. Lin Wanxing adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling with rational fervor, as she quickly reported a series. Car body structure repair progress is at 17, left track emergency welding is complete, and the perfect tool set is astonishingly efficient. It is expected that in 15 minutes the Dawn will regain low-speed mobility. Hope. A tangible, touchable hope rekindled within the cold steel carriage. The entire team came back to life once more. Su Qingying's calm voice came from the driver's cabin, bringing a hint of tranquility to the high spirits. Evelyn, what's the situation behind us? At the entrance of the canyon, several elite-level monsters are lurking, but none have entered. Evelyn's cold voice came through the communicator. They seem to be afraid of something, not daring to leave the mining area. Fear. The word caused the temperature that had just risen in the carriage to drop a few degrees. Everyone recalled that soul-chilling massive dark golden halo on the radar. That extraordinary being was the most lethal sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Su Qingying fell silent for a moment before speaking again, her voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. We cannot linger. The indomitable heart is merely an emergency furnace. The Dawn also requires a safe environment for thorough repairs. Her words brought everyone back to calm. Indeed, they had only temporarily escaped the scythe of death, yet they were far from safe. Su Qingying's gaze fell centrally in the carriage, resting on Chen Fan. Chen Fan, what's your opinion? She entrusted the final decision to him. All eyes turned to him. Chen Fan's wounds had been treated, and he was putting on a clean combat suit. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the iron-gray, desolate canyon outside. That barely perceptible pressure still clung to the Dawn. He remained silent for a long time. Then he turned around, looking at all his teammates. Qin Shuyun's gentle and encouraging gaze. Su Qingying's completely trusting eyes. Tang Kiki and Lin Wanxing's faces reflected a mix of fatigue and excitement. Evelyn's battle intent had sharpened once more. Finally, his gaze settled on the woman draped in a blanket, quietly watching him. Anastasia's complexion remained pale, yet her eyes had regained their calm. That was a calm that entrusted her fate to him. At that moment, Chen Fan's heart felt unprecedentedly resolute. He slowly nodded. Let's go. One word, steady and powerful. We'll set off first. His gaze swept over everyone and finally, as if piercing through the iron walls of the carriage, looked deep into the perilous mining area. We will remember this debt. We will return to this place next time. Yes, next time we'll come back. Once we level up, I want to return and blow this place to pieces. Tang Kiki leaped up from Lin Wanxing's side, startling Lin Wanxing. Don't be disruptive, you scared me by suddenly jumping up. Tang Kiki's loud calling gradually faded under Lin Wangxing's helpless yet slightly indulgent reprimand. Inside the carriage, the heart-stopping violent jolting had ceased. In its place was a deep and powerful steady humming. This sound emanated from the newly born emergency furnace at the center of the carriage known as the unyielding heart. It roared not like the main engine's wild howls, but resembled a steady beating steel heart. Each pulse transmitted through the deck beneath their feet into everyone's bodies, dispelling the earlier panic that had nearly torn them apart, bringing a solid and reliable tranquility. The shadow of death named Transcendence that hung overhead was finally left far behind as the dawn sailed out of the canyon. In the silence after surviving catastrophe, a mixed scent of medicinal ointment and burnt metal wafted through the air. Chen Fan sat in his place, feeling the sharp pain from his wound, now soaked in ointment, which made the pain feel incredibly real. He lowered his gaze to his hands, which had trembled with anger and fear, but now had regained their steadiness. His eyes unconsciously drifted to the other end of the carriage. Anastasia had changed into a clean combat suit and was wrapped in a soft blanket, leaning against the edge of the fountain of life. The life energy in the pool had long been exhausted, leaving only clear water reflecting her still pale but breathtakingly beautiful face. She did not speak, merely gazing back at him quietly. In her sapphire-like eyes there was no longer the usual sharpness and mockery, but a clarity as pure as the sky washed by rain, containing only his reflection. In the air something invisible was quietly changing. Qin Shuyun brought a cup of perfectly warm hot water and handed it to Chen Fan. Her gentle gaze held more soothing power than any words. Lu Mingyan leaned against the window, unconsciously humming a soothing melody. The ethereal singing seemed to carry a strange magic, quietly calming the tense strings in everyone's hearts that had been tightened by the fierce battles. Just as this weary yet warm atmosphere began to spread within the carriage, ding! A sudden clear and melodious alert sound, not from any device at the control panel, but directly ringing clearly in everyone's minds. Immediately after, a gentle yet irresistible light screen formed from streams of data unfolded before everyone. The first world event of the Boundless Road has begun, Spring Outing. All survivor convoys will enter the event map, Boundless Prairie, in 10 minutes. The event map has a radius of 500,000 kilometers where endless lush pastures, countless cattle and sheep, and clear lakes await. Of course, treasure chests and monsters are also indispensable. Special reminder: death within the event area does not result in true death. When all members of a convoy are eliminated, they will be forcibly withdrawn from the event. Special reminder: all resources obtained in the event area will drop upon total team elimination. Special reminder: any resources consumed in the event area will not be restored after the event ends. This event will establish a leaderboard with the top 10 teams receiving generous rewards. That cold and mechanical system voice echoed clearly word by word in everyone's consciousness. Inside the carriage, the previously eased atmosphere instantly froze. Lu Mingyan's singing abruptly stopped. Event. Tang Kiki was the first to break the silence, her eyes bursting with radiant light, showing no trace of fatigue. Prairie, cattle, and sheep. My goodness, we can have roasted whole lambs. Sounds like it could be quite safe. Xiaozhou also became excited, filled with longing for the idea of not truly dying. Prairie, cattle, and sheep. My goodness, we can have roasted whole lambs. Sounds like it could be quite safe. Xiaozhou also became excited, filled with longing for the idea of not truly dying. Of analysis. This is not a spring outing at all. It is an invisible arena built with resources and lives. She pointed at the few lines of text on the light screen. Not restoring consumed resources means this is a brutal war of attrition. Resource drops imply that hunting other teams is the most efficient way to replenish supplies. The radius of 500,000 kilometers is vast. Initially, conflicts may be avoidable, but over time, resource points, high-value monster zones, and treasure chest refresh points will all become bloody battlefields. The so-called rewards for the top 10 are the biggest bait. The words of the two team strategists calmed everyone. The surge of excitement receded, revealing the cold and cruel reality beneath. Everyone's gaze unconsciously converged on Chen Fan. Chen Fan shifted his gaze from the light screen to the damage report at the control panel. The vehicle structure was damaged by 38. Emergency welding of the tracks was insufficient for high-intensity maneuvers. Ammunition reserves were less than 30%. They were like a patient who had just emerged from intensive care, weak and exhausted. He remained silent for a moment, looking at each teammate's face, filled with questions. We just crawled out of a pile of corpses. His voice was not loud, but steady. The current dawn, and we ourselves cannot withstand another high-intensity battle. Competing for the top 10 is unrealistic. So are we just going to give up? A cold voice interrupted. It was Anastasia. She had stood up, wrapped in her blanket, walking up to him. Her gaze regained a hint of past sharpness, but that edge was not directed at Chen Fan, but at the current predicament. Cowardice will not bring back a new main engine, nor will it repair the damaged armor. Her eyes swept over everyone. Not truly dying is a life-saving card given to all by the system. For those strong teams, this allows them to fight without restraint. But for us... She paused, her sapphire-like eyes fixed on Chen Fan. This is the best opportunity for recuperation. Su Qingying nodded, taking over her words. Anastasia is right. Risks and opportunities coexist. The key lies in what our goal is. We don't have to compete. We don't have to fight. We just need to treat this event as an armed outing. Find a safe place, completely repair the dawn, hunt low-level monsters, replenish our meat supplies, and collect basic wood and ores. Utilize this life-saving card to recover all our losses. Chen Fan listened quietly. He saw the determination in Anastasia's eyes as well as the careful consideration in Su Qingying's. He also saw on Qin Shuyun's face the suppressed hope for the future beneath her exhaustion. He understood. Retreating would not solve any problems. He slowly exhaled, and the decision in his heart became clear. All right. Chen Fan stood up, his gaze sweeping over each of his teammates. We will participate. But remember our primary goal for this journey. His voice was incredibly firm. Survive, recuperate, replenish supplies. That is the bottom line. As for the leaderboard, Chen Fan's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his gaze seemingly penetrating the carriage, looking out at the vast, unknown prairie. Then it will depend on whether there are foolish things that will collide with our gun muzzles. The moment his words fell, a new option glowing softly appeared before everyone. Do you wish to enter the spring outing? Yes, no. Chen Fan extended his hand, without any hesitation, gently clicking on the cursor, representing yes. The moment Chen Fan pressed yes on the light screen, it felt as if the entire world had been paused. The steady hum of the dawn vehicle, the tense breaths of the people inside, and the desolate scenery rushing by outside. Everything froze in that instant. Immediately, an irresistible, gentle, yet overwhelming force enveloped the entire dawn. It was not the violent, tearing sensation of spatial transfer, but rather like an invisible giant hand gently plucking their vehicle along with everyone inside from the original world, and then slowly placing it into another painting. The feeling of weightlessness lasted less than a second. Boom. The tracks of the dawn made contact with solid ground again, producing a muffled sound. But this time what greeted them was no longer the cold steel deck and suffocating alarms. Heaven. Tang Kiki leaned against the window, her bright eyes widening in shock, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg in it. What filled her sight was an endless emerald green ocean. The sky was a clear blue with white clouds drifting lazily, and warm sunlight generously showered this vast grassland, casting a golden halo over every blade of grass. The fresh air, carrying the fragrance of earth and grass, surged through the damaged gaps of the vehicle, instantly dispersing the mixed odors of blood char and medicine within. In the distance, groups of unknown gentle creatures were grazing peacefully on the lush grass. Even further away, a crystal-clear lake glimmered like a blue ribbon under the sunlight. This scene was like two entirely different worlds compared to the silent, oppressive, rusty, and crisis-filled mine they had just escaped. Is this the endless grassland? Xia Zio also leaned in, her small face filled with shock and longing. It's so beautiful. It feels like a travel promotional video from before the apocalypse. The oppressive feeling of having survived a disaster starkly contrasted with the lively scene before them, causing everyone's spirits to relax. Don't be fooled by appearances. Su Qingying's calm voice timely cooled everyone's heated minds. The more beautiful a place is, the more deadly the dangers it often hides. Evelyn, activate full range alert. Lin Wanqing, scan the surrounding energy responses and biological signals. Received. Understood. The team's war machine began to operate efficiently again. We need to find a place to hide the dawn completely, then proceed with repairs. Chen Fan stood up, scanning the vast grassland, and quickly made a decision there. He pointed to a slightly sunken basin not far away. Next to the basin, there was a grove that wasn't very dense, but could provide sufficient cover, and beside it was the clear lake, making it an excellent resting point that was easy to defend and convenient for water. Under Su Qingyu's driving, the dawn slowly entered that basin, dragging its battered body. Once the vehicle was completely covered by the shadows of the trees, the emergency furnace of the unyielding heart, which had just worked hard, also temporarily shut down, and the world fell into complete silence. All right, ladies, it's time to get to work. Tang Kiki rolled up her sleeves, her face radiating excitement, as she was the first to jump out of the vehicle. Wanqing, our perfect repair tool set, can finally showcase its talents. Lin Wanqing followed closely, now holding a toolbox that shimmered with a faint golden glow. Qin Shuyun and Lu Mingyan, along with sisters Xia Zio and Xia Jiwei, started to clean the camp, preparing to fetch water and handle food. Su Qingying took charge at the control center, monitoring the situation. I will go with you. Evelyn slung her sniper rifle over her shoulder and walked beside Chen Fan, who was also preparing to scout. You cover the close range, I'll take the high ground, let's flank them. Okay. Chen Fan nodded, looking toward the vehicle door, where Anastasia, wrapped in a blanket, was quietly. Be careful. Anastasia spoke, her voice still somewhat weak, but her gaze sharp, regaining some of its intensity. Don't die, you fool. You still owe me a bunch of spoils to divide. Chen Fan smiled, said nothing more, and turned to dive into the waist-high grass with Evelyn. The wind on the grassland carried a sense of freedom. While cautiously observing his surroundings, Chen Fan greedily breathed in the long-lost fresh air. His spiritual power extended outward like invisible tendrils, sensing the pulse of the land. The monster levels here were generally not high. Most were ordinary herbivorous creatures, gentle and timid. Chen Fan, at 9 o'clock, 800 meters away, there's a small group of creatures that look like sheep. Evelyn's voice, tinged with a hint of doubt, came through the communicator. Chen Fan immediately stealthily moved toward that direction. Soon he spotted the group of sheep at the base of a gentle slope. They were entirely snow-white, larger than ordinary sheep, grazing leisurely on the grass. No threat. Just after Chen Fan said this in the communicator, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw among the flock of white sheep one particularly eye-catching. That sheep was slightly smaller in size, but its fur was purer, and most remarkably, it had a palm-sized wooden chest, emitting a soft white light tightly bound to its back with vines. Treasure-bearing sheep, ordinary level. Level LV. 15. Description: a peculiar creature found on the endless grassland, gentle in nature, timid and fearful. They have a habit of collecting shiny objects and sometimes are fortunate enough to carry unclaimed treasure chests as spoils. Evelyn, do you see that sheep with the chest on its back? Shooting directly might scare the entire flock away and the chest could be damaged. I'll do it. Chen Fan lowered his body like shooting directly might scare the entire flock away and the chest could be damaged. I'll do it. Chen Fan lowered his body like a hunting leopard, quietly encircling from the side. He released no killing intent, merely using the terrain and the grass for cover to close the distance. The treasure-bearing sheep seemed to sense something, nervously pawing the ground, raising its head and looking around warily. Now's the time. Chen Fan's body shot out from the grass like an arrow released from a bow. Me. The entire flock erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. And that treasure-bearing sheep in the first instance dashed off in the opposite direction of Chen Fan. But Chen Fan was faster. In just a few strides he closed the distance, executing a perfect leap, not to attack the treasure-bearing sheep, but to grab the chest on its back. Got it. Chen Fan landed steadily, now holding a simple wooden box. Do you want to open ordinary level treasure chest X1? Yes. Congratulations. Your talent team amplification S-class has been triggered. You have obtained wood X1200. You have obtained iron block X120. You have obtained energy crystal X12. You have obtained fresh sheep leg meat X12. You have obtained blueprint portable barbecue rack ordinary level X1. Looking at the bountiful beginner's gift pack, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. Wood and iron for repairing the dawn are secured, energy is ready, and even dinner and the barbecue rack are taken care of. The start of this outing seems quite promising. However, just as he was about to contact Evelyn and return with a full load, vroom vroom, a roar of engines coming closer shattered the tranquility of the grassland. Chen Fan's expression changed instantly. He abruptly looked up towards the direction of the sound. In the distance, a black was rapidly enlarging on the horizon. It was a mobile-based vehicle, also modified from a truck, seeming somewhat crude, but extremely fast, heading straight toward their location. Chen Fan, we have a situation. Evelyn's calm yet urgent voice rang out through the communicator. The opponent only has one vehicle, and judging by its appearance, the modification level isn't high. But they are coming for us. Their intentions are not good. Chen Fan's heart sank sharply. He looked at the recently obtained barbecue rack blueprint still warm in his hand, then glanced at the imposing base vehicle charging toward them. It seems that this barbecue feast is not going to be so easy to enjoy. The wind across the prairie suddenly carried a chilling scent of death. The roar of the modified truck's engine was like coarse sandpaper grinding against the nerves of everyone who had just begun to relax. Wild Wolf. Chen Fan looked at the communication device, displaying the crooked red letters painted on the vehicle, his brows slightly furrowed. That name is rather arrogant. The model is a man-bull heavy truck modification equipped with front bumpers and side steel plates, and a simple shooting position welded onto the roof. The level of modification is basic and the combat assessment is below average. Evelyn's cold voice was devoid of any emotion, as if she were reading a coroner's report, but for us now it remains a nuisance. Chen Fan's heart sank. Evelyn was not wrong. The current dawn was nothing but a tin can that looked strong on the outside, but in reality was woefully inadequate. There was hardly any ammunition left for even the self-defense machine guns. If a fight broke out, they might not even be able to protect the armor of their vehicle. He crouched down, swiftly retreating to the edge of the woods, while solemnly issuing orders over the team channel. Everyone level 1 alert. Tang Kiki Lin Weiner halt repairs, and set the energy output of Unyielding Heart to maximum, ready to activate at any moment. Received. Understood. The voices of the two girls instantly shifted from the excitement of earlier to a tense combat readiness. Almost simultaneously inside the dawn, the cabin, which had just been filled with the warmth of surviving a disaster, was instantly replaced by a chilling bed. Su Qingying sat calmly at the control panel, quickly bringing up external surveillance footage, and her wise eyes flickered with countless countermeasures. They've stopped 500 meters away from us. Lin Weiner's voice rang out as she displayed the measurement data. This distance is just a test. Just a bunch of hyenas drawn in by the scent of blood. Anastasia had stood up wrapped in a blanket, moving to the control panel. She looked at the shabby modified truck on the screen, her sapphire eyes filled with disdain and disgust. They saw Chen Fan and discovered us hiding here. They probably think we're easy prey, just recovering from a tough battle. Her words struck home. At that moment, a public message suddenly appeared on everyone's screens. Wild Wolf Wong, who friends ahead hunting alone is hard. Nice catch. Our Wild Wolf team means no harm, just want to make friends and trade for some supplies. The message was followed by a grinning emoji, but the greed and malice behind it seemed to seep through the screen. Trade supplies. I think they want to rob us directly. Xia Zhiyao said angrily. What do we do? Chen Fan is still outside. Qin Shuyun's face was filled with worry, her gentle gaze looking outside the vehicle. Don't panic. Su Qingying's voice was like a calming stone, instantly stabilizing everyone's emotions. Her gaze met Anastasia's across the screen, and in that moment these two exceptionally intelligent women reached an astonishing consensus. A cold smile crept across Su Qingying's lips. Chen Fan, she spoke clearly and decisively over the communication channel. On this prairie, sheep cannot survive. We need to make them believe that what they've provoked is a sleeping lion. Activate Unyielding Heart, enable all external lighting and weapon targeting systems. Let's show them our most intimidating side. Chen Fan instantly understood her intention. The empty city strategy. Received. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately conveyed the orders. Buzz. In the next second, the steel heart, named Unyielding Heart, that had just fallen silent roared back to life with a deep and powerful growl. The dawn hidden in the woods sprang to life, like a steel beast awakening from slumber, instantly illuminating dozens of glaring external lights. The beams of light tore through the shadows of the woods, illuminating an area of hundreds of meters, as if it. What truly sent the Wild Wolf team into a panic was that on that massive vehicle, the terrifying main cannon's rows of menacing missile launchers and cold heavy machine gun turrets, though covered in battle scars, all simultaneously turned towards them. The eerie red targeting beams, like the gaze of death, precisely locked onto their makeshift truck that looked like a toy in front of the dawn. The people on the Wild Wolf team froze instantly. The greed and sneers on their faces solidified into horror and fear. What joke is this? This is no injured lamb. This is clearly a moving war fortress. Any cannon on that thing could turn them and their vehicle into cosmic dust. And just as their hearts were pounding with fear, the man they had thought was a soft target replied on the public channel with a scram. That word was icy, domineering, and offered no room for negotiation. As if to emphasize this intimidation, the moment the word scram appeared, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air and a violent explosion occurred almost simultaneously. Evelyn had made her move. A high explosive armor-piercing round whistling through the air did not hit their truck, but accurately struck a half-man-high rock, less than 10 meters in front of their vehicle. That hard rock shattered like a cookie struck by a giant's hammer, sending fragments and dirt soaring into. The violent shockwave caused the Wild Wolf team's truck to shake violently. The few individuals on the roof, still holding binoculars, let out terrified screams, tumbling down from the platform. This completely shattered their remaining sense of luck. This was not a test, this was a warning. A blatant murder. If the enemy's sniper could accurately hit the rock 10 meters in front of the vehicle, they could even more accurately blow their heads off. Go. Run now. The Captain Wong, who let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. The shabby truck's engine let out a strained roar. The wheels spun wildly on the grass, kicking up clouds of mud, and then at a near-escape velocity, they sped away without looking back, as if pursued by a primordial beast. Watching the truck flee in panic until it vanished from sight, the horrifying lights and weapon systems of the dawn slowly powered down. The rumbling of the Unyielding Heart also fell silent once more. The tense atmosphere that had enveloped the camp finally dissipated. Phew. Tang Kiki was the first to burst out laughing. Ha ha, look at them run. They're faster than rabbits. Inside the cabin, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles of survival. Chen Fan and Evelyn also walked in from outside. Well done. Chen Fan gave a thumbs up to Su Qingying at the control panel. Su Qingying merely smiled faintly. Her calm demeanor and command brought him great comfort. A bunch of brainless fools daring to show their teeth, without even knowing the details of their opponent. Anastasia sat back down by the pool, wrapping herself in the blanket again, her tone as sharp as ever, but the slight upward curve of her lips revealed her true feelings. The crisis-averted life had to go on. After such a distraction, everyone was even more hungry. Tang Kiki eagerly turned the portable barbecue grill blueprint into reality in no time. In the center of the camp, a warm bonfire was soon lit. Qin Shuyun cleaned up a dozen fresh lamb legs, marinated them with simple seasonings, and laid them out on the grill. Soon the fat dripped onto the charcoal, producing an enticing sizzling sound, and the rich aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of grass spreading throughout the camp. Everyone sat around the bonfire, even the always vigilant Evelyn relaxed, leaning against the vehicle and quietly watching this warm scene. Lu Mingyan seemed to have pulled out a small ukulele from nowhere, gently plucking the strings, and a soothing, yet cheerful melody flowed under the tranquil night sky of the prairie. Chen Fan held a golden juicy lamb leg, taking big bites, savoring the satisfying burst of tender meat in his mouth. He looked at the girls surrounding him, some laughing, some chatting, some quietly listening, who every face radiated genuine carefree smiles. The gloom of just escaping from the mine seemed to be completely dispelled by the warmth of this bonfire at this moment. Chen Fan smiled too. Just then Xia Jiao, who had gone to gather firewood from the woods, suddenly let out a small exclamation. Chen Fan, everyone come look. Following the sound, everyone turned to see Xia Jiao squatting under a giant ancient tree, pointing at the roots with a face full of surprise. There's a box here. Chen Fan walked over, pushing aside thick vines and moss, revealing an ancient wooden chest, emitting a faint white glow snugly nestled among the gnarled roots. Clearly this was a hidden surprise that the Wild Wolf team had failed to notice in their panicked reconnaissance, and it seems that the good luck of tonight was far from over. A box. The exclamation from Xia Jiao was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Surrounded by the campfire, the group was enjoying roasted meat and tranquility when their gazes all turned towards her in unison. Chen Fan swallowed the lamb meat in a few bites and quickly walked over to the ancient tree that required 2 or 3 people to embrace. Nestled between the gnarled, robust roots of the tree was a box smaller than an ordinary treasure chest, exhibiting a rustic wooden hue quietly embedded within. If it weren't for Xia Zio's keen eyes, it would have been nearly impossible to discover it hidden beneath the vines and moss. The surface of the box emitted a faint white glow, signifying its ordinary status. Wow, my luck is too good. Xia Jiao proudly placed her hands on her hips, resembling a little peacock seeking praise. Brother Chen Fan, hurry and compliment me. You're the best, Jiao. Qin Shuyun smiled as she approached, gently ruffling her hair, her tone filled. Xia Zio's eyes squinted in delight. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl always managed to bring surprises to everyone unexpectedly. He crouched down and extended his hand over the petite wooden treasure chest. Would you like to open the ordinary treasure chest X1? Yes. Congratulations. Your talent team amplification S rank has been triggered. Your current team has 11 members, and opening this treasure chest will yield 12 times the base resources. The familiar system notification tone rang in Chen Fan's mind like the most beautiful music. Immediately afterward, a gentle white light surged from the treasure chest, not blinding, but filled with the joy of harvest. You have obtained wood X2400. You have obtained iron blocks X240. You have obtained copper or X120. You have obtained soft cotton X600. You have obtained blueprint comfortable military bed fine grade X1. You have obtained set spice grinder fine grade X1. You have obtained skill book beginner gathering technique X1. As the light faded, a neatly arranged pile of resources of blueprint shimmering with green light, a delicate wooden box, and an ancient book lay quietly on the grass. The silence in the carriage lasted less than 2 seconds. Military bed. It's the blueprint for a military bed. Xia Jiao was the first to scream, excitedly shaking her sister Xia Jiwei's arm. Sister, we can finally stop sleeping on cold floors and hard chairs. Xia Jiwei's eyes also sparkled as she nodded repeatedly. No one dislikes things that enhance their quality of life. This. Qin Shuyun was attracted by the exquisite wooden box named Spice Grinder. She stepped forward, gently opened it, and a rich fragrance mingling with a dozen different spices instantly filled the air. Inside the box were various dried herbs, unique seeds, and crystals neatly arranged, accompanied by a set of small stone grinding tools. Wonderful, she expressed genuine joy on her face. With these, our food variety can be greatly enriched and nutrition can be more balanced. As the team's housekeeper and chef, nothing made her happier. And this beginner gathering technique. Su Qingying's gaze fell on the skill book and she calmly analyzed. Although it's just a beginner skill, it means we can more efficiently identify and gather edible plants and basic medicinal herbs on the prairie. Jiao Jiwei Yueyong, you 3 should learn this. From now on, the resource exploration around the camp will... Sure. The 3 girls responded in unison, their faces filled with excitement. Contributing more to the team made them feel immensely satisfied. Chen Fan watched this scene, his heart filled with warmth. He picked up the blueprint for the comfortable military bed and handed it to Tang Kiki, who was eager to try. Tang Kiki patted her chest and grabbed the blueprint, pulling Lin Wanxing towards the dawn ship. I promise everyone will be sleeping on soft beds within an hour. Watching the two talented girls dash away, Chen Fan smiled. This activity was incredibly timely for them, who had just experienced a brutal battle. With the crisis averted, everyone entered an excited and efficient work mode. Tang Kiki and Lin Wanxing utilized the perfect repair tool set and the newly acquired materials to create the military bed while reinforcing and repairing the severely damaged body structure of the dawn ship. The faint golden tool set seemed to come alive in their hands, cutting, welding, and polishing with astonishing efficiency. The initial repair work, originally expected to take several hours, progressed at a visibly rapid pace. Qin Shiyun along with Lu Mingyan began studying the spice grinder set by the campfire, the two of them discussing quietly while occasionally breaking into fits of happy laughter. The aroma of the meat in the air became even more layered. Xia Jiao, Xia Jiwei, and Xingangji Yueyong, after learning the beginner gathering technique, explored the nearby woods and grasslands with baskets like three joyful fawns. Before long, they returned with many edible berries, crunchy roots, and some herbs with basic healing effects. Evelyn continued to faithfully perform her sentry duties, occupying a high ground nearby, like a silent statue, using her hawk-like sharp gaze to guard the safety of the entire camp. Meanwhile, Su Qingying and Anastasia sat in front of the control station, studying the activity map. Our current location is on the southeastern edge of the endless prairie. Su Qingying pointed at the map on the light screen, which Lin Wanxing had already marked with their landing location. The monster levels here are generally not high, and the resources mainly consist of woodstones, ordinary minerals, and herbivorous creatures, making it very suitable for our initial rest and resupply. However, being too comfortable also means there are no high-value rewards. Anastasia leaned back against her chair, still wrapped in a blanket, but her spirit had improved significantly. She extended her slender fingers and lightly traced over a red-marked area in the center of the map. Roaring Valley, Beast Graveyard, Golden Lake. These places, just by their names, indicate high-risk, high-reward zones. Those top-ranked madmen have probably already headed towards these areas. We are not in a hurry. Su Qingying shook her head. Repairing the dawn ship is our top priority. Until we recover at least 80 of our combat power, any rash advance would be foolish. Moreover, her gaze fell on the scattered question marks on the map, which represented unknown. This map is enormous, and the information points provided by the system are just the tip of the iceberg. I believe there are many undiscovered opportunities hidden within this prairie. Just then, Chen Fan walked over with 2 skewers of sizzling lamb, offering one to each of them. Eat something first. Anastasia glanced at him and took the roasted meat without hesitation, taking a big bite, a bit of grease smudging the corner of her mouth. She seemed oblivious, or perhaps too lazy to wipe it. Chen Fan looked at her somewhat adorable flower cat face and instinctively reached out to help her clean it. Just as his hand reached halfway, Anastasia stiffened, her sapphire-like eyes suddenly lifting, locking onto. The air seemed to freeze. Chen Fan's hand awkwardly hovered in midair. Ahem. Su Qingying coughed lightly beside them, a hint of a smile on her lips that broke the peculiar atmosphere. Fool. Anastasia's cheeks flushed with an imperceptible blush as she quickly wiped away the grease at the corner of her mouth. Though she still uttered her classic line, her tone had softened, carrying an indescribable meaning. Chen Fan awkwardly withdrew his hand and rubbed his nose. In the midst of this warm, yet slightly awkward atmosphere, the communicator suddenly transmitted Xia Ziyou's excited voice. Brother Chen Fan, we found a strange creature. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat as he immediately asked, is it dangerous? No. Xia Ziyou's voice sounded full of novelty. It's digging a hole, and it's so fast. It's all shiny and golden like a big rat. A shiny big rat. Chen Fan immediately exchanged glances with Su Qingying, both sensing a hint of interest in each other's eyes. Keep your distance, we're coming over right away. Chen Fan quickly arrived at the location where Xia Jiao and the others were. It was on a patch of soft mud near the lakeshore. There he saw a creature about half a meter long, resembling a gopher, but with fur shining like gold, swiftly digging through the dirt with its strong forepaws. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had excavated a deep hole in the ground, then dove into it, leaving behind a pile of freshly turned soil. Shiny gopher, excellent, grade level LV. 32 description: a rare burrowing creature on the endless prairie possessing a keen instinct for shiny objects and a strong desire for possession. They are timid and vigilant, adept at digging complex underground tunnels to evade enemies and store treasures. Tip: shiny gophers often hide surprises in their burrows. An excellent grade creature. Moreover, the description clearly mentioned treasures. Chen Fan's heartbeat quickened. It's gone inside. Xia Jiao stomped her foot, feeling a bit frustrated. Don't rush. Chen Fan signaled for them to be quiet. He closed his eyes and slowly immersed his spiritual energy underground, carefully sensing. Soon he began to see the underground scene. The shiny gopher was rapidly traversing a complex tunnel, and beneath this area was a vast, intricate underground maze. At the deepest part of the maze, Chen Fan sensed a faint but unmistakable energy fluctuation from a treasure chest. There's a treasure chest. Chen Fan opened his eyes and spoke affirmatively. Really? Then let's dig it out quickly. Tang Kiki, who had arrived at some point, was also eager, holding a perfect multifunctional shovel that shimmered with a light golden hue. No, Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses and quickly dismissed her idea. Its tunnel network is too complex. If we dig recklessly, it will only alert it, allowing it to escape through another exit. Moreover, forcibly damaging the terrain could lead to a collapse of the burrow, and what's inside might also be destroyed. Then what should we do? Just watch it, Tang Kiki said unwillingly. At this moment, Su Qingying, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, a knowing smile curving her lips. Since we can't force it, let's use our wits. Her gaze swept across everyone present. Let's play a game of door closing to catch the mouse. 15 minutes later, a plan targeting the shiny gopher, dubbed the Heavenly Net, quietly commenced. Under Su Qingying's command, Lin Wanqing utilized detection equipment to accurately map out the entire underground tunnel network and all the exits on a three-dimensional map. There were a total of 7 exits. Evelyn was responsible for blocking the 2 farthest exits. She didn't need to take action, just releasing her presence subtly at the entrance was enough to deter any timid creature with the pressure of a top predator. Anastasia silently approached the other 2 adjacent exits, utilizing her innate stealth talent, like the most patient assassin waiting for the prey to walk into the trap. Sisters Xia Zhao and Xia Zhui, under Qin Shuyun's guidance, ignited some pungent herbs at the other 2 entrances, using smoke to drive the gopher in the desired direction. Lastly, the most crucial exit was entrusted to Chen Fan. It's about to come out. Lin Wanqing fixed her gaze on the detector, whispering. Everyone held their breath. Suddenly at the entrance Chen Fan was guarding, the soil shifted, and a golden little head cautiously poked out. Its small black bean-like eyes darted around vigilantly, seemingly confirming the safety outside. It did not smell smoke or sense danger. The shiny gopher seemed to relax its guard and was about to fully emerge from the hole. Now's the time. Chen Fan did not use any weapons, simply extending his hand at an astonishing speed. His hand acted like a net, accurately pinning the just emerging shiny gopher down, along with a small jingling pouch hanging from its neck. Eek! The shiny gopher let out a terrified scream, struggling frantically with its limbs, but Chen Fan's palm was like an immovable mountain, rendering all its efforts futile. Got it! Chen Fan revealed a victorious smile. The girls immediately cheered and rushed over. Quick, let's see what's in the pouch around its neck. Tang Kiki pointed curiously at the small pouch. Chen Fan carefully removed it and opened it, instantly brightening everyone's eyes. Inside the small pouch were various shiny items, including several uncut energy crystals, some shiny copper, ore, and even a silver team badge that belonged to some unfortunate soul. At the very bottom of these odds and ends lay a neatly folded piece of parchment, glowing with a faint blue light, quietly resting there. Chen Fan took it out and slowly unfolded it. You have obtained Blueprint Portable Alchemy Workshop Rare, a rare grade blueprint. And it's an alchemy workshop. Everyone gasped in shock, their faces filled with This meant that they could combine the basic herbs and minerals they collected into more advanced potions and alloys. This would be a qualitative leap for the entire team's endurance and combat capability. Chen Fan looked at this invaluable blueprint in his hand, then glanced at the shiny gopher he was pinning down, which was gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. He smiled and released his grip. Go on, little guy. Consider this your fare for passing through. The shiny gopher seemed to understand his words. After regaining its freedom, it did not immediately flee, but squeaked at Chen Fan a couple of times before disappearing swiftly into the distant grass. As the sun set, a warm golden hue bathed the entire prairie. In the camp, the brand new military beds were already completed and neatly placed inside the dawn carriage. The campfire blazed brightly, and Qin Shuyun used the new spices to cook the remaining lamb into a mouth-watering delicacy. Everyone sat together, enjoying this hard-won peace and abundance. The campfire danced, casting an uncontainable joy on everyone's faces. Chen Fan held the rare blueprint, radiating a blue glow, watching the shiny groundhog that had been released disappearing into the grass. With a swift movement, a nostalgic smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Speaking of which, this is not my first time dealing with groundhogs. He handed the blueprint to the wide-eyed Tang Kiki, his tone tinged with a hint of sentiment. Oh. Su Qingying looked over with great interest, offering Chen Fan a cup of warm fruit tea. Is there a story? Anastasia, Evelyn, and other later joiners also cast curious glances. They knew Chen Fan and Qin Shuyun had gone through many experiences, but Chen Fan rarely took the initiative to mention them. Chen Fan took a sip of the fruit tea to moisten his throat, his gaze seemingly piercing through the flickering flames, returning to that dusty road. On that occasion, we encountered a groundhog construction team. He narrated how he obtained the golden gear medal, how he was guided to the underground base of the groundhogs, how he discovered the massive oil pool and the abandoned oil refinery, and finally, how he, relying on his talent, managed to operate a scrap machine to create a refinery of legendary golden quality. Although he spoke lightly of it, the thrilling and bizarre twists still left the newly joined members stunned. My goodness. Tang Kiki's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O, feeling as though her worldview had been incredible. Evelyn, with her typically icy expression, rarely showed a hint of surprise. A group of mutated creatures actually possesses such engineering capabilities and social logic. Everything has a spirit, perhaps that is the meaning of it, Shinomiya Tsukiyomi said, putting her hands together in quiet admiration. Anastasia, with her arms crossed, her sapphire-like eyes flickering in the firelight, glanced at Chen Fan, a playful smirk forming on her lips, her sharp tongue resurfacing. So from the start you relied on tricking these simple-minded little animals to become wealthy. Hey, how can that be called tricking? Chen Fan immediately retorted. That's sincere communication across species. An equitable exchange based on trust and friendship. His righteous words elicited light laughter from the girls. Even Anastasia couldn't help but snort softly, turning away, but the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her relaxed mood. A small campfire storytelling session subtly drew everyone closer together, creating an increasingly harmonious team atmosphere. All right, enough chatting. Tang Kiki could hardly wait, raising the rare blueprint high like a general about to go to battle, boldly declaring, "Sisters, our next super project is here. A portable alchemy workshop. With it, high-level potions and special alloys will no longer be a dream." Launching lend a hand. Analysis complete. Materials are sufficient. Theoretically, we can complete the basic structure within an hour. Lin Wanxing adjusted her glasses, her eyes under the lenses already gleaming with rational light. She and Tang Kiki, this genius girl duo, instantly entered work mode. How can we help? Xia Jiao and Xia Jiwei also approached, their faces full of curiosity. Of course. Tang Kiki waved her hand. Everyone come help. Boss, don't just stand there. Under Su Qingying's coordination, a fervent construction effort unfolded in this serene meadow. Tang Kiki and Lin Wanxing, as chief engineers, were responsible for the core module splicing and wiring. Chen Fan, along with others, handled transporting materials and polishing parts. Although most of the work could be automatically completed by the perfect level repair tool, set the feeling of everyone participating made this tedious task filled with joy. As Chen Fan delivered parts, he watched the busy girls around him. Qin Shuyan's gentle attentiveness, Lu Minjian's agile focus, Su Qingying's overarching guidance, Evelyn's precise efficiency. Each figure, illuminated by the campfire and starlight, formed an extraordinarily harmonious and enchanting picture. His heart was filled with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. At that moment, as Chen Fan and Tang Kiki, along with Lin Wanxing, prepared to install a crucial core module onto the workshop's base, a long-hidden hint about his talent quietly surfaced in his mind. Detected team collaboration behavior, crafting portable alchemy workshop. Team coherence, focus, and involvement. Being evaluated. Evaluation successful. SS level talent critical reward hidden effect has been triggered. The quality of the item you are crafting will receive a random enhancement. In the next second, the alchemy workshop, originally composed of blueprints and emitting a faint blue rare glow, suddenly trembled. The blue light enveloping it receded like a tide, replaced by a deeper, more mysterious purple radiance that erupted thunderously. That dazzling purple even overshadowed the light of the campfire, casting a dreamy hue over the faces of everyone present. What is this? Tang Kiki was the first to react, exclaiming in surprise, her eyes fixed on the unfolding changes. The originally intricately structured alchemy workshop under the swirling purple light did not increase in size, but its patterns became increasingly complex and profound, with countless tiny energy circuits lighting up by themselves, resembling the trajectories of stars, filled with a captivating beauty of creation. Congratulations. Portable Alchemy Workshop Rare Level Quality Enhancement Successful. You have obtained Portable Alchemy Workshop Epic Level X1. Epic Level. When this system prompt clearly appeared before everyone's eyes, the entire camp fell into a dead silence. We created an epic level building. Xia Jiao stammered, feeling as if her tongue had tied itself. 2. Unbelievable. Qin Shuyan also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. It's your talent. Su Qingying's gaze immediately fell on Chen Fan, her voice carrying a trace of inquiry and understanding. Your talent is not merely a simple resource amplification. Chen Fan's heart tightened, but he could only dryly nod in agreement. Just as the entire team was still immersed in this sudden, overwhelming joy, a cold, emotionless system prompt sound unexpectedly resonated in everyone's minds. The first world event spring outing journey of Endless Road has been open for 24 hours. Current team score leaderboard top 20 is now announced. Before the words fell, a massive light screen suddenly unfolded in the sky above the camp. Spring outing journey, score leaderboard first place, Divine Punishment team. Score 128450 points. Second place, Dragon Tooth team. Score 115600 points. Third place, Wings of Freedom team. Score 98700 points. 10th place, Black Sail team. Score 45150 points. 20th place, Northern Border team. Score 21300 points. A series of astronomical scores and team names filled with a sense of impending doom splashed cold water on everyone's previous joy. They had been busy all day scaring off enemies, opening chests, catching groundhogs, and upgrading buildings, feeling immensely accomplished. But their score was 0. 120,000. How did they do it? Tang Kiki murmured, her excitement turning into seriousness. Massacre. Evelyn spat out 2 words, her gaze falling on the leaderboard's first-place team, named Divine Punishment, her eyes cold. Only through relentless slaughter of high-level monster clusters or other survivor teams could such terrifying scores be accumulated in such a short time. Su Qingying's expression also turned serious as she pointed at the light screen, calmly analyzing. This leaderboard, rather than being an honor list, is more like a death warrant. Every name on the list represents hands stained with blood. Moreover, it also means that high-value areas on the event map, like the Roaring Valley and Beast Tomb we saw earlier, have likely turned into slaughterhouses. The atmosphere in the camp, which had just been warm and harmonious, suddenly turned oppressive. The enormous power gap weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like an invisible mountain. Chen Fan shifted his gaze away from the cold leaderboard to the newly born alchemy workshop, flowing with epic purple radiance. He looked at each of his teammates beside him, who, although the smiles on their faces had faded, there was no fear or retreat in their eyes. Instead, there was calmness and battle intent. He slowly exhaled, the resolution in his heart becoming ever clearer. Our spring outing journey is... He raised his hand, gently stroking the cool, yet powerful exterior of the alchemy workshop, a confident smile returning to his lips. We only seek to become stronger, strong enough, that when those so-called Divine Punishment and Dragon Tooth appear before us, we can make them understand who the true hunters of this prairie are. The night on the grassland is deep and tranquil. The embers of the campfire still hold warmth, occasionally sparking tiny fireflies that vanish in the cool air. The Dawnbreaker quietly lies in the shadows of the trees like a resting steel giant. Inside the carriage, the brand new military cot brings an unprecedented sense of comfort. Chen Fan lay on the bed, resting his arm beneath his head, yet he did not fall asleep immediately. The ecstasy brought by the epic structure that seemed to descend from the heavens had been washed away by the rankings in the night sky. 120,000 points. The Divine Punishment Convoy. These cold words pierced his mind like a thorn. He was not afraid, but for the first time, he clearly felt the vastness and cruelty of this world. They were enjoying a rare peace here, while on the other side of the world, countless slaughters and struggles were being played out in blood. He needed to become stronger and faster. This thought had never been as clear as it was at this moment. He turned his head and could see Su Qingying and Su Qingyue, who were on night watch outside the porthole. 2 stunning figures bathed in the soft glow of the control panel formed a comforting landscape. The other girls had returned to their respective beds, their breathing gradually becoming steady. Surviving after the calamity, a satisfying construction and a delightful barbecue feast had drained all their energy. Chen Fan closed his eyes slowly, suppressing the distractions in his mind, preparing to fall asleep. At that moment, a hand silently lifted a corner of the curtain of his bed. The movement was gentle, making hardly any sound. But a familiar scent, a blend of high-end perfume and a faint hint of blood, invaded his nostrils. Chen Fan remained still, not even altering the rhythm of his breathing. It was Anastasia. A graceful figure wrapped only in a soft blanket slipped in like an elegant and vigilant owl, then gently lowered the curtain again. Inside the carriage, only the faint starlight filtered through the porthole. She stood by the bed, unmoving, as if adapting to the darkness, or perhaps engaged in a fierce psychological struggle. Chen Fan could hear her breath stifled, yet still somewhat chaotic. He remained motionless. He knew that any proactive inquiry at that moment could make her raise all her defenses and flee in panic. He chose to wait, completely handing over the choice to her. Time seemed to stretch, every second felt extraordinarily clear. Finally she moved. One side of the mattress sank slightly. She sat down very close to him, close enough for Chen Fan to feel the warmth radiating from her body and the soft texture of the blanket. In the darkness, her voice emerged, carrying an air of deliberate calmness, yet betraying a slight tremor. "Hey, idiot. Are you asleep?" Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, turned over, and looked at her calmly. The starlight outlined her perfect profile, her sapphire-like eyes shining astonishingly in the darkness. No, just a single word in response. Anastasia's body seemed to stiffen for a moment, as she probably didn't expect Chen Fan to be so calm. She bit her lip, as if using all her strength to squeeze the next sentence out from her throat. About the payment we agreed on before. Isn't it time to pay the final installment? Her voice dropped lower like a mosquito buzzing. After saying that, she suddenly turned her head, unable to bear looking into Chen Fan's eyes, her proud swan-like neck creating a stubborn, yet fragile arc in the starlight. Chen Fan watched her. He saw her tightly grasping the edge of the blanket, her knuckles turning slightly white. He noticed her ears were faintly flushed. He observed her trying to appear nonchalant despite being clearly tense, as if to say, "I'm just here to collect a debt." A smile suddenly broke on his face. Not a mocking smile, but one that was genuine, carrying a hint of affection. He said nothing further, but reached out his hand to wrap around her waist. Anastasia's body instantly tensed like a steel plate. A short gasp was firmly pressed down in her throat. The next second, with a slight pull, Chen Fan drew her into his embrace. The soft blanket slipped away, revealing her perfect body clad only in close-fitting garments. In the moment of skin touching skin, both felt the heat radiating from each other. "You." Anastasia barely managed to utter a word. The rest of her words were swallowed by a domineering kiss that left no room for refusal. Her mind went blank with a loud bang. All pretenses, all pride, all unease and struggle were completely shattered in that instant. Instinctively, she wanted to resist, to push away this audacious fool. But his arms locked around her like iron clamps, firmly imprisoning her. His kiss, filled with undeniable dominance, pried open her lips, conquering her mouth, and seizing all her. It was a sensation she had never experienced before, wild and intoxicating, brimming with masculine hormones. Her resistance gradually weakened. Her taut body began to soften involuntarily. Her hands, unsure of where to place themselves, ultimately wrapped around Chen Fan's neck, awkwardly responding to him. As the kiss ended, they slightly parted, breathing heavily. The air was thick with an atmosphere of utmost idiot. Anastasia's eyes misted over, her voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of a sob, yet it sounded more like a playful pout. "Is this your payment method?" "No." Chen Fan gazed into her near sapphire eyes filled with stars, his voice low and powerful. "This is a deposit." He rolled over, pinning her beneath him. "Now the formal transaction begins." The night was still long. The steel carriage isolated them from everything outside. Here it became the most private battlefield that belonged to just the two of them. Anastasia was like a small boat, swaying in a storm, pushed repeatedly to the peak of the waves. Her pride and self-control, which she cherished, were utterly torn apart, leaving only the most primal instincts and surrender. She had never imagined she would completely give herself to a man in such a manner. A man she had considered a fool just a short while ago, one she thought she could exploit. But when his sweat dripped onto her cheek, when his calloused hand caressed every inch of her skin, when he repeatedly called her name in a hoarse voice by her ear, what she felt was not a transaction, nor humiliation. Instead, it was an unprecedented sense of being possessed, cherished, and filled. A sense of security. It turned out this was what it felt like to be placed at the tip of someone's heart. It turned out this was the feeling of home. When the first light of dawn appeared at the horizon, the storm that had lasted all night finally ceased. Chen Fan leaned against the headboard, cradling the soft body that clung to him like an octopus. Anastasia was already asleep. Her stunning face, which always bore coldness and arrogance, now resembled a child's, adorned with a hint of satisfied sweet smile, resting peacefully against his chest. A tear still wet hung from her long eyelashes. Chen Fan lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. He could feel an invisible bond, something called connection, had completely tied the two of them together. He gazed at the woman in his arms who had entrusted everything to him. His protective and possessive instincts swelled. He slowly tightened his arms, pulling her deeper into his embrace. "Mine," he whispered softly. "From now on you belong to me. From this day forth, this proud, thorny ice rose of the Siberian wilderness will bloom solely for." The first ray of morning light pierced through the porthole, casting a warm patch of light within the cold steel carriage. Chen Fan opened his eyes, the first sensation being the soft touch and steady breathing in his arms. Anastasia was still asleep. She curled up in his embrace like a cat that had shed all its defenses, with one arm possessively draped across his chest. That beautiful face, usually adorned with frost and arrogance, now appeared tranquil and gentle, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow in the morning light, a hint of a satisfied smile lingering at the corners of her lips. The wildness and demands of the previous night seemed to have drained her of all strength, melting away all her pretenses. Chen Fan's heart was filled with an unprecedented emotion. It was not merely the satisfaction of desire, but a deeper feeling mixed with possession, responsibility, and he lowered his head, his nose almost touching her smooth forehead, catching the mingled scent of her hair, and this feeling brought him immense peace. Just then the person in his arms fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her sapphire-like eyes. Their gazes met. The air became momentarily still. Anastasia's expression shifted from the daze of awakening to clarity, then a flicker of panic and embarrassment rippled through her eyes like stones thrown into a lake. She suddenly realized how intimately she was entangled with a man completely naked. A barely audible gasp escaped her lips, and she recoiled as if scalded, hastily grabbing the blanket that had slipped to the side and wrapping herself tightly, retreating to the corner of the bed. The atmosphere in the carriage instantly became somewhat delicate. Fool. Idiot. She finally regained her voice, but the classic line came out stuttered and lacking conviction. Her cheeks flushed with a visible blush that spread rapidly to her fair neck and behind her ears. She dared not look at Chen Fan, her gaze fixated on her knees, as if there were some unparalleled scenery there. Chen Fan found her flustered demeanor amusing, yet he refrained from being as forceful as he had been the previous night. He sat up calmly, putting on his clothes and handing her garments. Quick, put these on, it's getting light outside. His voice was calm and natural, devoid of any teasing, as if everything that transpired the night before was nothing more than the most normal of exchanges. This composure left Anastasia somewhat at a loss. She shot a quick glance at him, took the clothes, and dressed as quickly as she could, the entire process resembling a... Once she was dressed, she didn't dare linger another second, lifting the door curtain and rushing out without looking back. Chen Fan watched her panicked retreat, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. This thorny ice rose had finally begun to reveal her softer side, unbeknownst to others. When Chen Fan stepped out of the compartment, the camp had returned to its usual hustle and bustle. Qin Shuyun was preparing breakfast by the campfire, fresh beast meat and gathered roots simmering in the pot, exuding an inviting aroma. Tang Kiki and Lin Wanxing were gathered around the shimmering alchemy workshop, whispering about something, their faces alight with excitement and obsession. Xia Jiao, Xia Jiwei, and Shinganji Tsukiyomi were counting the herbs and berries collected the night before preparing for the upcoming alchemy. Everything was in order. However, when Anastasia passed by Chen Fan with a cup of hot water, her footsteps faltered slightly, her gaze flickering as she avoided meeting his eyes, the blush on her face still not fully faded. At the main control panel, Su Qingying was conversing with Evelyn, her gaze subtly sweeping between Chen Fan and Anastasia. A knowing smile flashed in her insightful eyes. She had guessed everything. Ahem. Chen Fan cleared his throat and walked over to the campfire, taking the meat soup handed to him by Qin Shuyun. Did you sleep well last night? Qin Shuyun asked gently, her eyes pure and warm, seemingly unaware of anything amiss. Yes, very well. Chen Fan nodded, though a sense of unease brewed within him. That's good, eat up. After breakfast, everyone was summoned by Su Qingying to the epic alchemy workshop. All right, everyone. Su Qingying clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. I believe you all saw last night's leaderboard. The pressure is intense, but we are not without a chance to catch up. Her gaze fell upon the alchemy workshop before them, and it is our greatest trump card. Tang Kiki could hardly contain her excitement, reaching out to lightly touch the workshop's control interface. Buzz! A soft sound resonated, and a faint purple holographic screen unfolded above the workshop. The screen displayed not just simple blueprints and material lists, but an array of complex molecular structures and energy circuit diagrams. On the left side was the material input port, on the right was the product output area, and in the center was a freely editable and combinable alchemy matrix. Portable Alchemy Workshop Epic Grade Function 1 Formula Analysis. Capable of analyzing input herbs, minerals, and monster materials, automatically generating basic alchemy recipes. Function 2, Matrix Alchemy. Can refine based on existing recipes or freely combine materials to attempt creating entirely new formulas. Function 3, Quality Enhancement. All items refined through this workshop will have their effects increased by 30. Function 4, Extraordinary Refinement Epic Grade Exclusive. There is a 5 chance to produce extraordinary products during refinement, gaining unexpected special effects. Effects increased by 30. There's also a chance to produce extraordinary products. Xia Jiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. This is just too strong. This is what an epic grade structure should look like. Lin Wanxing adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This is not just a production tool, but a research platform. Everyone's breathing became a bit rapid. The power of this alchemy workshop exceeded all their imagination. Qingying, what is your plan? Chen Fan looked at Su Qingying, knowing she must have a comprehensive consideration. Su Qingying nodded, bringing up a map hologram and pointing at it. The points on the leaderboard mainly come from killing monsters and opening high-level treasure chests. The Divine Punishment team will undoubtedly take the most efficient and bloody route. clearing out high-level monster tribes. Her finger traced over the red areas marked Roaring Valley and Behemoth Graveyard. These places must be battlefields now. Our dawn has not yet been fully repaired. Charging in recklessly would be akin to suicide. Therefore, we need to find another route. Her finger finally stopped on a vast green area on the map marked as Misty Marsh. According to the basic information provided by the system, monsters in the Misty Marsh are not of high level, mainly excellent and elite grades, but the environment is complex, shrouded in poisonous miasma year-round, making it difficult for large convoys to enter. Thus, it is unlikely to be a priority target for those top-tier convoys. Most importantly, a confident smile curled at the corner of Su Qingying's mouth. The marsh is abundant in two things: ghostly light mushrooms and iron vine. The former is the main material for crafting energy supplements, and the latter is the core for making basic repair adhesives. Our plan is quite simple. First, everyone will change into gear. Using our existing materials, we will make a batch of simple gas masks and corrosion-resistant soft boots. Second, our target is the Misty Marsh. We will avoid large-scale conflicts with monsters, focusing on gathering resources. Evelyn and Anastasia will handle vigilance and threat elimination, while the Xia sisters and Tsukiyomi will focus on gathering. I and Qin Shuyun will oversee logistics. Third, and the most crucial step, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Kiki and Lin Wanqing. You two will stay at the camp and utilize the alchemy workshop to continuously refine the collected materials into energy supplements and repair adhesives for 24 hours. We will not rely on killing to gain those basic points. Su Qingying's voice was clear and decisive, filled with a convincing strength. We will rely on trading. Energy supplements are essential for all combat personnel. Repair adhesives are necessities for all convoys to repair their vehicles. In the later stages of the event, when those top-tier convoys are exhausted and their vehicles damage, the supplies we have that they urgently need will be our greatest bargaining chip. We can use these to exchange for points, high-level blueprints, rare materials, and everything we desire. They will handle the fighting while we become their most solid logistics arms dealer. With her words, everyone was filled with fervor. This was simply striking at the root. A bold yet exquisitely clever plan took shape in everyone's minds. I agree. Tang Kiki was the first to raise her hand, her face flushed with excitement. Let them fight. We will make the bullets. The feasibility is extremely high. Evelyn succinctly expressed her agreement. Chen Fan looked at Su Qingying, his eyes filled with admiration. Truly, she could always find the most incredible yet correct way to break through from dire situations. All right, let's do it. Chen Fan declared decisively. Everyone act immediately. At Su Qingying's command, the war machine Dawnbreaker instantly shifted into a new operational mode, not for combat, but for production. Simple gas mask blueprint tier, common. Required materials: soft cotton 5, iron ingot 2, tanned leather 1. Lin Wanqing's voice rang cold and precise through the carriage like a metronome calibrated to perfection. Tang Kiki's reply was always brimming with vitality. Her small hands danced across the violet holographic interface of that epic alchemical workshop, moving so swiftly they left afterimages in their wake. Countless raw materials streamed and parsed and reassembled by the matrix. Within minutes, sleek, airtight gas masks emerged one by one from the finished product chute. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyun and Lu Mingyan, accompanied by the Xia sisters, meticulously sorted, categorized, and packed the freshly minted gear. No clamor filled the carriage. Only the soft, resonant hum of finely tuned machinery and the quiet, purposeful tread of disciplined footsteps. Each person functioned like a precision gear, interlocking seamlessly under Su Qingying's command, the central intellect driving the entire team forward at breathtaking speed. Chen Fan was not idle. He inspected the external components of the Dawnbreaker. Though most repairs had been handled by Tang Kiki's tool crew, he still preferred to conduct basic checks and reinforcements himself. He tightened the final bolt, straightened up, and his gaze almost involuntarily drifted toward Anastasia, who stood nearby polishing her battle axe. She now wore a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her striking statuesque figure with ruthless clarity. Sensing his stare, she paused mid-stroke, but did not turn. Only her porcelain earlobes flushed faintly, imperceptibly pink. Chen Fan smiled, then approached, holding two newly crafted gas masks, reinforced, refined, and unmistakably superior in craftsmanship. Yours. He extended one. Anastasia finally turned, glanced at him, then at the exquisitely forged mask, her sapphire eyes flickering with a complex, unreadable emotion. Humph. Unnecessary. Though her words were dismissive, her hands accepted it without hesitation, and she turned it over curiously in her palms. And the other? She asked. Yiflin's. Chen Fan handed the second mask to Yiflin, who stood nearby calibrating her sniper rifle. Yiflin lifted her gaze, first to Chen Fan, then to Anastasia. And for the briefest moment, the glacial composure of her face softened into the faintest, nearly invisible smile. Thanks. Her reply was terse, yet she accepted the mask without delay. Watching this exchange, Anastasia felt an inexplicable sour pang rise unbidden within her chest. She gripped the mask tightly in her hand, knuckles whitening slightly, then let out a sharp, derisive snort, and turned away pointedly, ignoring Chen Fan. Chen Fan watched her, this proud, flustered creature whose delight was masked by stubborn defiance, and felt absolute certainty settle within him. This bargain, he realized, had tilted decisively in his favor. An hour later, all preparations were complete. The Dawnbreaker's engine roared low and deep once more as its massive hull slowly rolled out from beneath the forest shelter, pivoted smoothly, and advanced steadily toward the greenshade region on the map marked Mist Marsh. The grasslands remained as majestic as before, but the atmosphere inside the carriage had transformed utterly. Gone was the earlier ease and leisure. In its place reigned a steely, focused intensity, sharp, deliberate, and edged with quiet lethality. They were no longer tourists. They were prospectors stepping deliberately into a dragon's lair, a tiger's den. As the Dawnbreaker pressed deeper, the terrain began to shift dramatically. The flat meadows gradually gave way to sucking mud, while the air thickened with dampness and the cloying scent of decaying vegetation. Strange alien flora began appearing at the periphery of vision. Some bore colossal umbrella-like canopies, the others twisted like grotesque tentacles, their surfaces glistening with iridescent viscous slime. All personnel, attention, entering toxic mist zone. Don gas masks immediately. Su Qingying's voice echoed crisply through the team channel. Instantly, everyone donned the pre-prepared map. Through the lenses, the world beyond blurred into a hazy gray-green filter. HSSS. The wheels crushed a pool of murky green sludge, releasing a plume of white acidic vapor. A grating corrosive hiss rose from the armored hull as the acid gnawed at its surface. Though only a shallow scar remained, the sound sent chills down every spine. This corrosion is stronger than the system's data indicated. Lin Wanqing's voice, muffled behind her mask, carried a note of gravity. Proceed with caution, reduce speed. Chen Fan issued the order, his tone low and unwavering. The Dawnbreaker moved like a wary leviathan along the treacherous edge of the marsh, until Yiflin's icy, urgent warning shattered the silence. Contact, left front 3 o'clock. Something's coming, fast. Every heartbeat in the carriage tightened. From the distant mire emerged a colossal, translucent entity, shifting, melting like a candle, liquefying in heat, as it surged toward them with terrifying velocity. It held no fixed shape, its body rippling and undulating ceaselessly wherever it passed. Plants and soil alike bubbled and smoked under its corrosive touch. Corrosive slime, elite level LV. 45 description: a native organism of mistmarsh coalesced from concentrated toxic mist and putrid energy. Mindless, driven solely by instinct, and violently hostile toward all living things. An elite level monster. Xia Jiao cried out in alarm. Don't stop. Push through. Su Qingying's voice was decisive. It's not hunting us. It's fleeing something behind it. Chen Fan understood instantly. He slammed the accelerator. The Dawnbreaker's engine bellowed in fury as the vehicle surged forward, not retreating, but veering sharply toward the slime's flank. In the split second the Dawnbreaker skimmed past the creature, Chen Fan caught sight, through the side window, of what had sent the elite monster into panicked flight. A convoy. 3 heavily modified off-road vehicles arranged in a triangular formation, relentlessly pursuing the slime. Machine guns mounted atop blazed continuously, stitching the slime's gelatinous mass with torrents of lead that burst forth in viscous sprays. On their hulls, a snarling, blood-dripping wolf's head emblem was emblazoned in stark, menacing detail. Blood Wolf Convoy. A raiding faction unknown to the official rankings, neither elite nor insignificant, yet wholly devoted to the law of the jungle. They had clearly spotted the Dawnbreaker. Their barrage faltered momentarily, as if gauging the threat posed by this colossal intruder. Ignore them. Maintain speed. Chen Fan's voice was glacial. He had no intention of engaging such opportunists in this perilous place. Yet sometimes trouble arrives uninvited. A public broadcast suddenly flared across every member's holographic interface. Bloodwolf Foam. Hey there, big fella. Impressive ride. How about making friends? The Bloodwolf Convoy claims this marsh. Hand over half your hull and clear out. Or become fertilizer. Arrogant. Brutal. Utterly uncompromising. Damn it. How dare they? Tang Keek's cheeks flushed crimson with fury. The carriage's temperature plummeted. Chen Fan's gaze hardened. He glanced towards Su Qingying at the central. She met his eyes in silence, but her expression conveyed one unambiguous message: you decide. His gaze then shifted to Anastasia. She stood by the porthole watching the 3 swaggering off-roaders with glacial disdain, her sapphire eyes devoid of fear, burning instead with cold, incensed fury. Sensing his attention, she turned, locked eyes with him, and slowly, deliberately ran her tongue across, a gesture raw with primal challenge. Chen Fan understood. He exhaled slowly, then replied over the open channel with a single word. Leave. That same word, yet now stripped of pretense, radiating pure, frigid lethality. That single syllable ignited the fuse. Blood Wolf Li Feng, foolish little worm. Brothers, eliminate them. That hunk of metal's hollow. Its cargo and its women belong to us. The three vehicles instantly swiveled their weapons. Blinding tracers erupted, converging upon the Dawnbreaker in a storm of fire. Return fire. Chen Fan's voice was unervingly calm, and in the next instant, one of the Dawnbreaker's long silent weapon mounts, previously overlooked, seemingly unremarkable, a compact point-of-fence turret scarred and weathered, swung into position with sudden lethal grace. VVVRRR. A searing beam of incandescent white energy lanced forth, nearly invisible to the naked eye, cutting through the gray-green haze with impossible speed. It did not intercept the incoming bullets. Instead, with uncanny precision and speed defying reason, it struck the front tire of the lead vehicle. Boom! A violent detonation rocked the air. The speeding off-roader lurched sideways as though struck by an invisible titan, spun wildly, then plunged headlong into the adjacent caustic mire. Its occupants didn't even scream. In an instant, the corrosive ooze surged upward, engulfing both vehicle and riders, dissolving them into bubbling, smoke-wreathed sludge. One shot. One kill. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. The surviving Bloodwolf members stared frozen, their cruel grins petrified into masks of abject terror. What kind of weapon is that? While their minds reeled in horror, Yiflin's voice cut through their panic. Cold, final, like the pronouncement of death itself. Target locked. Goodbye. VVVRRR. Another blinding white beam flashed, striking true, piercing the engine block of the second off-roader with surgical precision. Silence. The stillness of the battlefield is more suffocating than any clamor. The blazing white energy beam dissipates, leaving behind a scorching, slightly distorted trace in the air. And that off-road vehicle with its engine, pierced its front, billowing black smoke, remains stationary in the muck. Inside the last vehicle of the Bloodwolf team, the captain, named Li Feng, still has a sinister smile frozen on his lips. His pupils have shrunk to the size of pinpricks, reflecting the steel behemoth ahead, akin to a hellish demon. A clucking sound escapes his throat as if an invisible hand is gripping it tightly, rendering him unable to utter a single word. Fear. Pure, unadulterated fear surges from his tailbone to the crown of his head, making the blood in his veins feel as if it has frozen. What is that? What on earth is that thing? That is not a weapon a survivor of this caliber should possess. His prideful modified machine gun feels as fragile as a silly toy in the presence of that beam. Retreat. Retreat. He exerted all his strength to squeeze out these two words through clenched teeth. The driver jolted awake, slamming the gas pedal to the floor, wildly turning the steering while trying to turn around and escape from the muddy swamp. The wheels spun wildly in the muck, splattering mud everywhere, yet the vehicle merely twisted and turned slowly in a distressed manner. It was too late. Inside the Dawn ship, Chen Fan's gaze showed not a flicker of emotion. He did not order a pursuit. He merely spoke calmly to Evelyn through the team channel. Don't waste energy, switch to armor-piercing rounds. Understood. Evelyn's response was equally brief, devoid of any emotion. In the next moment, another turret silently turned, locking onto the struggling off-road vehicle. Bang! A dull, distinctly different roar. No dazzling beam, only a shell trailing a dark red tail flame, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. The shell accurately struck the driver's cabin of the off-road vehicle. There was no violent explosion. The sturdy modified armor was easily ripped apart, as if it were made of paper, creating a massive gash. The sounds inside the vehicle abruptly ceased. In Li Feng's public communication channel, only a harsh, busy tone remained. 3 vehicles, less than 30 seconds. Total annihilation. Chen Fan watched the enemy's insignia completely vanish from the display, slowly exhaling a breath. He felt neither the thrill of bloodlust nor the joy of victory. Only a cold, ruthless calm that crushed the threat in its cradle. The apocalypse is not a banquet. You die or I live. So simple. Inside the vehicle, there was a profound silence. All the girls gazed at Chen Fan's silhouette. He was still himself, yet something about him had changed. The decisiveness and ruthlessness hidden beneath his caution and timidity were fully awakened at this. Wow, so cool. Tang Kiki was the first to break the silence, her large eyes sparkling with stars, looking at Chen Fan with an unprecedented admiration. Xia Jiao nodded vigorously, whispering to her sister, Brother Chen Fan. So handsome. In Qin Shuyun's eyes a trace of worry flickered, but more was a sense of comfort and reassurance. This man has finally begun to reveal the unassailable fangs of a leader. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of Su Qingying's mouth. This is the man she chose to support with all her strength. He possesses both courage and strategy. He can defend and also kill. Meanwhile, in the corner, Anastasia tightly clutched her battle axe, silent. She looked at Chen Fan's profile, her sapphire-like eyes swirling with extremely complex emotions. There was a sense of security brought by his dominance. There was admiration and resonance for his cold ruthlessness, and a hint of, a stirring call, belonging, that she herself had not even noticed. This man is hers. The thought was so clear, so strong. Clean up the battlefield. Chen Fan's voice pulled everyone back to reality from their various thoughts. Waning Star, scan the wreckage of those vehicles and see if there's anything worth recovering. Evelyn, Anna, you two come down with me, stay alert. Okay. The girls immediately sprang into action. The Dawn ship slowly approached the two relatively intact vehicle wrecks. Leading the way, Chen Fan was the first to get out of the vehicle. Anastasia and Evelyn followed closely, one on the left and one on the right. The air in the swamp was damp and foul, mixed with the smell of gunpowder and burnt metal, making one feel nauseated. Chen Fan walked up to the off-road vehicle that had been struck by the armor-piercing round. The driver's cabin was in ruins, and a strong smell of blood pervaded the air. Unfazed, he reached out, directly rummaging through the lifeless body of Li Feng. Soon he pulled out a relatively intact tactical backpack. You have obtained Energy Crystal X32. You have obtained Inferior Gunpowder X250 units. You have obtained Standard First Aid Kit X3. You have obtained Blueprint Modified Off-Road Motorcycle Standard X1. You have obtained Blood Wolf Team. The haul was neither too big nor too small fitting for this ragtag team. Chen Fan gathered everything and walked towards another vehicle whose engine had been ruined by the energy beam. Their communicator keeps repeating a phrase. Evelyn's cold voice rang out as she monitored the nearby channels with her terminal. What phrase? Chen Fan asked. Black Tooth Boss coordinates sent requesting support. Chen Fan paused his actions. He exchanged a glance with Su Qingying, seeing a flicker of understanding in each other's eyes. It seems this Blood Wolf team is merely a vassal, or scouts for a larger tribe. The Black Tooth they mentioned is likely a force much stronger than them, Su Qingying analyzed. We need to hurry. Chen Fan quickened his searching pace. At that moment, Anastasia, who had been silent, suddenly kicked the rear trunk of the vehicle with her toes. Hey, idiot, she called out. There seems to be something inside here. Chen Fan approached and found the trunk was locked from the inside. He wasted no words and swung his fist directly. Bang! With a loud crash, the alloy trunk door was smashed inward, deforming under the impact. With another punch, the lock snapped and the trunk door sprang open. A strong scent of perfume and the sound of a woman crying poured out from inside. Inside the cramped trunk, two disheveled young girls, their faces streaked with tears and filled with terror and numbness, were curled up. Upon seeing Chen Fan, their bodies trembled even more. The girls in the cabin changed their expressions upon witnessing this scene. Qin Shuyun and Lu Mengyan immediately got out of the vehicle, quickly approaching and taking off their outer jackets, gently draping them over the girls. Don't be afraid, it's okay now. Qin Shuyun's voice carried a comforting power. The two girls stared blankly at her, then looked at the surrounding group of well-equipped all-female team, and a glimmer of light finally appeared in their numb gazes. Chen Fan's face turned completely cold. Now he understood why the earlier Li Feng had said something like, the girls inside are all ours. Because they themselves had done just that. Xiao Jiwei, come over and check their bodies. Su Qingying calmly. The Xia sisters immediately stepped forward, using their healing arts to restore the strength and spirit of the two tormented girls. Chen Fan turned around, looking at the swamp that had begun to emit corrosive white smoke. What a pity, he said softly, letting them die so easily. Anastasia walked up to him, looking into his eyes, suddenly asking a question. What if we lose? Chen Fan paused for a moment. He turned his head, looking at the beautiful figures on the vehicle, some gentle, some cold, some lively, some intelligent. The fetid winds of the swamp, laden with the remnants of blood and gunpowder, brushed against everyone's cheeks. The two rescued girls, under the comforting presence of Qin Shuyun and Lu Mengyan, had calmed down significantly. Wrapped in warm coats and sipping the softly glowing hot water handed to them by Xia Jiwei, a flicker of life, named survival, finally reignited in their numb gazes. The girls in the cabin looked at them in silence. Oh, no one spoke, yet the shared fear and anger crystallized into a heavy pressure in the air. Anastasia did not approach. She simply leaned against the cold body of the Dawn vehicle, holding the storm battle axe, her sapphire-like eyes coldly gazing at the corrosive mire that had completely devoured the Blood Wolf convoy. Her profile under the gray-green twilight resembled a meticulously carved ice sculpture, beautiful yet imbued with a deadly chill. Chen Fan walked beside her, saying nothing, merely standing quietly. I used to think that weakness was simply a lack of refinement and living. Anastasia's voice was soft, yet strikingly clear, as if she were speaking to him, or perhaps to herself. Now I know. Weakness is having no power even to choose how to die. She turned her head, her frost-laden eyes now burning with intensity as they fixed upon Chen Fan. What you did was right. She rarely so directly affirmed someone. Chen Fan understood she referred to his unhesitating order to annihilate the Blood Wolf convoy. As he looked into her eyes filled with profound recognition, the last ripple of turmoil within him settled. What he aimed to protect was not merely their lives, but their dignity, the right to hold their heads high and live as humans in this apocalyptic world. And all of this required absolute power as its foundation. Let's go back to the vehicle. Chen Fan's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. It's not safe here. Once inside the vehicle, Su Qingying had already arranged everything. The two girls were temporarily placed in the medical area under the care of Qin Shuyuan and Lu Mengyan. Everyone tacitly gathered in front of the control panel, the atmosphere solemn. All eyes were fixed on Chen Fan. He no longer needed to inspire morale with grand speeches, he only required a glance of decision. Chen Fan's gaze swept over each girl present, passing over their faces marked by worry, trust, and expectation. He saw the admiration in Tang Qiqi's eyes, the acknowledgement beneath Evelyn's icy demeanor, and the calm understanding in Su Qingying's insightful gaze. Finally, his gaze settled on Tang Qiqi. Qiqi. Yes. Tang Qiqi straightened instantly like a soldier awaiting inspection. A faint smile curved Chen Fan's lips. It's time. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout every corner of the cabin, striking at the hearts of all. Wow. Are we finally upgrading? Tang Qiqi was the first to leap up, her excitement flushing her small face, her little fists clenched tightly. Wow. Are we finally upgrading? Tang Qiqi was the first to leap up, her excitement flushing her small face, her little fists clenched tightly, as if she could already envision the revitalized form of the dawn. All materials have been gathered since the last kill of the war puppet. Lin Wanqing pushed up her glasses, her eyes gleaming with rationality beneath the lenses, yet the slight tremor of her fingertips betrayed her inner unrest. Dawn Mobile Fortress Excellence Level Upgrade Blueprint. The blueprint they had seen countless times reappeared. Required materials: 1. High-strength alloy X 5,000 units met. 2. Arcane energy circuit X 1,000 units met. 3. Energy crystal fine level X 500 units, stock 2,400 met. 4. Black iron core X 10, stock 24 met. 5. Heart of bronze X 1, stock 3 net. Each condition lit up with a green indicator representing met. This was no longer an unattainable goal, but a reality within reach. What are we waiting for? Anastasia slammed the battle axe down, producing a dull thud, her stunning face radiating unmasked excitement and urgency. Let's get started quickly. I've had enough of this broken vehicle being riddled with dents. The girls laughed. The oppressive atmosphere brought by the Blood Wolf convoy swept away by this immense sense of anticipation. Okay. Su Qingying stood up, her wise eyes filled with light. They'll take charge of external vigilance and energy dispatch. Evelyn and Yu Yong, you are responsible for maintaining the slowest speed to avoid being tracked by Blacktooth. Qiqi and Wanqing, you will handle the upgrade operations. Everyone else remain on standby, ready to respond to any emergencies. Yes. Everyone replied in unison, their voices high and powerful. Chen Fan approached the core operation station of the control panel, where there was a final confirmation button that only he could authorize. Let's begin. He commanded in a deep voice. Received. Tang Qiqi took a deep breath, her small face extremely serious. She exchanged a glance with Lin Wanqing, and together they reached out their hands, beginning a dazzling series of operations on the huge purple screen. Material injection. Virum. A deep humming sound emanated from the chassis of the Dawn. The storage compartment opened and a massive flow of alloy and energy circuits surged inside, like a rushing stream drawn by an invisible force into the construction furnace within the vehicle. Energy crystal module integration. 500 fine-quality energy crystals radiating a ghostly blue glow were accurately placed onto the energy nodes scattered across the vehicle body. Special core fusion beginning. 10 pitch-black iron cores slowly floated up, with the ancient bronze glowing heart beginning to melt and reform under the enveloping energy. The entire Dawn began to tremble violently. The armor plates on the exterior of the vehicle emitted a grating metallic screech as new powerful patterns began to emerge and spread across the surface of the armor. The lights inside the cabin began to flicker wildly, flashing on and off. Warning. Energy overload. Vehicle structure is being reorganized. Reorganization progress 12. 35. 68. Each jump of the progress bar tightened the girls' hearts. Chen Fan's hand remained firmly on the final confirmation button. He could distinctly feel an unimaginably vast energy surging within this steel behemoth, roaring as if it wished to break free from its restraints and destroy everything. Steady. He whispered sharply as the hidden effect of his Shrank Talent teammate amplification was quietly activated at that moment. Tang Qiqi and Lin Wanqing felt their minds clear, the previously chaotic data stream instantly becoming crystal clear, and their operational speed surged to a new level. Reorganization progress 99. Fusion complete. Awaiting final authorization. All eyes focused on Chen Fan. Without hesitation, Chen Fan slammed down on that button. Boom. A dazzling light intertwined with bronze and black iron erupted explosively from the chassis of the Dawn. The light shot skyward, even momentarily dispersing the gray-green toxin above the swamp. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the sight before them took everyone's breath away. The exterior of the Dawn had undergone a revolutionary transformation. The armor, once covered in scars and patches, now looked renewed. The lines of the vehicle body were smoother, exuding a beauty of power, and the thickness of the armor visibly doubled. The body was no longer a singular metallic color, but instead presented a profound metallic black hue flowing with mysterious bronze patterns. Most strikingly, a completely new massive platform slowly rose atop the vehicle, covered with complex interfaces and slots. Ding. The Dawn Mobile Fortress has successfully upgraded to excellence level. Ding. The Dawn Mobile Fortress has successfully upgraded to base defense increased to 10,000 points. New modification module, slot unlocked. War Platform. War Platform, a large weapon module, can be mounted on this platform, or 3 medium-sized weapon modules. Hidden effect triggered for talent teammate amplification. Quality improved. The War Platform gains an additional feature, energy sharing. All weapon modules mounted on the platform will share the Dawn's main energy source, eliminating the need for individual power supplies and reducing cooldown time by 10. The brilliance of excellence, like a sun woven from black iron and bronze rising from the depths of a swamp. The overwhelming and heavy energy fluctuations instilled in everyone inside the compartment an unprecedented sense of grounding and stability. It felt as if this iron giant named Dawnbreaker finally possessed its own true heart and skeleton. Tang Kiki's cheers shattered the stunned silence as she hugged Lin Wanqing beside her, bouncing around like a child who had just received their most cherished toy. Lin Wanqing did not push her away. Our rarely seen blush of excitement sparked by the realization of dreams coming true floated on her usually calm and rational face. 100,000 durability, 10,000 defense. Xia Xiao murmured as she gazed at the dazzling new data on the screen. This is simply a mobile fortress. Evelyn's hand gently caressed the inner wall armor. Beneath the cold touch was a firmness and weight she had never felt before. This was no longer mere metal, but a reliable partner to which she could entrust her back completely. Even Anastasia, who was usually the most fastidious, nudged Chen Fan with her elbow, a proud and somewhat smug curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Finally looking like something it was worth all our efforts. Her words unconsciously shifted from I to we, a change she herself did not notice. Chen Fan looked at her proud expression and then at the beautiful faces in the compartment, all radiant with joy and excitement, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction fill his heart. The feeling of everyone working together and reaping the fruits of their labor brought him more joy than opening any epic treasure chest. Don't be too happy too soon. Su Qingying's voice, like a gentle breeze, slightly cooled the fervent atmosphere as she pointed to the most critical piece of information on the screen. New modification module, slot unlocked. War Platform. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. War Platform. Qin Shuyun softly repeated the term, a glimmer of wisdom shining in her eyes. Does this mean we can install a big thing on the roof? Not just a big thing. Tang Kiki immediately released Lin Wanqing and rushed to the control panel, her hands swiftly operating the screen. A 3D structural diagram of the Dawnbreaker roof was pulled up. The new war platform occupied nearly 1/3 of the roof area, filled with an array of energy interfaces and physical mounting slots radiating a beauty that combined industry and violence. This platform can accommodate a large weapon module or 3 medium modules. Tang Kiki's voice trembled with excitement, a unique fervor seen only when tech enthusiasts encountered top-tier development platforms. Moreover, due to Chen Fan's enhanced innate qualities, it also gained the characteristic of energy sharing. The cooldown time is reduced by 10. This is simply a god-level plugin tailored just for us. The girls gathered around, gazing at the platform brimming with infinite possibilities, their breaths quickening. Previously, they only had small turrets fixed to the vehicle, suitable for clearing minor enemies, but insufficient in firepower against true formidable foes. Now they possessed a canvas named War upon which they could freely unleash their creativity. We can install an electromagnetic railgun. No. The railgun is too heavy. Loading is slow. Tang Kiki immediately countered, we should install 3 purgatory flame cannons. Medium modules. The kind with 6 rotating barrels. Tens of thousands of rounds per minute, tearing apart any monsters that come our way. Firepower coverage is indeed important, but our ammunition reserves can't sustain such consumption. Evelyn calmly raised a critical question. Then, what about energy weapons? Can we make them ourselves? What about the blueprints? In an instant, the compartment was filled with chattering voices, a plethora of fantastical ideas emerging. From giant laser cannons to tracking missile nests, the girls were eager to mount every conceivable weapon. Chen Fan did not join their discussion, quietly listening instead. Watching them passionately debate over a common goal brought him immense tranquility. It wasn't until everyone turned their gazes towards him waiting for their captain to make the final decision that he smiled. "Do you remember the blueprint we opened when we left the bridge tunnel?" His words instantly silenced the entire Everyone's mind conjured the image of that blueprint shimmering with epic purple light, filled with ferocity and a sense of destruction. "My goodness." Tang Kiki was the first to react, covering her mouth with both hands, her big eyes widening in disbelief and joy. "Design blueprint for the small mecha guardian." Su Qingying's voice trembled with a hint of fear. Everyone was stunned. Yes, they had forgotten about this. It wasn't just an ordinary weapon module, it was a real, small humanoid mecha. With an independent energy core possessing both main cannon and close combat capabilities, it could even perfectly integrate with Phoenix Feather and Thunder Core. Previously, due to the harsh manufacturing conditions requiring fixed locations and substantial time, this plan had subconsciously been categorized as a distant ultimate goal by everyone. But now, all eyes converged once more on the structure diagram of the war platform. The platform's dimensions, the layout of interfaces, the method of energy supply. It was simply born. Lin Wangxing's voice trembled as she brought up the mecha's design and virtually overlaid it with the model of the war platform. Perfect fit. Seamless. As if this platform was destined to bear this epic weapon of slaughter from the moment it was designed. Unable to remain stagnant for long doesn't mean it cannot stop. Walk while changing. Qin Shuyun softly repeated Chen Fan's previous words, looking at him with sparkling eyes. It turned out he had already anticipated this step from the very beginning. Can we really make it? Xia Zio's voice held a hint of uncertainty. Oh, after all, it was an epic creation. We can. This time it wasn't Chen Fan who answered, but Tang Kiki. Her small face radiated unprecedented confidence and brilliance. With an excellent grade vehicle as the foundation and this war platform as the mounting base, the difficulty of manufacturing is reduced by at least half. She looked at Chen Fan, her eyes burning with intensity. Chen Fanji, as long as the materials are sufficient, give Sister Wanqing and me time. We can install the Guardian on the roof of Dawnbreaker. This statement acted like a shot of adrenaline, injecting hope into everyone's hearts. Threat. That black-toothed tribe somewhere unknown. Under the shadow of the Guardian mecha, it seemed no longer so terrifying. Chen Fan smiled. This was the effect he desired. He wanted his girls to always be filled with hope, to always believe they could overcome anything. All right. Chen Fan made a firm declaration. From now on, the highest priority of the team is to manufacture the Guardian. He looked at Su Qingying. Qingying, do we need to adjust the original plan? Su Qingying's eyes sparkled as she quickly operated on the screen. No need. Her response was decisive and clear. The core materials needed for the Guardian, Abyssal Demon Iron and Stellar Mystical Silver, are both rare-level materials. And our original target, Misty Swamp, according to system information, has a high probability of producing these two minerals in its depths: elite monsters and regional treasure chests. A scheming smile formed at the corner of her mouth. Our arms merchant plan and mecha plan not only do not conflict, but rather complement each other. We can use the potions made in the alchemy workshop to trade at the platform for ordinary materials we cannot conveniently gather or urgently need to accelerate the construction of the Guardian. Using war to sustain war, using commerce to sustain war. A grander and clearer blueprint unfolded before everyone's eyes. No one in the compartment harbored any confusion. In everyone's eyes burned the flame of a shared goal. Then it settled. Chen Fan stood up, casting his gaze over each of his teammates. Evelyn Anna, keep moving forward, target Misty Swamp. Tang Kiki, Lin Wanqing, organize the material list and plan the construction process. Everyone do your part. Let's go. With his command, this newly transformed iron giant let out a roar that was steadier and more powerful. It carried 12 individuals with burning hearts and an epic dream about to be born, charging towards the mist filled with unknowns and opportunities. This time, they were no longer going to pan for gold. They were going to find the cornerstone to forge a throne for their god. The dawn moved through the misty swamp, feeling entirely different. No longer was it the cumbersome struggle through the mud, but a steady, crushing advance. The exceptional chassis and tracks transformed this corrosive marshland into a smooth highway. With each movement, there was an undeniable aura of majesty belonging to the Iron Giant. Chen Fan's hand rested on the control panel, clearly sensing the surging and stable flow of energy emanating from deep within the vehicle. It was an unprecedented sense of security, as if as long as they were within this fortress, nothing from the outside could shake them. His gaze crossed the control panel and fell upon the orderly scene inside the cabin. Su Qingying and Lin Weiner stood side by side before a massive holographic map. The complex terrain of the Misty Swamp was rendered into a three-dimensional model on the holographic display, with streams of data flowing beneath their fingertips, converging into marked optimal routes and resource collection points. According to the system's basic information and the data analysis decrypted from the Bloodwolf squad, Terminal Lin Wayner's cold voice rang out devoid of emotion, yet remarkably clear. The abyssal demon iron primarily occurs in areas of high-purity toxic miasma, usually guarded by the ironclad marsh crocodile colonies. The Starlight's secret silver requires delving into the center of the swamp to the glowworm cave, where the environment is even more complex, inhabited by unknown elite-level creatures. Su Qingying nodded, her perceptive eyes glinting with calculated light. The highest priority is the abyssal demon iron. Our arms dealer plan also needs to be initiated quickly. Our producing potions requires gathering a large amount of phantom mushrooms, which grow in environments that overlap greatly with the habitat of the ironclad marsh crocodile. She lightly tapped a deep green area marked on the map. Target the Rotten Heart Basin. Meanwhile, Tang Kiki had completely turned the epic alchemy workshop into her own exclusive kingdom. She wore disproportionately large goggles on her small face, her hands weaving trails of residual images on the purple operation screen. Energy supplement successfully refined. Quality increased by 30. Basic repair adhesive successfully refined. Quality increased by 30. Bottles of potions emitting faint light and cans of viscous repair agents continuously slid out from the finished product outlet, carefully sorted and packaged by the Xia sisters nearby. Qin Shuyun and Lu Mengyan were taking care of the two rescued girls. They had already changed into clean clothes, and though still timid, their eyes were no longer numb. Under Qin Shuyun's guidance, they even began to help with basic tasks of organizing herbs. Whenever their gazes occasionally met Chen Fan's, they would quickly lower their heads, but in their eyes, besides fear, there was an indescribable gratitude and reverence. This man was a god who had personally pulled them from the depths of hell. To the left front, a group of marsh crocodiles, 32 in number, elite level. Evelyn's voice came from the weapon control console, calm, as if reporting targets. Anastasia had already stood at the open side shooting port, the massive storm battle axe resting on her shoulder, her black combat suit perfectly outlining her striking curves. She licked her lips, and a bloodthirsty excitement ignited in her sapphire-like eyes. Finally, something to chop. Chen Fan did not even turn around, but calmly issued orders. No need to exit the vehicle. Use the closing cannon. Anna, conserve your strength. TCH boring. Anastasia pouted but obediently stepped back, cradling her battle axe and leaning against the wall, appearing utterly bored. Buzz. A closing cannon on the roof silently rotated, its muzzle igniting with a glaring white light. In the next second, beams of energy like the scythes of death precisely and efficiently cut through the gray-green, toxic miasma. In the distant mire, those ironclad marsh crocodiles that had just poked their ferocious heads above the water did not even have time to emit a complete roar before their iron-like skulls were penetrated in an instant, exploding into clouds of dark green blood mist. There was no fierce battle, no thrilling pulse. This was a one-sided cold slaughter. In less than a minute, the battle concluded. You killed ironclad marsh crocodiles elite level X32. You obtained energy crystals common level X2112. You obtained marsh crocodiles resilient leather X54. You obtained abyssal demon iron or roughly refined X96 units. Write the quantity directly after X12. Looking at the harvest information that popped up on the screen, everyone was accustomed to it. The exceptional dawn facing these elite monsters had already formed an absolute crushing superiority. Deploy the drones to gather materials. Chen Fan ordered. Several spider-like collection robots sprang from beneath the vehicle, swiftly charging into the battlefield, efficiently dismantling the crocodile corpses and gathering valuable materials and ores. At this efficiency, Tang Kiki watched the real-time updating materials list, excitedly calculating, at most half a day, we can gather the abyssal demon iron needed for the Guardian mainframe. Everyone's faces broke into smiles. Watching that epic goal slowly transform from blueprint to reality through their efforts brought an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Just then, a girl who had been silent and helping to sort herbs suddenly raised her head and timidly spoke to, I think I heard those bad people mention the ironclad marsh crocodile and rotten heart. The atmosphere inside the cabin slightly paused. Everyone's gaze focused on her. The girl was startled and quickly lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. They said that the Rotten Heart is the hunting ground of the Black Fong leader, and no one is allowed in except for their people. They also said that the Black Fong tribe's target this time is a certain mine deep within the Rotten Heart. Another girl recalled something and added, right. It's called the Sunken Mine. They said there's the best, or there, which they offer as tribute to some big shot. Black Fong. The Sunken Mine. Su Qingying and Chen Fan exchanged glances. Trouble had arrived quicker than they imagined. Su Qingying quickly operated on the map, and soon a location marked with a special symbol was highlighted in the center of the Rotten Heart Basin. Sunken mine, rare level resource point description, an ancient mine that sank into the swamp during a disaster rich in rare or veins. It is surrounded by powerful swamp creatures and toxic miasma. The Blood Wolf is merely a reconnaissance unit. Black Fong is the main force. Su Qingying's voice grew serious. They clearly did not act on impulse, but came prepared, targeting this mine. Our route coincides perfectly with theirs. The joyful atmosphere in the cabin was replaced by an invisible presence. Everyone understood what this meant. An unavoidable conflict awaited them ahead. What are we afraid of? Anastasia was the first to speak, her voice filled with disdain and battle intent. Just a bunch of lizards hiding in the mud. Exactly, let's clean them up too, so we won't have trouble later. Her gaze burned into Chen Fan's, the meaning clear. Order away. Chen Fan did not respond immediately. He looked at the 96 units of abyssal demon iron just entered into the inventory, then glanced at the long list of materials on the Guardian blueprint. Retreating would mean giving up the most efficient resource point, indefinitely delaying the plan to create the Guardian. Advancing would mean confronting a tribal force far exceeding the Blood Wolf that occupied this area. He turned around, looking at the faces of every girl in the cabin. He saw no fear, only trust and a hint of eagerness suppressed beneath the calm surface. Their wings had already grown strong. Their fangs thirsted for blood. Chen Fan's heart held no hesitation. He slowly exhaled, then a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Qingying prioritized supplying all the energy of the dawn to that energy cannon. His voice was calm, since their target is also the mine. We'll wait for them at the mine's entrance. I want them to know. This swamp now has a new master. The dawn no longer roared. The top-tier engine under Tang Kiki's meticulous tuning shifted to a dull and terrifying low growl. Like a prehistoric behemoth prowling in deep waters, each time the tracks traversed the muddy terrain, no massive waves were stirred. Instead, everything beneath its feet was silently and forcefully pressed deep into the earth. Inside the cabin, the warmth of joy had long faded, replaced by a coldness and focus approaching absolute zero. This was no longer home, but a war command center. According to thermal imaging and sonar detection feedback, the terrain begins to narrow 3 kilometers ahead. Lin Wangxing's voice echoed in the command channel, cold and precise. On the screen before her, the three-dimensional topographic map was continuously magnified, and a red route composed of countless data streams sliced through the marsh's texture like a scalpel. Here is the only land entrance to the sunken mine. Su Qingying's finger pointed to a narrow pass on them. It was the angle between 2 jagged stone mountains, resembling a gap cleaved by a giant's battle axe, wide enough for only 2 vehicles to pass side by side. A natural meat grinder, she concluded. Evelyn Tsukiyomi parked the Dawn in the stone forest depression on the left side of the pass. It is an excellent blind spot for visibility and shooting angles, as well as the best ambush point. Evelyn and Kamakura Tsukiyomi at the driver's seat exchanged no unnecessary words, and under their deft control the massive vehicle glided into the shadows like a ghost, blending seamlessly with the surrounding gray-black rocks. The low growl of the engine was completely suppressed, switching to a silent power supply mode. In an instant, this steel behemoth seemed to vanish from this world. Inside the cabin, the light dimmed, with only the various control panels emitting a faint cold glow, illuminating the tense faces of the girls. Qin Shuyun and Lu Mengyan had already brought the 2 rescued girls deep into the safest medical chamber, covering them with soft blankets and softly comforting them, isolating them from the external threat. The Xia sisters stood by, holding their staves ready to cast healing spells at any moment. Tang Kiki's small hand hovered over the main control screen of the weapon system, her eyes fixed on an energy bar that was slowly rising. It was the charging for the main cannon on the war platform, the energy turret captured from the Bloodwolf convoy and modified by Lin Wanqing. Energy supply stable, charging progress at 71%. 72. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, attention suppressing her excitement. In the corner, Anastasia hugged her storm battle axe, leaning against the cold interior wall. Unlike her usual impatience, she simply closed her eyes. But the slight rise and fall of her breath, along with her grip on the axe handle, causing her knuckles to whiten, revealed her state like a spring compressed to its limit. She was waiting for a signal that would allow her to release all the pent-up tension. Everyone was performing their duties, the entire team functioning like a finely tuned watch, operating silently and efficiently in the stillness. Chen Fan stood at the center of the control console. He did not look at anyone, his gaze penetrating the one-way observation window, staring at the desolate gray-green pass outside. He was the core spring of this watch. His calmness was the standard for all the gears in motion. He could sense the emotions of every girl in the cabin. Tang Kiki's anticipation, Anastasia's desire, Su Qingying's calculations, Evelyn's focus. And his own. It was no longer timidity or fear. Instead, it was a cold patience, as a hunter waiting for prey to come to him in his hunting ground. He now understood that true strength is not about boasting one's power. Rather, it is about having the ability to crush one's opponent at any moment, yet still choosing the most stable, efficient, and lethal method. Just like now, time flowed second by second. The sound of wind in the marsh and the distant wails of unknown creatures felt filtered out by this stone forest. Silence. Oppressive silence. They're coming. Evelyn's voice shattered the stillness. Everyone's hearts suddenly contracted. In the distance at the pass, two vehicles larger than the Bloodwolf convoys, off-road vehicles with thicker armor and even equipped with makeshift crossbows on their roofs, cautiously drove in one after the other. The vehicle bodies were emblazoned with a menacing Black Fong emblem. Scouts of the Black Fong tribe. Their operational mode was far more professional than the Bloodwolf rabble. Upon entering the pass, the two vehicles immediately split apart, one hugging the left mountain wall, the other the right, advancing in a crisscross manner. The crossbows and machine guns mounted on their roofs constantly scanned for any suspicious hiding spots. Their public channel was quietly tapped into by Lin, watching. Damn it, this hellish place, not a single hair in sight. The boss said the sunken mine is right behind this. If we can dig up enough abyss demon iron to offer to Lord Disaster, our Black Fong tribe can finally exchange for real energy weapons. Quit the nonsense, be careful. The Bloodwolf idiots disappeared around here without even sending a signal. What are we afraid of? Those who can quietly take down the Bloodwolf must be extraordinary figures. But we are the Black Fong. Who dares to touch us in the eastern grasslands? Unless it's one of those freaks in the top 20 on the leaderboard. Their conversation resonated clearly within the dawn. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Anastasia's lips. Tang Kiki's eyes ignited with fury. Chen Fan's expression, however, remained unchanged. He was just waiting for the best, unavoidable opportunity. The two armed pickups had completely entered the pass, arriving at the narrowest part of this area. Their sides were fully exposed within the attack range of the dawn. Now is the time. Chen Fan did not speak, merely raised his hand slightly toward the weapon control console. A simple, even somewhat casual gesture. But Evelyn understood. Her finger gently tapped on the screen. Hum. A faint, almost inaudible high-frequency hum of energy. The energy turret atop the dawn concentrated its azure glow into an intense, blinding white light in an instant. There was no recoil, no war, not even a warning. A beam of blinding white light imperceptible to the naked eye shot forth from the barrel. It appeared and had already hit its target. Time seemed to stretch at that moment. The members inside the Black Fong pickup had yet to let down their guard. On their retinas, they could only capture a pure white that instantaneously filled their entire field of vision. And then there was nothing afterward. Boom. The delayed, deafening explosion finally erupted. The armed pickup that was hit, along with its heavy modified armor, sturdy body, all its occupants, and their dreams and arrogance, were not torn apart nor blown away. Instead, they were erased and evaporated from the molecular level by the incomprehensible heat and energy contained within that beam. Left behind was a glassy pit over 5 meters in diameter with smooth edges like a mirror, still emitting wisps of smoke. And a second pickup abruptly braking, its tires screeching against the ground. The people inside stared blankly at the empty spot beside them, now just a charred pit, their minds in a daze. What just happened? Where are the teammates? Where is the vehicle? The entire battlefield fell into a strange silence born from extreme fear. Inside the dawn, Tang Kiki gaped, watching the target markers on the screen instantly clear and the horrifying playback of destruction, unable to utter a word. Anastasia slowly opened her eyes, and within her sapphire-like gaze there was no longer bloodlust, but a deeper shock brought about by absolute power. This is the top-tier dawn. This is their war weapon. Target the second one. Chen Fan's voice calmly resonated, as if merely stating what the next dish would be. His words jolted the enemies in the surviving pickup awake. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. There's an ambush. A shrill, distorted scream erupted chaotically in their communication channel. We've been attacked. Ahu and the others. Evaporated. There's nothing left. The driver slammed the accelerator desperately, trying to reverse and escape this hell. But it was too late. Bang. Another sound entirely different from the previous one, a dull roar. Evelyn didn't even need to use the energy main cannon again. An inconspicuous turret fired a conventional armor-piercing round, trailing a dark red tail flame, accurately hitting the hood of the pickup. The violent explosion sent the front of the vehicle flying. The out-of-control pickup crashed into the nearby mountain wall, completely stalling. The battle was over. Lin Wangxing's cold voice rang out at just the right moment, as if providing a final commentary to this performance. The Black Fong tribe's communication channel has descended into chaos. All communications are repeating one word. She paused, looking at Chen Fan, her gaze carrying a hint of awe and fervor she had not even realized. Divine punishment. Chen Fan's gaze remained fixed on the pass outside, where the deeper, unknown marsh lay. He knew that the main force of the Black Fong tribe would soon arrive. He slowly spoke, his voice reverberating through the control console, resonating clearly in every corner of the cabin, imprinting in the hearts of every girl. Notify them. The next one is you. Chen Fan's statement, "the next one is you," was not transmitted through any communication device. It was merely a declaration he made to himself and to the girls beside him who had entrusted their lives and futures to him. A cold, unassailable declaration destined to become a reality. Silence. Within the narrow past, the glassy pit left by the evaporated energy beams still radiated the residual warmth of distorted air. The wreckage of another crashed pickup truck lay like an abandoned steel corpse, silently narrating the brief, yet horrific massacre that had just occurred. Inside the Dawn vessel, this silence took on an entirely different texture. It was not fear but focus. It was the patience of a predator suppressing all its presence, burying its claws deep beneath its pads, quietly waiting for the army of prey to step into the trap. Chen Fan's fingers rhythmically tapped against the cold edge of the control panel. One tap, two taps. Each tap felt like measuring the flow of time, as if calming the taut, beautiful faces within the vehicle under which their hearts throbbed violently. His gaze swept over each girl. Tang Kiki's small face no longer bore her usual vivacity. She stared intently at the energy monitoring screen, fine beads of sweat forming on her nose, her eyes shining with astonishing brightness. It was the fervor and anticipation for the impending larger-scale combat test. Evelyn's hand remained suspended above the weapon control panel screen. Her pupils reflected the ethereal blue data stream, her whole being like a blade drawn from its sheath waiting for the command to strike. Su Qingying stood behind her, her eyes slightly closed, as if constructing a sand table of the entire battlefield in her mind. The terrain of the past, the enemy's numbers, our firepower configuration. Every possible occurrence was rapidly calculated and analyzed in her prodigious mind. In the corner, Anastasia had already stood upright. She didn't look at anyone as she simply wiped her massive battle axe blade with a soft silk cloth over and over. The action carried a sickly elegance with each stroke. The cold light of the blade intensified. These girls, viewed by the outside world as treasures, vases, or weaklings, had quietly transformed under Chen Fan's gaze into a group of the deadliest war roses blooming solely for him. A surge of indescribable ambition and warmth welled up in Chen Fan's heart. He cherished this feeling. He cherished their reliance on him, their trust in him. Even more, he cherished having enough power to respond to this profound trust, one worthy of sacrificing everything to protect. They're coming. Lin Wangxing's voice shattered the silence within the vehicle. Her voice remained cold, yet carried a certainty born from data analysis. Thermal source signals exceed 50, approaching the pass at high speed. Based on vehicle contours and energy response analysis, they should be the main force of the Blacktooth tribe. Expected to enter the ambush zone in 3 minutes. They were coming. They had finally arrived. All the girls' bodies involuntarily tensed. Attention, everyone. Su Qingying opened her eyes. The wisdom in her gaze was devoid of any languor, replaced by absolute calmness and strategizing. The enemy is numerous. Do not skimp on ammunition. The first round will once again be a saturation attack by the energy main cannon targeting the densest part of the enemy formation. The second round will use armor-piercing rounds to prioritize the elimination of the enemy's heavy firepower units. The third round. Her voice paused as her gaze shifted toward the corner where Anastasia stood, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Anastasia, prepare to engage. He'll give you 10. Anastasia's action of wiping the battle axe halted. She lifted her head, her sapphire-like eyes igniting, instantly licking her crimson lips, revealing a cruel, yet beautiful smile. Just 10. Deal. 3 minutes felt as long as a century. As the first heavy truck, painted with black fangs and equipped with a massive ram, roared into the past, the atmosphere of the battlefield was instantly ignited. Following closely behind were over 20 various modified vehicles, pickups, SUVs, and even a few heavy armored buses. They surged forward like a murky tide of steel, roaring as they rushed into this meticulously prepared. Boss, this is where they disappeared. Damn it, not even a corpse can be found. What the hell did this? Everyone be alert. Crossbows loaded. Machine gunners watched the cliffs on both sides. The chaotic, aggressive shouts echoed clearly into the Dawn vessel through the hacked communication channel. On the roof of the foremost heavy truck stood a muscular man with a bare upper body covered in hideous scars. In his hand, he wielded a blood-stained cleaver. He was the leader of the Blacktooth tribe. Blacktooth. He gazed at the glassy pit, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by deeper greed. Something capable of causing this level of destruction must be an energy weapon. There must be a fat sheep hiding around here. He raised his cleaver and roared with wild laughter. Brothers, let's drag them out. Vehicles and equipment belong to the tribe. The women inside, whoever grabs them, they belong to them. Awoo. The filthy primal howls echoed through the pass. Inside the vehicle, Qin Shuyuan and Lu Mingjian's eyes flashed with bone-chilling cold. Xia Zio's small face turned red with anger, and she clenched her fists tightly. However, Chen Fan's expression remained terrifyingly calm. He simply gazed at the man named Black Tooth on the screen, that face twisted by arrogance, as if looking at a dead man. "It's time," he whispered. Evelyn's fingers pressed firmly on the screen. Virum. This time it was no longer a silent ambush. The exceptional Dawn vessel poured all of its engine power, without reservation, into the weapon systems. The menacing energy turret on the roof let out a low roar akin to a primordial beast awakening. The extreme white light from the cannon's mouth illuminated the entire pass, as if it were daylight. "What is that?" Black Tooth's pupils contracted sharply. He barely had time to let out a horrified shout. In the next moment, a stream of blazing white energy, several times thicker than before, and carrying a sense of destruction, surged forth with an unstoppable momentum. It did not target any specific objective. It simply rampaged violently, washing away the narrowest section of the entire pass. Boom, 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 boom. A series of continuous terrifying explosions, as if tearing the heavens and earth apart, erupted at the center of the steel tide. The first 5 or 6 vehicles, along with their occupants and their arrogance and desires, were completely vaporized in an instant by that terrifying energy evaporated from existence. The shockwave of the explosion turned into a visible whirlwind, sweeping away countless metal fragments and severed limbs in all directions. Vehicles a little farther away were like toys struck by a giant's iron fist, easily flipped over, tumbling, disintegrating in midair, igniting into blazing flames. With just one strike, only one strike, the seemingly surging steel tide of the Black Tooth tribe was brutally severed in half. A massive, shocking gap of death was torn open. Within the pass, screams, wails, and the sounds of explosions rang out in unison, instantly transforming it into a hell on earth. Devil. This is a devil. Divine punishment. It's divine punishment. The surviving members of Black Tooth gazed at this hellish scene, at the slowly dissipating, yet still exuding a destructive aura energy cannon. Their mental defenses crumbled in that moment. Retreat. Quickly retreat. It was unclear who let out the first panic scream. Chaos spread. Surviving vehicles desperately tried to turn around, jostling and colliding, blocking the already narrow pass so tightly that not a drop could leak through. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a dull rumbling sound erupted. Armor-piercing rounds trailing crimson tails shot out from the shadows with pinpoint precision, systematically piercing through and detonating the vehicles still possessing heavy firepower. A massacre. A cold massacre with a predetermined outcome. Everyone stay calm. Hold the line. Black Tooth's eyes were bloodshot. He jumped down from the overturned truck, brandishing his cleaver and roaring madly. However, his voice was soon drowned out by a piercing metallic scraping sound. There, from the shadows of the silent mountains, a massive steel beast, entirely cloaked in deep black iron, with mysterious bronze patterns flowing across its surface, slowly rolled out, crushing stones and debris. It did not fire. It simply stood silently at the exit of the pass. Like an insurmountable despair, the armor plate on the side of the vehicle made a soft sound and slowly opened. A figure carrying a massive battle axe that was entirely disproportionate to her petite frame gracefully leaped down. Anastasia. She cracked her neck with a crisp sound, her sapphire-like eyes sweeping across the group of enemies who had completely lost their fighting spirit, like sheep awaiting slaughter. She extended her tongue, licking the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile that would terrify all her enemies, one that was both enchanting and satisfied. "It's my turn now." Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly spread across the chaotic battlefield. In the Queen's hunting ground, desperate wails echoed. Anastasia's smile resembled a black mandala blooming amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Her very presence was a subversion of reason. That supermodel face, capable of overshadowing all worldly brilliance, and the breathtaking curves wrapped in black combat attire, should have graced the most luxurious runway, receiving the adoration of countless flashbulbs. Yet at this moment, she stood in this hellish pass composed of steel wreckage, charred corpses, and glassy deep. Even more discordant was the storm battle axe on her shoulder, towering over her entire figure, shimmering with a chilling light. Beauty and savagery, elegance and violence formed an eerie harmony that made the souls of all surviving Black Tooth members tremble. "Kill her. She's all alone." In the chaos, a voice yelled hoarsely. The instinct for survival overcame the deep-seated fear. Several blood-covered strongmen closest to her felt a renewed ferocity in their eyes. They screamed and brandished their machetes and steel pipes, madly charging at the seemingly fragile figure from 3 directions. To them, if they could eliminate this woman, perhaps a path to survival would open. The curve of Anastasia's lips widened. She didn't even take a step back. Just as the first enemy was about to reach her, his twisted face, filled with excitement, was clearly visible. She moved. Her body sank slightly, executing an exquisitely graceful turn. The movement resembled not a fight, but a ballet dancer completing a difficult pirouette on stage. The hem of her black combat outfit danced elegantly, drawing a beautiful arc. Meanwhile, the massive storm battle axe transformed into a silver horizontal ring of death as she spun. Puff! It was not the dull sound of cutting through flesh and bone, but rather the smooth sound of a sharp blade slicing through decayed wood, sending shivers down one's spine. The expressions of the three hulking men at the front were frozen in a moment of savagery and madness. Their upper bodies continued to charge forward due to inertia. However, their lower bodies had already separated from their torsos. 3 jets of blood shot up into the sky, severed at the waist. Anastasia's spin did not cease. Her pale long legs lightly tapped the ground scattered with gravel, and she gracefully dove into another group of stunned enemies like a weightless black butterfly. The giant axe in her hand seemed to lose its weight, sweeping, slashing, and thrusting. Each movement was reduced to its essence, yet lethal to the utmost. No unnecessary tricks, only the most efficient slaughter. An enemy attempting to block with a modified shield was cleaved in half along with the shield. Hot entrails and blood splattered across the face of another enemy beside her. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before the back of the axe with its ramming edge crashed down heavily upon his helmet with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Bang! Like a hammer smashing a watermelon. Red and white splattered in an instant. At that moment, the slaughter transformed into a bloody art. Anastasia danced freely in the center of this stage filled with blood and flesh. Each of her dodges precisely avoided all attacks. Every swing of her axe inevitably took one or several lives. Blood stained her black hair, dripping down her smooth jaw, yet her sapphire-like eyes grew even brighter, shining like a burning polar glacier, beautiful, cold, and unapproachable. Inside, the Don Tang Kiki and the Xia sisters instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes filled with shock. They knew Anastasia was strong, but they had never imagined she could be this powerful. This was no longer a battle. This was a one-sided, inevitable, crushing slaughter. Su Qingying's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. She had given Anastasia a target of 10. That was not a mission but a chain. She feared Anastasia would get carried away and stray beyond the fire coverage of the dawn. But now it seemed this chain was somewhat redundant. Monster. She is a monster. Run. Run fast. Finally, the surviving Black Tooth member's last shred of resistance was completely crushed by this bloody and magnificent slaughter. They collapsed. They discarded their weapons, crying and screaming, recklessly fleeing backward, rolling and crawling toward any direction they believed could lead to escape. The entire pass had turned into a chaotic, desperate hunting ground. And Anastasia was the sole towering, "Come back. No retreat." A roar mixed with anger and fear exploded across the chaotic battlefield. It was Black Tooth. His robust body was marked with blood streaks from shockwave blasts, one eye a bloody mess, making him appear like a ghoul risen from hell. He saw clearly. No matter how strong that woman was, she was still just one person. And that terrifying steel behemoth had stopped firing ever since she got out. This was their only chance. Kill her. Black Tooth swung his mountain-cleaving knife, pointing at Anastasia, shouting with all his strength, "Whoever kills her, I'll make him vice leader." Women in the tribe can be chosen freely. With the promise of rich rewards, a few desperate rogues, already frightened out of their wits, felt a glimmer of hope again. But more people were still fleeing in panic. Black Tooth knew it was no use to rely on this bunch of worthless cowards. A glint of madness and determination flashed in his remaining eye. He suddenly pulled out a syringe glowing with dangerous red light from his waist and plunged it viciously into his neck. Roar! A beastly roar unlike anything human erupted from his throat. His muscles began to visibly swell at an alarming rate, and beneath his skin dark veins twisted and bulged like writhing earthworms. His height surged half a meter in just a few seconds. Raging Potion Superior level drastically enhances the user's strength and speed for a short time, but causes mental disarray and severe physical exhaustion. Die! Black Tooth's rationality was consumed by the potion. He transformed into a black shadow, the ground cracking beneath his feet, charging like an out-of-control truck barreling toward Anastasia amid a gust of blood. Anastasia halted her pursuit of the lesser enemies. She turned, her sapphire-like eyes finally showing a trace of seriousness for the first time. She could feel the uncontrollable violent power emanating from the opponent. Yet it was merely seriousness. She slowly grasped the handle of the storm battle axe with both hands. No flamboyant moves, no graceful evasions. She chose to confront Hedon, just as Black Tooth's mountain-cleaving knife was about to strike her face. Anastasia moved. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward, lowering her center of gravity. The massive storm battle axe swept up from below, tracing an illogical arc against the knife's edge. Clang! A sound loud enough to shatter eardrums erupted at the center of the pass. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward from the two of them, blowing away the gravel and dust from the ground. Black Tooth's madness instantly froze. In its place came an incomprehensible extreme terror. He felt as if his mountain-cleaving knife had struck an unshakable divine mountain. The immense force originating from the axe blade not only dispersed all his strength in an instant, but also shattered the bones in his arms, which had swollen due to the potion, into pieces. Crack! Amidst the painful sound of cracking bones, his mountain-cleaving knife flew out of his hand. Anastasia's cold, emotionless eyes were now inches away. "Too weak," she said softly. In the next second, she released one hand, clenched her fist, and seemingly casually punched into Blacktooth's muscular chest. Blacktooth's massive body stiffened as if struck by lightning. Then he slowly lowered his head, incredulously looking at his chest. There, a slender, pale fist had completely sunk into his chest, emerging from his back. In her fist was a still-beating heart covered in dark veins. Ugh! Blacktooth's life, along with his ambition and madness, was utterly terminated at that moment. Anastasia slowly withdrew her arm, letting his corpse slump to the ground like a pile of mush. She shook off the blood on her hands, her gaze sweeping over the last few survivors in the pass, who had completely frozen, forgetting even to escape. Her brow furrowed slightly. It was a bit dirty. At that moment, Chen Fan's voice, through the mini-communicator in her ear, calmly echoed, "Come back, leave the rest to Evelyn." Anastasia smirked, ultimately choosing not to strike again. She hoisted the battle axe, turned around, and walked back to the steel behemoth, which stood like a mountain, shielding her from all worries. Behind her, bang, 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 bang. The muffled yet rhythmic booming sound rang out again. It was the Dawn's Closian cannon conducting its final cold tally. The screams abruptly ceased. The entire world fell silent. Chen Fan stood at the control console, watching the last red dot representing the enemy vanish from the light screen. His face bore no expression. He slowly spoke, his voice resonating through the broadcast system, echoing over the silent pass, clearly reaching the ears of every girl. "Clean the battlefield. Then head to the mine. From now on, this marsh is under the Chen name." Chen Fan's words, "From now on, this marsh belongs to the Chen family," echoed like an invisible royal decree in the silent pass. It was unamplified, yet it clearly imprinted itself into the depths of every surviving soul inside and outside the pass. Inside the Dawn ship, the girls' hearts pounded violently, their eyes burning with admiration. Outside the pass were the broken soldiers, their courage shattered by cannon fire and slaughter. Upon hearing this sentence, they found themselves drained of even the strength to flee, collapsing to the ground like condemned prisoners awaiting judgment. "Clear the battlefield." Chen Fan's second command was calm, yet ruthless. Beneath the vehicle, 8 spider-like collection robots silently emerged, their crimson compound eyes scanning the carnage, moving efficiently towards the scattered wreckage and corpses without any hesitation. Cutting, disassembling, scavenging. The cold machinery executed the most primitive form of plunder. Anastasia returned to the vehicle carrying a massive axe. The armored door on the side slowly closed behind her, completely isolating them from the blood and smoke of the outside world. Inside the compartment, the lights were bright, and the air freshener had already activated, filling the space with a faint scent of plants. It was a stark contrast to the hellish scene outside, as a hint of battle-induced flush lingered on Anastasia's stunning face, her sapphire-like eyes shining brilliantly. Without speaking, she walked in front of Chen Fan and slammed the massive storm axe heavily onto the ground. The dull thud echoed, showcasing both the owner's achievements and discontent. "Only 10. She pouted, her tone carrying a hint of pride that only Chen Fan could understand. "There are still a dozen or so outside. It's not enough for you to warm up." Chen Fan smiled and handed her a warm, wet wipe. Anastasia paused for a moment before accepting it and awkwardly began to clean the blood off her face, yet her words remained sharp. "Tisk, they were just a bunch of scared fish. It wasn't even interesting to chop them down." Despite her words, her actions were gentle, and her gaze instinctively avoided Chen Fan's, with a barely perceptible blush blooming at her ears. Qin Shuyun and Lu Mingyan timely brought warm water and energy-boosting jerky, smiling gently, as they pulled this queen, who had just transformed into a Shura on the battlefield, back into the warmth of the team. "Kiki, report the data." Chen Fan's gaze shifted to the control panel. Coming. Tang Kiki's excited voice rang out as her small hands drew trails of afterimages on the light screen, with a vast list of spoils unfolding like a waterfall before everyone. Killed 87 members of the Blacktooth tribe. Recovered 23 modified vehicles, all disassembled by collection robots. The spoils are as follows. Energy crystals, common grade X, 15,840. Quality alloy steel plates X, 320 units. Various types of ammunition X, 12 boxes. Blueprint rage potion formula quality, grade X1. Blueprint heavy RAM modification design, common grade X3. A series of harvest information elicited uncontrollable gasps from the compartment. Just these basic supplies were enough to substantially fill their warehouse. "Brother Chen Fan, The main event is coming. Tang Kiki's voice trembled as she highlighted and enlarged the core part of the list. Core materials obtained. Abyssal Demon Iron, or roughly refined X-1258 units. More than 1,200 units. Xiaozhio inhaled sharply. How many marsh crocodiles would we need to kill to gather this? Lin Wanxing adjusted her glasses as data streamed rapidly beneath the lenses, calmly adding, according to the requirements of the Guardian main framework, 1,200 units of rough or after purification will suffice for 80 of construction needs. We've struck it rich. We're really rich. Tang Kiki excitedly waved her small fist. This meant that the epic mecha was just a step away from them. At this moment, Lin Wanxing's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of seriousness. Chen Fan, I've cracked the data terminal of the Blacktooth command truck and discovered something. She pulled up a document marked as top secret. The title of the document instantly cooled the joyful atmosphere within the compartment. The first tribute list for the Lord of Disaster. The content of the list was straightforward. Abyssal Demon Iron, or 5,000 units. Status preparations underway. Postscript: Honorable Disaster Lord, the sunken mine has been confirmed, and the first phase of mining is expected to be completed within half a month. At that time, the Blacktooth will personally lead the tribe to offer the tribute at your feet, hoping for your promised energy armament to assist our Blacktooth tribe in sweeping the eastern plains. Postscript: Honorable Disaster Lord, the sunken mine has been confirmed, and the first phase of mining is expected to be completed within half. The Blacktooth tribe is merely a pawn. She quickly concluded, they are risking everything to force their way through this marsh, not for themselves, but to pay tribute to a more powerful entity. Qin Shuyan's brow furrowed as well. A lord denotes the level of monster. Could this disaster be a lord-level monster? No. Lin Wanxing shook her head and pulled up another fragmentary communication record. In the record, the Blacktooth reported in a tone that was almost sycophantic. The voice on the other end, despite being processed technically, could be discerned as that of a human. A cold voice dripping with superiority, as if looking down upon ants, belonged to a man. A human survivor force that has taken on a monstrous title. Evelyn's voice was icy. Moreover, to make a tribal leader who has established himself in one region bow so low, his strength must far exceed our imagination. The compartment fell into silence. The joy of just achieving a great victory was overshadowed by this sudden, deeper shadow. It was as if they had kicked open the door of a local tyrant, only to find that this local tyrant was merely a guard dog for a dragon from across the river. The smoke and bloodshed at the pass were left far behind by the Dawnbreaker. That supreme-grade steel behemoth, after crushing the interception by the Black Fong, tribe advanced into the deeper reaches of the Misty Swamp, with a demeanor even more steady and unyielding. The surrounding environment was deteriorating at a visible pace. A pungent, highly corrosive acidic mist began to permeate the air. The swamp water was no longer a muddy yellow but shimmered with an eerie, sickly green luminescence. A fragment of an unknown creature's skeleton scraped past the window. The moment it touched the water, a sizzling sound erupted, and within seconds it was corroded into nothingness. Air quality detection: acidic toxic mist concentration exceeds standard by 300%. Water sample analysis contains strong corrosive agents and neurotoxins. Lin Wanxing's icy voice reported the data inside the cabin. If this had been the old Dawnbreaker, every meter forward in this environment would have worn down the vehicle's durability. But now these deadly toxins, capable of melting steel, seemed to have turned into gentle flowing water. An invisible energy shield brought by the supreme-grade quality coated the external armor, isolating all corrosive substances. The cabin's air circulation system efficiently filtered the toxic mist, making every breath carry the freshness of grass and trees. Such was the composure granted by absolute power, transforming a deadly chasm into a smooth path. Ahead is the sunken mine. From the driver's seat came Evelyn's voice. Through the reinforced, bulletproof observation window, everyone's gaze fixed ahead. Then they were collectively struck silent. It was not a mine shaft in the conventional sense. It was the colossal, indescribable ruin of a collapsed ancient architectural complex. It was hard to imagine what magnificent creation this had been before the cataclysm. Now most of it had sunk beneath the emerald swamp, leaving only jagged silhouettes covered in moss and vines rising like mountain peaks. At the center of these architectural remains was a massive pitch-black abyss, as if struck by a meteor, its depths unfathomable. Around the edge of the abyss, countless thick veins of, or glinting with metallic luster, lay exposed on the surface like the blood vessels of a dragon winding into the endless darkness. The Dawnbreaker slowly came to a halt before this giant opening. Compared to this entrance, the 10-meters-long steel behemoth seemed as insignificant as a tiny toy. Found it. Tang Kiki's small face was nearly pressed against the observation window. Her voice carried that unique, almost frenzied obsession of a tech geek discovering the ultimate treasure trove. Look, those black veins. It's abyssal dark steel. The purity. The purity is high enough for direct forging. And over there, those silver specks sparkling like stars in the rock face. It's stellar mithril. Oh my god. An entire vein of stellar mithril. Lin Wanqing struggled to maintain her composure, rapidly operating the holographic screen for remote scanning and reserve estimation. Preliminary estimate exposed abyssal dark steel reserves exceed 10,000 units. Reserves of stellar mithril. Incalculable. The signal is disrupted by a strong energy field deep within the mine, but the scale far exceeds our imagination. The entire cabin fell into a stunned silence as if struck by immense fortune. No wonder. Qin Shuyun murmured, no wonder that Calamity Lord set his sights on this place. This was no longer a simple rare resource point. It was a strategic treasure trove enough to arm an entire army and even reshape the regional power dynamics. And now it belonged to them. What are we waiting for? Chen Fan's voice broke the silence. His eyes blazed with unprecedented brilliance. Evelyn, Tsukuyami, drive it in. Find a safe platform. Yes. The two top-tier female drivers had excitement gleaming in their eyes. The Dawnbreaker let out a low roar, its tracks grinding over exposed ores as it slowly entered the profound darkness. Inside the mine, it was a world of its own. Countless massive crystals emitting an ethereal blue glow were embedded in the dome, illuminating the entire underground space like a fantastical dream. Numerous tunnels spread out like a spiderweb in all directions. An underground river surged through the center, its flow not water, but a liquefied stream of energy shimmering with metallic luster. Under Su Qingying's direction, the Dawnbreaker quickly found the highest and most expansive rocky platform. The platform could accommodate 3 or 4 Dawnbreakers backed by solid rock walls with a commanding view of the entire first level of the mine, an ideal temporary base. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Tang Kiki and Lin Wanqing rushed eagerly to the main console. Chen Fan gidge. Tang Kiki's eyes shone like two little suns, her face upturned, brimming with anticipation and pleading. Chen Fan looked at her, then at the beautiful eyes in the cabin, equally filled with hope, and smiled. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He reached out and firmly pressed the module on the main console, representing the war platform. I hereby His voice broadcast through the intercom, echoed throughout the cabin, and reverberated through this ancient mine that had lain silent for eons. The Guardian project is now officially launched. Boom. As if in response to his declaration, the roof of the Dawnbreaker, nearly a third of its area, abruptly unfolded. At the center of the platform, a base for an energy core slowly rose, emitting a humming buzz. Several thick robotic arms extended from beneath the platform like attendants. At the center of the platform, a base for an energy core slowly rose, emitting a humming buzz. Several thick robotic arms extended from beneath the platform like attendants awaiting royal command. Scrade talent ally amplification activated. Team collaboration engaged in epic grade construction. During this build, quality enhancement probability 30. Special attribute trigger probability 10. The system's prompt sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Let's begin. Alright. Tang Kiki and Lin Wanqing each took control of an operation holographic screen. Behind them, Qin Shuyun, Lu Mingyan, the Xia sisters, and even Anastasia, who had just finished fighting, began spontaneously moving and organizing the freshly collected towering piles of raw ore. The entire team, like a precision war machine infused with a soul, spun into frantic motion for a Step 1. Construct the energy core and transmission framework. At Lin Wanqing's command, several collection robots delivered purified abyssal dark steel and stellar mithril to the construction platform. The tip of one robotic arm blazed with blinding electric light, beginning to smelt these rare metals into liquid at ultra-high temperatures. Another robotic arm precisely projected the skeleton model from the Guardian blueprint as a three-dimensional hologram above the base. Tang Kiki's hands became blurs across the holographic screen. Energy shaping. Begin. The molten metal, like a liquid river of stars, was drawn, twisted, and shaped by an invisible force field. Slowly yet unyieldingly, it began to adhere to the ethereal skeleton projection, casting the first spine, the fierce and elegant vertebral keel of the Guardian. Inside the cabin, everyone held their breath, watching this scene like a miracle. Chen Fan did not disturb them. He stood alone at the rear observation window, hands clasped behind his back. Behind him was the bustling construction scene, the figures of his girls striving for a shared dream. Before him lay this bottomless mine brimming with endless wealth and the unknown. Su Qingying silently came to his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Following Chen Fan's gaze, her wise eyes reflected the distant blue crystal light. "This mine is larger and more dangerous than we imagined," she said softly. "Deep within, I sense some very powerful life forms, far beyond elite grade." "Expected," Chen Fan replied calmly. "A treasure